I am a prodigy with a knife, capable of cutting or slicing anything. My hands are calloused from relentless practice. For 20 years, since dropping out of high school, I've lived by the blade, becoming the nation's top swordsman. But fate is cruel. One day, by chance, I transmigrated into the very mobile game I'd long abandoned. Drawn in by the allure of its female characters, I'd spent a fortune on it. The story begins in a bustling, renowned restaurant with a diverse menu, packed with customers as usual. Table 5 and 7, one special tuna portion each. Delicious. I heard this place's chef is a master with a knife. Another premium menu for table 4. Goodbye, dear customers. Suddenly, a sound came from outside, catching the sous chef's attention. They wondered, what's that noise? Inside, a chef in black was deftly filleting a fish. A sous chef approached the curtain, whispering, "Chef, there's a phone ringing." Removing his earphones, he replied, "Got it." Thinking, didn't I set it to vibrate? Checking his phone, 6:57 p.m., September 15th. A notification read, "Blessing of Miracles reopens. Warrior. The Demon King's army's invasion of the Academy continues." Reading it, he mused, "Oh, the game I deleted. Is my phone broken?" A sous chef entered. "Chef, customers are waiting." Pocketing his phone, he casually said, "Tell them I'm not here." As they spoke, footsteps approached, and a voice cut in, saying, "You're not here again?" Blatant lie. A group led by a pot-bellied man entered, continuing, "Kim, time to hear your answer. I gave you enough time to think, right? For someone like you, handling a knife daily, this shouldn't be hard. Eh? Oh, my bad. I'm not considerate." Signaling his lackeys to open a suitcase of cash, he smirked, "Clients show sincerity first. I won't disappoint. Here's 300 million up front. If you complete the job." Before he finished, slashing sounds rang out. Kim split the fish, casting a cold glare. "Sir, this is a kitchen where cleanliness is paramount. Unclean people like you shouldn't enter. Please leave." The pot-bellied man, thrilled, replied, "Truly the sword god. You shouldn't be here just cutting fish, right? Come on." Provoked, Kim grabbed a knife, startling the group into silence. They retreated, but the man sneered, "Humph, don't think I'll give up. I'll be back. Let's go." As the long day faded into night, Kim stepped outside for a smoke. The sous chef remarked, 300 million deposit. I'd have taken it instantly. How'd you refuse so fast? Exhaling, Kim said, "I just cut fish for a living. How could I take on something like that?" The sous chef persisted, "They just want your sword god fame, not to actually slit throats. Scare them, take the cash, buy a house, open a bigger restaurant. Live properly." Unfazed, Kim replied, "No amount of money would make me take it." As they talked, his phone kept ringing. The sous chef teased, "What's that noise? Got a girlfriend? Girlfriend? Just a game. Still playing? That blessing of miracles thing? I quit ages ago. Miracles my foot." A voice from inside shouted, "Kitchen's empty. Where's everyone?" The sous chef hurried in, glancing back. "Boss is out. I'm going." Alone, Kim reflected, "When I was a kid, my family went bankrupt. I've only worked hard since. Live properly. I just charge forward. What's with this phone, ringing nonstop? Annoying." Pulling it out, he muttered, "Did I re-download this game while drunk? Gotta delete it. How many years have they been invading?" Haha. Intending to clear the notification, he accidentally opened the game. The familiar interface and music appeared. Mumbling, the female characters are still stunning. His screen flickered wildly. Skeptical, network lag? The screen glowed brighter than normal. The sous chef returned, "Chef, boss wants you." Stopping mid-sentence, he saw no one, just the phone. Looking around, he found nothing. A loud shout came from inside, "Where's the kitchen?" "Chef's gone. Probably the bathroom. Hurry down." Panicked, the sous chef rushed off. The phone displayed, "Transfer completed 100%. Nothing special about this game. A pay-to-win mobile title with auto-hunting, rated 2.5 stars, no further explanation needed." A prompt appeared, "Please touch the screen." Why did I play this? Probably those female characters. I got sucked in, spent a fortune. After multiple playthroughs, I'm not a playable character or even an NPC, just a background nobody. The truth hit. I've transmigrated into this character. "Here, my name is Kong Jiama." A girl with green hair brushed his shoulder, passing by. Startled, Jiama turned, observing a woman. "I know what you're thinking, but it's not like that." She apologized, "Oh, sorry." Luckily, Blessing of Miracles is set in Korea. Place names differ slightly, but it's mostly similar. so I adapted quickly. Scanning his phone, a notification sounded. I'm a teenager. For a year, I couldn't tell if this was reality or a game. I'm living a second, ordinary life. Tonight, returning home, my parents were thrilled. I got accepted into Joa Queen Academy, the family's pride, great sword god Kong Jiama. His father held out the admission letter. Jiama, embarrassed, said, "Can we put it away now?" His parents gasped, "What?" "No matter how many times we see it, we're proud. We raised you well, dear. Right, Jiama? Tomorrow's the entrance ceremony. Our boy, are you ready?" Smiling awkwardly, "I'll go prepare." His modest dream of a normal life vanished. In his room, staring at the letter, he muttered, "Tomorrow? They're so happy, I can't refuse." I asked to skip it, but no use. I'm exhausted. Glaring at a desk photo, "Kong Jiama, you bastard. How'd you get into that elite school?" Before transmigrating, Jiama had awakened his holy power and passed Joa Queen's entrance exam. Eyeing the letter, disgruntled, "A genius? This jerk. Holy power is a special ability here. Like game skills, not everyone has it. It's hereditary, determining social rank. Elite, commoner, lowly. Joa Queen trains heroes of great lineage. Though founded for heroes, it's now an aristocratic school. Recently, a special admission for non-hero families was introduced. Yet, Kong Jiama, no hero blood, got in as a special student. Why need heroes? Obvious, the Demon King. He's wreaking havoc. If unchecked, he'll conquer this world again. This isn't reality. A school training heroes for war. Different, but it feels like re-enlisting. Pondering his holy power, a status window appeared. Sword God's painless holy power. Pain reduction. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 12 hours. Muttering, this status window still feels alien. Let's see, Jiama's awakened power? Painless. Pain reduction? Unbelievable. He got into this genius academy with this trash power? 30 seconds. 12-hour cooldown. Pathetic. Another prompt. New power post-transmigration. Sword God's blessing skill. Sword slashes cut anything. Activated only with swords under 30 centimeters long, 5 centimeters wide. Joking? A power not in the game. Grand name. Simplistic effect. Cuts when swung? Calling that obvious a holy power? Ridiculous. But the condition. A sword 30 centimeters or shorter, 5 centimeters wide? That's a sashimi knife. Telling me to cut sashimi here? God, I don't know. Life's not always as wished. Pack my stuff? Oh, forgot my weapon. Recalling, what weapon did my game character start with? Even E-rank weapons cost tens of millions of won. C-rank hundreds of millions. A or S-rank are treasures. Tuition? A fortune. I don't want to spend on forced things. The admission letter required gear, so arriving empty-handed might leave a bad first impression. Sighing wearily, guess I'll grab a knife. Walking, he recalled his first master, insisting on a Japanese sashimi knife worth over 100 million won. Muttering, why think of that old man now? A true master never blames their tools. The next day, in uniform, he arrived. The inspecting teacher frowned at his weapon. New student. This is your weapon? Confidently, yes, sir. He brought not one, but multiple knives. At the first day gear inspection, the examiner froze, speechless. Observing, every year, elite students prank me. Time to set discipline. Slamming the table, he shouted, "Think this academy's a joke? A kitchen knife for class placement is acceptable?" Unfazed, Jiama replied, "This is my weapon." Stunned, the examiner shouted, "Student." Before continuing, Jiama interrupted, "I'm a special student from a humble family. Tuition's already a burden for my parents. How could I afford an expensive weapon?" The examiner, shocked, checked his name tag, confirming his special status. As Jiama said, tuition was a heavy load for non-elites. Realizing his bias, supporting equal education, yet judging a sincere kid, he softened, but Jiama added, "Blaming tools is an amateur's way." Shocked again, a master doesn't blame tools? A kid can't say that. He's like a master who's transcended eras. Emotional, tears welled up in admiration. Seeing the examiner dazed, Jiama called, "Teacher?" Snapping back, he declared, "Kong Jiama's weapon is approved." Jiama packed his knife, thanking, "Thank you, sir." New students behind whispered, "Another special student? How's a guy like him here?" "Ugh, smells like those special admits, disgusting." Hearing the gossip, the examiner, furious, raised a fist, shouting, "New students, quiet." After inspection, move to the lecture hall. Your attitude decides if I'm an angel or demon, got it? Jiama shivered. That gave me trauma just hearing it. Stepping outside, grumbling, need a break. I expected this, but experiencing it feels off. Still, I passed gear inspection and the entrance ceremony. Just the class placement test left. Exhausting. Reflecting, I'm really here, studying at Joa Queen for 3 years, a hero training academy. Different from the game. Exaggerating, it's town-sized. Impressive. Studying at an elite school. Back on Earth, I dropped out of high school due to family issues. Feels strange. A loudspeaker announced, class placement tests start soon. New students, gather at the training hall by 1 p.m. Adjusting his gear, Giamma said, time's up? Ceremony's done, but this test is critical. Holding his knife, he muttered, haven't used this since arriving. It's a test, gotta get used to it. No reason to refuse. I recall my master's words. Never put down your knife, even in sleep. Hold it tight, understand? I've adopted his habit. Thinking, for 20 years, I lived by this knife. Did a year's break dull my skills? Raising it, inspecting its sharpness, he listened to its sound, satisfied, better than I thought. Let's try cutting leaves. Drawing the knife, a green lightning enveloped it, and the system chimed. Sword God's blessing skill activated. A bright glow erupted, with a red prompt. Physical level 2 low. Startled, another appeared. Weapon level 2 low. Using suppression to initialize user synchronization. Worried, I just drew it. Synchronization? Another prompt. May the God's blessings be with you. Lightning recoiled, causing intense pain. Screaming, panicking, this'll kill me. What do I do? A golden light cracked space before him. Shocked, damn, what's happening? Panicked, he dropped the knife. Instantly, space stabilized, the surreal sensations gone. Clutching his aching leg, groaning, why's my body in such pain? Trembling, I get the skill activation, but this world-breaking relates to Sword God's blessing? It's too painful. If every activation has this side effect, I can't use it. What now? The loudspeaker blared, students, gather at the training hall immediately. Hesitant, eyeing the knife, should pick it up. Can't leave a sashimi knife on the ground. It won't hurt, maybe just the first time. Reaching, hand trembling. I'll be fine, right? Grasping it. Surprise, it was worse. Giamma jolted like a madman in the courtyard, startling onlookers. Meanwhile, at the training hall, candidates gathered, chatting lively. Parents escorting their kids conversed. Haha, right. How much did your kid's admission cost? A green-haired, dazed-looking man noticed something. Turning, wow, you've had a tough journey. C.L.Ng, my focus drawn, an elderly yet dashing man. 7-star hero Kaling whispers arose. Aoni B's heir? Origin hero's direct disciple? Joa Queen's third? World's greatest? Should we head back? Hearing but ignoring, he sighed. His eyes caught a beautiful woman approaching. Another 7-star hero, Sage Media Poison. Smiling, she said, half a century already? He replied wearily, Media, you don't dress like an academy principal. Turning 70 hasn't changed you, huh? She retorted, don't women want beauty till death, friend? One word, my blessing could make you look 10 years younger. He continued, even turning 70 tomorrow, you're still immature. People should value their inner essence. Laughing heartily, oh, you old fogey. Same as 50 years ago, stiff and outdated? But you've softened a bit, bringing me here. I used to hate breathing the same air as these selfish types. Your granddaughter must be stunning, right? He grew pensive, but things seemed about to start. Below, students greeted each other excitedly. One stood alone, none other than our Giamma. Feeling out of place, he muttered, only black hair here? The black-haired outsider I heard of? A special student among snobbish nobles. Spotting someone, he focused there. All eyes, including Giamma's, locked on her. A radiant green-haired beauty approached, exuding an aura, her gaze sharp and cold. She was Sword Emperor Abel von Nibelung's granddaughter, the game's female protagonist, the sole reason I spent a fortune. The subspace is a realm created by the Origin hero alongside the Academy's founding, a reality separate from ours. Injuries and pain here are real, yet in this subspace, pain is numbed. This doesn't apply to the real world, as no external interference exists here. Even killing is overlooked. Seek spoke, a battle royale in the subspace? Media Poison, beside him, replied, yes. Subspace battles are a tradition at our school. This year, we're trying something new with the battle royale format. Candidates are grouped in tens, engaging in an unrestricted survival game. No equipment limits? Doesn't that favor the privileged? Don't bring that up. I've compromised enough. Like it or not, The academy's mostly funded by noble money. It took effort to introduce this system. Sieg sighed. That's what it means, right? He's a special student. Meanwhile, Giamma couldn't tear his eyes from the green-haired girl passing by. Absolutely stunning. I thought she was just a 2D character. This is different. She's beyond my imagination. Fools tried approaching her. If I weren't so into this game, would I have done the same? I've played enough to know Abel von Nibelung is a player blessed with a dark miracle, tied to the protagonist. Beauties always have someone by their side. A special student like me can't compare. I'd rather stay out of trouble and end this noisy school life. His 3 future principles: graduate without incidents, find a stable job, live safely. His eyes caught a book title: most popular job, hero, extremely high salary. Thinking, hero? What a freezing death. Just drawing my knife made me tremble. Still shaking. You save the world. I'll find a comfy job. The loudspeaker blared. The 783rd year class placement test at Joaquin Academy begins now. Rules. This year's Battle Royale involves 10 randomly selected candidates. The top scorer joins the Star class, 2nd and 3rd the Dragon class, 4th to 7th the Wolf class, 8th to 10th the Common class. Rankings are based on these results. Scores are auto-calculated, no time limit. Giamma mused, just like the game. Aim for Common class. Don't waste time, finish fast. The speaker continued, activating subspace device. The exam starts now. May the hero's blessings be with you. Giamma thought, if I avoid drawing my knife, that electric shock won't haunt me. Groups proceeded. The speaker announced, Group 24 completed. Top, Rachel. 2nd and 3rd, Balaba. Group 47 completed. Top, Saki Ryu. 2nd, Sarada. Watching from afar, Media Poison said, thinking back, this batch includes your granddaughter, heir of Trangzong and John Gong. The outcome's obvious. The man grumbled, bringing that up. Huh? Look at this. 7 minutes 14 seconds. Astonishing. A C-rank weapon set this record? Abel sought fair evaluation. She's 172 centimeters, 61 kilograms. Media continued. Wow, so mature for a kid. Sieg replied casually, expected of Nibelung blood. The test's nearly over. I should go. What? 1 group left, and you're hitting the shop? Probably just noble brats. See you next life, old man. Yeah, next life. He sensed something, as did everyone present. Media gasped. You felt that, right? Unbelievable. Candidates below noticed the anomaly. I don't feel that sensation anywhere. What the hell? Both were stunned. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the subspace, growing stronger. They focused, watching as it shattered, fragments scattering. Everyone froze. What the hell? Crashing sounds echoed, with murmurs. Someone fell from the subspace? What's this? A dazzling light flashed. Sieg's cold gaze followed it, the glint from Giamma's sashimi knife, landing precisely at its owner. The principal shouted urgently, medics, check the candidate's vitals. Hurry. Giamma's face reflected sharply in the blade. The outcome was inevitable. Minutes earlier in the subspace, a shout rang, You're good, punk. A figure approached, grabbing another's throat, slamming them against the wall, causing a earth-shaking tremor. Damn, I fell into a death trap. The vicious Iron King twins, Mao Run and Mao San. Gifted but brutally deceitful. They toyed for 30 minutes? Am I that insignificant? The twins mercilessly beat other students, ignoring Giamma. Mao San counted, 1, 2. Turning to his brother, how many? Startled, he saw his brother ruthlessly killing a student. Damn. Annoyed, Mao Run snapped, more or less, it's done. What's up? Mao San said, you got 4 already. Pointing, Mao Run replied, oh, sorry, I'll leave that one for you. Their gaze fell on a trembling girl, cowering in fear. Mao San grinned. Nice, I'll take it. Her body shook, terror overwhelming her. Watching, Giamma seethed at the bullying. She's frozen in panic, no will to fight. The gap's like giants versus ants. Mao San smirked. Look, she's my type. Wonder if her screams match my taste. Mao Run laughed. You're a pervert, brother. Where should I start tearing you? Giamma, summoning courage, shouted. You fat bastards. Even in subspace, why go this far? Insane? Mao San, surprised. What? Another one? Son, check his tag. Special student? Just a lowly punk, haha. Acting tough. Brother, I'll deal with him quick. Mao Run replied, go for it. Since he insulted us, cut his tongue. Giamma fumed. Damn. Now what? Use painless blessing? No. 30 seconds of pain relief won't help after they've desecrated bodies for 30 minutes. A green light glowed from his bag, urging, "Take it." Thinking if I grab the knife, Sword God's blessing activates. Peaceful for less than half a day after my resolve. Damn. The twins, shocked, "What's that?" Giamma gripped the sashimi knife. Still stunned, they burst into laughter. Haha, joking? Punk, since you're amusing, I'll make it less painful. I'll crush your head first. Charging, Mao-san leaped at Giamma. No choice now. 30 seconds, it'll be fine. Painless blessing 30 seconds, no pain, countering Sword God's blessing pain. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 12 hours. Mao-san sneered. What can that dull knife do, mongrel? Giamma thought, if I don't swing, I die. This knife's pressure isn't fish, it's human. Why do movie gangsters use sashimi knives? Can I really cut a person? Only in films. Even gods can't. Fool, if you swing, it cuts. With more guts than brains, Giamma slashed forward. Mao-san, underestimating, shouted, "Punk." But something left his body, his arm, severed in disbelief. Giamma's gaze remained chillingly sharp. Deep down, he hoped, may the gods' blessings be with you. Memories flooded back. Giamma casually asked the boss, "Why do gangsters use?" Before finishing, a sashimi knife whizzed past his face, embedding into the wall. Eyes wide with terror, he froze. A burly man shouted, "Call me master." Why are you curious about that? This was my first master, a former gangster. To atone, he severed his own wrist, vowing to use knives to create delicious meals and spread joy, opening a sashimi shop. His skills were remarkable. Still curious, I pressed, why do gangsters in movies use sashimi knives? Is it real? Though he found my question foolish, he explained, think about it. A wide kitchen knife stabs flesh, and the skin grips it. Can you pull it out? A sashimi knife's thin blade can stab repeatedly. Stab? Why not slice like fish? Furious, he yelled. Fish stay still on a board. If they moved, you'd slice with faith? I argued, but in comics, one swing cuts clean. You just lack skill. Instantly, a skull-rattling smack landed. Kid, call me master. Even a blade god couldn't do it. Got it? Back to the present. I couldn't believe my eyes. How did a sashimi knife do this? Mao-san, staring at his severed arm, screamed, "Go on, talk big." Who called my knife dull? His brother and the girl were equally stunned. Giamma had applied his fish-cutting skill to a person. Mao-san, feeling the pain, wailed, "Damn you. My arm. It hurts." Oh, God, it hurts. But Giamma didn't stop. He advanced steadily, each step deliberate, making Mao-san scream in panic. Stop. Don't come closer. I said stop. Help. Fleeing in terror, he ran. Giamma, dazed, thought, what's happening? Mao-san, escaping, begged, brother, save me. That lunatic's possessed. Hurry. Screaming for his life. Giamma lunged, felling him with a single face-splitting slash. Blood sprayed everywhere. Mao run, horrified, froze, watching his brother's halved head, tears streaming. He roared, Mao-san. But Giamma pressed on. The rescued girl stood shocked. Mao run calmed himself, analyzing, stay cool. This is subspace. Mao-san won't die. Who is this guy? Some lunatic? His moves are clumsy, like he's never swung at a person. Uneven breathing, trembling. A fluke? That knife's a secret weapon. Just avoid it. Trembling, he picked up his brother's gauntlet. Mao-san's mistake was underestimating. Dual wielding maximizes power. Equipping the prosthetic arm, his strength surged. Resolution blessing boosts defense. Intervention blessing 200% strength increase. Strength enhancing talisman. Smirking, activating 3A rank blessings peasants can't dream of. I don't know where you got that sword, but even an S-rank weapon can't touch me. I'm not Mao-san. Giamma, in cooldown, muttered, 23, 22, 21. Mao run, brimming with enhanced confidence, swung a fist, yelling, I won't wait to die. Saying your last words? I'll crush your skull. Giamma counted, 7, 6, 5. As Mao run thought victory was his, knives pierced his vital points. Lightning fast, no one saw Giamma move. Mao run's arm fell, consciousness fading, collapsing like a felled tree. Giamma, gripping the knife, felt guilt, trembling. 1 second remained. His eyes blurred, lips quivering silently. As painless blessing ended, excruciating pain hit, forcing a scream. Before he fainted. Time passed. Giamma awoke, strange images greeting him. Realizing, a hospital? Sitting up, his body ached. A blond guy entered, shouting, the student's awake. Footsteps rushed in. Unfamiliar faces appeared, but he recognized two heroes who defeated the Demon King's 6th Legion commander 50 years ago. 7-star heroes, world's greatest siege and principal media poison. She asked cheerfully, feeling better? Confused, Giamma stammered. Yes. Why are these legends here? Sieg asked. Your name? Kong Giamma. His expression hardened. Straight to it, Kong Giamma. What did you do in the test? Recalling, Giamma felt it wasn't imagination, it was him. I's pensive, if this monster targets me, I'm done. Calmly, even in subspace, their actions went too far. My reaction was excessive, so I'll accept punishment without complaint. Sieg was surprised by a shrewd response. Easing the tension, the principal sighed. Oh, silly. Why treat our student like that? Sieg unclogged your blocked blood vessels when you were out. Old Ginger's spicier, right? Let him rest to save my face. Sieg, embarrassed, I said don't mention that. The stunning principal teased, haha, the fool's shy. Giamma thought, he did that? No wonder my body feels light, or rather, what like soaked feathers. The principal gushed, Giamma, while you were out, we reviewed the footage. You're risking yourself to save that girl, my dream prince. You're already a prince. Stunned by her blatant admiration, Sieg was speechless, only saying, ahem, media, tone it down. Smiling, she snapped, got it, you old nag. I'm not blaming your test actions, so don't worry. The Mao twins got in through flattery. They've withdrawn. Heh, serves them right. So satisfying. Learning this, Giamma realized why they were gleeful. Lucky. I won't face them at school. The principal continued. We're here with big news, Giamma. You scored highest. Congratulations. Stunned, Giamma blurted, huh? What? My peaceful days are gone? Back at the office, sipping fragrant coffee, the principal spoke slowly. I've led this academy for nearly 20 years. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Why would that kid say, I don't want it? It's so absurd, even we couldn't predict it. I stressed to him it's the star class. You can't just reject it like that. I thought I was going deaf. When old folks like us get mad. Still, selecting the best student is based on direct evaluation results. Giamma thought for a moment, then firmly said, even so, I don't want it. Media poison teased, Giamma, playing dumb? Turning to Sifis, hey, Sifis, aren't you upset your granddaughter didn't take top spot? But Giamma did? Sifi shook his head. So what? I don't question the origin hero's judgment. The academy deemed him top, and we follow. If his technique was exceptional, I'd understand. If his physique was perfect, I'd accept. If his experience was vast, I'd nod. But a kid not even mature, performing like that? His movements were disciplined, swordsmanship I've pursued my whole life, saint level. Yet, unblocking his clogged meridians gave me an uneasy feeling. An untrained, frail body, acting on instinct. It's like something that shouldn't exist, somehow appeared in him. Or am I, at my age, still competitive with a kid my granddaughter's age? Media poison chimed in, scholarly looks, but decisive actions, like a hero saving a damsel. If I were 20 again. No, even now, I can still do that. Sifis retorted, old hack, what are you thinking? Know what college kids call women like you? Media, hopeful for praise. What? Speak up. What do those kids call me? Sifi set his teacup down, calmly saying cougar. Furious, Media slammed the ground, the impact shaking the teacup. Meanwhile, Giamma stood before the class assignment board, staring. This is the wolf class. Disheartened, this is the best deal I could get. Academy classes rank from star, dragon, wolf, to common. As top scorer, I should be in star of the best, but I wanted common, the lowest, to avoid endless conflicts. After begging the principal to switch to common, she finally said, fine, I'll keep it secret. You're set for this class. The principal thought, sending him to common would make those old geezers scream. Giamma's plan, graduate quietly in a low-tier class, avoiding high-class power struggles. This class fits my expectations. Pushing the door gently, it slammed shut, drawing all eyes. Silence fell. Initially surprised, they ignored him upon seeing his special student tag, treating him like air. No one suspected the top scorer stood there. Good. Don't look. No attention. Perfect. The principal kept it secret. Successful people carve their own path. This is good. Suddenly, Giamma noticed the girl he saved during the test. Coincidentally, they were in the same class. She stammered, hi. Thanks for back then. Flustered, Giamma didn't know how to respond. She clarified, during the test. He replied, oh, that? No big deal. Same age. Does she need to be so formal? He added, no need to feel shy. Anyone would have done the same, right? But in truth, he was just surviving, not saving her. Sounds like I'm a hypocrite. He continued, By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves. I'm Kangjiyama. She responded, I'm Chloe. Nice to meet you. I didn't expect we'd be classmates. Me neither. Glad to know you. But he thought, Chloe? I've played this game a lot. Never heard of her. The main story later revolves around the Demon War, so I didn't expect new characters now. She's probably a background character like me. Smiling, oh, can you keep what happened in the test a secret? Surprised, she nodded. Oh, sure. Absolutely. My lips are sealed. The teacher's shout interrupted. Class, settle down. Jiyama said, let's talk later. Take your seat. Slamming a book on the desk, the teacher announced, first, congratulations on joining. Here, you're chosen to inherit Origin Hero Baojoa Queen's will. Be proud. I'm La W. Bien, your head instructor. For the first day, we'll start with simple physical activities. Change into training gear and gather at the field in 30 minutes. A student raised a hand, sir. What's the training about? The teacher replied, simple. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, then a few laps around the field. If there's no issue, change and assemble. Class dismissed. Jiyama, stunned, training us like Marines? Approaching the podium, sir, I'm Kangjiyama. Shocked, how does he know my name? Unimportant now, he needed to skip this tedious training. I'm not feeling well. The teacher snorted, recalling the principal's words. She said it's a secret. He replied, TCH. This training will make a top scorer like you stronger. How about the star class? The principal approved all classes for you. Fuming? Great. Secret kept? Huh? That old witch? Smirking awkwardly, scratching his head. No, sir. I just need a quick bathroom break. Slight pain. The teacher nodded. My schedule's perfect. A top scorer. So candid. See you at the field. Later, in gym clothes, as the teacher said, the class ran laps. Jiyama, exhausted, trailed behind, panting. Damn. I'm dying. Chloe approached. Bit tough for you? You look beat. He forced a smile. Haha. I'm fine. How many laps you got? Casually, 9. Embarrassed, outdone by a frail girl? Chloe encouraged. Keep it up. You'll make it. She sped ahead, leaving Jiyama trudging, utterly worn out. The sky glowed with a vibrant sunset. In the small room, empty mineral water bottles littered the floor, not a drop left. Jiyama slammed a bottle on the table, fuming, then sighed helplessly. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed, muttering, damn, so tired. Starving. A week into academy life, he faced an unexpected problem. Recalling lunch after training, he rushed to refuel. His eyes lit up, mouth watering at the cafeteria counter. Starving. So hungry. I'm dying. Pork belly, 1 serving, quick. But the cook's cold glance met his, signaling silently. Spotting the meal voucher box, he thought, not free? Embarrassed, I'll grab a voucher. Pork belly rice bowl, make it big. His smile faded at the price tag. Eyes wide, voice trembling. 50,000 won for pork belly? Muttering about the outrageous cost, he gave up. Hence, the empty bottles, he survived on water. Squeezing the last drop, he tossed it in frustration. Damn, I'll starve. 50,000 won for pork belly. Highway robbery. I'm ascending to heaven. Before enrolling, his dad offered money. Take some, son. Thinking he could earn his own, sparing his struggling parents, he refused. Now, regret hit, should have taken it. Idiot. Surviving on cheap campus store water? A system window appeared. Sword God's blessing. 1 swing cuts anything. Body level rises from 1 to 2. Physical condition improved. Sword range relaxed. Length 30 plus or minus 2 centimeters. Width 5 plus or minus 1 centimeter. Safe activation. Reading it, just thinking about it summons the status window. Too hungry to sleep. Jumping off the bed, he admired his reflection. Defined six-pack, improved stamina. Smiling, not wasted time. Sword God's blessing cleared my meridians to this level. I'll reach new heights. It hasn't upgraded, but steady progress means I'll wield a short sword soon. His gaze fell on 2 short knives on the table. Before the ceremony, I feared touching a sword. Now, my hands itch without one. Blessing's influence? Scratching his head, puzzled, why am I proud? A knock sounded. Surprised, who's that? Opening the door. Who is it? Chloe stood there, flustered. I'm sorry. Am I disturbing you? Why's she here? No, just lying down. What's up? Hesitant. I haven't seen you at the cafeteria all week. I worried you weren't well. Jiyama, caught off guard but hiding it. Oh, I'm not used to others cooking. In truth, he was ravenous, feigning calm. I'm drooling. Chloe, shy, I see. Don't worry. I was heading to the campus store to buy ingredients and cook dinner together. Giamma, thrilled. Let's go, Chloe. Confused, Chloe blinked. He added, you're inviting me for dinner, right? I'm a great cook. Leave it to me. La la la. Your dorm's across the street, right? Let's move. After scouring the store till dark, they returned to her dorm. Chloe, tasting his dish, raved, oh my gosh, delicious. Seeing her delight, Giamma felt joy. Glad you like it. Eating, she praised, you cook fast and well. I only boil fish. Never expected this flavor. Seeing the clean plate, he was pleased. Standing, let's check the fridge. Opening it, he was surprised by neatly packed fish. You really love fish, huh? Chloe beamed, yup. I'm from a river town. Smiling, rolling up his sleeves, perfect. Fish is my specialty. Let's cook. His hands itched to purify himself with sashimi after that ordeal. But a worry struck, using a kitchen knife with sword god's blessing. Oh no. Hesitant, got a longer knife? Surprised, longer? You know my weapons are swords. A knife feels odd. She nodded, I get it. Searching, she returned with a long sword. Eager? This work? Shaking his head, serious, no need. I'll use the kitchen knife. Got a deal. Holding it, finish in 30 seconds. The system updated, painless blessing activated. Thinking, I was the nation's best swordsman. With sword god's blessing. In a flash, the fish was done. 21 seconds. Scaled, deboned, gutted, filleted. Legendary speed. I'm alive, hee hee. Chloe, watching, marveled. How are you so good at cooking? Casually, worked part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Confused, part-time? What's that? Surprised she didn't know, she apologized. Sorry. I don't know. He laughed. No worries, it's nothing to apologize for. Their status gap was clear. But cheerfully, enjoying the meal makes me happy. Excited, I'm thrilled you cooked. I'll wash the dishes. Nodding, thanks, it's yours. As she cleaned, he mused, I'm full and satisfied. A plate shattered. Chloe panicked. Sorry, not on purpose. Turning, he smiled faintly. Has she ever washed dishes? I started clumsily at her age. A book fell from a shelf, pages flipping in a breeze. Reading a diary? It read, someone helped me during the class placement test. Neat, cute handwriting. Chloe's like other girls her age. Better put it back. Another page flipped, my helper's in my class. His name's Kong Giamma. My heart's racing, I don't know what to do. I can't tell him. Smiling, cute. So that's why she's shy? Should I read more? Curiosity won, flipping another page filled with, I love you, I love you, I love you, repeated endlessly. Shocked, he froze. Chloe turned, dropping a plate, terrified her secret was exposed, stammering, you saw it? Please, eternal goodbye. Heroic families chase glory by slaying monsters, earning society's admiration and solidifying their status. Yet, within their rigid structure, those with preordained power exploit weaknesses hidden beneath the veneer of authority, while public institutions remain powerless against them. One heroic family stepped forward to operate in the shadows. The Auditor Cecilia clan, working in darkness but yearning for the light. They maintain order through assassinations. Children born into the Auditor family undergo psychological conditioning before puberty, suppressing emotions and enduring brutal training to become assassins. At just 15, Chloe Auditor Cecilia first stained her hands with blood. Chloe never denied her talent as an assassin. She heard such praises before reaching adulthood and accepted them. The training warped her psyche, planting a deep darkness in her heart. Over time, her senses dulled, leaving only traces of emotion. Entering Joa Queen Academy, where classes are divided by skill, Chloe joined despite her family's tradition. Though auditor members, with skills surpassing the dragon class, are placed in ordinary classes per tradition and secret agreements with the academy to avoid attention, Chloe's 3 years of youth were stolen, stripped of personal freedom. Facing her assassin destiny, she dared not protest, accepting it as unchangeable. That is, until she met a male student, Kong Giamma. When he shouted, "Hey, fat bastards, are you insane? Don't touch her." During the subspace battle, though death there wasn't real, it was Chloe's first brush with it. She faced it calmly, unafraid, as if it were her preordained fate. Resistance felt futile. It was how she was taught to live. That was her reality, or so she thought. But Giamma's act was like sunlight piercing storm clouds, awakening something within her. A sword wielded by personal will, used to protect. She was the reason he swung it. Throughout childhood, Chloe cherished a fairy tale hidden under her bed, reread endlessly, about a princess trapped in a castle until a prince saved her. The prince's love, a story of rescue, made her blush, her chest tight with a strange emotion, the love of youth. Back in reality, Giamma paled. Damn it. Chloe stared intensely. Scratching his head, he forced an awkward smile. The air grew stifling. Her expression made him sweat. I'm screwed. Where'd I mess up? Was it noticing this innocent teen girl or following her for a meal? Chloe, doesn't tonight feel nicer because of you? First good meal in ages. I'm heading out. See you. But Chloe, losing composure, pressed. You saw it, didn't you? Removing her dishwashing gloves. Panicked, huh? What? She snapped. What else? That thing. Playing innocent. Oh, your book? You must study hard. Furious now. My diary. Does she have eyes in the back of her head? When did she see me? Her formal tone's gone. She's like a different person. Denying, I didn't see anything. Coldly, nothing, huh? No big deal. Don't lie. Stammering, yeah, I saw it. Her chilling expression gripped a sword, radiating death. What's happening? No way. Glancing around, 4th floor, jumping's fatal. Only one exit, by her. I'm trapped. What now? What's she doing? Her sword scraped the floor, eyes blazing with rage. She's coming? No way. Is she sleepwalking? Those soulless red eyes, a Yandere. Her vibe flips instantly. Multiple personalities? Yandere's bad enough, but this too? Reading her diary triggered this. She might chase me to death. Her killing intent outdoes the Mao twins. My school life's hell. Gotta escape. Think fast. 9 seconds left. My sashimi knife's in my room. Where's the kitchen knife? Going for it risks losing a limb. Mom, what do I do? Spotting a nearby paper knife. With Chloe raising her sword and closing in, Giamma grabbed it. I just wanted to talk it out. No choice now. The system chimed. User's mental stats rising. Verbal and physical dexterity temporarily infused with suppressed rage. Power adapting to user. Sword God's Guardian activated. Divine blessings are with you. As Chloe neared, Giamma blurted, Chloe, your hair's a bit long. Let me trim it? With swift slashes, a few strands fell. Time passed unnoticed, and Chloe stirred awake. Her appearance had shifted slightly. Her hair was a touch shorter, but her body seemed unharmed. Her first thought was of Giamma. Where'd he go? I remember glancing at him from the window while washing dishes. I was sneaking looks. Brushing hair from her forehead, she shouted, Where's my katana? Spotting it by the table, she sighed. Phew. I'm used to fainting after using it. Memories surfaced. Good job, Chloe. What happened? Don't worry, and don't deny your assassin talent. Back in reality, staring at the sword, she buried her face in a pillow, yelling, Chloe, you idiot. Fainting at that moment. Ugh, I'm losing it. Blushing, she mumbled, Did I say anything weird while out? Noticing a paper knife on the floor, she wondered, Why's this here? Wait, my hair's shorter. Did this knife cut it? Checking the trash, she found her hair and mused. He cleaned up and left. Giamma's too kind. I need to write this in my diary before I forget. At the table, she opened her diary and wrote, Giamma, I love you. Huh, that's it. Outside, under moonlight, Giamma wiped his mouth, recalling, painless blessing ended. I survived that somehow, past the 5-second limit. This is the consequence. I'm puking up dinner. Sitting on a bench, he sighed, gazing up, threw up the whole meal. Hungry again. Amid his thoughts, a description appeared. Swordsmanship typically aims to kill in one strike or take down multiple foes. Chloe's sword, however, targeted vital points, honed for assassination. If she assassinates me, I'm done. My head would be gone. It felt like death was near. Instinctively, I aimed for her nape. Luckily, the paper knife was short, only cutting her hair. I cleaned up, so nothing's left, right? Seems fine, but stability's tricky. They say being ordinary is hardest, but this is worse. Since getting sucked into this shameless game, I'm not without ambition. For someone who mastered a sashimi knife, abandoning gentlemanly manners isn't easy. Everyone has a role. Blessing of Miracles is this game's name and the protagonist's unique blessing, someone I haven't met. With Baylor Hoakin's Blessing of Courage, those are the game's 2 mythical blessings. Their purpose, protect the world from the Demon King. The protagonist wields both holy and demon swords. Me? Just a sashimi knife. Need more explanation? Slapping his face, focus. He reflected, since joining the academy, encounters keep coming. New situations and stats made me forget my goal. I stalled for reasons. Now I recall, no one here's normal. I know a bit about the game's key figures, but my understanding of this world is weak. It's been a week since enrolling. Per the storyline, the protagonist's blessing should activate soon. They're training, so the game's story is just starting. I know the main plot, but not the ending. No regrets for not finishing it, but knowing the plot is an advantage. Whatever happens, I'll follow the main storyline. If things go chaotic, valued people get overlooked. If I recall, the story darkens in the second semester of Year 3. A demon hero rises, uniting demons under the Demon King, threatening the Academy. The scale grows. A massive human-demon war looms. The game follows a classic fantasy arc. Recalling details, what's happening? Why's the plot shifting? I wasted my youth as a chef, missing vibrant teen years, and now I'm pissed. Why do they all die? No hope. Familiar with the characters, I deleted the game. What's worse than this were happening in my world? It's war. Will I die in it? No. I have 3 years. I need a practical goal. I'm not a coward. I can't die easily. I must grow stronger to survive. Most games have happy endings, and this world likely will be saved by the protagonist. I need strength to protect myself. I can't live like a fragile insect, likely to die in war. I'll train to survive discreetly. Too much attention risks conscription into demon battles, exactly what I must avoid. I need caution with painless blessing, which numbs pain. With no other choice wielding the sashimi knife, the burden's heavy. A status window appeared. Reading it, impressive stats. Stroking his chin, new info. Physique, mentality, weapon, rank indicators. The panel read, if you do this, you'll face consequences. Physical strength, 2. Sword standards less strict. Mental strength, 3. Creates a fearsome aura in action. Weapon rank, 1. Not qualified to unlock. Synchronization, 1.5%. Noting the special line, synchronization? What's that? Tapping the panel, a red alert flashed. System access restricted due to insufficient qualifications. What? Another mystery about this power. Not the priority now. I need to train my physique and get a new weapon. I can't rely on painless blessing forever. I must practice with a sword, as I'm not yet qualified for Sword God's blessing. Checking his phone's schedule, lucky. Next month's combat training replaces the midterm. The reward's a B-rank Marasi weapon. If I master it, I'll qualify to graduate. Its specs won't trigger Sword God's blessing, so it'll be my backup. Sighing, lots to do. A voice called, hey. Turning, he saw a sweaty girl post-training. She said, that's my spot. Their eyes locked, sparking. Stunned, Giamma froze. Seeing him dazed, she added, can you move a bit? Still shocked, Abel? Damn, she looks unreal no matter how I stare. I glared. Abel said, no need to leave, just scoot over. Sitting beside him, he glanced sideways. Her spot? Isn't this public? The class system? Yeah, probably. Staying near the protagonist complicates the plot. If I'm uneasy, I should avoid her. But damn, she's gorgeous. She's real. Abel looked up. This spot has the clearest view of the stars. Startled, she scared me. Her gaze worried him. Is this Abel? Not the Sword Saint's granddaughter I know. Isn't the protagonist supposed to be unapproachable? When he didn't respond, Abel asked, your weapon's a sword too. Surprised, oh, how'd you know? Blushing, she looked down. My grandfather said so. I heard swordsmen have a unique gaze. Speechless, Giamma froze. Abel offered her sword. Want to try it? Sweating, doesn't look heavy. She puffed her cheeks, looking away. She's sulking? Hard to approach. Is this the Abel I know? Then, Abel said, hey, you know who I am, right? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Giamma thought. Is she suspicious of me? Of course not. Everyone at this school knew Abel. He replied, I know a bit about you. Abel instantly countered, I don't know you, startling him. What's she mean? Smiling, she clarified, isn't it odd? You know my name, but I don't know yours. Giamma teased, do I have to tell a stranger my name? Abel shrugged, who knows? You could be a Demon King spy infiltrating the academy. Or, pausing, I can't think of other reasons. But it's late, and you're here alone. Her gaze surprised him. She noticed me? No other reason, I guess. They bantered. Why are you here? Obviously, I'm training. I'm training too. Training what? Giamma's reply stumped her, breathing. As Abel raised her hand to speak, he noticed her scarred hands. She quickly hid them, and silence fell. After a pause, Giamma said, you're really dedicated. Abel replied casually, of course. You don't know what it's like carrying Nibelung blood. We must wear a perfect mask. show one weakness, and people trample it. You know I didn't get the top score this year, right? Honestly, it's my first loss. But she smirked. I feel relieved. Yet, I'm curious who beat me. I want to know who they are. Giamma froze, panicking as she added, I'll crush them next time. Alarmed, you'd go that far? Abel shouted, it's about honor. I begged grandfather for info, but he said they're not in my class. They dared break the oath. How can I live as second best? Why am I telling a stranger this? Giamma glanced over. Why tell me? Softly, humph, you seem weak. My family's motto is to be firm with the strong, kind to the weak. Everyone in my class excels, so I have no friends. Speechless, he thought. That's why the protagonist feels so distant. Abel stretched. Let's call it a night. Bluntly, bye. Hesitating, she leaned in. So, will you tell me your name? Coolly. Nope. Surprised. What? Hiding your name like a cat hides its crap. The next day, in class, Giamma sat, hands clasped, musing, academy life's calmer than I thought. Chloe's made friends and blended in. I'm avoiding her gaze. If our eyes meet, her new friends glare coldly. I can't ignore that. I'm not the only special student here, but others avoid interaction, probably too full of themselves. Lucky I didn't pick a higher class. The Star and Dragon classes are in power struggles. In the game, they seemed like clowns. In those classes, my head would explode. At least I eat, sleep, and rest well. What to eat today? Pulling out a card with Principal Media's image, she said, the top student should have gotten this sooner. Sorry for the delay. This is Joaquin's faculty card. If I bowed to Media thrice daily, it wouldn't express my gratitude. Silently, thank you. So fierce. Reflecting, I fulfilled my student role, right? I haven't altered the game's plot much. For the next 3 years, I'll live like this, achieving the life I dreamed of. The teacher spoke. 700 years ago, after the first human-demon war, hero Joaquin Bearer saw the need to train future heroes. He founded this academy with 7 principles. These will be on the test, so study well. Giamma, bored. I know this by heart. Joaquin fought the Demon King's brutal 1st Legion commander, Lycan, for 20 years, winning but losing an arm, unable to fight again. Screams echoed everywhere. It was a bloody, inconclusive war. Luckily, humans and demons signed a truce, and Joaquin built this academy for future talent. The teacher continued, the first human-demon war led to a non-aggression pact, ushering in 700 years of peace. Students whispered, will war break out in our time? War in the 21st century? I'm worried about what to wear to tomorrow's party, haha. Giamma organized his thoughts. 700 years of peace? I'm likely the only one here who knows the first crack in this piece. Everyone's too used to tranquility. I want to speak up, but revealing it might change things. Media, despite joking about quitting, was the first to cinch trouble with her seer's insight. She's the first of the 7 heroes to protect students. I didn't play this part much, but I respect her. She's the first to die tragically against the Demon King. I couldn't believe it, but it's true. Sinking into thought, I wish I didn't know. The teacher concluded, that's all for today. Study for the test in 2 weeks. Students left, buzzing. So cool. What's cool? What's up? Tell me. Giamma, confused. What's happening? Someone's voice startled him. Is that him? Checking his phone. May 5th. Right. Today's when students gather and gossip. He won't join our class, right? Obviously, he'd be in star class. Following the crowd, if I recall, today's when he enrolls. Eyes widened in shock, confirming his suspicion. The world's protagonist appeared, Lion Van Ren, a handsome youth charming everyone. The first crack in 700 years of peace emerged. What an annoying face. As mentioned, every girl in this game falls for Lion. If this were an adult game, he'd be dead before facing the Demon King. The girls smitten include Du Cho Zamura, granddaughter of the Spear Saint, Sakir Rajo, daughter of the Bow Saint, and Abel von Nibelung, granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. All the main female characters are charmed by him. Infuriating. Yet, Lion Van Ren, the protagonist of Blessing of Miracles, will be among the first to train over the next 3 years. Train is an understatement. It's like being drafted again. I'd refuse to endure it twice. Even Ba Loa Kin only sealed 1 Legion commander. How strong must the Demon King be? No way. Could this story be so wild the protagonist loses? While Lion chatted with others, he glanced at Giamma, startling him. Lion flashed a friendly smile. Like, in a crowded world, we meet by chance. Right, this is Blessing of Miracles. The protagonist will handle it. His face seems trustworthy. I'm convinced. Someone shouted, "Over there," making Giamma turn to look. That evening, at the quiet, gloomy training hall, Giamma swung a wooden sword erratically to hone reflexes. Breathing heavily, he examined his arm. As expected, without meeting standards, the blessing won't activate. I must reach a certain swordsmanship level. As he pondered, Chloe approached shyly. Did I do something wrong that day? Giamma froze, nearly lost my head. Wanting peace, we've got 3 years together. I need calm at this school. He replied, Nah, it's nothing. Relieved, Chloe asked, Really? Sighing, Phew, good. Giamma thought, what's her real personality? Unconscious, she wielded that sword. A sad blade, crying for help, yet brimming with killing intent. She's more dangerous than the Mao brothers if she wants to kill. Chloe spoke. Kong Giamma, can I treat you to dinner again? Just to thank you. I'm not as good a cook as you. Dinner triggered memories, nearly died. Damn it. Eat or drink what? Her hopeful eyes softened him. That looks worrying. Refuse, and it's awkward. Accept, and I might be in a morgue by tomorrow. An idea sparked. Cheerfully, Chloe, this might sound odd, but instead of dinner, can you help me with something? Help you? She asked. Yeah, I can't think of anyone else, he said. Excited me? What is it? Scratching his head. Can you teach me swordsmanship? I need a teacher anyway. Good excuse. Chloe's terrifyingly strong. Since that day, I've only thought about survival before bed. Useful. As he mused, Chloe, in new attire, approached, smiling. When do you get here? I was waiting over there. Giamma replied, Just arrived. You? Her eyes sparkled. Me too. What time is it? 6:30. Confused. Didn't we agree on 8 o'clock? Staring. She's acting weird today. Noticing his gaze, something wrong? Quickly, no. But his eyes lingered on her toned waist. Didn't notice before. Always in uniform, but now I see her abs and muscles. No wonder she's strong. Still cute, worth appreciating. Holding out the wooden sword. Here, take it. Surprised, I thought we'd use real swords. Shocked, real swords for training? Not a death match. Still reeling, training's just training. Wooden swords prevent injuries. Chloe laughed, shifting to a kind demeanor, surprising him. Her vacant gaze fixed on the wooden sword. With one swing, Giamma flinched. How strong is she? It's like she sliced the air. Gotta be careful. Checking his status. Stats are fine, physical growth steady. Is this normal for blessings? Do they just enhance skills? Or is there more? What's the requirement? Chloe, seeing him stare into space, asked, What's up? Did I scare you? Oh, sorry. Only I see it. She probably thinks I'm an idiot. Calming down. First session, go easy on me. She nodded, sure. Raising his sword, shall we start? They began. In his past life, Giamma lived by believe only what you see. Mastery required more than blood and sweat, rebuilding his body entirely. Adapting to the academy stemmed from youthful lessons. Closing his eyes, hands sweaty, stance awkward, he focused on precision. Chloe charged, startling him, so fast. Insane. She aimed for his neck, he barely dodged. Cursing inwardly, I said go easy. Her cold eyes pressed on. Training's like a real fight. Seconds later, Giamma faltered, hands trembling. Why's this so heavy? I'll block and strike. But Chloe leaped above him. Damn, even faster? Was that a feint? Raising his sword, it cracked under her force. Pushed back. How does she keep attacking? She pressed relentlessly. Each hit's earth-shattering. One blow could kill. I'm at my limit. No chance to counter. A piece of wood broke off. Chloe calmed, surprised at her strength. Broke the sword of the guy I like. Damn it. Flustered, I'm sorry. I meant to go easy, but I broke it. Are you mad? A light glowed around them. Chloe's eyes widened. The sword. Giamma's system flashed. Weapon doesn't meet conditions. Weapon damaged. Error occurred. Forced self-adjustment initiated. Humanity reduction. Sword God's blessing activates intensely. His expression turned terrifying, exuding powerful killing intent. Weapon equipped, conditions met. Weapon destroyed, error occurred. Suppression used to adjust player's personality. Humanity decreasing. Sword God's blessing activated. In some alternate dimension, a chef appeared with a monologue. Where am I? A kitchen? Was I dreaming? Right, I was prepping fish. Time to work. He thought. Haven't used this knife in ages. Let's try it. What? Can't select it? I'll use this one then. But, even this small knife won't work? A voice echoed, don't worry. Keep choosing. Only the sashimi knife left. But holding it hurts like hell. The voice asked now? Gripping it. The chef said, weird, no pain at all. Feels comfortable. The voice urged, good. Go ahead, cut it. Hands moved like a puppet. All right, let's create a masterpiece. Back in reality, killing intent surged. Giamma stood frozen, silent, eerily still. Chloe, confused, Giamma, you okay? Say something. He seemed elsewhere, looping back. Suddenly, with glowing green eyes, he lunged at her, attacking. A terrifying aura enveloped them. Chloe panicked. Say something. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Giamma didn't stop. Chloe was hurled 10 meters, crashing into a wall, stunned, spitting blood. Just now, he was like a different person. As she processed, Giamma struck where she'd been, unleashing a powerful blow. Chloe dodged backward. Giamma, maddened, eyes full of killing intent, body out of control. Planting her wooden sword, his attack stunned me. I can barely move. What's wrong with him? I don't understand. I have to stop this. Struggling, Giamma, stop. He charged again. Facing the inevitable, I can't dodge this. Weakly, please, stop. Wake up. But he rushed forward. Desperate, Giamma. In the chef's dimension, Teacher Kim muttered, what's with this fish? Keeps dodging. Weird type. Can it talk? Hallucination? A cry rang out. Giamma, wake up. Seeing his reflection in the knife, right? Where's Giamma? Instantly, the chef became Giamma. I am Giamma. Chloe's image appeared, pleading, Giamma, wake up. Back in reality, the wooden sword was lodged in the wall. In the critical moment, Giamma had thrown it and snapped awake. Chloe, trembling, shielded her head, terrified. Her first real shock. Her eyes slowly opened, dazed by Giamma's handsome face. He looked at her warmly, gently supporting her waist. Tapping her head, let's stop here today. Confused, replaying the knock, she stammered, you okay? Waving, smiling, thanks for training. Heading back, he left as Chloe struggled to speak. Outside the training hall, Chloe walked, clutching her arm. Since the placement test, I knew Giamma's a martial genius. Not just strength, but something bizarre. His killing intent is unreal. I couldn't block him. It's not technique, it's instinct. Even using my full blessing, I'm no match. With a half-broken wooden sword, he pushed me back. I knew he was strong, but a figure blocked her path. You look happy. Chloe noticed someone with her hair color, calling Chloe. Character info, second year, common class, Knox auditor. Looking closer, Brother Knox? Adjusting his mask, after enrolling, you're hanging with lowlifes? Defensive, don't call Giamma that. Knox continued, Giamma, huh? Keep involving him, and the auditor clan will eliminate him. Unfazed, Chloe brushed past. Even the whole clan can't beat him. She left without another word. Knox muttered, Giamma. Meanwhile, Giamma reflected, I need clarity. My power isn't a blessing or divine gift, it's a curse. To avoid relying on the god's blessing, I need a better weapon. But this power wants to control me. No discomfort, just ease fueling wild ambition and bloodlust. In that unconscious state, the curse puppeteered me. Whispers urged me to kill obstacles, grow stronger, destroy everything. I can't let it control me. Chloe's scream revived my humanity. I realized I'd crossed a line. Giamma. That name unified my fractured soul. Everything connected. The sword grew stronger. If I kill mindlessly, I'll fall to the demonic path, losing myself. Chloe brought me back, restoring my faith and humanity. She broke the wooden sword, triggering my demonic outburst. It's frustrating, but I'm grateful she woke me. I want to thank her sincerely. I still can't control my state. When will the demonic side erupt again? I need to reflect and counter this. Who'll wake me next? Sword God's blessing is powerful but costs lifespan. In this world, it follows those rules. It's my skill. I can't discard it, so I must adapt. I can't ignore it. I want a peaceful life here, but it's not simple. Issues so far are small but unresolved. I'm starting to sense something in me, taking my sanity, pushing me to the demonic path, making me violent. It's not a divine blessing. It's a curse, craving my body. Though powerful, I must use it cautiously. 3 days later, the classroom buzzed as usual, nothing out of the ordinary. Chloe chatted with a friend nearby. The friend enthused, yesterday was epic. You should try it. Chloe replied, yeah, I'll check it out later. But her eyes betrayed a hint of sadness and worry. Since that day, Giamma hasn't shown up for 3 days. His seat's empty. I don't even know how to contact him. Why didn't I ask? I went to his dorm, knocked, but only heard groans of pain. I wanted to break in but feared he'd hate me, so I left. I love how he looks lost in thought, chin in hand. I've stolen so many glances, but I'm scared he'll think I'm a nuisance, so I'm cautious talking to him. At first, I thought I was drawn because he protected me, but that's just an excuse. Muttering, I want to see him. The next day, teacher Lubian stormed into class, barking quiet. You're students of a prestigious academy, yet all you do is bicker? Due to the rain forecast, training's replaced with self-study. Noticing something, Giama's still absent? He must have a reason. A true teacher trusts and waits. He shouted, study. The class chorused, yes. A student whispered, this teacher's grumpy as hell. Lu spotted a figure, who's entering during class. Eyes widened as a student ascended the stairs, step slow, gaze icy. The protagonist finally returned after an unexcused absence. Giama's bad boy charm shone, his hair edgier with smoky streaks, effortlessly cool. Chloe, most shocked, stood, stammering, Kong Giama. Ignoring her, he addressed Lu. Sorry for being late, sir. Surprised, Lu replied, no problem. Take your seat. Giama's actions and Lu's leniency stirred whispers. Isn't he a special student? He wasn't like this before. He looks hotter now. Silence resumed. Training had transformed Giama into someone colder, enigmatic. After self-study, students left, chatting, let's eat. I'm starving. That hungry, huh? Chloe approached Giama timidly. Hey, Kong Giama. He turned. Yeah, Chloe? Worried. Did something happen? You've been absent. I thought something was wrong. Was it our training? Pausing, he smiled. Just a bad cold. Thanks for worrying. His radiant smile sent Chloe's heart racing, dazed. Blushing. Good to hear. Giama reflected, suspicious, 3 days of mental torment, like an addict. I locked myself in. No food, no water, buried in bed, praying the convulsions would stop. The cost of using power with a broken weapon far exceeds any pain I've felt. But that's not the strangest part. My body's the same, but my face is colder, some hair white. Clearly, the blessing's punishment. Noticing Chloe's guilt, she was my last sparring partner. I need to ease her mind. You invited me to dinner last time, right? Let's eat tonight. Shocked, blushing. What? Really? Me? Dinner? He nodded. Yeah, but I want to try your cooking. Chloe jumped, ecstatic. Of course. I'll do it. I'm so excited. She's happier now. Chloe continued. So, what do you like? I'll make it. Giama replied, haven't eaten in a while. I'm craving. Last time at your dorm, I threw up. No, it was too expensive, so I haven't eaten since. Sensing something, he stared at a plant pot, scanning around, then locked eyes with someone. Chloe, puzzled, followed his gaze. What are you looking at? A figure leaned against a wall, arms crossed, eyes sharp enough to devour. Chloe froze. Giama noticed. Someone you know? She stared at her brother, missing his question, piquing Giama's curiosity. He approached the figure. Their eyes clashed with killing intent. Giama spoke. Got something to say? Stop staring. The figure's eyes shifted from green to red, chilling. What's with that look? Chloe stepped between them. Giama, ignore him. To her brother, I told you not to come. Why are you here? Giama noted. Her brother? Her voice is sharp but trembling, clearly scared. Nox auditor spoke. He doesn't look strong. You broke auditor rules for this guy? Chloe bit her lip. Auditor or not, it's none of my business now. Nox pressed. Bloodstained hands can't be cleaned. Born an auditor, you're its slave forever. Giama mused. She speaks modern. He's like a period drama. They're like water and fire. Nox insisted. Ditch this weakling and return to auditor. Chloe snapped. Don't talk about Giama like that. An endless argument erupted. Giama observed. Intense killing intent. Good thing everyone's gone. I'm used to this. The Auditor Clan, assassins handling dirty jobs in the game. They appear mid-story, weak in direct combat but thrive in darkness. Their kids train as killers from childhood, growing into agile, powerful assassins. So Chloe's an auditor. Explains her quirks. She's a killer, taking lives like candy. Her brother's a true auditor assassin. Competition's fierce, so their treatment makes sense. She came here to escape, to live normally. But like my cursed blessing, born into an assassin clan, she can't just choose her path. Her life's set as an emotionless killing machine. Cruel. I'm no hero, nor do I want to be. I can't save the world, but I can help her. Stepping forward, what's your deal? Let me talk to him. It's what I can do for her, what I want. The curse, like the blessing, is my burden. May it work when I need it. To Nox, you're Nox, right? No escaping these chains. I need Sword God's blessing. Heaven or hell, I'll face it. No matter the pain, I won't give up. If I can't run, I'll move forward. Embrace it. I'm Kongjiyama, Kong for sword demon, Ma for demon. As a swordsman. Gliding past, coldly, follow me. Let's talk. Meanwhile, in Professor Liu's office, he sat pondering Jiyama's earlier demeanor. Something's off with that kid. His face was different. A woman burst in. Senior. Why so worried? You're balding more. Liu snapped. Don't touch my head. Flustered. Sorry. A phone rang. Liu answered. Common class instructor, Liu Bian. Urgent matter? The woman thought. It's a wig. Makes him cuter. Liu gasped. What? Subspace? What happened? A student signed up for combat? Who? The reply. Kongjiyama. Opponent. Nox auditor. Shocked. What? The subspace was ready. The door opened, and the countdown began. Jiyama sat in the waiting room, 15 minutes until the subspace match starts. I thought this would be complex, but it's surprisingly smooth. He recalled the principal's words. If you're serious, be careful. Subspace doesn't cause physical wounds, but mental scars remain. Winning is what matters most. Combat sounds echoed into the waiting room. Watching others fight teaches a lot, but these matches are brutal. I tried staying low-key, but now it feels pointless. Leaning against the wall, brooding, Chloe approached and sat beside him. Startled by her overly emotional expression, Jiyama saw tears streaming down her face, clearly worried and blaming herself. Fighting her brother was unexpected. Awkwardly, Chloe, it's not your fault. I have the weapon you gave me. Don't worry. Silence enveloped them. Seconds later, Chloe said sadly, my brother's really strong. Jiyama reassured, I sparred with you, so I know a bit about your family's moves. Still anxious, don't underestimate him. He's a genius in auditor history. No one in our generation matches his shadow weapon control. At 14, he became a Nightshade assassin. Nightshade assassin? Sounds dangerous. No matter how I avoid it, this is my only choice. I'll fight with everything. Recalling his master's words, you were born to wield a knife your whole life. Even in this life, I can't escape fighting with a sashimi knife. The loudspeaker announced, the subspace match begins. Selected students, enter the arena. Jiyama grabbed his two knives, bidding Chloe, I'm going in. Her distressed eyes blamed herself. Firmly, Chloe, no matter what, this world has many combat geniuses at any time. But here, now, I'll win this. He strode into the subspace. The subspace door opened, blinding light forcing Jiyama to shield his eyes. Standing in the empty arena, he felt small. Cheers erupted from the stands. Win it. We've waited for this. Jiyama smirked. In the arena, cheered on. I feel like a real warrior. Exhilarating. Noticing the star class in the crowd, including all the game's protagonists, Abel watched intently. Excited but nervous. I'll do fine. Nox snapped. You mocking me, punk? Using a kitchen knife against me? You're dead. His wild killing intent choked Jiyama, who retorted, think a master like me needs a legendary weapon? A kitchen knife's enough. Jiyama's arrogance enraged Nox, damn you. I'll split your head. See if you keep talking. You'll get your wish soon. Eyeing Nox's sharp sword, a rank S auditor weapon. Twin blades with their signature assassin aura of Black Fong, one of the game's strongest moves. Intense killing intent. I need to watch for surprise attacks. Rank S weapons deal massive damage with lightning speed. Dodging will be tough. The announcer declared, both fighters ready. Subspace will deploy defensive magic. May the gods' blessings be with you. They charged, eyes sharp as blades, evenly matched. Jiyama's system updated. War God's Blessing activated. Sword God's Blessing activated. Divine blessings are with you. Spectators gasped. What kind of fighting? I can't follow. They're so fast. How's a common class student that quick? The subspace battle raged intensely, with dazzling sword strikes flashing. Retro Zamura exclaimed, their speed's insane. Abel, surprised by the weak student he's fighting at this level? Both are formidable, equally talented. Swords clashed relentlessly, lightning fast. Nox pressed Jiyama, his strike shattering the ground. Not bad, but can you dodge this? He unleashed triple Blackbird, a surge of killing intent. Jiyama, shocked by its speed, couldn't react. Engulfed by the dark aura, Nox gloated. It's over. As the dust cleared, Jiyama stood firm, the ground around him shattered. He dodged. Spectators chattered. Second years dominate. The first year with a kitchen knife just dodges and runs. Second years are always stronger. Abel mused. Seems that way, but not quite. The second year assassin dominates, but the first year dodges skillfully, waiting for an opening. Nox, frustrated, admitted, Chloe was right. He's not ordinary. Damn, I used Black Fong Guardian to boost speed, yet he dodges easily. Speed alone won't do. I need to predict his moves, cut him off with precision. One hit, and he's done. That kitchen knife blocks my rank as swords? Infuriating. Jiyama dropped his knife. Nox demanded, "What's your game?" Silent, Jiyama showcased his skill, aiming the knife at Nox, its intricate patterns gleaming. Nox focused, unnerved. Jiyama's gaze, sharper than his blade, unnerved him further. That stance is taunting me? You dare mock me in this fight? You're begging to die. Killing intent blanketed the arena, an invisible weight. Nox's eyes blazed, icy with death and rage. With Shadowfang, you're dead. This ends now. No one survives Crimson Slash. Jiyama, cold, just wait. A blinding light radiated. I want a normal life, but unwanted fights drag me in. Against his overwhelming aura, I've found a way to fight effectively. Curse or blessing, it's my privilege. I can control my body, wielding techniques flawlessly. I must stay calm. Though the curse urges madness, I'll master my mind. If I can't escape the divine blessing, I'll fight for my life. Suddenly, a crack sounded from Nox's arm. He'd lost it, unnoticed. Jiyama had streaked past like a missile, leaving dust. The crowd was stunned. Blessing or curse, its value shines here. My peaceful future may break, but the storm's just beginning. Jiyama unleashed a flurry of slashes at Nox in an instant. Nox, eyes blazing with rage and humiliation, barely managed. You bastard. Before his head was severed with a single flick of Jiyama's finger knife. Too fast, too deadly. The subspace activated its barrier, a dark shroud enveloping the arena below the stands. The crowd froze, unable to believe their eyes. As the barrier dissipated, Nox was restored, unharmed physically but mentally shattered. His world collapsed in a blink. Jiyama sheathed his knife, the sword god's blessing deactivating. Even the top star class girls were stunned, a first-year common class student defeating a second-year so decisively. The loudspeaker blared, combat space concluded. Jiyama glanced at the stands, expected reaction. No turning back now. This knife's for gutting fish, but cutting a person feels awful. Good thing it's a virtual space, not reality. This space's quality isn't bad. Nox, sweating and seething, he's strong, like Chloe said. His combat experience is real. But with that much killing intent, who wouldn't dodge? Must be his blessing. The announcer continued. Winner, first-year common class, Kong Jiyama. A special first year defeated a second year. Jiyama sighed. Sounds like free advertising. Oh well, this is my path. I'll endure. The next morning, the fight's aftermath lingered. Whispers spread. He's from Auditor, right? No wonder he's strong. Yeah, but a first year, Kong Jiyama, beat him. His name echoed everywhere. Abel, chin in hand, stared out the window. Kong Jiyama. It's all anyone talks about. Shocking, but true. When Nox's arm fell, I couldn't track his speed. Unreal swordsmanship with 2 kitchen knives. As a swordmaster's granddaughter, I'm confident in my skills, but I'm misjudged. That strong with just a knife? Realizing something, Abel connected their chance encounter. I'm still curious who beat me for top rank. Next time, I'll defeat him. Grandfather said he seemed weak. Our family rule is strength, self-discipline, and kindness to the weak. This year's top rank. I didn't know. It clicked, it's him. He's the top rank I'm after. Furious, fists clenched, it's obvious. He outclassed me. What was he thinking when he looked at me? Losing composure, she slammed the table. What was he thinking? Rachel Zamura, startled awake. What? What's going on? You crazy? Abel, flustered, sorry. Nothing. Rachel pressed, really? Something's up, right? Abel dodged, just haven't trained, feeling sluggish. Suspicious, what's with that secretive face? Abel insisted, I'm not hiding anything. Rachel pushed, spill it. What's up? Hungry? Forgot your weapon? Need the bathroom? I said no. Oh, you got a crush? Abel froze, damn it. Her face reddened. Rachel laughed, haha. Really? Miss Abel has a teenage crush? Thought you weren't into romance. Abel stammered, it's not like that. Rachel, curious, who's the guy? Must be special to steal your heart. Let's see. Lion? Yeah, that handsome face. Abel's expression remained cold. Rachel mused, Abel's competitive with Lion. Maybe the special student from yesterday's dojo? Abel's hair stood on end. Rachel hit the mark. Grinning, perfect aim today. Found something fun. Grabbing Abel's hand. Let's go, Miss Abel. Confused, where? Rachel, to common class. They arrived at common class's door. Rachel shouted, hey, common class. Mind if we interrupt? Their arrival shocked everyone. Rachel strode in. There's the second and fourth ranks. Spotting her target, She climbed onto a desk. Where's the black-haired guy? Yo, black hair, where you at? A green-haired student snapped. Climbing on desks is too much. Rachel flashed a charming smile. Winking, it's cute, let it slide. He blushed, speechless. Abel sighed, face-palming, so extra. Rachel spotted Giamma, but next to him sat another girl. Girlfriend? No problem, makes it fun. Adjusting her hair, loosening her tie. This'll be interesting. Chloe, laughing moments ago, paled. Rachel leaned close, whispering in Giamma's ear. Chloe froze like a statue. Abel, too, was shocked by Rachel's boldness. Rachel perched on the desk. Hey there. Giamma stirred, sleepy, drooling. Rachel's curvy figure, S-shaped, full-chested, hit him. She cooed. Oh, you're awake? You're Kong Giamma, right? Didn't recognize you at the dojo yesterday. Rachel? Why's she here? She leaned closer, flirting. Up close. You're really handsome. Giamma sensed danger. What's this? Bad vibes. My instincts screamed trouble. As her finger neared his face, Chloe grabbed it. Icy. Sorry. Who are you? The air reeked of searing jealousy, sharp and unbearable. Caught off guard by Chloe's sudden move, Rachel flashed a cryptic smile and flicked Chloe's hand away. Giamma, observing, flinched. Anxiety crept across his face. Is this danger? Chloe's instinct screamed alarm. Giamma muttered, What's this? She's holding a paper knife? Unease etched his expression. A fight in class? Never saw this in the game. Why's everything changing? Abel rushed forward, grabbing Rachel's arm, shouting, Rachel, what are you doing? This is their class. It's dangerous. Rachel turned, teasing. What's wrong, Miss Abel? Just saying hi. Anything rude about that? A spark lit in Rachel's mind. She approached Chloe, gently patting her head. Both lost their initial composure. Rachel taunted, Kid, interrupting adults is rude. Children shouldn't do that. Smirking and playing with knives is dangerous. Got it? Innocent girl? Chloe, provoked, lost control, extending the paper knife's blade. Rachel turned away. Let's continue our chat. Suddenly, Chloe slashed forward, the blade glinting toward Rachel. Giamma and Abel, nearby, froze in shock, eyes wide. Rachel sensed the danger, spinning swiftly. A splash of red, tomato juice from a spilled bottle on the desk. Someone griped, it's ruined. Be careful opening it. Another retorted, if I opened it slowly, you wouldn't notice me. Annoying. Back to the confrontation, Rachel grabbed Chloe's wrist, halting the attack. Smirking, TCH, I thought you only had strength to match that tiny frame. Didn't expect speed too. Are you really a kid? She tightened her grip, immobilizing Chloe. Abel shouted, Rachel, stop. Rachel, losing interest, lightly pushed Chloe back. Chloe stumbled, flipped midair, and landed deftly on both feet, impressing onlookers. Giamma remained indifferent, eyeing Rachel. The Spear Saint's family excels in close combat spear techniques, direct descendants of the Spear Saint. Terrifying strength. Their motto, before absolute power, all techniques are useless. A star-class student, 4th ranked, granddaughter of the Spear Saint. Rachel teased, is this your girlfriend? Giamma, cold, no. His icy gaze at Chloe unnerved him. Why's her stare always so chilling? Stop looking at me like that. What a hassle. To defuse, she's just a friend. Best answer for now. Rachel crossed her arms, silent. Giamma thought, what's her deal here? Is something brewing? Glancing at Abel, right? Why's she here? Too focused on Rachel earlier. Regaining composure. Why are you two here? Rachel, unabashed, heard Abel likes you, so I came to see who caught her eye. Abel, blushing, waved her hands. When did I say that? Rachel feigned surprise. Wasn't that why we came? Thought you followed to see him. Cornered, Abel stammered. But trailed off, embarrassed under staring eyes. The classroom grew tense, whispers rising. Did you hear? They fought. Abel was loud. What's going on? Abel, awkward, turned away. No, misunderstanding. I didn't say we should come. Giamma, hearing clearly, stayed cold, then go back. No one spoke or left. He declared, if there's nothing important, you can leave. His bluntness nearly made Rachel snap, but she held back for dignity. Abel thought they'd go, but Rachel leaned close, elbowing Giamma playfully. You're interesting and cute. I like guys like you. Frowning, annoyed, lucky me. I'm boring. I don't need more entanglements. School life's messy enough. Rachel hugged his arm, pressing close. Don't be so tense. How about watching a movie in my room after class? Sweating, Giamma froze. Chloe, unable to take it, shouted, get away from him. Rachel turned, eyes gleaming. What's that, Grandma? Laughing, haha. Precious Giamma. So funny. Listen, miss, it's Giamma. So cute. Helpless. My friend's getting worse. Can't handle this. Abel's aura surged. Rachel. Startling her. Knowing Abel's temper, Rachel stood to leave but turned back. So embarrassing. Glad to meet you, Giamma. See you. She left, leaving chaos. Giamma groaned. Just go already. So annoying. Burying his face in the desk, Chloe asked, What's wrong? Rachel, outside, glanced back. Why so cold to me? Her eyes held regret, mixed emotions. She walked slowly out. Chloe rushed to Giamma, seeing him hide from the stairs. In the hallway, Abel trailed Rachel, slightly down. Rachel mused, didn't expect that. He's terrifying. Cold, but those deep black eyes overwhelm. Why'd I feel like a knife was at my throat? I came to mess with him, but learned something bigger. Recalling her Spear Saint family tradition, marrying exceptional warriors, she smiled. He's ideal. Glancing at Abel, now I see why an invincible queen likes him. Racing ahead, blocking Abel. Sorry. Abel sighed. If you're sorry for that mess, apologize to common class, not me. Resolute, not that. Surprised. What? Rachel, arms crossed. I'm going for Kong Giamma. I won't let you have him. Abel froze, facing a new threat. Elsewhere, Knox awoke from his coma after Giamma's defeat. Dragging in 4 drip, he stormed through the hallway. Kill him. That bastard. An auditor genius, never lost. Would fighting at night change it? Should I kill him tonight? Cold sweat hit, recalling Giamma's deadly gaze. Shoving an injured student aside, move. I'll lead the auditors with this power, defeat him, and bring Chloe back. Charging forward, Chloe's potential rivals or surpasses mine. I'll act now. With our clan's strength and my night techniques, he'll see. He froze, face pale, seeing Giamma. The protagonist, casual, you're here? Minutes earlier, things had calmed down. But in Chloe's mind, old memories surged, Giamma's image stirring unease. Despite regaining some composure, her face darkened like a stormy sky. The irritation stemmed from Rachel's earlier closeness to Giamma. Noticing her mood, Giamma thought, she looked sad and annoyed. How'd she pull that knife so fast? Chloe muttered, damn it. How dare she act like that with Kong Giamma? Lost in thought, a voice startled her, Chloe. Recognizing it, she switched to a bright smile. Oh, Giamma? What's up? Her 180-degree shift made him sweat. She should put that knife down first. Awkwardly scratching his hand, how's your brother? Knox? Surprised, Chloe calmed, her demeanor normalizing. He's in the academy hospital. Seeing her gloom, Giamma stood before her, mentioning Knox darkens her mood. Do they have bad blood? Their family's weird. Why's he hospitalized? Subspace fights don't cause physical injuries, right? Knowing she triggered the fight, Chloe avoided his gaze. I haven't visited, so I'm not sure. No physical wounds, but I heard he was admitted right after. Smiling, he'll be fine. Don't worry. Giamma's face fell, heavy with guilt. I slashed him repeatedly, but could a few cuts cause mental trauma bad enough for hospitalization? Wait, is he faking to catch me off guard for a night ambush? The thought made him wary. Patting Chloe's head, making her blush, he asked, know his room number? A gentle head pat reduces Yandere vibes and builds rapport. Startled but calming, yeah, I know. In Knox's hospital room, his eyes widened at Giamma's arrival, stammering. Giamma's icy gaze jolted him. Holding an apple, can I eat this? Fear gripped Knox, he's already eating it. He looks fine. Giamma mused, auditor clans loaded. Huh? Top-tier private room, filthy rich. Knox steadied himself. How did you? Panic hit as Giamma reached for a knife. Here to assassinate me? Giamma gripped it, but only to peel the apple, slicing with precision, peels falling like orange rinds. Knox's mind reeled. How's he so good at peeling? In under 30 seconds, Giamma finished, placing the apple on a plate. Standing, passing Knox, if you can't eat normal food, at least have this fruit. Knox froze at the cryptic words. His assassin instincts flared, clutching a hidden knife, challenging me? I could kill him now. At the door, Giamma stopped, turning. If you plan revenge, I'll wipe out the entire auditor clan myself. The heavy threat stunned Knox. As the door closed, he stared at the perfectly sliced 8-piece apple, collapsing in fear. Outside the hospital, Giamma walked, reflecting, Knox's mental damage is severe. I left a warning to avoid trouble. Honestly, I'm wary of the auditor clan, continent's top assassins, full of dangerous figures. My threat was bluff. I can't back it up. With Painless Blessing's protection, I last 30 seconds, maybe taking down 10 people, but that's theoretical. Best to minimize damage and casualties. Under the moonlight, this moon's beautiful, but only without prior tragedy. I ruined a genius. I'm facing a relentless storm, pulled into unavoidable events. Reflecting, maybe I mishandled things. I'm exhausted, losing control. Nox isn't my concern now. Rachel's the biggest issue, the female character I want to avoid most. I don't need her entanglement. In the game, Rachel always pursued her crushes aggressively. Shifting focus to the midterm exam, a major test of individual and team skills, he checked his phone's item list. Need a new weapon to extend combat beyond 30 seconds. This test is critical. Strong teammates make it easier. Teaming up boosts collective and personal growth. Every role matters if I keep up. With luck, good teammates simplify things. The test involved D-rank monsters, Manhwa, half-human, half-fish creatures walking on two legs, among the game's ugliest. Not just facing, but seeing them up close. Used to catching fish, now fighting walking fish? Not fun. Jokingly, if they were mermaids, it'd ease the stress, but I don't want a nosebleed mid-battle. Sitting on a roadside bench, I remember now. Manhwa are demonic humans, fighters of the Demon Legion. But they're just grunts, not true demons. Still, they're a challenge for the exam. The quiet surroundings soothed him, peaceful as it should be. This world's history is war. Nights here are calm, perfect for reflection. It's been 700 years since the human-demon truce. Small conflicts persist. He recalled the 8 demon beasts, the 6th Legion commander under the Demon King, who breached the truce half a century ago to revive a sealed demon leader. The 6th commander acted rogue. Humanity's strongest heroes fought back, winning after a tense week but losing 3 lives for peace. No major wars followed. The strongest humans only matched the 6th commander? Peace holds for now. Gazing at the moon, this peace wasn't easy. I think of Vogue, who sealed the 1st demon commander alone. His strength is unreal. How strong was he? Still, in 3 years, the Demon Legion will stir. Not just commanders, but the Demon King himself. What then? Worrying's useless. Focus on the midterm. No friends, too reclusive here. My fight with Nox drew attention. Can that help find teammates? Living here, I must accept it. The next 3 years won't be peaceful. Checking his phone, all right. Focus on the midterm. I'm ready. A week later, everyone had teammates except Giamma. No way. No team? I overdid it, and now everyone's scared. His gaze caught Chloe, alone. Since that day, she's been quiet, like a statue. Approaching. Hey, Chloe. Startled, she looked up. You don't have a group, right? Yeah, none yet. Awkwardly, weird, you have lots of friends here. Smiling. I'm fine. As long as I have you. Let's team up? We need 3 more. Her eyes sparkled. Yes. She's a reliable teammate. My goal, kill as many demons as possible. With Guardian God's power for 30 seconds and a shield, I can fight freely. Chloe giggled. So fun. Giamma smiled at her joy. A voice called, Giamma. Rachel bounded over. I'm here for you. Annoyed. Why are you back? Flustered. Just visiting. Why so tense? Chloe's face darkened. Trouble's here. Seeing her paper knife, Giamma recoiled. Retreating. Go back. I'm tired. No time for games. I need to prep for the exam. Rachel, teary. You're so mean. Giamma scoffed at her act. Stop pretending we're close. Rachel recovered. Fine. I get it. So tiring. She slumped on the desk, whining, leaving Giamma speechless. Damn it. Looking up. Oh, right. Got enough teammates for the exam? She wants in my team? Coldly. Not yet. Beaming. Great. Join my group. Let's team up. While Giamma was still dazed, puzzled by the sudden invitation, Rachel approached gently. Her eyes gleamed with an indescribable spark. Slowly, she lifted his chin, snapping him out of his reverie. Flustered and slightly annoyed, Giamma brushed her hand away, asking with a hint of confusion, why me? There are tons of others dying to be your teammate. Rachel flashed a mischievous smile, locking eyes. They're not as interesting as you. Softly, I don't know why, but I have a feeling being around you will be thrilling. After listening, Giamma declared, Rachel, I've decided to team up with Chloe. Rachel smirked, flashing a confident 2-finger gesture. No problem. My team happens to need 2 more. Giamma paused, reflecting. He didn't like Rachel's stubborn streak, but rejecting her could cost him rewards and grades. Guess I'll accept. Recalling an old saying, hate the sin, not the sinner. Glancing at Chloe, he gauged her reaction. She frowned, clearly displeased with Rachel, but after a moment's hesitation, nodded. Giamma turned to Rachel. Firm, you're calling the shots, right? No delays. Rachel pulled out her phone, texting someone, deal. But no backing out. Giamma froze, remembering something. Wait, who's the team leader? Still texting, Rachel replied, oh, it's Leon. You know him, right? He's pretty famous. At Leon's name, Giamma jolted, a heavy feeling rising. Muttering, damn it. After Rachel left, Giamma sat silently, questioning his existence. Did I commit some grave sin in my past life? I spent nearly 30 years filleting fish, yet despite dodging trouble, I'm tangled with these heroin leads. His current prominence was undeniable. They were captivating, hard to ignore. But Leon Van Reinhard was different, the game's protagonist. A strange pressure hit, as if Leon's sharp gaze could pierce through him. Why's my vision blurry? His thoughts churned, unsure of what lay ahead. Every step felt preordained, consequences piling on. He'd tried switching teams to avoid trouble, but Rachel had sneakily added him and submitted the roster. Her mocking voice echoed, think you can escape? Dream on. Furious and near tears, a fight? Should I just take her out? His grip tightened, a new urge rising. But he checked himself. Keep some adult dignity. Chloe laughed at his expression. What's up? You look down. You've been off since that blonde left. Giamma replied, just stressed about teaming with star-class elites. Chloe encouraged, no one in star-class beats you, Giamma. I guarantee it. Embarrassed, thanks. Chloe's in too. Ditching her would be irresponsible. This team's stacked, actually a good setup. Think positive. Chloe, when's the team meeting? Blondie said 6 p.m. at Main Hall Cafe. Giamma nodded, it's almost time. Let's go. They hurried to the cafe. Someone slammed a cup down. Chloe, excited, holy crap, this is good. Giamma, surprised, a green drink for 50,000? Inflation's wild. Sipping his face twisted, bitter. Covering, your Starbucks is decent. Stay mature. Espresso's only 20,000, so I tried it. Horribly bitter. Off-campus shops don't take Academy cards, so I won't come often. His phone buzzed with Rachel's messages. Giamma, where are you? Can't find you. He replied, 5 minutes late already. Hurry up. Rachel, sorry. Haha, had to round up the kids first. Giamma, Starbucks at the meeting room? There you are. The meeting room, door swung open. Rachel chirped, sorry we're late. You guys wait long. Leon entered, followed by a stranger. Leon's flawless face was mesmerizing. Giamma eyed the rough-looking guy behind him, sharp-eyed, cocky. A tough guy? Leon approached, smiling warmly, extending a hand. Hey, great to meet you. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Giamma reciprocated, I'm Kong Giamma. Leon said, your subspace fight was impressive. I'm confident with you on the team. Smooth talk, perfect calm. He's the protagonist I experienced. Sitting down, Leon suggested, let's introduce ourselves. Rachel raised her hand. Leon began, as team leader, I'm Leon von Reinhard, star class. Honestly, I don't know why I'm leader. Not perfect, but let's pass this midterm together. Giamma, uninterested, stared. Damn, look at that face. Life's unfair. Rachel giggled. Everyone knows me, so I'll skip. Next, the other spoke, bold, I'm speed weapon dragon class. I admire heroes. No wonder he's got hero plastered on his neck. That's it. Thought he'd explain his name. Quiet, hero obsessed? That broke some stereotypes. Chloe stood. Hi, I'm Chloe Auditor Dragon Class. Here with Kong Giamma. Thinking of Rachel's allure, she said his name with a fleeting, icy edge but regained composure. Great to meet you all. Her shift startled Rachel. Giamma's turn. I'm Kong Giamma, Dragon Class like Chloe. Leon smiled, pulling out a laptop. With a few clicks, a 3D map appeared. Let's start. At lunch, the instructor gave team leaders this map of Skopali Island, our exam site. We'll teleport via subspace gate, but the island's real. Injuries from demons are real. I'll zoom in. We're assigned the northeast coast. 3 teams, including ours, will hunt demons there. The goal? Kill the most Murma, as their numbers are limited. That's it for now. Questions? Speed raised his hand. Skopali has strong demons. Isn't that risky? Leon, instructors scouted thoroughly, so it's safe. Speed nodded. Chloe hesitated. What about surprise attacks or team conflicts? Leon, the exam focuses on demon kills. Any student conflicts lead to immediate disqualification. Clear? Chloe nodded eagerly. Giamma thought, classic assassin family mindset. Leon concluded, that's it for today. Prepare for the exam. We'll meet tomorrow to discuss combat roles. Clear? The team affirmed. Leon packed up. Everyone left except Giamma and Leon. Awkward. Gotta go. As he moved, Leon called, hey. Surprised, Giamma turned. Hesitant, Leon asked, Giamma, where are you from? Leon awaited Giamma's response, but Giamma stayed silent. After a moment, he realized, what's going on? This feels familiar, like someone asked me this before. But this time, the question seems to mean something else. Where am I from? Is he just curious about my background? Unlike Giamma's anxious expression, Leon's eyes turned cold, narrowing with a dangerous aura. Silence lingered. Giamma, sweating, thought, I don't get his intent. What's behind this question? Just my origins? But it feels different. If that's all, why wait until everyone left to ask? There's a reason. Seeing Giamma's silence and displeasure, Leon spoke. Sorry for the weird question. Giamma, are you, like me? I thought you might be. Giamma froze, like him? What's that mean? Though Korean was the game's common language, not everyone was Korean. Giamma's Korean heritage was known, but Leon, with his Western build, blonde hair, blue eyes, was different. As Giamma pondered silently, Leon broke the tension. Forget I asked. Pretend it didn't happen. Standing, he headed for the door. I'm off. Leaving Giamma bewildered, Giamma suddenly patted Leon's shoulder. Hey, Leon, actually. An unease surged. Damn, I need to ask more. If he leaves, I'll obsess over this all night. I can't stop thinking about it. Another complication hit Giamma. He pressed, Leon. In the awkward air, Leon grabbed his hand. Smiling, I'm from Germany. The answer left Giamma baffled. Releasing his hand, Leon walked out of the cafe, still surprised, his figure fading. Giamma muttered, what the hell was that? Back at his dorm, reaching for his spoon. What just happened? Was I imagining things? I thought he might be from another world too. Crossing his arms, if I consider my transmigration into this game, it's not just me. He's the protagonist, makes more sense for him. I'm just a side NPC. Staring at the knife on his table, with painless and sword god blessings, my senses have sharpened unnaturally since activation. I need to check sword god's blessing. Drawing the sashimi knife, closing his eyes, focusing, Leon's a key piece of this world. His eyes snapped open, startled. Like before, in sword god's focus state, a voice emerged. Hand on forehead. Thinking about this hurts worse than painless blessing can handle. Leon's actions today match his game character. Even a skilled actor couldn't be that natural. Was he really just asking about my origins? If so, fine, but I thought he was like me with that question. Giamma opened the wiki. The clock read 10:28 p.m. Leon van Reinhard, create new entry. No data existed. He's a mystery. Maybe the developers wanted to keep players guessing. Sighing, before, I'd overthink everything. Now, this feels normal. I should stop asking such questions. I'm teamed with him for the midterm. If issues arise, I'll need Comedia's help. Post-exam, if Leon's involved, I'll handle it first. Comedia is just the honorary principal, but she runs the world's top academy. I need to stop overthinking. Strange. Normally, I'd avoid this. But I feel oddly calm. The blessing's effect? A status window appeared. Sword God's blessing. If you slash, all burns. Physical requirement raised from 5 to 7. Mental sword standard. 3. Speech and action slightly weapon dominant. Unlock conditions not met. Synchronization rate from 2.5% to 6.8%. Unlocks at 7%. Note. Shield activates only if blade length is under 35 plus 1 cm and width under 8 plus 1 cm. Things are progressing. Mental and weapon stats unchanged, but physical strength improved from training. For weapon intensity, I'll unlock it with Muramasa. I get these 3 metrics. But synchronization rate? Why is it rising so fast? Almost there. Reflecting? Related to my actions? I barely understand myself. Annoying. No one to ask. A notification popped up. New info. Activation time adjusts based on Painless Blessing usage. Painless Blessing. Activation time from 30 to 40 seconds. Cooldown 12 seconds. Stammering. Wow, 40 seconds. How did it increase? More use, longer duration. Hardships are paying off. Sheathing the knife, laughing, haha. Unbelievable. Feels amazing. 5 days left, Giamma trained physically. For days, another team meeting, Rachel disrupted the serious mood. 3 days, Giamma and Chloe sparred. Her joining surprised him. 2 days, Rachel clung close, panicking Giamma as Chloe's icy gaze and paper knife loomed. 1 day, Giamma built endurance, poised to run, slashing forward, satisfied with his progress. Exam day arrived. The team stood at the arena square, subspace gate ready. Giamma, in uniform, gazed ahead. This is the subspace teleport gate? The dojo's vibe is different. Someone called him. He had his 4 teammates. 3 swords, 1 spear, one flute. Rachel spoke. You're always punctual. Why late today? Recalling the prior meeting, Leon assigned roles. Leon at center, Rachel, melee fighter, at front, speed weapon, support and healer, fourth, Chloe, agile and stealthy, second. Chloe smiled. Morning, Giamma. Sorry, a bit late. Giamma, last, handled support. Leon's role assignments are spot on. Giamma marveled. Wow, weapons too? Isn't that a rank S crescent halberd? 2-meter crescent blade, and Rachel chose it. Rachel smirked, whispering, latecomers pay a penalty. He glanced at Leon's unsheathed double-edged sword and Speed's flute. Skeptical, Speed snapped. What are you staring at? Rachel leaned in. Believe it or not, that flute's a rare rank S healing weapon. Giamma, shocked. Really? That flute? Rachel nodded. Yup, true. In the game, rank S weapons are ultra rare. Even rich kids spend thousands for rank A. This flute looks like a kid's toy. Appearance isn't strength? Or a wolf in sheep's clothing? Curious, Giamma touched the flute. Cool. Speed flinched. Enough. Back off. The announcer boomed. Attention. The 2034 midterm exam begins soon. You look ready. Rules are clear, so I'll be brief. If it's dangerous, run. You're not heroes, just students. Don't trade lives for grades. To withdraw or if injured, contact your instructor anytime. As Instructor Lai spoke, Leon checked his watch. It's time. Stay calm. Do your best. Giamma pondered. Chloe approached. Worried? Giamma? Something wrong? Hesitant. I'm so anxious. Scopoly's known for mermaids. Giamma reassured. Instructors confirmed no mermaids. Don't worry. Chloe nodded. Still uneasy. In my hometown, Cecilia, mermaids appeared, tied to the human-demon truce. Even in peacetime, they're rare outside the dark prison. But rumors persist, and mermaids' appearance conditions are unclear. Lai announced, enter the gate. Pushing aside worries, Chloe joined the team. Giamma patted her head. Let's go. Blushing. I don't need to worry. Giamma's here. I trust him. A voice echoed in the dim space. Chloe. 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 She froze, gripping her sword. Giamma shouted, Chloe, you okay? Snap out of it. She jolted. Was I out of it? The team discussed. We can't contact the instructor. Signals cut off in this cave. One member was badly injured. Before them, a grotesque figure emerged, a legendary mermaid, a rare sight, appeared. Minutes before the Merma appeared on Scopoly Island, Giamma's team arrived at the picturesque island. A long stretch of white sandy beach was breathtaking. Yet, the team was nauseous, retching nonstop except Kong Giamma, who seemed fine. Leon, embarrassed, glanced at him. Giamma, you're holding up well? Huh? Giamma replied casually, I rarely get seasick. Leon chuckled, haha. It's not just seasickness. Behind them, a fish-bodied creature emerged, eyes wide with childlike fear. Giamma recognized it. A Merma? Smaller than I thought. It squealed and fled. I overreacted earlier. Foolish. Glancing at his sword, might not even need this. I'm guarding the rear anyway. Leon spoke. At your assigned position, expect adult Merma. These aren't the juveniles we're tasked with. Head to Chloe's scouting point. Following Captain Leon's orders, the team moved through the trees, deeper into the island. Leon cautioned, stay sharp. Giamma, impressed. Leon knows this terrain well. After trekking, they halted. Leon announced, we're here. A flash zipped past, barely visible. Chloe landed impressively. Giamma, amazed, you swung through the trees? Chloe shrugged. Yeah, less noticeable this way. Leon asked, what's the situation, Chloe? She reported, a cave 500 meters ahead. Guided by Chloe, they approached a cave shrouded in trees, its entrance cold and mysterious. Inside, glowing yellow eyes flickered. Dozens of Merma gathered around a blazing fire. Rachel estimated, about 50 to 60, right? Giamma, silent, worth considering. Eliminating this many could secure first place. But the captain prioritizes safety. No outside contact in the cave. Injuries are dangerous. Risk it or take a safer route. Leon's call. Recalling their earlier talk, Leon had assigned roles. Chloe, scout upon arrival. Weapon, support, and heal from the rear. Giamma had teased weapon, still shocked you're a healer. Weapon snapped. What? A hero helps others. You didn't know? Leon continued. Giamma, guard the rear for surprises. Perfect. I'll lead from the center. Attacking is needed. Rachel asked, what about me? Leon replied, you have a special role. Back to the present, Leon decided to tackle the monsters. Rachel, she understood, charging forward. Her sword gleamed as she hurled it into the fire where the merma gathered. Giamma gasped, "What the hell?" While the creatures stared at the sword, Rachel leapt from above, blonde hair flowing, eyes fierce. She grabbed her sword, striking before they could react. "What's going on?" she shouted, swinging her holy sword. A long slash decapitated countless merma. Recalling Leon's plan, Rachel wiped them out. "Can you?" she boasted, "Of course. They're nothing compared to me. I'll take them all." Weapon played his flute from afar, its melody luring the half-human merma. They lunged toward him, mouths agape. Rachel kept slashing, sounds of clanging and slicing mixed with her count, 6, 7, 9, 11. Each kill fueled her excitement. Her relentless strikes hit 24 kills swiftly. At this pace, they'd be eradicated soon. Rachel laughed. "Weapon, thanks for thinning out 25. Giamma, watching, was stunned by her precision. The merma scattered in pieces. Chloe, itching to join, drew her sword, eyes blazing as Rachel stole the spotlight. A precise slash took out 8. 8. She bragged. 2 more charged her, but 2 quick strikes sent them to the afterlife. 2 more. 10. Chloe matched Rachel's pace, both wielding sharp, masterful blades. Leon and Giamma's expressions shifted. Giamma worried. "What's this? Why not stop? Are they competing?" They're slashing without care, ignoring everything. A massive merma appeared, its XXL mouth joining the fray. Expecting a clash between the swordswomen, the beast was shredded into 100 pieces by both. Rachel laughed. "Think you can take us, sweetie? Dream on." To Chloe, "Not bad, kid, you're faster." Chloe retorted, "I killed that one. Don't play, Blondie." They split, attacking separate directions. Giamma sighed. "Good. I thought they'd fight each other." Leon sheathed his sword, no longer poised to intervene, smiling. "We worried for nothing." Giamma nodded. "Yeah, overthought it." 60 gone in a flash. Leon, half joking, "We're teammates. Gotta trust each other." "Done here? Let's move." Decisive, a natural leader. Just a nationality question? A brilliant team effort. Suddenly, a mystical force struck Leon's stomach like lightning. The team froze, eyes entranced. Giamma stayed calm, looking back, a colossal mermaid, exuding oppressive power. Human-like bones covered in scales, slit pupils like a snake, grotesque fingers and toes. The legendary mermaid. Rachel panicked. "Why's a mermaid here?" Weapon added. "Wasn't it scouted?" Giamma, stunned. "What the hell? Thought this was smooth. Damn it. Run or fight?" Fleeing with injured Leon risks team annihilation. One choice left. He shouted, "Rachel, contact the instructor. Report the mermaid." Weapon trembled. "What? No signal." Giamma smirked. "Cut off. No wonder they're panicking. I'm the only one clear-headed." Taking command, Rachel, hold off the small fish. Weapon, pour all healing blessings into Leon. Chloe. She snapped alert. "Go outside. Find nearby students. Tell them to evacuate and get an instructor." Chloe stammered. "But you?" Giamma reassured. "To save the team, we can't carry Leon. Hurry before more merma come." Reluctant. "All right." She darted off like lightning, vanishing. Rachel, about to hold back the merma, turned. "Giamma, what now?" "Got a plan." Seeing him approach the mermaid, she yelled, "What are you doing?" Weapon gasped. "You crazy." Giamma clarified. "Rachel, Weapon, handle the small fry." Rachel shouted, "What's your plan, lunatic?" Closing his eyes, drawing his sashimi knife, he grinned confidently, eyes cold and resolute. "I've always hated small fish, too easy to cut. My real prey's the big one, this fish." The demons wielded a unique power akin to humanity's blessings, magic. A single casual strike from this magic had instantly felled the protagonist, Leon. This was the stark power gap between humans and demons. Even with the sword god's blessing, victory was no guarantee. In the game, defeating magic-wielding demons solo was impossible without a team. Facing a boss designed for group combat alone was madness. But Giamma, cornered, had no choice. Damn it, shameless. He'd crossed a point of no return. Chloe needed at least 10 minutes to return. Only one option remained. In 40 seconds, he had to slay the mermaid. Drawing his sword, urgency steadied, his spirit bolstered by unleashed resolve. His commanding words and actions began aligning with the wielder's intent. Activating suppression, the sword god's blessing ignited. Giamma grinned, exhilarated. "It's been ages since I sliced sashimi for real. May the god's blessing be with me." Meanwhile, Rachel relentlessly cut down smaller merma. One by one, they fell. She cornered them, leaving no escape but death. Channeling strength into her spear, she swung, unleashing a crushing vortex that swept away stubborn stragglers. Exhausted, panting, she wiped sweat with one hand. Weapon watched her obliterate the horde, but saw her fatigue. Though tempted to aid Rachel with his blessing, healing Leon's deep wound consumed his focus. The injury was slowly mending. I knew Kangjiyama was absurdly strong from the subspace fight, but soloing a boss? He's insane. My limbs are shaking just watching. Should I stop him? The beautiful, yet menacing mermaid bared her teeth, sneering at Jiyama. Channeling her energy, she unleashed a sinister whirlpool of magic, attacking furiously. Unfazed, Jiyama charged with a chilling gaze. Analyzing, this mermaid's a demon, using long-range water magic. Ignore the magic. Fish is fish. Get close. Without hesitation, he swung his sashimi knife, eyes blazing with hatred. But as the blade struck, the mermaid's form shifted, dissolving into nothingness. She reappeared, darting toward Weapon. Caught off guard, his face paled. The mermaid grinned, confident in her prowess. But it wasn't that easy. Before she could strike, she screamed in pain. Jiyama had caught up, his slash making her wail. Yet, it wasn't enough to kill. Frustrated, damn, not far enough. Undeterred, he lunged, aiming more butcher knife slashes. But she was faster, diving into the lake. Jiyama landed, seething, damn it. No wonder she's a mermaid. Hard to predict. Targeting the injured? I need to act fast. A voice interrupted. Turning, he saw Weapon's stunned face and realized it was Leon's weak voice. Seeing Leon recover, Jiyama sighed. Smirking, you good? Weapon stammered. I'm fine. Jiyama, keep helping, hero. The word left Weapon dazed. Hero? Epic. Recalling his own words. Justice. Courage. Sacrificing for others. Turning despair into hope. At this top hero academy, no one's shown that potential. So, in Dragon class, I asked Rachel to join this team. As support, it fits. If it's Leon, he'd let me witness the hero I admire. Jiyama thought. Right, Leon's the game's protagonist. Awkwardly. Sorry, you don't seem heroic. Strong, sure, but I'm no hero. Is hero some title anyone can claim? Back to reality, Weapon reconsidered. I didn't expect Kangjiyama to face a mermaid solo, a doomed fight. No one's bold enough to solo a boss. Insane. The mermaid summoned magic fish to attack. She waved, and they charged. Jiyama, unfazed, dodged with ease, smirking, too slow. Sensing something off, he froze. A trap? She grinned triumphantly. But victory wasn't assured. The ground cracked, a pit forming beneath Jiyama. He darted aside. Think you can trick me? Dream on, darling. As he moved, the mermaid spun 180 degrees, lunging elsewhere. Rachel, nearby, shouted, Weapon, targeting him all along. Like a missile, Jiyama pursued, slashing hard. Still not enough. Disappointed, missed again. Focus, Kangjiyama. The mermaid's form weakened. She shifted tactics, reaching for the cave wall. Boom. A beam pierced the rock, soaring upward. Furious, she raged at failing to crush Jiyama's team. Her scream echoed as her magic backfired, striking her. A student gasped, Coach Kim, weird noise over there. A huge explosion and a flash. A strange rain fell. The coach, calm, pack up and move the injured. Probably just thunder. Yes, sir. They returned to the academy. The mermaid's destructive power left a smoking crater. Weapon kept playing his flute, healing Leon. Terrified Murma fled the blast. Rachel, confused, what happened? They're running? Rain poured. Jiyama reflected. Damn, 30 seconds and no fatal blow. Too focused on Leon. The mermaid's bad luck collapsed the cave, burying herself. Is she dead? A surge of power erupted, scattering debris. Not dead yet. The mermaid transformed. Thick scales gone, replaced by smooth skin, her form curvaceous, charging Jiyama. Standing like a god, he calmly commanded, Rachel, the small fish are mostly cleared. Protect Weapon and Leon. Rachel, unsure, stammered, okay. Weapon couldn't believe it. Kangjiyama is really soloing a demon? I thought he was just crazy. I'm witnessing a legend. Jiyama exhaled, finally, full focus. 10 seconds left, overtime. Let's go? Seeing his confidence, the mermaid hesitated, teeth grinding, veins bulging, charging ferociously. Jiyama closed his eyes, sensing. As Sword God's blessing activated, his eyes glowed coldly. Come on, I'll carve you up. Shifting to Chloe's perspective, she raced to find help and warn others of the danger. She didn't know how long she'd been running, but her anxious mind urged, "Faster. I have to be faster. No stopping now." Along the way, she cleared minor obstacles with her weapon. Her legs ached, threatening to give out from the desperate sprint for aid. Giamma's parting words echoed, "Chloe, get the instructor." He was stronger than anyone she'd met, yet he avoided fights, drawing his blade only when forced. I trusted his judgment and left as he asked. But a mermaid. If only I were stronger. A tremor from Giamma's location hit her, unease surging, an explosion. Fighting already? Please survive. While running, she tripped on a vine, her balance faltering, body lurching forward. With one foot, Chloe adjusted, regaining stability. She couldn't stop under the rain. "I can't fall." Tears fell in despair. "I have to save him." Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "Anyone, please. Is someone there?" Running aimlessly, she sensed something nearby, faintly visible. Shadows blended with the scenery. Signs of life ahead. My senses are off. I can't tell. Anxiety spiked. Friend or foe? Why Myrma now? Drawing her sword, she slashed forward. A blade parried from behind. She'd attacked a person, Aben. Uncontrollable, Chloe stammered. "People." "Thank goodness." "Sorry." She collapsed before Aben's group. Confusion crossed his face. His teammates were baffled. A light brown-haired boy remarked, "What was that?" A girl added, "A sneak attack? Why'd she charge?" They stared at Chloe, sprawled out. "Crazy? Call her out. Can't let this slide." Observing closely, Aben recognized her angry expression from meeting Giamma in class. He told his team, "Wait, she looks familiar." Chloe's consciousness faded, strength drained. She gasped, Save. Giamma," before passing out, leaving everyone stunned. Silence fell. Back with Giamma's group, Weapon watched him fight, incredulous. Will I ever see anything more shocking? He's like a master chef slicing fish on a board, but it's a demon. Not just holding his own, he's dominating. The scene seared into Weapon's mind. I'll never forget this. His speed and precision from the subspace fight, dodging every demon attack, closing in, striking simply yet decisively with clear results. Even Rachel, heir to the Spear Saint clan, had never seen such a display. Shock and doubt crossed their faces. If this continues, he might actually kill the mermaid. Rachel recalled her decision to recruit Giamma, her gaze fixed. Distracted, Rachel shouted, "Weapon." She lunged, pushing him from an unexpected attack. Escaping danger, she snapped, "Don't zone out." "Wanna die?" Still shaken, Weapon muttered, A deep crater formed where he'd stood. Without her push, they'd have lost a member. Regaining focus, I got lost in this unreal scene. It's a magic-wielding demon. Watching Giamma, a kitchen knife against magic, total disadvantage. He's dominating, but what if an unavoidable spell hits? After intense combat, Giamma, sweating, gripped his knife, eyes resolute, facing the demon, humanity's terror. Seeing her attacks fail, the mermaid huffed, raising her hand to conjure a new spell. Ice rain formed, hissing. Droplets turned into needles aimed at Giamma. She lowered her hand, 6 initial strikes zooming in. He dodged amid countless attacks, his sashimi knife showing corrosion. Facing this disadvantage, Giamma unleashed a wide horizontal slash, hitting the mermaid's torso. Her face registered disbelief. His chilling gaze and menacing stance closed in. Her torso caved. The tide turned. She screamed. Giamma slashed again, but unease hit. The mermaid swapped places with lesser Myrma, his strike hitting them instead. Confusion swirled in his mind. Retreating, she channeled power into her other hand, punching her stomach, pulling something out. A glowing orb formed from her mouth, targeting Giamma. Amid the attack and teammates' warnings, Rachel and Weapon shouted, "Dodge, Giamma." Stunned, how can I dodge? A flash erupted, the scene shifting. He stood in a vast water expanse under a clear sky. Where am I? Miraculously standing on water, he touched it. Real water. Pondering, a red glow appeared nearby. Giamma reacted, "Dodge." A voice declared, "Cut complete." Back in reality, a red slash mark appeared in his vision. He drew another sashimi knife, crouching defensively. A leaping slash left a red trail. A shockwave drained a lake, disrupting the magic. Giamma exclaimed, "What the hell was that?" Immediately after, the mermaid's body lay motionless on the ground. Her wrinkled, pale skin gradually became visible. Giamma stood amidst the stench of blood-soaked earth, still gripping the butcher knife tightly, his eyes fixed on the monster's body. Perhaps it was over. But no, a severed piece of her body twitched and convulsed. The mermaid let out a weak groan. Rachel and Weapon stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. They couldn't fathom that Giamma had accomplished something so extraordinary. At that moment, a cold, precise slash swiftly decapitated her, mercilessly. Her head rolled across the ground. Weapon's eyes widened in horror. We actually won. He defeated a demon, alone, and he's just a first year. Right then, Giamma spat out a large gush of blood. Completely drained, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his wounds as blood sprayed everywhere. Rachel shouted, "Kong Giamma," and rushed to him. Leon, having recovered, slowly sat up. Weapon turned, relieved. "Leon, thank goodness." Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps grew near. Weapon, following the sound, worried. Could it be the mermaids who escaped or coming back? But it was Aben and her team. Weapon sighed in relief. "Thank God, you're finally here." Stepping deeper, one of Aben's team members screamed in shock. "Holy crap. What's that?" Before them was a chaotic scene. A cave reeking of blood, the mermaid's body chopped into pieces. Someone gasped, "Damn, that's a mermaid." They couldn't believe it. Questions erupted. Why is a mermaid here? How the hell did it get hacked to pieces like that? That's insane. Ignoring the chatter, Rachel held Giamma, worried about his wounds, calling out, "Kong Giamma, hang in there." Aben, stunned, thought, why are they so clingy? Leon approached, accidentally locking eyes with Aben. Their gazes sparked with tension, but Leon forced a strained smile. Aben, annoyed, thought, your team's teetering between life and death, and the leader's trying to act calm? Hateful. Aben spoke up. "I've contacted the academy. If we're quick, instructors will arrive in an hour." "But what the hell happened here?" Weapon, irritated, replied, "Those damn instructors. They said this cursed island was surveyed, so how did a mermaid show up and cause this mess?" Aben, impatient, pressed, "All right, spill it." Weapon snapped, "Are you ordering me?" Aben shot back, "Why do you always twist things?" "I'm asking. You wouldn't believe it anyway." Weapon relented, "Fine, I'll tell you. It's my specialty." He recounted the story to Aben and her team. After hearing it, Aben marveled. "So, you're saying a mermaid appeared out of nowhere, and Kong Giamma fought and won alone?" Weapon shrugged. "Yeah, pretty much." Aben's mind raced. A first-year single-handedly took down an unannounced demon? My grandfather's legends aren't even this wild. Though it's hard to believe, based on the situation, it's true. They have no reason to lie. An epic tale, descendant of the hero Bao Jie, Quain, and disciple Aaronby. With that background, I was destined to be special from birth bloodline, but I didn't want to be drowned in it, so I worked hard to hone my talent and reach this position. Yet Kong Giamma, a commoner, has such admirable skill. Is the gap in ability that wide? It's a complicated feeling, fear, awe, and respect. Am I just immortal? Aben ordered her team. "Hey, use the blessing to heal him." A girl approached to treat Giamma. Though his body was torn like a corpse, Aben thought, same age as me, and he defeated a demon alone? Unbelievable. Weapon asked, "You said you contacted the academy, right?" Aben, "Yeah, correct. Maybe we shouldn't tell the instructors the full story. They said they surveyed the island." Weapon, "Yeah, something's off. No matter how big Skopali Island is, this cave isn't that hard to find. And yet a demon appeared? It doesn't add up." Before Weapon could continue, Leon interrupted. "Are you saying there might be a demon spy in the academy?" Silence fell over the group. Weapon stammered, "Not exactly, but we can't rule it out. This area isn't hard to find." Like Weapon said, without Giamma, Leon's team would have been wiped out by the demon. But why? In 700 years of peace, despite conflicts, demons have never directly attacked Joe Queen Academy students. This could lead to war under the agreed terms. Aben imagined a terrifying scenario, her hair standing on end. Weapon, perceptive, patted her shoulder. "Aben, I know what you're thinking, but that's a bit far-fetched. Suspecting a spy isn't unreasonable, but it's too early to conclude based on this alone." Leon added, "In this case, we should align our stories. If there's a spy and word gets out that Giamma took down a demon alone, he could become a target. But keeping quiet about what he did feels wrong, doesn't it?" Aben suggested, "Why not consult my grandfather, the Sword Emperor?" With that, the group safely returned to the academy. The sky remained blue, clouds white, sunlight golden, and a breeze blew through the window. Sometime later, Giamma woke, his eyes dazed. He muttered to himself, "A hospital bed?" Lifting his hand, "I'm still alive." Before dying, the mermaid unleashed an almost unavoidable magic attack. But I saw the sashimi knife slice through, and the magic burst like a water balloon. Was that water? What was that feeling? Since activating the sword god blessing, what I've felt is hard to describe. Weakly, he said, "Blessing. A status panel appeared. Sword God Blessing. When you slash, it will cut. Body level, B. Sword usage restrictions loosened. Mental level, B to B+. Speech and actions carry an imposing aura. Weapon level, A. Unlock conditions not met. Synchronization rate, 6.8% to 7.2%. Giam amused. Mental level rose to B+. Not fearing the demon must be due to this effect. It's incredible! Synchronization at 7.2%. At 15%, I'll read the path and unlock the next condition. From the mermaid's magic? Did it unlock then? Lost in thought, the headmaster rushed in, hugging him tightly, choking back tears. Kong Giama. I was so worried something terrible happened. Those damn instructors dared say they surveyed the island. I want to thrash them all. Giama sweated. Headmaster, hold on. Haha, sorry, you're too excited. The headmaster, still talking, rummaged through her pockets. Oh, right, this too. Where is it? I know I had it here. Found it. Take it. Your midterm reward. Muramesa Tungvu, a sword as sharp as a mirror. Stunned by the weapon the headmaster brought, Giama stared unblinkingly. Its basic stats appeared. B-rank weapon, level 25, attack 1670. Seeing his focus, Headmaster Kumda spoke. I hope you'll like it. I was supposed to present it formally, but given the circumstances, sorry about that. Sensing someone's presence, Kumda glanced over, raising her voice. Hey, old man, why so shy? Come in. Giama noticed, seeing himself pointed at, forcing the sword saint to step inside. He adjusted his tone, starting a conversation. Kumdia, how many times have I told you not to call me that? Approaching, Kumdia teased further. A 70-year-old man working like a teenage girl. Seeing their odd expressions, Giama, feeling a strange vibe, asked, Sword Saint, why are you here, sir? With the same purpose, Kumdia explained. We've heard the whole story from your group, Giama. On behalf of the Academy, we apologize. Both bowed to him. The shift in mood left Giama bewildered. Kumda continued. What happened during the midterm exam was the Academy's fault. Without you and your team, everyone there would have been in danger. I, Kumdia Poison, as headmaster of Jo Queen Academy, swear to uncover the cause of this demon incident. The Sword Saint added, You saved those students. Giama, flustered, glanced aside, dodging the praise. I just did what I could. Kumdia went on. Your actions are admirable, but this incident needs to stay confidential until we have a clear investigation. It's ironic for the headmaster to say this, but it's an internal matter. I'm truly sorry, Giama. I should have paid more attention to you. Everyone has their duties and responsibilities. Not wanting things to escalate, Giama smiled. It's fine. Seeing his calm demeanor, Kumda felt relieved. All right. Thank you for everything. The three chatted back and forth, mostly words of concern. Afterward, Kumdia and the Sword Saint left. As their footsteps faded from the hospital room, the afternoon light filtered through the hallway, creating an unusual scene. Walking further, Kumdia paused, looking at the light, and said, Do you remember? The question caught the Sword Saint off guard, a question mark forming in his mind. Without waiting for a reply, Kumda continued. On our first day at the academy, you were sprawled on a chair. I told you to move, and you drew your sword, saying, Don't order me around, grunt. The old story made the Sword Saint reflect. After a moment, he replied, Don't recall. Kumda stared. It's been 60 years already. Time flies. Yet it's not even a fraction of Jo Queen Academy's history. Funny, isn't it? When we joined, the Academy had already existed for ages, a long history, with events big and small. But for 700 years, it's trained and protected students. Comedia's demeanor shifted. Suddenly, the glass barrier outside shattered. A green shield blocked the falling shards. Comedia's face radiated anger. Her eyes filled with hatred. Memories surfaced. Before the midterm, I got reports from instructors saying they'd surveyed the area multiple times. Since Skopali Island is a place mermaids might appear, we were extra cautious. And yet, seeing her change, the Sword Saint wasn't surprised, stepping forward to pat her shoulder. Realizing her outburst, Kumdia turned with a smile. Sorry, I got a bit worked up. The Sword Saint looked skeptical. To lighten the mood, Kumda grinned. That kid Giama's amazing, right? Took down a mermaid alone. The Sword Saint mused. Truly a natural talent. I've seen countless so-called prodigies, chosen ones, fade like shooting stars. Heroic clans crave fame, labeling their kids geniuses the moment they shine. Even my granddaughter, Aben, I forbade using that word. If there's a true genius, it's this kid. With more experience, who knows how far he'll go. Could Giama reach the realm I once dreamed of? He walked past Kumdia without another word, leaving her puzzled. The sword saint added, I'll stay at the academy for a while. Kumdia, unsurprised, smiled. All right. Then help me clean this up. Caught off guard by the task, he replied, No. Kumdia thought, what's with this old man? The sword saint looked back calmly. Things returned to normal. Jiyama reappeared in class, but a trace of sadness and contemplation lingered. The incident of slaying the mermaid on Skopali Island was kept secret, as the headmaster instructed. It's a bit smug, but because I stopped the mermaid, everyone's this cheerful. After leaving the hospital, he went to the academy's forge to enhance Muramasa. With the sword god blessing, it's just a damage-dealing sword, so enhancing it is a must. He presented the weapon. Enhance this for me. The blacksmith replied, Got it. For the 700th anniversary, it's free. Come back in a week. The blacksmith's enthusiasm surged. Jiyama, feeling lucky, said, All right. Hope the enhancement's a complete success. While thinking, a voice called, Jiyama. He turned to see Chloe moving with crutches. She asked, You're out of the hospital? Feeling okay. Seeing Chloe's bandaged leg, he wondered, Why are you here? Chloe laughed. Aha. Ended up like this. But thanks to Speed's quick first aid, the doctor says I'll ditch the crutches in a week and walk normally. She pounded her chest confidently. Still, I'm from the Auditor clan. Hee hee. Seeing Chloe's bright smile, Jiyama was glad, thinking, Seeing you healthy makes me happy. Then he asked, Nothing else happened, right? Chloe replied, Well, I heard the headmaster and the elder council are clashing. Jiyama pondered, but that was thanks to everyone's teamwork. Chloe went for help alone. Rachel fought off a horde single-handedly, Speed weapon supported with healing. But what did Leon do? Just lead and defeat the demon? Or was he ambushed first? The mood was suddenly broken. Teacher Lai appeared at the door, shouting, Everyone, quiet. In a rush, he boomed, Keep order and sit down. Before training starts, I have a sudden announcement. We'll have a new instructor. Let me introduce. The students, confused, widened their eyes as the sword saint walked in, slow and dignified. All eyes locked on him. He stepped to the podium, arms crossed. The students gasped, Is that the sword saint? So cool. Teacher Lai bowed 90 degrees, trembling, eyes darting around. Jiyama, seeing the sword saint, shared the other's expression. What's with him? In another room, someone was attacked, sent flying back, trembling. Sorry. But they were slapped again. The person stammered, Sorry, Miss Kim. Facing them was a sinister glare. Professor Kim, furious, roared, The 5th Legion commander is very pissed. Professor Kim pulled out something resembling a rainbow-colored worm, holding it to her tongue, and said, Why weren't you more careful back then? You really have a knack for pissing people off. The elder, who had just been struck, could only mutter, Sorry. Thinking the matter settled, he was hit again. Professor Kim leaned in close, growling, Try saying sorry one more time. The elder, trembling from the repeated blows, stammered, Hick yes. Professor Kim glanced aside, observing, then continued, Leon, I told you to bring him back with half a life left, and it was that hard? Even if he's a hero candidate, you couldn't let it slide? Bringing along a mermaid and still failing? Because of your basic mistake just now, the Sword Emperor is at this academy. Hearing this, the elder clutched his face, apologizing with a pleading tone. Professor Kim, exasperated, snapped, Are my words just wind passing by your ears? A kick landed square in his face. Seeing himself repeatedly attacked, the elder covered his mouth, not daring to speak further, silently cursing, Damn it. Damn it. A mere teacher dares. By status, this was unprecedented and unacceptable. But Professor Kim leaned down, sneering. So thick with blood, absolutely filthy. She continued, Ridiculous, a mermaid taken down by first-year students. Surprising. But with this year's batch, nothing's impossible. The elder interjected, stuttering, It was one student who did it, ma'am. Professor Kim shot him a cold look. Leon? The elder quickly denied, No, ma'am. Professor Kim was taken aback. Then who? I hate beating around the bush, spit it out. Recalling the incident, the elder lowered his face, hesitating before saying, The one who acted was this year's top student, Kong Jiyama. Professor Kim's face froze, her eyes narrowing as she muttered to herself, Jiyama? The one granted special admission. She raised her hand, purple flames flickering, and said irritably, Is that so? She licked her lips, her eyes glinting as if plotting something intriguing. The flames surged toward the candy bag in her hand, charring it, releasing a burnt smell mixed with sweetness. The next morning, in the academy courtyard, a rhythmic chant echoed, 1, 2, 3, 4. Louder. Teacher Lai led the endurance run for class Lang. Everyone shouted, 1, 2, 3, 4. Chloe sat on a stone bench nearby, her injured leg keeping her from joining, helplessly watching the training but smiling and waving. Keep it up. Unlike the first time, Giamma was getting used to Teacher Lee's pace. His eyes sparkled with admiration for Chloe, thinking, haha, so jealous. They say nothing comes easy. Just when I was catching my breath, a loud voice startled him. So slow. Did you injure your leg in the last exam? It was the Sword Saint, the new instructor. He wore a bright green tracksuit, standing out among the students. Despite his age, he was more energetic than Giamma. The boy quickly replied, no, sir. A mix of surprise and suspicion hit him, thinking, what's going on? Why is he running beside me now? Sword Saint Sifis von Nibelung, Barlowa's right hand, the original Sword Saint, inheritor of the title, humanity's strongest warrior. He trained Leon in swordsmanship during the Second War, a key figure from the middle of the game's storyline. Giamma's face showed worry, silently blaming, please go to Leon. The main storyline's gone off track. Wait, didn't Leon ultimately fail to claim the Sword Saint title? On forums, players wanted him to have it, but no one succeeded. The developers even said, Leon achieving the Sword Saint title is impossible. We apologize for the inconvenience. It was a big deal. Since Leon didn't get the title, is it fine for the Sword Saint to run with me? No way. This is annoying. What do I do now? His unease grew as students stared at him like he was a 4-star general. After running for a while, he stayed quiet, and the Sword Saint spoke. A warrior's foundation is stamina and endurance. No matter how talented, without strong physicality and unyielding will, you're just useless, unable to unleash your hidden potential. Basic training is the foundation for future growth. Don't slack off. Focus. From being pushed by Teacher Lai to now the Sword Saint, Giamma felt a mix of dread and helplessness. Yes. Then louder. Yes, I understand. Seeing his compliance, the Sword Saint glanced over, nodding slightly. Good. He surged forward with lightning speed, tearing through the air pressure, leaving Giamma behind with the whistle's call. Giamma gaped. Is this old man getting younger? Reverse aging? In the game, the Sword Saint was a mysterious figure, rarely appearing. Yet strangely, he not only visited Giamma twice in the hospital, but was now teaching class Lang. After a sweaty session, the Sword Saint gathered everyone, saying, from now on, outdoor training bans personal weapons. He pulled out a bag of new weapons, spears, swords, shovels, shields, everything. The students, confused, had question marks over their heads. The Sword Saint continued, instead, choose a weapon from here and get used to it for the time being. Giamma was shocked. Even a sashimi knife? Other students doubted. My weapon's a family heirloom. A brown-haired male student asked, Sword Saint, I think training with heirloom weapons is better for the future. Why ban them? Expecting the question, the Sword Saint calmly closed his eyes. Good question. But everything needs a foundation. Relying too much on high-grade weapons makes users neglect training, mistaking the weapon's strength for their own. The student, as if hit with a chili pepper, spoke loudly, but shouldn't we get used to them to compensate for weaknesses? Others nodded, thinking he was currying favor. But the Sword Saint replied, no matter how good a weapon is, if the user lacks skill, it's just junk. True masters don't blame their gear. End of story. Giamma flinched, then smiled. Satisfied, exactly, couldn't be more right. Seeing the murmurs, the Sword Saint slammed his staff on the ground, drawing attention. Master basic skills, and weapons will feel natural in your hands. Students proficient with standard weapons will score high in the year-end promotion exam. Hearing the sweet deal, the crowd erupted. Really? Move. I'm first. The pile of scrap weapons was fought over. Giamma stood aside, bewildered. Everyone's so fired up. His words are spot on. I thought he was just a punching bag for Headmaster Comedia's frustration. He approached the remaining weapons, locking eyes on the untouched sashimi knife. But disappointment crept in. If I'd known, he picked it up. The Sword Saint's gaze fixed on him. Sensing danger, Giamma glanced over, but the man stayed silent. Returning to the line, the Sword Saint said, today, to get used to the weapons, we'll spar in pairs. Chaos and worry spread through the air. Seriously? No virtual space? We'll get hurt. Hearing the timid complaints, the Sword Saint explained, you joined the academy to inherit the legacy of Genesis heroes, to become true warriors. Warriors only grow through dangerous real combat training. But pointing swords at each other could be fatal. So, before sparring, I'll demonstrate a match. The crowd buzzed. Awesome. We get to see the Sword Emperor fight. Unbelievable. We've only seen this in VR. Teacher Lai shouted. Quiet. No talking during class. But he too was nervous about the Sword Saint sparring plan, sweating and trembling. I'm Lu Bian, a top academy educator. But in my entire career, I've never been in such a dangerous situation. Even if it's just a demo, my opponent's the Sword Emperor. Mom, I'm sorry, I won't make it home this spring. This might be it. Mustering composure, Teacher Lai echoed the Sword Saint, then froze when he heard. Student Kangjiyama. All eyes turned to him. The Sword Saint's voice rang out. Step up here. A cold, sharp light radiated like morning mist. Cheers echoed across the training ground. The students clutched their swords, glancing at their own blades and then at Sieg's, exclaiming in awe, Incredible! How can you fight with scrap iron? Yet we get to witness Sieg and Jiyama's performance in person. Unbelievable! Jiyama's mood shifted. After assessing the situation, he closed and opened his eyes repeatedly. Thoughts flowed. A master at the pinnacle of swordsmanship is watching me. The air feels heavy, the wind has changed. From his stance, the way he holds his sword, to the angle of the blade flawless. Everything's aimed right at me. Suddenly, Sieg's voice snapped him back. Are your bones steady yet, kid? Without hesitation, excitement surging, Jiyama replied. Yes, sir, they're steady. Sieg's sword gleamed. He said, Then raise your sword. His commanding tone plunged Jiyama into a moment of reflection. Even if it's just a swordsmanship exchange, it's not that simple. Isn't this a bit much? I just got out of the hospital. My body's recovered after rest, but maybe due to the sword god blessing's influence, my instincts crave victory. Yet my reason rejects it. My opponent is Sieg. There's no gentle ending here. If I'm lucky, I lose an arm. If not, my life. Plus, too many people are staring. My mind's spinning. Why isn't my blessing working now? Instinct screams to fight, but I've strayed too far from the original storyline. Thinking of the consequences, I need an excuse to back out. Without delay, he shouted, I'm no match for you, sir. Please sheathe your sword. Of course, the students behind him mocked. Haha, just get thrashed. Coward. The jeering laughter didn't stop. But Jiyama's gaze remained steadfast. They're so carefree saying that, like it's none of their business. Honestly, if I swung my arm, most of them would say goodbye to this world. He stared straight at Sieg, whose forehead veins bulged. Sieg's voice was cold, furious. Not even the pride of a swordsman? How long do you think you'll survive hiding that strength? No matter how talented, you'll achieve nothing. Truly a coward. His voice wasn't loud enough for others to hear, but its chill echoed in Jiyama's ears. No pride as a swordsman? My self-respect. Jiyama's eyes showed discontent, as if questioning himself. First, I've always wanted to be the world's greatest swordsman. Second, I have no reason to drop my blade. He's provoking me on purpose. This atmosphere wants me to run. If I fall for it, I'll regret it forever. Jiyama spread his hand, then clenched it tightly, veins popping on the back of his hand gripping the sashimi knife, a weapon no one had paid attention to before. All eyes turned to him, faces full of anticipation. Teacher Lai rushed over, shouting, Wait, student Kangjiyama. But Sieg raised a hand to stop him, his gaze intense. Looks like you've made your choice. As if waiting for this moment, before everyone's attention, Jiyama declared boldly, Student Kangjiyama requests your guidance. The sashimi knife left its sheath, the sword god blessing activated. A silent void emerged. Their focus sharpened. As their swords clashed, age became trivial. In the pitch-black night, Jiyama's steps advanced slowly. Thud, thud, each sound clear. Sieg assumed a defensive stance, watching him. Thoughts flashed in his mind. At 70, that moment still burns in my memory. Digging through childhood, I grasped swordsmanship's essence as a kid. Training on the mountain, I met a wandering knight, hands severed, clothes tattered. He approached to take my sword. In shock and disbelief, I saw a basic sword stroke, like a resolute declaration. His swordsmanship reached the realm I'd always dreamed of. Sieg focused, observing. The kid I noticed during the placement test. A youthful frame, but eyes brimming with authority. Kangjiyama. If it's this boy, he might hold clues to the Holy Land. Beyond that realm. A burning heart, a cold blade. Setting aside the title of Sieg, I want to face this kid as a warrior. He unleashed a simple slash, the blade flashing straight at Jiyama. But Jiyama blurred into an afterimage, dodging. Sieg, unfazed, quickly assessed and swung a horizontal slash at the predicted spot. The blade flashed again, but Jiyama dodged effortlessly, as if sensing the surging fighting spirit. A smile curled on his lips, his eyes looking upward, his silhouette in the dark scenery, the sword a distinct point of light. Without pause, Jiyama dove down from above. Sieg below gripped his sword, ready for the clash. The shrill sound of metal echoed everywhere. Sieg's eyes showed approval, Instead of dodging, he attacks head-on. The sword's trajectory is odd, like a swallow. As Sieg struck, Jiyama spun his knife to meet it, his movements polished like a pro. The sashimi knife traced an arc, producing a sharp sound, as if slicing through space. When Jiyama countered, Sieg raised his sword to block. Each clash sparked flames. Sieg's blade carried a lifetime of skill and experience. Jiyama's knife held mystical energy, as if breaking free from human limits. Sensing his power, Sieg thought, his physical ability can't match mine, but I didn't expect such light movement. Still, my sword isn't that light. He unleashed a brilliant slash. The onlooker's expression shifted. One remarked, "Unbelievable." His fight with Nox was shocking, but wasn't that virtual match just luck? Class Wolf is supposedly weak, at best a special admission guy with some talent. Why'd Sieg pick him for a spar? Caring that much about a special admit? They grimaced, whispering. Hope Sieg teaches him a lesson. Crying pathetically would be great. Thinking silly thoughts, they widened their eyes, awaiting the duel. But contrary to their hopes, Jiyama casually held the sashimi knife, as if it were nothing. Though just a spar, his opponent was Sieg, one of the 7-star heroes. Kneeling wouldn't hide the anxiety. Yet Jiyama showed nothing. One student noticed something odd. Why are they standing still? Jiyama and Sieg faced each other, swords in hand, but stood like statues, feet glued to the ground. The swords reflected sunlight, casting a cold glow. Teacher Lai was stunned. They're not standing still. I've never doubted his words, but has Jiyama really reached this level? He recalled their earlier conversation. When Sieg suggested it, Lai was shocked. If the academy director learns the truth, the nearby students will be affected. Sieg calmly replied, "Do you think I'd actually fight that boy? Don't worry. If I'm right, Jiyama can step into it." Lai, stunned, asked, "That place is back in the present." Watching them, Lai thought, "He's not just stepping in, he's taking the hit." I can't help but be amazed. The mind is a fierce battlefield, only clear when their swords clash. This boy, in less than a minute, has done this? Incredible! A faint aura shimmered around Sieg's sword, a blue light enveloping the blade, surging outward. The intensity peaked. Facing him, Jiyama was slightly outmatched. To the onlookers, both seemed frozen, but the atmosphere shifted, pressure radiating. Teacher Lai panicked. That blue light is aura. It's gone beyond the mind already. The scene changed, yet neither moved. Cold sweat dripped down Li's back. This is way beyond. Sieg needs to stop, or there'll be blood. He shouted, "Stop now." But another force surged in a headmaster Kumya. The ground cracked beneath her feet, her face furious, voice sharp. "Stop it. What are you doing, old man? Have you lost your mind?" After the sparring session, in the headmaster's office, Sieg kept apologizing. Kumya, irritated, sat across from him, letting out a huff. Sieg lowered his face, avoiding her gaze, muttering, "It's nothing." Kumya calmed herself, her brows slightly furrowed, grinding her teeth as she recalled the sparring match. At that moment, she had arrived just in time to stop a catastrophic fight. Grabbing Sieg's collar, she roared, "Are you still sane? If you're senile, stay home. I went through all the trouble to arrange for you to come to the academy, and you show off your might against a student? Are you insane? Do you really want me to deal with you?" Suddenly, she turned and saw the terrified students. Realizing she'd gone too far, Kumya calmed down and released Sieg's collar. He knew his mistake, lowering his face. "I didn't mean to," then glanced at Jiyama. The protagonist calmly sheathed his sashimi knife. Seeing this, Sieg grew suspicious. "I lost control, used full strength, even activated aura." Noticing Sieg staring at her prized student Jiyama, Kumya crossed her arms, annoyed. "Hey, old man, are you listening to me?" Sieg let out a yelp. Kumya turned, bowing in apology. The gesture caught her off guard, and her anger dissipated. Back in the present, Kumya leaned back in her chair. "In over 50 years, this is the first time I've heard you apologize, twice in one day. That's a complete change from your usual attitude." Suspecting he might have memory issues, she frowned. "What was that earlier? If I hadn't been there, what would have happened? You even used the sword guardian blessing on a student." Sieg sipped his tea slowly. "If I hadn't activated the blessing, I couldn't have gained the upper hand." Kumya was stunned, as if she'd misheard, exclaiming, "What did I just hear?" Those words came from the arrogant Sieg's mouth. She thought to herself, "I know Kong Jiyama's natural talent, but I understand Sieg's strength. Him losing is unthinkable." Sieg's eyes grew serious, gazing into the distance. That kid has reached the realm of the mind's domain. Kumya shot up, retorting, "What? Reached that realm already? It took you nearly 30 years to achieve it, and a 17-year-old did it? Does that make sense? Sieg set his teacup down, pensive. I don't know either. But what if something compensates for experience? Kumdia slumped back, clutching her face. My God, the world's gone mad. She recalled Jiama's face after she scolded Sieg. Rushing to him, she asked, Are you okay? But she saw him radiating a thick aura, his face expressionless. Kumdia flinched, helpless. For the first time, she felt primal, overwhelming fear, like facing the 6th Legion commander. But this time, it came from Kang Jiama, an ordinary student. Is it because his name has Ma in it? Comedia's mind was in disarray. As headmaster, she was afraid of her own student. Glancing at Sieg, quietly sipping tea, Kumdia thought, He doesn't seem to be lying. She frowned. So you lost? Sieg slammed his teacup down, standing angrily. No way. Never. No matter how talented Kang Jiama is, he can't match me. Besides, I didn't have my full gear. Kumdia, unfazed, said, Oh, why so worked up? Didn't you always say masters don't blame their equipment? Propping her chin, she squinted meaningfully. And now you're using gear as an excuse? Feeling embarrassed, Sieg trembled, growling, You damn hag. Kumdia shot back. What's that? Wanna dot? Their brawl lasted 2.5 hours. That night, in the dormitory, Jiama reflected on the sparring match. When he boldly accepted Sieg's challenge, drawing his sashimi knife to duel, the clash of metal awakened him. Was that rain? Staring at the ceiling, he murmured, Sieg's truly battle-hungry. Though it ended abruptly, if Kumdia hadn't stopped it, it could have been dangerous. Turning over, groggy with exhaustion, he continued, It was definitely the mind's domain. First time experiencing it, so strange. The mind's domain is mastery, an understanding of a weapon beyond a certain level. When conditions are met, it can activate a mental space. They say only top-tier masters, who've trained a lifetime with one weapon, can enter it. In this world, only a few heroes freely access the mind's domain. Even the game's protagonist, Leon, with his innate talent, took 3 years under Sieg's guidance to achieve it. I know because I quit the game right then. But why did the mind's domain, something Leon took 3 years for, come so easily to me? After pondering, Jiama thought of the sashimi knife. Between his past and current life, he'd spent over 20 years with blades. As a master tactician and swordsman serving his nation, it made sense he had top-tier weapon skills. Each time the sword god blessing activated, his focus surpassed human limits. His current and past lives intertwined, complementing each other, helping him overcome any situation. Reflecting, Jiama held the sashimi knife, staring. Right? Based on experience, just running away makes things worse. Instead of being passive, I'll do what I'm good at, tackling it step by step. A smirk curled his lips. He sprang up, alert, thinking of training. Without hesitation, he drew the sashimi knife. If I can freely adjust the mind's domain, I can train without activating the sword god blessing. Closing his eyes, focusing, the dormitory lights went out, plunging the room into darkness. The scene shifted, and Jiama entered the mind's domain. A cracking sound echoed, space shattering into fragments. Memories of the sparring match flooded back. The sensation of meeting the sword, a sixth sense expanding, breaking into pieces, then reassembling into an intangible whole. A hand appeared, lightly touching his shoulder. Instantly, blue energy rippled through his arm, enveloping the sashimi knife, as if it were ablaze. Jiama stared, bewildered, but the knife couldn't withstand it, crumbling to dust. Back in reality, he muttered, confused, What the hell was that? Meanwhile, in a secret academy location, angry voices rang out. Elder Clady, this time you've gone too far. Another elder, exactly. This is disrespect to us. Clady slammed the table. Didn't you all agree? The scene showed 5 men around a round table, interrogating one. Someone spoke, but sending a demon? Even with the treaty, they're still enemies. Clady, furious. Is now the time to discuss that? We need to eliminate the suspicious element quickly. I'll say it again. Investigate the special admit. Kang Jiama. The green-haired elder doubted. Isn't he a potential hero candidate? Leon's the candidate. Clady denied. That guy hasn't activated his blessing, just trash. Have you forgotten? In the entrance exam, he crushed the genius twins. Kumdia even blocked the info, citing special admit protection. It's all suspicious. Another agreed. Either way, we can't avoid eliminating heroes. Clady continued, exactly. We're already struggling with the 7 stars. Now another hero? We must prevent it early. This time, they even brought Sieg to the academy. Growing angrier, Clady said, since 7-star Kumdia became headmaster, the Elder Council's status has weakened. After Basman's defeat, people only revere the 7 stars, treating us like useless old men. It's the Elder Council that leads the masses, maintaining balance. If a hero emerges, our existence is threatened. The room buzzed. Indeed, to maintain power, we need a common enemy. Heroes threatening the Demon King must be eliminated. Clady thought, as an Academy Elder, I'm not persuading the Council just for that woman. The 5th Legion commander is furious. If we do nothing, begging for death would be easier. A silent elder spoke coldly. I understand. Issue the order to the Auditor clan. The next morning, at the forge, a heavy thud echoed as a large hammer hit the floor. Jiama trembled, utterly shocked, speechless. The blacksmith sat on the ground, terrified, retreating. In Jiama's hand was the Muramesa, now a sashimi knife. What the hell? What did they do to a B-rank sword to turn it into an E-rank knife? Whether by coincidence or fate, Jiama had returned to the sashimi knife. New information for the Muramesa, E-rank durability. Description: known as the bone-cleaving sword, reborn as a carbon steel blade through the secret techniques of a master craftsman. Though small, its effectiveness varies by user. But Jiama's face showed clear disdain. What is this? The blacksmith hurriedly explained. I did my best, but this is a first for me. In nearly 30 years of forging, I've never seen anything like it. In other words, the iron split in two with one hammer strike, as if it resisted being reforged. In that moment, I felt the sword had a soul. So, I quickly cast a mold, melted the iron, and reforged it. This is the result. If it were another smith, it'd be scrap metal by now. The fact it broke after one strike is true. Jiama felt uneasy about the sword, now a tiny sashimi knife, a reddish-brown wooden handle, a blade wrapped with plain cord, gleaming with a thin layer of oil, exactly 35 centimeters long. The blacksmith's skilled craftsmanship was evident in every detail, yet worry was clear on his face. Even I, with 20 years of knife sharpening, am impressed by his skill. It perfectly matches the blessing specs, but its durability is only E-rank. Seeing Jiama's silence, the blacksmith grew anxious, his tone shifting. Honestly, in nearly 30 years, this is the first time I've felt uneasy handing a weapon to a client. But this sword has great potential. If you enhance it, it'll be very strong. As an apology, bring materials, and I'll enhance it for free. Looking at the blacksmith's expression, thoughts flashed through Jiama's mind. His eyes aren't lying. If its growth potential is A rank, the weapon's potential is at least A rank, maybe S rank with luck. It's a tempting offer, hard to refuse. But he flared up. What if it breaks again? Seeing Jiama's sudden change, the blacksmith raised his hands to explain. Though it's E rank now, its potential is A rank. This katana can reach A rank, maybe higher, with enhancement materials that won't fail. Jiama's expression softened. The blacksmith stammered. But those materials, understanding, he thought, materials from low-tier magical beasts. But on second thought, you'd need A rank or higher. Jiama was baffled. A rank beasts are equivalent to E rank demons. Does that mean I have to kill more like the mermaid? I don't want to risk my life for enhancements. Too costly. After a moment, he nodded. You promise, right? The blacksmith, confident, replied, Of course, I swear on my honor as a smith. He laughed heartily, patting his chest. Jiama stared for a moment, then said, Now that's settled, refund me half the cost of the scrap metal used for forging. The blacksmith's jaw dropped. Huh. Jiama named a price. 10 million. The blacksmith, flustered, said, No. I followed your request and offered free enhancement. Jiama held the weapon, replying, It dropped from B rank to half that. By market value, this is fair. Seeing Jiama's calculations, the blacksmith was shocked. What? People like this exist? This kid dares scam an adult. Before he could think further, Jiama unwrapped the blade's binding. Might as well test how it works. The blacksmith, terrified, stammered. Sorry, how about 5 million? Jiama stood firm. 10 million. Seeing the high price, the blacksmith upped it. 8 million. No less. Jiama didn't respond, continuing to unwrap the cord. The blacksmith panicked, sweat pouring. A B-rank weapon, even as fragments, has a different market value. Hard to recoup. As the blade was revealed, Jiama's eyes sharpened, his voice commanding, Refund my money. The blacksmith collapsed, Sitting dazed. All right. Fine. Jiyama opened the status panel. Sword God Blessing. When you slash, it cuts. Physical level, 78. Sword range expanded. Mental level, 4. Enhances speech and action authority. Weapon level, 13. Reduces pain by 1 level when blessing is activated. Synchronization, 7.2 to 9.3. Reach 15% to unlock the next condition. Blessing activates only with a sword under 36.2 centimeters long, 9 centimeters wide. Attack and durability slightly increased. Other stats unlock when conditions are met. Sitting on a campus bench, eating and reviewing, Jiyama thought. With the new weapon, my weapon level rose, adding new features. The main reason I hesitated to use the Sword God Blessing was the excruciating pain. Now it's 1 level less, from wanting to die to bearable, though still uncomfortable. If level 1 is like this, at higher levels, I could use the blessing without needing painless. Weapon level rises with new weapons or enhancements. The midterm exam's over. My goal now is to enhance the weapon. If I keep going, I'll understand the power bestowed on me and learn who threw me into this world. While thinking, a figure approached. Jiyama flinched as Chloe suddenly appeared, her dazed eyes fixed on him eating, calling, Jiyama. He froze for a moment, then calmed. Oh, Chloe. Noticing his attention, she asked, eating and doing what? Jiyama bluffed, nothing, just not hungry. Seeing Chloe's change, he asked, you're off the cast? Feeling better. To avoid suspicion, Chloe hopped once. Yeah, still using crutches, but better than before. She grinned. Broken bones heal stronger. Jiyama smirked, about to speak but stopped, thinking, bones, not muscles? Then he noticed rice on Chloe's mouth, reaching to wipe it off. Chloe blushed, fainting. Jiyama panicked. Holy crap. Before he could celebrate, she woke from the fall, shattering the moment. He approached, offering a hand. You okay? Chloe scratched her face, embarrassed. Fine. She noticed the object beside him, picking it up to inspect. Is this Jiyama's first weapon? It's beautiful. He didn't deny. Yeah. Chloe thought. Holding it should be fine. She smiled. Didn't expect it to be this pretty, but only E-rank? Jiyama looked slightly dejected. E-rank. Realizing her slip, Chloe hurried. No, not like that. I mean, for the lowest rank, it's beautiful. No. Before she finished, Jiyama forced a smile. It's fine. I got some money back from the blacksmith. He said bring materials, and he'll enhance it for free. If I keep going, it'll get stronger. Chloe cheered. Exactly. You're already strong, even with a Deso sashimi knife. With top gear, you'll be even stronger. Jiyama replied. Thanks. Thoughts flooded. I don't need to be stronger. Since defeating the mermaid, I can easily take down mid or high-tier beasts. A or S-rank demons are tough, but just ordinary demons. Facing the mermaid in the midterm felt like bad luck clinging to me. Setting that aside, my goal is to enhance the weapon to reduce pain from overuse. He gave a wry smile. Feeling guilty, Chloe said loudly, Jiyama, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mock your weapon. Jiyama hurried. No, it's not that. I'm just bummed about the Muramesa reward. Chloe focused. The blacksmith ruined your weapon? A sinister atmosphere emerged, her voice menacing, eyes sharp. Anyone who troubles Jiyama must be eliminated. Her eyes turned a deadly red. Jiyama called, Chloe. It didn't work, so he patted her shoulder. She flinched, calming. Sorry. At that moment, Jiyama sensed something, looking at a nearby tree. What's this? Chloe didn't notice. This guy hides his presence well. He approached. My senses are getting sharper. I can't ignore this faint presence. At this rate, I'll hear ants crawling. Chloe was surprised. Jiyama, where are you going? Pinpointing the spot, Jiyama kicked the tree hard. What are you doing here? A figure fell with the leaves Nox. Jiyama stared. Nox, in pain from the fall, stayed calm, taking a stance. First me, now Chloe? Chloe only then noticed, hiding behind Jiyama, blocking him. He had Nox, judging, no blood scent. Probably unarmed. Jiyama asked, what do you want with me? Nox flinched, silent. Seeing his silence, Jiyama took a deep breath, asking again. I thought I made myself clear last time? Nox, angry, said, I'm not here for that. Jiyama asked, then why? Nox crossed his arms. Talking to Chloe is like water off a duck's back. Better tell you both. Chloe was confused. Nox continued, this concerns you, Jiyama. The Elder Council has ordered Kong Jiyama's elimination. Jiyama was shocked. The Elder Council? Those old men want to take me out? The 5 who hold supreme power, always lurking in the shadows, meddling in everything at the academy. They're making a move now. Chloe shot up. You came for Giamma because of that? Nox's eyes reddened. Chloe, you've been away from home too long. You've lost your edge. Chloe drew a hidden paper knife, eyes red, shouting. Giamma, step back. I'll handle this. She moved at top speed, but Giamma stayed seated. Chloe urged. Hurry, get behind me. Nox sighed. Humph, still so naive. Chloe. He looked at Giamma. I don't care what you've done, but the Elder Council doesn't see you kindly. Not just me. Within the Auditor clan, some find it odd and want to delay the task. They issue the order secretly, bypassing the headmaster. Assassinating a student breaks the rules, but the council's orders are hard to ignore. If pressure mounts, the auditors will have to investigate you, Giamma. Nox adjusted his tone. Chloe, as an auditor, I'm telling you this. Giamma thought, using rule-breaking as an excuse to come, but really worried for Chloe? Nox turned to leave. I'm done. Giamma called. Nox. He flinched, glancing back. Giamma, awkward, said, What's with you? Same as last time. Nox kept walking, adding, Chloe's happiest with you. Even I, her brother, have never seen her like this. Giamma was baffled, speechless. Nox continued, Don't hurt Chloe again. Confusion was clear on Giamma's face. Giamma looked up, studying Nox's face, a mix of curiosity and confusion. Thoughts flashed through his mind. What the hell is he talking about? Unlike his usual arrogance, that fierce expression has softened a lot. I thought my threat crushed his spirit, but his willpower is stronger than that, huh? A question mark grew clearer. I didn't cause Chloe's injury, did I? He scrutinized Nox's face. It was like falling from the sky to the ground. Giamma grasped the meaning of his words. His eyes flicked to Chloe, and he muttered, Oh, got it. But it didn't end there. Nox's raspy voice put him in a new situation. Let me ask you one thing. How did you get so strong? Giamma froze, pausing for a few seconds. His thoughts pulled him into his subconscious. Why am I strong? I think strength is the ability to face constant threats, like Sieg, for example. But in the end, I'm not qualified to talk about strength. I'm only strong for less than a minute a day. Strong, my ass. His sharp gaze locked onto Nox. But he couldn't ignore it. Nox revealed the clan's secret, using Chloe as an excuse. An outsider like me. Is he implying I should look after Chloe? Pushing the thought aside, Giamma spoke. Nox. He hesitated, shoulders tense, waiting for a reply. Giamma said sternly, You lack sincerity. Nox frowned, forcing a laugh. What do you mean? Giamma's tone was firm. Even if you're from the Auditor clan, there are social experiences you don't understand. I've been through a lot since I was young, working everywhere. All that shaped who I am today. If you stay confined in the academy, you'll hit your limits soon. Step out, gain real-world experience. Work hard, sweat, and you'll definitely gain something. At this, Giamma turned away, embarrassment clear. It's not wrong, time to go. But behind him, Nox muttered, What the hell does he know? The scene shifted to the next day, the final afternoon class. Giamma scribbled notes on the blackboard. The professor's lecture continued. Above all things, including order and prosperity, the heavens house countless gods. But even those seemingly omnipotent beings couldn't escape extinction. Back to Giamma, he wasn't focused on the lecture, forced to shift his thoughts. They're targeting the Academy's senior students. The seniors are descendants of 5 of Bao Jie, Queen's 7 disciples, a group with massive influence, not just in the Academy but worldwide. But their role is to interfere with the protagonist constantly, just to secure power. They're called the 5 Plagues. Giamma pondered, Why am I a thorn in their side? Still overthinking, he jotted down the lecture. Among the omnipotent gods, he was the greatest, most powerful, the god from beyond, who destroyed the gods in heaven, declaring the end of the mythic age. But he zoned out. I care about mythology, but writing this, I realize I have so much to do. I try to stand out, but too many issues are calm, safe, damn it. No matter how much I do, it's ridiculous that so many older people are targeting me. He glanced at his notes. Skopali Island, Leon, mermaid. That monster's target wasn't me, but Leon. Recalling the midterm exam, the mermaid lingered near a pool, as if waiting for Leon. She attacked when he let his guard down. Thinking back, it's strange. Even if Kumda kept it secret, it reached those demon imposters. The truth is, I killed the mermaid. The fact that those imposters targeted Leon, the hero candidate, shows one or all are colluding with demons. Not certain, but the Elder Council's actions in the story give grounds for suspicion. They're not just sabotaging, they're trying to corner me. Anger surged. Is protecting their interests more important than humanity's and the Academy's safety? Even if corrupt, they represent the academy, yet they scheme to harm students for personal gain over humanity's safety. Jiyama thought, I didn't expect Power's corruption to be this bad. I could face those damn old men now, slashing wildly to vent my anger. But it's not time yet. When the moment comes, I'll deal with them all. Back to the lecture, the professor added more notes. Lost in thought, Jiyama realized he wasn't paying attention. Is there another choice? First, I need to enhance my weapon, then head to the dungeon. But I need more members. Alone, it's tough. If I tell Chloe, she'll help. But I want someone with strategic thinking, not someone living carefree like a slippery vine. He wrote, future generations will dare speak of his existence. A smile crept onto his lips. He added, weapon, speed, then find weapon. The class ended with, it was called the God. At the classroom door, someone blocked the way, cracking their knuckles. Hey, the celebrity's here. He sneered, but this isn't a place for lowlifes like you to wander, special admit. Seeing the tall guy behind him, Jiyama stayed calm, thinking, what's this? A third-rate side character, like a school thug. In my past life, I worked in restaurants for nearly 20 years, dealing with countless drunk customers. A punk like him isn't worth my time. He walked forward. Don't bother me. Get out before I lose it and shave that square chin of yours. Provoked, the guy fumed, his face radiating killing intent, raising a fist. Damn, what a jerk. But Jiyama was unfazed. So slow, and you think you can take me? In a flash, weapon appeared, punching the guy's face. He lost balance, falling back. People buzzed. Whoa, what's happening? A fight. After knocking the guy down, weapon spoke. Ouch, that hurt. What's with that hard chin? Jiyama smirked, thinking. Heard he's a strong mage, but now I see his muscles are strong too. Haha. Weapon asked, did I hit too hard? By the way, you came to find me, right? Let's talk outside. Jiyama nodded, left the class, and placed a soda can by the window. Weapon started. We need to form a new team, ASAP. I'll help you find teammates. You'll share the rewards, but we'll gather materials from magical beasts, right? Seeing Weapon catch on quickly, Jiyama added, if I said to form a team, only Chloe would show up. But with you Clash Dragon, it'll be easier. Weapon sipped his drink, discussing, a team needs at least 4 for a dungeon. Even without academy rules, can you solo 5 or 6 dungeons a day? Jiyama shook his head. I can't conquer a dungeon alone. Weapon teased, kidding? You took down a mermaid solo and say that? Too much humility isn't good, Jiyama. Jiyama didn't know how to respond, thinking, he thinks I'm pretending to be humble. Weapon asked, you look recovered, huh? Jiyama played along. Yeah, thanks to your healing, I felt comfy in the hospital's VIP room. Weapon looked up, offering his can. All right, I accept your offer. No reason to refuse. I feel like I'll get new experiences with you. Jiyama grinned. Thanks. Weapon got to the point. Thought of any HOBS yet? Jiyama replied. C rank, Buffalo Dungeon. Weapon added, the Water Buffalo Dungeon in Chan? Classic. Thinking, Weapon said, you, me, Chloe, that's 3. For the last member, what type do you want? Jiyama pondered, anyone but Rachel or Leon. Weapon laughed. Haha, they can't join anyway. Rachel's training at the center since you were hospitalized. Leon's preparing to farm high-level dungeons with students 52 and 53. Jiyama sighed in relief. Good. But Weapon's expression shifted, looking up. Now that I think about it, I know someone. At this hour, they're probably sleeping there. Jiyama was puzzled. Sleeping? No. Weapon, sipping his drink, replied, that's just how they are. Tossing the can into the bin, he continued, let's hit the shop first. Need to buy some stuff. The scene shifted to evening, a full moon guiding them to a new place. Weapon said, the door's open, let's go. Jiyama thought, his place? Is there such a spot in the academy? Never been here, even in Miracle Blessing. In my past life as a Japanese cuisine chef, I never visited Japan, always wanted to study the market. Now I'll fulfill that wish through this experience. Turning, he saw an archery range in the distance, riddled with arrows. While gazing, they spotted someone lying nearby. Weapon approached. There you are. Hey, wake up. No response. Weapon sat beside. Get up. It's morning. Why aren't you moving? Leaning close, he whispered, I bought it. The girl shot up. Huh? Where? Weapon pointed at Jiyama. With that guy. Quick as a flash, her eyes gleamed with intent, charging at Jiyama. Caught off guard, his bag was spotted. With a sharp turn, she snatched it. But her gaze remained intense, leaving Jiyama bewildered. Due to their speed, they crashed into each other. Result, Jiyama was pinned under her, her mouth chewing something. Delicious. So good. Freaking awesome. Giamma, helpless, thought, what the hell is this? She suddenly asked, hey, you got more red bean cakes? Returning to old memories, two chefs were busily preparing food when a loud noise suddenly erupted from outside, drawing their attention. Suspicion quickly flashed across their faces. Before Giamma was a glowing object, floating midair. That's right. This is what kept me entertained after exhausting workdays. On the screen, a strange image appeared. Thoughts flooded back. He recalled mainstream mobile games with countless ways to hook players. The most effective way to milk gamers was creating beautiful, captivating characters. It sounded simple but wasn't easy to execute. In the role-playing game Miracle Blessing, Giamma had faced plenty of challenges. Living among sweaty men, both in game and in real life, made me appreciate the existence of female characters in this game. Now, with just one tap, it would arrive after payment. Why am I doing this? He asked himself. The answer was simple. The beautiful female characters in the game, and not just in the game, but right here. Suddenly, Saki's clear voice rang out. Do you like rice cakes? Giamma froze, his eyes glued to the screen. Each in-game character was vividly crafted, with distinct personalities as if real. Some thought it overdone, depending on taste, but the revenue proved it all. The story revolved around Leon, a handsome but unlucky guy. His charm drew the beautiful heroines irresistibly, like metal to a magnet. In the latter half, when Leon awakened as the strongest, the number of heroines around him was too many to count on hands and feet. Among them, the designated heroine was Aben. Each heroine had unique traits and abilities. And right now, Aben appeared. Both held the same sword. Aben said, sorry, we're a bit late. The story focused on Leon and Aben overcoming adversity and challenges. In hardship, their love blossomed. In that moment, Giamma was captivated by Aben's allure. His hand automatically opened his wallet, topping up without hesitation. Seconds later, a confirmation popped up. Web sent CB card Kim, April 12, 1707. Payment completed 149,000 W. Looking back at the cast, aside from Aben, the heroine who stayed until the end, the other female characters faded into nothingness. The one who vanished fastest was this girl. How could I judge her? She'll probably be fine. Among the sidelined heroines, the quickest to fade was the beautiful noblewoman before him, archery prodigy Saki. She gently raised a candy bar. Got any more snacks? Returning to reality after leaving his memories, Saki turned away, her demeanor cold, muttering, this guy's such an idiot. Annoying personality. Giamma, helpless, glanced at Saki, her sky-blue hair. Kamai's hard to read. Why did Weapon pick her? He pieced it together. I played this character. Saki has the highest damage stats among the main cast. She seems unremarkable at first, but it's the opposite. She's smart, plays a big role in the later story. The chance of her relationships faltering after the banquet is low. She'll be fine, right? Deep in thought, Giamma caught Saki approaching Weapon seriously, saying, what brings you here? Weapon held the candy bar, scanning around, replying after a pause. Well, before finishing, Saki brushed past. The candy bar in Weapon's hand moved with her. He saw her unwrap it, eating casually. Not missing a beat, Weapon interjected, that's Kong Giamma. You know him, right? Saki paused for a moment, indifferent. Yeah. Weapon continued. He met me this afternoon. Saki asked, and Weapon added, I ran into a thug blocking the door. Sounds random, huh? Saki cut in. Get to the point. Realizing he'd veered off, Weapon adjusted. Oh, right. We're recruiting for the Water Buffalo Dungeon next week. Giamma listened, unable to hide his confusion, unlike his usual self. As expected of her nickname, only fit for support. What kind of explanation is that? Weapon detailed, except for the buffalo horns, we split the remaining rewards. Saki's eyes locked onto Giamma. She approached, pointing a finger at his chest. Hey, you're the one from that side space battle, right? Pierced by her intense gaze, Giamma didn't deny. Yeah. They stared at each other for a long time, silent. Saki turned away, walking as she said, dungeon rewards count toward grades, no reason to refuse. She paused. You seem less bold than I thought. Not exactly persistent or strong. Giamma sighed, exasperated. I didn't expect bold to come from someone who was just napping. That stings. Saki grabbed her coat, saying, sorry. I don't want to work with someone who lacks guts. Weapon jumped in. Saki, you saw that match. Kong Giamma's fight wasn't a joke. Saki retorted, I bet the opponent was weak. Weapon explained, no, are you crazy? The opponent was from the Auditor clan, During the midterm, Weapon quickly covered his mouth, avoiding leaking secrets. His action caught Saki's attention. Jiyama sensed the tense atmosphere. To deflect suspicion, Weapon spoke. "Oh, I can't say. So annoying. Just listen." Saki misunderstood. "You think I'm a dog?" "Told to listen and I obey." She glared, voice irritated. "If a dog drools over rice cakes, what is it?" Tension enveloped the air. Saki snapped. "What are you mocking? What do you know about rice cakes?" Weapon, flustered, said, "I know, that's why I bought them." Jiyama watched them bicker, sighing. "Here we go again? What do we do? Lowering ourselves to comparing food preferences with dogs? Jealousy and criticism are different. No need to stoop like this." Without hesitation, Jiyama turned, saying, "Weapon, enough. Stop, let's go." An uncooperative attitude only makes teaming up worse. Find someone better suited. But Saki stayed calm under the moonlight, smirking. "Don't need me for the dungeon anymore?" Silence blanketed the scene. To resolve it, Jiyama acted. He opened his coat, revealing 2 familiar sashimi knives. Gripping one tightly, he swung horizontally. The knife left his hand, a flash of light, hitting the bullseye of a target 50 meters away. Saki froze, looking at the target, then back. Before she could react, another flash. Saki followed. The second knife hit another target's bullseye. Showing his skill, Jiyama calmly looked at Saki. "Need me to show more?" Saki, stunned, trembled inside but kept her cool. Her face flushed slightly, grasping his intent. The next morning, a door opened somewhere. Saki sat waiting, glasses neatly perched on her nose. She spoke. "Hey." The other 3 appeared. Jiyama, Weapon, Chloe. This was a classroom at the Academy's cafe. Weapon, surprised, said, "You're here early?" Chloe nodded. "Morning." Jiyama and Saki's eyes met. She gave an awkward smile, her face slightly red. "Haha. Hey. Still with that expression?" A thought crossed Jiyama's mind. The sashimi effect. It's real. Weapon approached, sitting beside Saki, asking, "You've done this before?" Saki, calm, replied, "Normally, a few tries and it's done." She pulled out a paper. "Permits approved. Everything's almost set." Weapon cleared his throat, grabbing a pen. "All right, let's start the water buffalo dungeon." Weapon explained. As the name suggests, it's home to C-rank water buffalo demons. They charge from close range, making melee tough. He focused. Everything has a weakness. There's his vulnerability to long-range attacks. But Weapon's face grew serious, voice low. "One thing you must never do. Don't open the central stone gate." Chloe frowned, asking, "What happens if it's opened by accident?" Weapon, pensive, said, "Rumors say something's sealed there, but it's just a theory, not confirmed." Saki added, "The Academy's condition for tackling the water buffalo dungeon is not to open the stone gate. No reason to do it arbitrarily, right?" Jiyama nodded. "Right, never allowed." The 3 turned to him. Jiyama, awkward, said, "Hey." Weapon asked directly, "Jiyama, do you know what's behind that gate?" Jiyama shook his head. No. Of course, I don't want to touch it." Weapon sighed. "Oh, what am I even saying?" Jiyama thought quietly, that gate only opens when conditions are met. It's locked now. If we ignore the danger, this is the most rewarding dungeon. Glancing at Saki, he noticed her staring at him, slightly dazed. Jiyama smiled faintly, asking, "Oh, you really love sugar, huh?" Saki, unfazed, said, "For someone who uses their brain a lot, sugar's essential." Jiyama gave a weak smile, thinking, "Don't know what to say to that." Suddenly, his expression turned serious. Chloe sensed it too, her eyes sharp and red, alert. Jiyama thought, "Am I being watched?" Chloe turned. "Jiyama, what's wrong?" He didn't speak, thinking, "Just wait. When the time comes, they'll show themselves." A clear blue sky guided everyone to a new place. From a road along the mountain range, a bus appeared, rolling steadily forward. The destination was Joe. Inside, Kong Jiyama sat quietly, his expression pensive, eyes following the scenery outside. Thoughts flooded in. A remote land on Earth, once a famous spot for this world's heroes. When I read the novel, I swore I'd never take this path. Who'd have thought I'd be on a bus heading here now? After a while, the bus stopped. A voice from outside rang out, catching his attention. "How'd you get here?" "A civilian-controlled area near a dungeon." Looking through the window, Jiyama saw someone pushing a barricade aside. He frowned slightly, scanning around. Security's tight. That feeling of being watched is back. Jiyama focused, suspicious. Could those old men be tracking me? While thinking, Weapon suddenly approached, calling out, "Hey, Jiyama." Hearing his name, he turned to Weapon. He pulled something from his hand, asking, "Want an egg?" Jiyama shook his head. Oh, no thanks. A thought flashed. You're eating that today? But Weapon changed the topic. You worried about that X-rank dungeon? Jiyama chuckled. Haha. I knew it. Ignoring him, Weapon turned to ask someone else. Saki, want an egg? Saki, keeping her cool demeanor, eyes on the window, replied curtly. No, Chloe was sleeping to recharge for the upcoming mission. Out of people to offer, Weapon ate the egg, nodding. Tasty. Outside, there was nothing exciting, so Saki turned to observe inside the bus. Her gaze landed on Jiyama, chatting with Weapon. Weapon asked, want to do something to pass the time? Jiyama replied, nah, but he noticed Saki staring, catching her off guard. Saki, surprised, quickly looked away, her eyes shifting from curiosity to unease. Jiyama looked down at his feet. I don't think I'm being watched, but why's she looking at me like that? A moment later, the bus stopped. It wasn't clear who got off first or last, but Chloe, just stepping down, exclaimed, wow, so beautiful. The weather's great today, right? Jiyama didn't pay much mind, his thoughts shifting. This place was once home to ancient monsters, now reduced to a farming area. Still, everyone seems well prepared. Chloe walked ahead, her familiar sword strapped to her back. Saki carried something carefully wrapped in cloth, nearly as tall as she was. Weapon had nothing, giving Jiyama a cold look. What's with all that stuff you're carrying? Jiyama turned, calm, curious. The clinking from his backpack with each step annoyed Weapon. Without another word, Jiyama opened it. Inside were countless familiar sashimi knives, not just the signature brown ones, some blades painted to boost their power. Weapon, stunned, sweat rolling down his forehead. You planning to set up a shop here? Jiyama, confident. Better safe than sorry. Weapon didn't grasp the purpose but didn't ask more, chuckling. You talk like an old man. Guess you've got your reasons for prepping like that. Chloe spoke up, confident. I always take the lead, so I'll go first. Jiyama smiled faintly. A few months ago, she was timid and small. Now she's confident enough to lead the group. He nodded, no problem. The four approached the dungeon entrance. Ahead were 2 barricades and 2 guards. Seeing the group, they looked surprised but quickly composed themselves. As the guards eyed Jiyama's group suspiciously, he and Saki kept cool expressions. One guard spoke, glancing at a notebook on the table. You're from the academy? All 4, please sign the registry. Each signed, Jiyama last. When he finished, the guard's face showed a flicker of surprise. Jiyama noticed, immediately studying the guard's expression. The other 3 had moved ahead. Weapon called back. Hey, Jiyama, what's taking so long? Let's go. Chloe glanced over, signaling not to dawdle. Jiyama sighed, nodding. Yeah. The gate opened, and the 3 stepped in. Let's go. But just past the entrance, Weapon grimaced. This smell looks like I'm in for a tough time. At the same time, unease surged in Jiyama's chest. Am I trembling? The dungeon gate slowly closed. Before it shut completely, he glanced at the staff standing there. It'll probably be fine. The gate slammed shut, leaving the 4 in the dungeon's darkness. The group ventured deeper. The interior was well built, almost like a tourist attraction, contrary to the stereotype of a gloomy cave. This is a common spot for academy students, Jiyama thought. The walls were covered in graffiti and phrases like you came, you left. Seeing the marks, he was surprised. What kind of dungeon is this? A tourist spot? Lost in thought, someone tugged his sleeve. It was Saki, looking unwell. I'm having some trouble. Jiyama turned. You okay? Saki, pale, whispered, if I eat something sweet, I'll feel better. Jiyama reached into his coat pocket. Saki watched silently, eyes full of anticipation. He handed her some candies, but Saki looked disappointed. Candy? No rice cakes. Jiyama was taken aback. Why expect that from me? You should have brought your own. Saki replied, it'll save you later. Still, she took the candy and ate it. Jiyama regained his cool, reminding himself, need to focus. But Chloe suddenly appeared, startling him. Her eyes changed, assessing. 3 to 4 monsters approaching, 200 meters ahead. Weapon turned. All right, stick to the plan, and we won't be in danger. Chloe, Saki, I'll protect you both, don't worry. Chloe drew her crossbow, taking a stance. Saki quickly grabbed her weapon, a red bow, thanks to Jiyama's candy. Jiyama was shocked, an S-rank weapon. With that, clearing the dungeon won't be hard. But Saki looked tired. This thing's old, a bit stiff. Jiyama wondered, can I trust that? Saki suddenly shouted, hold on. She pulled out a red bean candy bar, biting into it, delighted. Now I can really fight. Jiyama's budding confidence vanished. Can I trust her? Not keeping them waiting, a strong gust blew from deep within the cave. They're here. Everyone, get ready. A clattering sound signaled the monster's approach. Chloe and Saki readied themselves, weapon playing his flute. 3 two-legged buffalo appeared. Unfazed, Chloe charged, stomping for momentum, leaping high. Her eyes sharp, she fired her crossbow rapidly. 1 arrow struck a monster's eye, making it fall. But the other 3 kept charging. Why are there still 3? Chloe wondered. Landing, seeing them not slowing, she decided, I'll slow them down. Weapon shouted. Chloe, lead them to the ambush spot. But Saki spoke up. Leave it to me. Chloe turned, seeing Saki ready her bow, blue hair fluttering in the wind. 3 golden beams shot out. In the dangerously quiet space, the 3 buffalo were instantly obliterated. Saki licked her lips. I shot first, sorry. She changed the topic, lifting her chin at the candy. It's really good. Giamma was exasperated. She attacked like that. Even the horns are gone. How do we collect materials now? He felt a pang of sadness, thinking, with that kind of range damage, she carried the fight. Long-range archers are unstoppable. Impressive, but the materials are ruined. Damn it. Weapon asked, should we go deeper? Suddenly, a stone fell from where the one-eyed buffalo had been. It stood, charging at Saki. She was shocked. Wasn't it down? What a hassle. A stone hit her leg, making her lose balance, her bow falling. Danger loomed. Saki only raised her arm to block, but felt nothing. Opening her eyes, she saw Giamma draw a sashimi knife, slicing the buffalo in half. The blade gleamed coldly. The buffalo crashed hard to the ground. When it was over, Giamma looked at Saki, smiling. You okay? Saki covered her mouth, cheeks flushing, embarrassed. Giamma was confused. At that moment, someone's phone rang. The guard outside answered. Yes, instructor, I understand. Back in the dungeon, after taking down the water buffalo, Giamma stepped forward, picking up one of its horns. Examining it, a few thoughts came with a smile. The purpose of this secret realm trip is the water buffalo horn, a C-rank enhancement material, high quality. Besides strengthening weapons, it has other uses. I'll grab as many as I can. But from behind, Saki suddenly spoke. Hey. She offered a candy bar to Giamma. Thanks for earlier. This is a thank you gift. Giamma, slightly surprised, looked at her for a moment, then thought for a few seconds. But why is she giving me something? Whatever, if Chloe gets mad, it'll be trouble. Taking the candy from Saki, he turned to Chloe. Chloe. Hearing her name, Chloe blushed, a bit shy. Huh? Giamma leaned in, whispering something unclear. Chloe nodded. Oh, yes, all right. But their talk was interrupted when Weapon cut in. Hey, you two flirting, or what? Chloe's face turned bright red, while Giamma frowned, shattering her daydream. Why would you think that just seeing us like this? Weapon continued. All right, I just wondered. Giamma, still puzzled. Oh, it's fine. Chloe, disappointed, thought. It's normal, keeping distance is the best way to handle Chloe. But she quickly moved on, focusing on something important. I have a few questions. Why are there so many monsters? The 4 focused, observing more closely before venturing deeper into the cave. Weapon turned to Saki. Whatever's in this dungeon, their behavior's abnormal. It shouldn't be this quiet. Saki, pensive, said, Yeah, I agree, something's off. Weapon's eyes widened. Off how? Recalling their entry, Saki popped a candy in her mouth, saying bluntly, I'm not sure. Just feels like they're fleeing something. For water buffaloes, this is highly unusual, not their normal behavior. Weapon nodded. You're right. Water buffaloes are docile, once used for plowing fields, the most human-friendly. Giamma, exasperated, thought, those aggressive beasts plowing fields? These people actually believe that. After chatting about water buffaloes, the group moved deeper. This dungeon was low difficulty, as water buffaloes didn't attack unless provoked, just as Giamma experienced in the game. They were called Minus, magical beast hard to agitate. Now this world is reality. Is everything still like the game? Giamma thought, there are suspicious points, but it's probably fine. The route's set, and we can call for help if anything happens. The checkpoint staff are on standby. He turned to Weapon. Hey, what about your relationship with those two? Your network's impressive. Before Weapon could answer, Saki cut in. I was top of the written exam, he was second. Thanks to his scores, he brags everywhere. Weapon, flustered. Hey, why say it like that? Saki smirked triumphantly. Just telling the truth. She raised 3 fingers. Last placement test, I was third, you know. Giamma looked at Weapon. What about Chloe? I don't think you met her through exams. Weapon stammered. Well, we're pretty close. Giamma frowned. As a player, how didn't I know Weapon knows most game characters? His name was never mentioned. Weapon explained, "My clan is a minor branch of Chloe's family, a subline of the prestigious River clan. We don't meet often, but we've crossed paths since childhood, distant relatives with shared blood." Weapon paused, turning to Jiyama. "I've talked about myself. What about you?" Jiyama stayed silent. Weapon playfully punched his chest, laughing. "Don't look at me like that. I'm content with my current life, happy as a minor branch descendant, no part in complex disputes. Noble society's rotten with drama. You're impressive." Jiyama, unfazed. "Nothing like that. Don't worry." Weapon said loudly. "Who knows, maybe you'll become a 7-star hero?" Chloe, excited. "Yeah, totally possible." But Jiyama noticed Saki acting odd. She stopped, her face cold and serious. "I hate the 7-star heroes." Jiyama and Chloe were surprised. "Why?" Saki shook her head, changing the topic. "Let's go. We need to complete the mission. Don't we need 2 more water buffaloes?" The group continued, but Jiyama's eyes were drawn to a strange purple/mark on the wall. A bad feeling surged. Weapon asked, "What are you doing?" "Let's go." Jiyama snapped out of it. "Oh, all right." Elsewhere, near the dungeon's dangerous entrance, a mysterious figure communicated via device. "It's me. As you said, you done." The voice replied, "Yes, of course." They've gone deep into the water buffalo dungeon, engaging the monsters. The mysterious figure frowned. "Do you need—" Before finishing, the voice cut in. "All right, I'm not that confident." "What else did you do?" The guard replied. "As reported, I left a glowing stone on the water buffalo's path." The mysterious figure, 5th Legion commander, held a candy, muttering, "You talk too much. If this fails, your responsibility's not small." The guard gripped the phone tightly, anxious. "All right, I trust what I've done. If anything's off, I'll report immediately." The call ended. He stared at the dungeon entrance, pensive. Will they die in there? The gate glowed faintly, shrouded in ominous mist, unease rising. If the gate opens while something's being prepared inside, their survival odds are near 0. He approached, eyes narrowing. "Need to check again." Inside the cave, Jiyama's group ventured deeper. Chloe stopped, eyes alert. Her voice tense. "I think magical beasts are coming." Jiyama asked immediately. "Good. How many?" Chloe observed, swallowing hard. "About 50. The 3 froze. "What the?" Thinking they misheard, a booming roar erupted, the dungeon shaking violently. The group stood stunned, looking toward the noise. A horde of water buffaloes charged like an invading army. The 4 were petrified. Weapon, trying to stay calm, shouted, "What are those? Why so many? Aren't water buffaloes docile?" The lead buffalo, eyes blazing red, roared fiercely, followed by countless others bellowing in unison. Weapon paled, stammering. "What the hell? Aren't they supposed to be tame?" Jiyama couldn't explain it, but instead of panicking, he forced himself to focus. The chaotic swarm of beasts reminded him of his first teacher. Each knife has its purpose. A chicken knife doesn't handle beef. A sashimi knife only cuts raw fish. "Got it." Memories flooded back. Jiyama muttered. "Sashimi," he once questioned. "Isn't a sashimi knife for cutting?" His teacher raised the knife, making him flinch. "Ah, sorry." But nothing happened, just a perfect slice. The teacher smiled. "That's true too." Back in reality, Jiyama thought, "Now I need to use a sashimi knife to handle beef." Without hesitation, he ordered, "Chloe, distract the water buffalo herd. Attack head-on, move quickly to both sides to disrupt their formation. Don't fight, just draw attention." Chloe nodded seriously. "Got it." Jiyama looked at Weapon, saying briefly, "You know what to do, right?" Weapon, surprised but catching on, said, "Of course." Saki, confused, "What's this? Why are the water buffaloes like that?" 50 of them. Jiyama called. "Saki." She flinched. "Stop the ones getting close." Saki froze, whispering to Weapon, "What's with him? How's he so calm?" Weapon chuckled. "Been in a squad with Jiyama long enough. You get used to killing monsters. Don't be shocked." Saki couldn't comprehend, thinking, "Buffalo herd? Sashimi knife? It's not that hard. Like the sword god blessing. If so, I just need to prepare." Jiyama drew a series of knives from his bag, eyes sharp. 8 knives ready. Sword god blessing activated. A frenzied buffalo charged. Jiyama held his stance, throwing a knife at the target. Weapon supported the team, while Saki stood stunned. Her eyes widened, shocked at the scene. The candy bar fell to the ground, her voice dazed. "What is this?" The chilly air mingled with the damp, rancid stench. Before Saki, Kong Jiyama stood alone atop a pile of water buffalo corpses. The foul odor assaulted her nose. The dungeon, once echoing with the roar of battle, now fell eerily silent. Saki rubbed her eyes, as if unable to believe the scene before her. She squinted, but nothing changed. A colossal mountain of flesh, stacked from the bodies of magical beasts. At its base, fresh red blood pooled, splatters staining the walls, congealing into a gruesome modern art piece. Saki's eyes widened, her pale blue pupils dilated to their limit. Atop the mound of corpses, Jiyama stood tall. Steam rose from his hands, the sharp blades reflecting a cold, crimson light, slick with fresh blood. His face was shrouded in shadow, only his eyes gleaming with an eerie intensity. The space was dominated by two colors, black and red, a horrifying yet strangely harmonious blend, crafting a bloody, apocalyptic scene. Saki stared, her mouth twitching, an indescribable emotion surging within. She struggled to stand, glancing around. What the hell is this? Time. It can't even be called time. In the blink of an eye, less than a minute, dozens of water buffaloes turned into cold chunks of meat. Even seeing it with her own eyes, she couldn't believe it. Each time Jiyama swung his arm, the blades spun like steel propellers, slicing through the air and effortlessly carving through the beasts' bodies. The group had completed their mission. Chloe darted forward, her eyes gleaming with familiar excitement. Multiple afterimages appeared, moving at terrifying speed to draw the water buffalo's attention. With her blessing, she created 4 clones, all charging simultaneously. As the afterimages converged, her sword returned to its sheath. Clang. The sound of the blade hitting the scabbard echoed. Then, slash, sharp cuts appeared across the water buffalo's bodies in unison. Not to be outdone, Jiyama threw his next knife. His silhouette reflected on the wall, each thrown blade hitting its mark without fail. His icy gaze locked onto his prey. With a single swing, the remaining buffaloes fell. He glided through like a breeze. The water buffaloes roared in desperation, but in a flash, sword aura marked their bodies. Each shoulder swing sent a blade flashing like lightning, tearing through enemies. It seemed random, yet was utterly precise. Each beast felled with one strike, their massive bodies cleaved in half, revealing perfectly smooth cuts, as if meeting no resistance. The remaining ones wailed hopelessly, helplessly watching their kin fall. Boom! Rocks and debris scattered, but with superhuman speed and reflexes, Jiyama dodged effortlessly, his steps as light as a stroll through a blood-soaked battlefield. Outside, Weapon focused on playing his flute, using sound to support his team. Saki still couldn't grasp what was happening. She'd heard of Kong Jiyama's difference through virtual training sessions, through whispered rumors. But seeing it firsthand was another matter. Jiyama charged forward unhindered, even as the water buffaloes swarmed, overwhelming him with sheer numbers, rushing his position. The more there were, the tighter they encircled him. Saki, shocked, raised her bow but didn't dare release. He's in danger. But her eyes widened in disbelief. Jiyama swung 2 sashimi knives horizontally, slash, slash, slash. All the surrounding buffaloes were repelled, cut into pieces. Before Saki's gaze, he stood silently, his eyes radiating absolute confidence. No longer a side character, but the protagonist. Saki, stunned, let her bow droop, muttering, What the hell just happened? Before her, the remaining water buffaloes lay in a chaotic heap of flesh. A murderous aura enveloped the scene, red blood spreading, painting a terrifying yet haunting bloody picture. Jiyama quietly surveyed the battlefield, smiling. Somehow, he produced a bag, collecting enough water buffalo horns to meet the mission's requirements. Damn it, the author didn't even bother explaining how he got them. His voice was calm. This should be enough. Looking at the bulging bag of horns, Jiyama thought. Took 40 seconds to wipe out 50. Shame there's no spatial bag. I could only carry a portion. He nodded, satisfied, smiling as if it were trivial. Chloe approached, eyes sparkling. Jiyama, you were so cool today. Jiyama recognized her earlier effort. Chloe's terrifying speed had drawn the herd, making it easier for everyone to handle. He smiled faintly. You worked hard too, Chloe. Without you, we couldn't have finished so fast. The praise made Chloe blush, delighted. Thanks. As they chatted, Jiyama's gaze softened toward Chloe. Though he disliked showing emotions, he didn't hold back praise for those who helped achieve the goal. Weapon was used to this, but Saki wasn't. She stared at Jiyama as if witnessing the impossible. Weapon glanced at her, shrugging. Told you, don't be shocked. Saki, irritated, snapped. Don't be shocked after seeing this? Idiot. Weapon laughed, sighing. Haha, I couldn't speak the first time either. Still hard to believe. That guy Giamma breaks common sense every time he shows up. Saki pursed her lips, her expression complex, voice trembling. Who the hell is Kong Giamma? Looking at the two ahead, Weapon shrugged. I don't know either. Giamma didn't just dominate today. He's been racking up feats at the academy and other dungeons. Saki couldn't hide her shock, her eyes fixed as if asking, what the hell is this? But she shook her head, trying not to dwell. Weapon turned to Giamma, sincere. Thanks, man. Saki followed his gaze, her mind still a mess, unable to process. After meeting their goal, the group headed out, chatting as they walked. Weapon was surprised. The dungeon's condition was just to kill 2 water buffaloes. You took down way more, almost single-handedly. That's insane. Giamma gave a faint smile. During the midterm, when I fought the mermaids, I didn't do much. Consider this making up for it. Weapon started. Hey. Back then it wasn't. He stopped, glancing at Saki, who didn't understand. Weapon corrected himself, stumbling. Yeah, fine. Thanks anyway. Saki frowned, a huge question mark forming. What's going on? Weapon dodged, lightening the mood. We almost died, let alone cleared the dungeon. His tone grew serious, suspicious. But why were the water buffaloes so aggressive today? Saki nodded. Didn't we see this before? Remember the Lion Kings? I thought they weren't as strong as expected. The group kept walking, but Chloe stopped, staring ahead, turning to Giamma. Hey, Giamma, where are we? Giamma froze. Saki looked around, realizing, It's like a pillar. Suddenly, Saki shouted. Oh no. The space shifted. From the void, eerie purple chains appeared, binding everyone. Question marks hovered over all 4, but Chloe stayed calm, her eyes glinting with calculation. Giamma observed, thinking, bound by chains? What's next? A figure suddenly appeared, the dungeon gate guard, staring at the scene, shocked. What the hell is this? He muttered, unable to believe the monsters were wiped out. Panic set in, then he remembered. Damn it, I'm screwed. Desperate thoughts surged. I still owe 20 billion from CH1. He gritted his teeth, recalling an earlier meeting. A woman claiming to be an academy instructor approached, saying, do one thing, and I'll clear your 2 billion debt. He clenched his fist, heart pounding, recalling orders from the 5th Legion commander. Tame the water buffaloes. Use magical stones to enrage them. When Kong Giamma enters the dungeon, release them all at once and open the deepest stone gate. He swallowed, looking at the purple crystal in his hand, wondering, what the hell did she mean? He reflected, recalling the conversation. The woman asked, that student's heading to his death? The commander smirked. I'm not betting on this gamble. He replied, then I'll find someone else. He quickly grabbed the crystal. No, wait. I'll help. She smirked. Humph, hurry up. I'll call with detailed instructions later. Answer unknown numbers. He hurried. Yes, I understand. She left, leaving him stunned. A thought flashed. 20 billion. With that, I can do anything. Back in reality, he recalled something crucial, stepping forward with resolve. Just a bunch of kids. The stone gates open. They're definitely dead. Back to Giamma's group, a voice rang out. That gate, don't tell me it's here? Giamma thought. Everything went too smoothly. Yet we entered without issues. His eyes grew wary, realizing, this gate only opens with a Jigen magical stone. Those stone fragments from the boss were the reward. Didn't expect they'd open the gate. Seeing the red slash on the stone gate, Giamma knew a normal blade wouldn't leave that mark. It was his. He drew his knife, preparing, but movement around them put the group on edge. Chloe asked, what's that? Everyone noticed, a red, hulking monster wielding a giant axe. Weapon questioned, is that really a water buffalo? Giamma felt unease. Damn it, it's awake? While the others panicked, Giamma thought coldly, the reward for clearing this place could be transferring a blessing from its owner to another target and activating it. Can't be used alone. Suddenly, an A-rank magical beast appeared, Minotauros, radiating clear menace. A powerful gust of wind slipped through the gate's cracks. The flickering light from an oil lamp cast shadows on the wall, revealing the silhouette of a nearby water buffalo. On the opposite side, another appeared. All 4 witnessed it, A massive buffalo stood towering between two others, one purple, one green, flanking it, radiating fury. They were left charge and right strike, the king's left and right advisors. Chloe, with her keen perception, immediately asked, Giamma, what are those? Why are there magical beasts like this on the stone gate? Giamma didn't answer right away, lost in thought. Those two as well. Recalling the earlier scene, he told himself, even if I slashed the gate to pieces and escaped, once that monster awakens, no one gets out unscathed. The pressure mounted, forcing him to focus intensely. This isn't like the midterm when I knew nothing about the mermaid. But I've faced this Minotauros in the game. In perfect condition, I could take all three alone. The problem is I've used up the 40 seconds of painless blessing. He gritted his teeth, deciding, I have to act with the highest chance of success. At that moment, a booming sound echoed through the space, tension enveloping the air. After a moment's deliberation, Giamma reached into his pocket, carefully gripping a hidden sashimi knife. Suddenly, he turned to Weapon. Hey, Weapon, can you boost my strength to reduce pain? Weapon, surprised, replied, yeah, sure, but how long do you need to maintain it? 2 minutes max, Giamma answered. Weapon, though slightly worried, nodded firmly. Got it. If you say so, I'll do it. Preparations done, Giamma turned to Chloe and Saki. Chloe, Saki, handle the small fries. Both froze for a moment. Giamma emphasized, that big guy's dangerous, don't get close. Saki, tense, had no mind for other thoughts. Ahead, the water buffaloes roared, their rage evident in their bulging muscles. Giamma tightened his grip, drawing the E-rank Marasi, raising it high. A green light spread, sword god blessing activated. Lightning coursed through his body, excruciating pain hitting hard. Giamma spat a mouthful of blood, his knife-holding hand trembling in agony. Still movable. Weapon played his flute to support, but the piercing pain was unbearable. Still, Giamma held firm, taking a deep breath, channeling all his senses into the battle. The boss charged, its massive axe swinging down hard. Giamma dodged to the side, his eyes locked on the beast. The pain tore at his nerves, but he used the momentum, spinning and slashing in a deadly arc, striking its weak point despite his body's urge to vomit blood. At that moment, a counterattack came from below. Boom boom, the ground shattered. Giamma retreated, but the beast gave no respite, kicking straight at him. Damn it! Thud! Blood sprayed across the ground. Giamma stumbled back, struggling to stand, thinking, it's like every sense suppressed by the blessing is finally unleashed. The beast's eyes flashed an unnatural red. Damn, it's changing its attack pattern. A downward chop shifted to a horizontal swing, too fast. Giamma ducked low, dodging by a hair. The axe embedded in the ground, cracking it open. He accelerated, circling behind, but the frenzied buffalo sensed him, spinning to counter with a swing. Boom! A devastating blow, its shockwave like a bomb, dust and smoke clouding the area. In the thick haze, the buffalo paused but immediately sensed something unexpected. Weapon kept playing his flute, sweating profusely, his body trembling. Meanwhile, Saki frantically dealt with another beast. She leaped forward, recalling Giamma's words, use your muscles, stance, and footwork, leveraging your combat instinct's potential to unbalance the enemy with minimal movement. Theory was one thing, reality was another. Saki exploited an opening, firing an arrow into the buffalo's eye. It roared in pain but didn't yield, gripping its blade and charging. Saki thought, like it's blind, seeing nothing. She drew her bow taut again. The attack seemed simple, but boom boom, the buffalo's head was blown off, its body collapsing lifelessly. It was dead. Saki glanced around, thinking, Sword Emperor's fit? Did I hear that right? They say the Sword Emperor uses aura like that special admit guy. But she had no time to dwell. Back to Giamma's fight, the buffalo's eyes widened, shocked. This kid dodged that. Its gaze shifted, Giamma's silhouette reflected in its ferocious eyes, radiating demonic, killing intent. The buffalo roared, boom, charging with a massive fist. But Giamma vanished lightly, faster than the wind. Holding Marasi, a flash of light arced deadly, slash. An arm fell. The buffalo screamed in agony. Arg. It hurts. Damn it. Its pained and furious cry echoed. Its weapon fell, clang. Chloe and Weapon had just finished. Chloe pierced the other buffalo, its final roar fading as it collapsed. Breathing heavily, she wiped blood from her pensive face. The more human-like a magical beast, the more dangerous. Each varies in degree. But she had no time to think, turning to Giamma's battle. The buffalo kept roaring but stopped, gripping its axe with its remaining hand, raising it. What's happening? A terrifying power enveloped its weapon. The group was stunned. Saki's eyes widened, panicked. Magic? No way. A magical beast using magic. The beast's arm bulged with mutated green veins. Saki, stunned, gripped her bow, trembling. It's trading its life for mana? Just a beast, and it's this terrifying. An energy wave erupted, boom boom, forcing all three back. Saki gritted her teeth, thoughts racing. The mana's too strong. I can't get close. Weapon kept playing his flute, worry evident, screaming in his mind. Giamma, you have to do this. But Giamma stood still, not dodging, looking up, blood trickling from his mouth. The beast raised its axe, preparing a devastating strike. Giamma didn't move. This is it, we're done. In this situation, the erupting magical energy prevented Giamma's teammates from getting close to assist. Now alone, Kong Giamma had to fend for himself against the boss. Instead of retreating or showing fear, he smirked, his gaze sweeping over the beast with cold disdain. The pain reminded him he was still alive. Only one option: pour everything into this final battle. The boss let out a piercing roar, swinging its axe in a crimson arc of magical energy that sliced through the air. A shockwave spread, engulfing the area. Giamma, undaunted, gripped his knife and charged. Boom. The moment their weapons clashed, a violent tremor erupted. Giamma poured all his strength to barely hold his ground. This magic is too dense. If I dodge now, I'll be pushed back, putting the whole team in danger. A split-second lapse, and the boss spotted an opening, pressing its attack harder. Cornered, Giamma stepped back. In this dire moment, a cold arrow suddenly shot from afar, piercing the boss's right eye. It roared in agony. Saki, panting, shouted, "What are you standing there for? Finish the damn thing." Thanks to her timely support, Giamma noticed the water buffalo's strength waning. He closed his eyes. When they opened, his mind reached absolute focus. The pressure from his teammates' anxious gazes vanished, his mind clear. In that moment, the sound of air being torn apart echoed, heat surging. Giamma recalled an old saying, "If you strike, everything will be cut." Those words now held absolute meaning. He focused entirely, his shoulders and arms moving instinctively. The sashimi knife, cloaked in sword aura, shot forward. The aura smashed into the crimson magical wave, piercing and splitting it like a fatal slash. Each clash with the blade shattered the magic into red fragments, the sound of impact reverberating through the cave. The heat from the clash made the air tremble. Chloe, watching from afar, recognized that power. She recalled Giamma's fight with the Sword Saint, where a similar green light appeared. A second later, Giamma's sashimi blade pierced the water buffalo's weapon. He twisted the blade like a key, green energy spreading from the wound, engulfing the beast in pain. Giamma slashed relentlessly, as if he'd never been allowed to cut before. The Bull King roared helplessly. Unrelenting, he spun his blade again, the sword aura tearing through its organs. The sound of breaking bones and ripping flesh rang clear. The blade swung down, a decisive slash ending it all. A crisp, sharp sound echoed as it cleaved half the boss's body. The scene left the group stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Too damn epic. It surpassed all imagination. It took a moment for the boss's massive head to hit the ground. Giamma landed gracefully, exhausted, the rancid stench rising around him. Regaining his composure, seeing everyone safe, he sighed in relief, looking up to savor the glory of victory. I won. We did it. Giamma could hardly believe he pulled it off. Saki pressed a hand to her chest, heart pounding, taking a deep breath, relieved. A perfect strike. Weapon lowered his flute, struggling to steady his chaotic breathing, collapsing with a heavy thud. His body was drained, though no visible wounds. The side effects of pain reduction blessing had ravaged him internally. With lips swollen like they'd been stung by bees, he groaned. Giamma, every time you show up, you break limits like it's nothing. His gaze turned to Giamma, thinking, that brilliant green light, illuminating the dark cave. At this age, wielding radiant aura, what kind of person is he? While Weapon pondered, Saki rushed over, patting his back. Hey, breathe. Weapon instinctively obeyed, taking a deep breath, but it came out as a choked sob. Confused, he turned. What? What's that for? Saki crouched beside him, slowly saying, I think I get what you meant earlier. Weapon, puzzled. What did I say? That livestream legend thing. Saki tilted her head toward the cave's ceiling, chuckling. Yeah, I remember now. And I get why you stick with him. Weapon raised a hand in protest. What? Since when do I follow him? Saki laughed teasingly, brushing it off. Weapon muttered. By regulation, Giamma can't skip grades this year, right? Then scolded. Are you shocked, silly, or possessed? Saki smiled, as if doubting her own thoughts. Humph. What if it's the other way around? Do the rules forbid it? Weapon, skeptical. Well, not exactly. Saki said no more, quietly watching Giamma. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to stick with him too. It's intriguing. The boss was defeated by Giamma. Wounded, he thought. Even with Weapon's blessing boost, I need rest. This is still light, though. Worth noting, facing an enemy without pain reduction blessing. Chloe rushed over, hugging Giamma tightly, eyes worried. Giamma, you okay? Any injuries? She forgot he was hurt, his body trembling. He adjusted his breathing, stammering. Chloe, I think it's injured. Hold on. Chloe gently stepped back, eyes shy. Eek, sorry. Giamma, pale, thought. Just kill me, it hurts like hell. Ignoring his exhaustion, a status panel appeared. Congratulations, you've unlocked a new blessing. He gave a bitter smile. It was meant for Lion, the protagonist. It's a rare one, Spirit Tier. When combined with another blessing, it shines. Transfer blessing. Transfers an existing blessing to another creature or object, requiring direct contact to activate. Almost mandatory to control Banmong, the sword wielding both yin and yang. Giamma was quietly pleased. Guess there's some good in this. The stone gate creaked, slowly opening. Through the gap, a familiar figure appeared, the checkpoint staff. His expression was complex, a twisted, sinister smile, scarier than any monster. Chloe blinked, turning to Giamma. He whispered, Chloe, that thing I asked you about earlier, it's time. Yes. Chloe replied firmly, charging at the man, eyes brimming with resolve. Giamma wasn't great at manipulation, but no rule forbade leveraging Chloe's absolute trust. 2 reasons I chose her. First, Chloe's an assassin from the Auditor clan. Students generally can't attack people, but her clan members can, with valid reason. Second, I'm sure this guy's tied to everything. With sword god blessing, my instincts are sharper than ever. Chloe slammed her foot into the man's stomach. He screamed in pain. She pressed down, her katana's hilt piercing his thigh. The blade sank deep, his agonized scream echoing, throat tearing apart. Tears and snot streamed as he writhed, trembling in fear and pain. Chloe looked down coldly, growling. Stay still. Weapon, pale, spoke. What's going on? What's happening? Giamma exhaled, calm. I asked Chloe to do something. The man cowered, sobbing. You kids. Why do this to me? What did I do? Giamma smiled calmly, crouching. That's what we're finding out. Whether you did anything, it'll be clear. Weapon shocked, huh? All those crazed buffaloes, the stone gate opening. Was it him? Saki agreed. It's abnormal. No cameras in the dungeon. Yet he shows up right on time, like he was waiting. Weapon frowned. But why target us? Saki, speechless, glanced at him. Dumbass, we need to dig deeper. She approached the man. Hey, checkpoint guy, a small fry like you couldn't pull this off alone. Who's behind it? He opened his mouth but clamped it shut, stammering. Saki sighed, turning to Giamma, signaling. Not talking? Want me to help open his mouth? Giamma admired her calm, stepping closer, frowning. If you don't talk about who's pulling the strings, before he finished, the man screamed in panic, voice trembling. I'll talk. Don't hit, don't kill. Recently, an instructor from Quain Academy approached me, said she'd clear my gambling debts. Weapon scoffed, furious. You did this for gambling debts? Betraying students for pocket change. Saki cold. Oh, the man, trembling, stammered. It's not pocket change. 20 million. I resisted at first, but Weapon couldn't hold back, cursing. Damn it. Shut up, you scum. Saki stopped him, pressing. Enough. What did that instructor look like? He clutched himself, shaking. Female instructor, purple hair and eyes, striking height. Saki speculated. Probably our class's assistant instructor. I don't forget faces after one meeting. I know her identity. Her eyes are distinctive. Giamma exclaimed. Oh, I see. Weapon asked. Wait, the midterm incident was her doing too. Saki suspicious. What happened then? Giamma replied. We faced mermaids. Saki's eyes widened. What? Leon was hospitalized from fighting those mare people. Weapon grimaced. The secret's out now. Actually, Giamma took it down alone. Saki realized. So, we've got all the info we need. Giamma pulled out his iPhone 16 Pro Max, recording mode on. All her crimes are recorded. Weapon, amazed. Unbelievable, that's pro. Chloe decisively yanked her katana from the man's thigh. He clutched it, trembling, blood gushing like rain. Giamma approached, cold. That dungeon gate shouldn't have opened, yet it did. What's more fitting for making someone disappear completely? The man, pale, stammered. Girl, what do you mean? Giamma stared, smiling coldly. Chloe, take care of our assassin. Chloe nodded, her voice clear but resolute. Got it, Giamma. Chloe stepped forward, posture rigid, face expressionless, staring at the man with empty, chillingly calm eyes. Old man. He screamed, Wait, you're joking, right? Hold on. But it was too late. Chloe tilted her head, her blade swinging, slicing cleanly. His head fell, blood staining the floor. Giamma didn't glance at the body again, thinking, Academy elders, those damn instructors targeting me, come at me. I'll take on all you cowards hiding in the shadows. I spit on you. After some time, he returned to the academy, specifically the forging area. Before him, an item sat neatly on the table. Information popped up. Minotaur's Horn, hidden dungeon bull king boss. Guarantee success when enhancing weapons below A rank. Giamma's face remained calm as usual. His steady voice sounded as he set the item down. Enhance it for me. The blacksmith stared at the item, stunned for a few seconds, his eyes a mix of confusion and awe. Then, suddenly, they turned to fear. He thought, my God, he actually brought it back? A rank beast material? Even for a Jokwon Academy student, owning A rank material is terrifying. After a moment of shock, the blacksmith regained his composure, his sharp gaze fixed on Giamma, asking, You hunted this A rank material yourself? Not surprised by the question, Giamma slowly shook his head. With my team, how could I do it alone? He quietly drew Murasi from his side, placing it beside the item. The sword was caked in blood, deeply chipped. His eyes darkened, and he said softly, This too. If you're enhancing, can you fix it as well? Seeing the battered weapon, the blacksmith's face flushed, his voice exploding with anger. Hey, kid, what the hell did you do to let your weapon get like this? Giamma stood still, his expression calm, eyes cold and unwavering, replying indifferently. How'd it end up like this? A faint, oppressive aura emanated from him, unnerving the blacksmith. He quickly waved his hands, forcing a laugh. You should have been more careful. I was worried you got hurt. Giamma didn't respond, unbothered, and turned to leave. Before disappearing, he paused. I'm off then. As promised, handle everything. The blacksmith watched him go, face twisted, mind chaotic, fuming. Why am I stuck in this mess? Damn kid. Before his frustration subsided, Giamma turned back, raising a hand, saying unexpectedly, Oh, not just that. Sell the extra materials and buy yourself some liquor. The blacksmith's expression shifted from anger to confusion. A new class session at Lang class began, with everyone present. Giamma quietly took his usual seat, clenching his fist lightly at his chest, closing his eyes, sinking into thought. It's gotten much better, but I'll need weapon to push harder next time. He leaned back in his chair, eyes drifting upward. Suddenly, ping, a system panel appeared. Sword God blessing. If you strike, it will be cut. No other changes. Giamma stared, 3 dots forming in his mind. He checked the stats. 12.7% enhancement success rate, a standout figure, not rising normally, but spiking after major events. Memories of the battle with Chloe and the mermaid flashed by, his eyes heavy, a hint of sleeplessness. If I clear a few more dungeons, the rate will increase. His worries faded, but the physical pain from Sword God Blessing wearing off remained vivid. His stats had surged, but his body suffered severe damage. His silver hair was no longer as thick, but it was growing over time, unavoidable. His gaze slid sideways, an image of his teacher wielding a fish-cutting knife surfacing. The old man went bald when his hair turned fully white. Will I lose all my hair too? The odd thought was quickly dismissed. Before him, an item sat on the table, but he didn't notice. Instead, a new realization hit. I need to prepare better. Too many forces are targeting me. I can't stay passive forever. He needed to study blessings more deeply. The gap with Leon, the protagonist, was still wide, but no matter. My cornstalk will grow fuller with other blessings. There was much to do, but first he needed to recover. Giamma stretched, adjusting his joints, sighing in relief. Only then did he notice the item on the table, a small note, heart-shaped and pink, reading, Dungeon Conquest Memento, a candy, wishing you a speedy recovery. Too sweet to eat. Seeing the simple gift, he recalled moments with Chloe and Weapon, the first time forming a team, clearing the dungeon. Being targeted for his life was now routine, but not entirely unfortunate. At least I have two teammates. Holding the gift, Giamma thought, Chloe and Weapon don't impact the main storyline much. Not sure if Chloe sees me as a friend. A faint smile crossed his face, and he continued, heard Chloe was hospitalized from exhaustion after the dungeon. I should visit her when I get time. But his attention was drawn to the door. 3 familiar figures, 2 people, and a mysterious dark shadow. Teacher Lee's voice broke the silence. Get back to your seats. The class was startled, but Giamma only narrowed his eyes, thinking, when will the Sword Saint leave? A sound interrupted, ding, a phone notification. He checked, brow furrowing. 8:54, June 8th, new message. What are you doing? Who's this? Wrong number. Looking closer at the sender, his hand trembled, the phone shaking. What the hell? His eyes darted to the door, panic surging. A familiar girl stood there, holding her phone, its screen matching the message. Saki, she lightly licked her lips, her sharp eyes locking onto Giamma. The classroom erupted, whispers echoing down the hall. What's this? Teacher Lai sighed, as if expecting it. With the Sword Saint and Saki, he stepped to the podium, voice booming. Starting today, student Saki Ryo will be reassigned to Lang class. Maintain order. In 30 minutes, regroup and head to the training ground. The class exploded. For real? Saki's joining our class. The bald instructor confirmed it. She requested the transfer herself. Saki calmly walked to her seat, students whispering, Sakiko's really in our class? What kind of guy does Sakiko like? Giamma stayed calm, but his mind was heavy. I was tracking Saki's every step. Don't tell me she's sitting near me. A memory flashed. Miracle Generation, the 4 most outstanding students. Top scorer, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Brilliant intellect, unmatched strength, leading in theory and combat. But most notable was Saki's identity. Daughter of Saki Kojima, absolute archer, a 7-star hero, and Japan's prime minister in this world. In other words, Japan's princess. Students were thrilled, as if seeing a celebrity, but for Giamma, it was a disaster. Sweat dripped down his temple. Don't come here. Normal trouble's 100 pH. With her, it's probably 200. Saki calmly approached, her glossy hair reflecting the window's light. She hummed a cheerful tune, ignoring the tense atmosphere. Giamma turned his face to avoid her gaze, praying, please, please. But a shadow fell over one side of his face. A chill ran down his spine, a familiar voice close to his ear. If you're not eating, I'll take it, Giamma. The dreaded moment became reality. He looked up, heart sinking. Saki sat on his desk, holding his phone, smiling slyly. Save my number. Can I sit next to you? Giamma froze, unease surging. Why is my bad feeling never wrong? Scene shift. The Water Buffalo dungeon gate was sealed. Agent L's caution tape strung across after a severe risk report. The guard room's light still glowed. A voice asked, before entering the dungeon, what did he say? The guard replied, he was worried about the students, wanted to investigate himself first. The other pondered, nothing unusual? The guard hesitated. Well, thinking back, his expression wasn't great. The brown-haired investigator, arms crossed, spoke. Got it. We need to check this scene one last time. You can leave. Thanks for cooperating. Night fell, the cold moonlight enveloping the area. The 2 investigators finished their task, standing outside the gate, smoking, discussing. People dying in dungeons isn't rare. True. But even if it's an accident, we need to find the body. The atmosphere grew heavy. One frowned, recalling. The search team entered the dungeon, finding a horrific scene, water buffalo corpses scattered, the boss defeated by Giamma's group, blood staining the area. The investigator assessed, a mountain of dried corpses, blood everywhere. Jokwon Academy students returned safely, but the staff member who entered out of concern vanished, like he never existed. Without hesitation, both left. Outside the gate, they continued. A body stuck in the stone gate? Unlikely. That gate's never been opened before. But we can't interrogate Jokwon students either. The stocky one walked off. Jokwon Academy's full of nobles. Who'd dare order an interrogation? I'll handle something and be back. The other leaned against the wall, looking at the sky, muttering, crazy. Thud. He startled. Turning, his colleague collapsed, a sinister bloodstain spreading across his body. A girl's silhouette appeared. The investigator, uneasy, stepped back. Magic? A demon. Purple, eerie eyes glowed in the dark. She clenched her fist, dark energy gathering. The 5th Legion commander of the Demon King spoke. Hello. Her voice was soft but deadly. He froze, stunned, human. Before he could process, a purple energy wave sliced through, cutting his throat cleanly. Blood gushed. She tilted her head, smiling wickedly. Goodbye. His body collapsed, consciousness fading. He realized, half human, half demon. Miss Kim wasn't human. She'd made a pact with a demon, becoming a half-demon. She stepped over the body, her voice casual, mocking. Good work, but villains like you are too careless. Saki sat down as if it were the most natural thing, casually taking out a yokon, unwrapping it, and savoring it. Her eyes lit up, the taste so delightful it drew every gaze. Jiyama seemed to accept Saki's transfer to the class. After all, with the Sword Emperor as their instructor, Lang class was no longer ordinary. But her sitting right next to him was another issue entirely. Though treated as invisible, Saki was still one of Leon's women. To Jiyama, she was an utterly troublesome character. He awkwardly stammered. Hey, before he could continue, Saki held up the yokon, cutting him off. Why aren't you eating? She tilted her head, her tone casual. I've already shared it. After the dungeon incident, Saki seemed intrigued by Jiyama, but he wanted to keep his distance. Their first meeting hadn't exactly been pleasant. Jiyama said coldly, Chloe sometimes sits there. Still, Saki remained unfazed, not budging. It wasn't a big deal, so he adjusted himself quickly. Saki began reasoning. If someone hasn't arrived before roll call, they're either late or not coming, right? Given the distance from the dorms, it's more likely they're not coming than late. No one reserves seats. First come, first served. Anything wrong with that? Jiyama was speechless, thinking, well, she's not wrong. She left no room for argument. Finishing the yokon, Saki exclaimed softly, wow, that's fire. Jiyama wanted to ask why she transferred to Lang class, but the instructor's stern voice rang out. Training after roll call starts soon. 5 minutes to assemble. He glanced around, students hurriedly left to change. Some hesitated, wanting to talk to Saki, but reluctantly backed off. Saki didn't care, leisurely pulling out a cute sleep mask, looking drowsy. Jiyama pressed. Saki, aren't you going to training? Lang class has morning drills. She casually explained. Archers should train their minds more than run around outside. Good luck. With that, she pulled the mask down, sinking into a deep sleep. Unbelievable, Jiyama shook his head, heading to the school gate. Oh, one more thing. Saki suddenly lifted her mask, calling in a low voice. From now on, don't call me Saki. Call me Rio. Jiyama, confused. Huh, she said calmly. Friends call each other by their first names, not surnames, right? He questioned. Weapon calls you Saki. Even your weapon's named Saki. She didn't elaborate. What's that got to do with it? Anyway, have fun at training. I'm sleeping. Saki buried her head on the desk, instantly asleep. Jiyama stared for a moment, a faint smirk forming, then headed to the changing room. Outside the elite class, a small commotion stirred. Whispers arose. Humph, quite the buzz. Huh? Ruko stretched, turning to Aben. Hey, heard the news? Saki's moved to Lang class. The sleepyhead suddenly motivated. Aben rested her chin on her hand, staring at the blackboard, responding curtly. Oh, really? Ruko shrugged, glancing at her. Though she seemed clueless, Aben's eyes still glinted golden. Ruko squinted, chuckling mischievously. You feeling regret? Aben, puzzled. Huh? Regret what? You know, transfers only happen when there's an opening. Lang class was short one this year. Saki somehow got the info and snagged it first. That sleepy girl's quick. Ruko's eyes glinted with meaning. Aben faltered, and Ruko, amused, sighed regretfully. Saki's something. But even if I like her, there's an order to things. Jiyama was ours Aben's first. Caught off guard, Aben shot up. Nonsense. What are you babbling about? Ruko giggled. I've noticed, Aben. Mention Jiyama, and you react instantly. Nothing going on. Really? Aben sighed, waving her off. Let me be clear once. I've only talked to Jiyama a few times, nothing special. Stop imagining things. Ruko looked into her eyes, smiling faintly. That's just for now, right? Who knows about the future? Aben froze, Ruko's tone deepening, oddly serious. Aben, others may not see it, but don't fool yourself. It's not a good look. Think carefully. Complex emotions, confusion, shock, unease, flickered across Aben's face. Unlike usual, Riko wasn't joking but struck straight to the core, leaving a strange, stinging pain. Aben was always calm, or rather, had to be. She rarely showed emotion, maintaining a cool facade, her sole goal to earn her grandfather, the Sword Emperor's, approval. After the midterm demon attack, Aben planned to seek his advice discreetly. But against expectations, he stepped in himself, taking a temporary instructor role at Jokwon Academy. He said, "Starting tomorrow, I'll be a temporary instructor." Aben reacted, "What? You're following me to school now?" She grimaced, "I'm already too noticed." The Sword Emperor cut her off. "I'll be handling Lang classes first years." Aben, shocked. "What are you saying?" He said calmly, "Forgotten already? You asked me about this during the midterm." Aben recalled she had mentioned it to him. The Sword Emperor sipped tea, unfazed. "We probably won't cross paths much. Don't worry." The reason was surely Kongjiyama. Though hidden, her grandfather always showed special interest in him, as if seeing a rough gem with boundless potential. Aben felt a strange emotion stir. Jiyama, an absurd genius, ignoring status, carving his path through the nobility with strength. An unbelievably talented special admit student from a humble background. At their first meeting, he was just a scrawny kid, unremarkable. Now, he was a strong young man with sharp eyes, surpassing Leon Varen, the hero candidate. Jiyama walked an heroic path but didn't flaunt it, quietly pressing through thorns. If he were a bit arrogant, I could hate him. But Jiyama doesn't care, ignoring even his critics, Aben thought, frustrated yet ashamed of her envy for not earning her grandfather's approval. Jiyama's image clung to her mind. After her reverie, Aben's cheeks flushed. Riko grinned slyly. "Is that so?" Aben jumped back, shouting, "Ah, what's that about?" Riko, startled, laughed. "What are you doing?" Aben shook her head, embarrassed, trying to regain composure. "No matter what I think, I don't have special feelings for Jiyama. No intent or time for that stuff." Riko winked mischievously. "Oh, I'm relieved, Lady Aben. No need to compete with you, thank goodness. I can handle the red-haired girl and Saki, but you'd be tough." Aben froze, unsure how to respond. She realized she'd just escaped an awkward trap, hurrying back to her seat. But Riko wasn't done, teasing. Finally admitting it? Nonsense. Aben snapped angrily, head down, refusing to say more. Meanwhile, the professor lectured on the importance of academics. Today's topic was basic blessing analysis, dry, but the professor's witty style made it popular. Even Jiyama, who hated theory, found it engaging. The professor said, "Blessings are classified by origin. From guardians, they're guardian blessings. From spirits, spirit blessings. Simple, right?" A student asked, "Professor, what about from ancestors? Are those ancestor blessings? I've been dreaming of my late grandpa." The professor chuckled. "Student Jom, ancestors might help you lift weights, but they don't grant blessings." The class laughed, and the professor joined in but kept focus. Enough. Next, we'll explore blessing tiers. Amid the lively class, one person slept like the dead, Saki, Jiyama's deskmate. He thought, even the professor can't handle her? The professor glanced at her, ignoring it as if used to it, showing no annoyance. Does she have that much privilege? From a teacher's perspective, she was a troublesome student. Today was Saki's second day in Lang class. Jiyama wanted to know why she transferred, but hadn't had the chance. She just slept all day. Even shaking her shoulder to wake her, she'd blink and sleep again. Unbelievable. If she's going to sleep, why not in a corner instead of next to me? Despite her carefree, lazy nature, she always claimed this spot, as if it were hers. Good thing Chloe's still in the hospital, or there'd be a murder, Jiyama thought, but admitted, thanks to her, handling the dungeon aftermath was easier. Recalling the beheading of the checkpoint staff, Saki had managed everything, smoothing things over. In terms of ability, she was on a different level from weapon. Back to the lecture, the professor continued. Blessing tiers include heroic, spirit, guardian, and mortal. Most students here have mortal blessings, right? The class fell silent, some visibly upset. The professor smiled reassuringly. Don't be discouraged. Even mortal blessings, if used well, can match or surpass guardian blessings. Spirit blessings are already extremely rare. Jiyama thought, that's supposed to be comforting? Anyway, I got a rare blessing a few days ago. A curious student asked, Professor, what about heroic blessings? He replied slowly, heroic blessings or hero blessings are legendary. Historically, only great hero Bao Jokwon, this academy's founder, had one. And in modern times, one other person, He paused as the bell rang. Time's up. We'll continue next time. That's all. Giamma started to stand but remembered something, raising his hand. Professor, I have a question. The professor, surprised, smiled. Go ahead, student Giamma. He thought carefully, saying slowly, do you know this phrase, the blessing of the gods is always with people? Saki slightly raised an eyebrow, peeking at him. The professor pondered, replying, interesting question, but your phrase has a strange gap. Giamma, surprised. What gap, sir? The professor closed his book, voice solemn, because gods no longer exist in this world. Still, your curiosity moves me. Any questions, come to my research room. He left, leaving the room buzzing. Giamma turned, seeing Saki gazing at him sleepily. Hoping to ask why she transferred, he got nothing. She just rested her head on her hand, sleeping again. Hee, a bit more sleep. Giamma, helpless, muttered, should I nap too? Thinking it, he did, drifting off. Suddenly, a status message appeared in his subconscious. A blinding light is sent to you. The searing light made Giamma squint. His eyelids parted instinctively, his blurry vision gradually sharpening. When he fully opened his eyes, the scene before him left him speechless. Giamma is requesting to talk with you. Another scene struck him, an endless black sky, a galaxy flowing like a silver stream through space, like a sword slicing the universe. His body floated in a deep abyss, like a sci-fi film. A sense of powerlessness weighed on him, alive yet not existing, sending chills through his body. A glowing message appeared. Do you want to accept? Yes or no? Giamma is requesting to talk with you. Do you accept? Before he could grasp what was happening, Giamma's eyes lit up, a mix of awe and unease, like someone lost between reality and a mystical realm. The notification continued. Do you want to block it? Yes or no? Giamma is interfering with data code, hacking into the world line. Reading this, Giamma thought to himself, world line? Everything's riddled with mysteries. Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. A deafening explosion tore through the space, the shockwave rippling across the universe. The ground shook violently. Giamma's body froze, as if an invisible force gripped every muscle. A numbing sensation spread from his toes upward, his throat constricted, unable to produce a sound. In the sky, stars swirled chaotically, vibrating endlessly, as if under invisible pressure. But in an instant, everything halted, aligning in perfect order, eerily precise. Giamma was stunned. How can it be so quiet? The power gap is too vast. A cold, emotionless voice echoed from the void. Your qualifications are too low. You are not yet eligible. The sound seeped into Giamma's consciousness, stirring his mind like a tsunami, causing a splitting headache, as if his head might explode. Do you wish to continue? Before him, in the night sky, the stars formed that very question. Giamma froze, his heart pounding. In that moment, he understood. This isn't a dream. It's a warning, the reason I ended up in this world, or a clue about sword god blessing. No explanation made more sense. The cosmic resonance grew fiercer. Giamma clenched his teeth, mustering his strength, roaring, I choose yes. Immediately, a status message appeared. Giamma is confirming your will. Giamma is using control force to access the world line. The world trembled, cracking sounds echoing rapidly, like a security system purging excess data. Information fragments were erased, vanishing like viruses swept from a server. The orb of information from before was no exception. Its light dimmed, then faded entirely, consumed by an abyssal darkness. But at that moment, a strange sound rang out, space shattered. Each fragment, however small, was tied to a thin red thread, like an inviolable data pathway. Giamma followed them, the gaps cleanly cut, as if someone was manipulating reality. A sense of unease crept in. It's just like the day I awakened sword god blessing at the academy gate. I've seen this strangeness before. Giamma's sharp eyes focused on a single point. He reached forward, where something, unclear if near or far, began to emerge, a giant eye glowing in the endless night. Giamma told himself, no matter what, I have to find out what it is. He pressed forward, just a bit more. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey, wake up! It yanked him back to reality. A cold hand rested on his shoulder, a shiver running through his body. A notification appeared. Due to external interference, data has been lost. Giamma will reschedule the meeting. Question marks and exclamations alternated in his mind. His hand was still extended, but a crack spread before him. Doubt surfaced. What's happening? Before he could understand, the strange hand gripped his shoulder, holding him back. From the crack, a flood of data poured out. Symbols, numbers, unfamiliar code. Before vanishing, it left a message. Giamma is sending a message. Slash and cut it, whatever it is. Before Giamma could act, an invisible force from behind pulled him in. The text dissolved, darkness crashing like a flood, swallowing him in an instant. May the blessing of the gods always be with you. Hey, Kong Giamma, wake up. A voice dragged him back to reality. His eyelids heavy, he slowly opened them. Before him was Saki Ryo, gripping his shoulders, shaking him so hard the world spun. I've never been this dizzy, he thought. Saki pouted, grumbling. You scolded me for sleeping so much, yet here you are, out like a corpse. Before Giamma could respond, she laughed mockingly. Thank me, though. Without me waking you, you'd probably attend class in your dreams. But Saki paused. Giamma, eyes hazy, had tears streaming down like rain. He couldn't yet distinguish dream from reality, his mouth opening, but no words came. A question stuck in his throat, one he didn't even understand. The dream was shrouded in mystery, unanswered. Tears fell, beyond his control. Scene shift. Moments later, Giamma quietly headed home, pausing to rest on a nearby stone bench, reflecting on Saki's words. You okay? Sad dream. But he couldn't recall it. I think I dreamed, but why can't I remember? Caught by a sleepaholic like Saki is embarrassing enough, and I was crying. Just then, his friends approached. He's already here. Giamma's eyes landed on Weapon, Saki, and Chloe. A lively discussion ensued. Weapon spoke. Let's go over it again. It seems the enemy targeting the dark demon is inside. And the midterm exam. Before he finished, Saki cut in, loudly. Oh, come on. We get it. How long are you going to summarize? That's why you're not top scorer. Think in your head, don't ramble. My ears are bleeding. You're responsible. Giamma was speechless. I asked Weapon to explain earlier, and he's getting roasted. Sure enough, Weapon retorted. Hey, you think you'll stay top scorer forever? Wait for next week's written exam. You'll see. Saki, uninterested, covered her ears, muttering. My ears are actually bleeding. I'm stopping it. Beep, beep, beep. Chloe, ignored in the back, caught Giamma's glance. He asked, feeling better? Chloe, flustered. Yeah, much better. But I'm worried about spreading my cold, so I'm standing farther. Giamma sighed in relief. That explains why you're way over there. He turned to Saki. You've probably heard, but things are messy. I've been thinking alone and got nowhere. His eyes met hers. Her pale blue pupils studied him, cold and sharp. Saki snapped. I told you, stop calling me Saki. Her voice was steady. Giamma froze, caught off guard, as Saki, now Ryo, glared colder. Ryo, things aren't looking good. He glanced at Chloe, still far off, likely not hearing due to her cold. Relieved, he tested softly. Ryo, that okay? She gave a faint smile, as if soothed. Yeah, nice. Looking forward to working with you, Giamma. Weapon pulled out a notebook, flipping it open. I've compiled what we know to assess the situation. His voice lowered, scanning the group. Based on everything so far, I've noted it down for analysis. 1. Someone in the Elder Council is targeting Giamma. 2. The female instructor the checkpoint staff mentioned. Weapon paused, eyes sweeping the group, then continued. Light pink hair, cold eyes, fairly tall. His notes were neat, with elegant handwriting, key points underlined in bright highlighter. Chloe blurted, You sketch beautifully. Weapon glanced at her, nodding to continue. But knowing this isn't that important. If the Elder Council's behind the commission, it's not clear enough to convict. It'd get tossed out at the auditor's review, right? Chloe nodded, coughing lightly behind her mask. Exactly. Weapon was about to continue, but Ryo cut in. By the way, I saw that female instructor. I hacked the Academy's security system, checked everyone, from head instructors to assistants, 546 total. Found one match, but couldn't verify her identity. Giamma, shocked. You can do stuff like that? Ryo said casually. Tech 5.0 era. What's strange about a few tricks? Even if the Academy's security is top tier, I struck at dawn when it's weakest. Already tired, now I'm exhausted. Don't think I sleep all day for no reason. Giamma thought, horrified. Daytime sleeping, nighttime grinding is real. A demon. Even my number, which I never gave, she found. Weapon interrupted. So, we've got nothing solid yet. Infiltrating the elders or interrogating won't work. If it's Giamma, maybe, but it'd cause more harm than good. Rio and Chloe agreed. Weapon continued. So we thought of starting a club. Giamma, confused, a club? Rio chimed in. Yeah, clubs at Jokwin Academy get free movement and funding for activities. Whether for real combat or not, teamwork's valued, so clubs get perks. They're like organizations under Jokwin. Weapon quickly covered her mouth. Just say clubs get academy protection. Rio, annoyed, sighed. Fine. With enemies inside and out, a club's a double shield. The club system's a magic boost. In academy games, it gives a private space, customizable, for bonding with characters. Giamma thought, the housing system, otaku wallet drainer. I was too busy to care back then. Didn't expect it to be this useful in reality. He spoke. Any conditions to form a club? Weapon replied. At least 5 people, a plan, and submit to the supervisor. Giamma calculated. 5? We're 1 short. He asked, you're all joining? Weapon gave a wry smile. Don't make me sad, man. Of course. We wouldn't bring it up if we weren't in. We know you've got no friends besides us, hee. Chloe spoke, obviously. If it helps Giamma, I'm always in. Rio smiled. You helped me in the dungeon. Plus, this group needs at least 1 brain. Giamma thought. The bigger the world, the more relationships are based on calculation and gain. Yet these people I barely know trust me, willing to join, despite this world's strict hierarchy. He said, thanks, everyone. Weapon continued. To keep the momentum, let's name the club. Names flashed. Chloe suggested. Assassin's Memory, Crushing Corrupt Forces. What do you think? Silence hung heavy. Weapon forced a laugh. That name's a bit off. Rio, excited. Just call it Snooze Village Patrol Team. Who cares about the name? Weapon snapped. Rio, hush. The discussion heated up, each with their own idea, no one yielding. Giamma, silent, then said calmly. How about Travel Club? Conquering dungeons and wandering. Sound good. The group chorused. I'm in. Solid choice. Settled then, Giamma said. Next week's the written exam. Prepare for it. But he faltered. Travel Club is really okay? Weapon was still eagerly chatting with Rio. Oh, right. We need a faculty advisor, or we can't form it. That's the real issue. Advisors must be professor level or above. Chloe spoke. How about the magic department professor? Teacher Damien's friendly, well-liked. But he's busy, probably unavailable. Still, no one's more suitable. Rio pondered. Of over 500 staff, only about 30 are professors. For first-year blocks, maybe 10. They encourage clubs, but the system's full of contradictions. What about you, Giamma? Thought of anyone? He replied. Just needs to be professor level or above, right? Yeah, but in the academy, there's hardly anyone above professor. Giamma raised his phone. Not true. A chilling silence fell. Rio reacted first, eyes wide, body rigid. Weapon breathed heavily, swallowing hard, as if witnessing the impossible. Chloe, despite her light cough, froze, lips trembling wordlessly. A cold shiver ran down everyone's spines. The photo on the screen was clear, undeniable. Is this for real? What the hell? Scene shift. A cold administrative building, the atmosphere heavy with oppression. From the reception desk, a dry voice echoed. It's unfortunate, but to form a club, the president must personally submit the application. Giamma stepped forward, his eyes briefly bewildered but resolute, declaring, That's me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the staff member behind the counter looked up, her gaze sharp as a blade, the familiar look of those who judged students by their elite backgrounds. She frowned, her tone skeptical. You? But then her eyes landed on the special green badge on Giamma's chest. Her lips curled into a sneer, muttering as if to herself, a special admits student, huh? The atmosphere grew stifling, as if an invisible blade hung in the air. Giamma thought to himself, anger rising. Damn it, this is an educator? Terrifying. Suppressing his emotions, he spoke firmly. Then, per procedure, please accept my application. Hearing this, the staff member stood abruptly, her gaze dripping with contempt. A special admits student isn't qualified. To form a club, you need a faculty advisor. I don't see an advisor's name on this form. Giamma frowned, his voice lowering. What do you mean? She continued, her tone cuttingly sarcastic. Don't get it? Look at your green badge. Honestly, Do you think any professor in this academy would advise a club for a special admit like you? With that, she sat back down, ignoring him as if he didn't exist, her cold gaze freezing the room. Giamma stood there, his heart pounding, a mix of helplessness and rage surging within. Yeah, I know my background, he thought, his mind flooded with ellipses. Past memories flashed, days as a chef, 20 years in the food service industry, facing countless arrogant types. I know how to handle those obsessed with their superiority complex, he told himself, but the anger simmered. His face tense, he stayed silent, his trembling hand brushing his pocket, as if reaching for his sashimi knife, an old habit to calm himself. To cut or not to cut, that's the question, he thought, but chose another path. Giamma pulled out his phone, dialed, and said calmly, "Hello." The staff member jolted, standing up, eyes wide with shock. Ignoring her, Giamma continued on the phone. "I'm at the administrative office for the club formation." The staff member's jaw dropped, muttering, "My God, look at this kid." But the call wasn't over. Giamma, composed, "You're coming now? No problem. See you later." Hanging up, he looked at her, voice cold. "The advisors confirmed. Proceed with the process." She froze, shouting, her voice trembling with anger. "What? You think I'll believe that nonsense?" Her outrage drew the attention of other staff, who looked on with concern. Her voice rose, nearly breaking. "This is absurd. Ridiculous. What do you mean? I'm the cousin of the principal's best friend. If I tell him, you'll be expelled, special admit or not." Giamma didn't argue, his gaze sharp as a blade. "You're too loud." His words left her stunned, her face flushed, voice still raised. "What did you say?" But he remained calm, his tone low and threatening. "Looks like someone's about to leave this place." As the tension peaked, the door suddenly burst open, the screech of metal tearing through the air. All eyes turned outside, bewildered and uneasy. The staff member facing Giamma trembled, a sense of dread spreading. From outside, familiar clacking heels echoed, each step striking like a hammer to the heart. Giamma gave a faint smile. "Hello, my advisor has arrived." It was none other than Dean Media of Jokwon Academy. Her black silk cloak billowed like wings, her hair glimmering like crystal in the morning light. The staff member at the counter paled, as if turned to stone, her eyes wide with terror. Media placed a hand on Giamma's shoulder, her voice warm. "Our Kong Giamma." He smiled, replying, "I've troubled you, Dean." Media shook her head, her gaze gentle. "No, if you need me, I'd come from the farthest reaches." The staff member stood frozen, her mind chaotic. "Kong Giamma? Just a special admit." Her eyes flicked to the green badge, irritation burning in her chest. Media turned to Giamma. "Give me the documents. I'll handle the rest." Giamma nodded, saying before leaving, "It's time. Please take care of it. We'll meet later." Time passed, and another male staff member hurriedly pushed a wheeled chair to the dean. Media sat, her gaze icy. Raising one finger, a paper flew straight to the staff member who'd argued with Giamma. She fumbled, sweating profusely. "Principal, it's just a misunderstanding." But Media's sharp gaze cut her off. "I'm the dean, and yet someone as careless as you works here? You dare mention lineage to the student I chose as my successor?" The room's air turned frigid, the curtains flapping wildly. Media held out the paper, her voice a verdict. "You have 5 minutes. Write your resignation." Shock enveloped the room, as if time had stopped. Scene shift. 8:32 a.m. Giamma held his phone, reading a message from the dean. "You can come to the school office. It's always open." Another message followed. "Kong Giamma, the club isn't officially formed, yet due to a missing member. Everything's nearly done, and the club will be approved. The staff member has been dealt with." Giamma replied, "Grateful. Thank you, Dean. See you later." Media responded, "After class, come to my office. The new area has been updated." Giamma moved to another location, pushing open a door, his voice ringing. "Hello, I'm here." It was the blacksmith shop. Wieland, the blacksmith hammering away, seemed not to hear. But then he turned, his voice low. "Here for the weapon, right? Hold on." Giamma stood, lost in thought. Memories surfaced, just like our first meeting. Why is he still working here? He analyzed, his inner voice emotional. Blacksmith Wieland, the main NPC for weapon quests, a two-faced character, cursed by the community for discarding players' gems. But he's funny, hard to hate. As a small paying user, I didn't like him. Now, He's a real person, a business partner. He recalled upgrading Muramasa from B to E rank, the anger still simmering. Such complex feelings. Wieland approached, interrupting his thoughts. What are you thinking, looking so lost? Giamma started, forcing a smile. Oh, nothing. You just remind me of someone. Wieland laughed heartily. Huh. Must be a handsome guy like me. To business. He held the weapon, slightly embarrassed. Feels awkward to say, but this job's better than expected. The high-quality demon material helped a lot. Giamma froze, eyes gleaming. The Muramasa was fully remade, a new version. He exclaimed, voice trembling with excitement. This is insane. Wieland, flustered. Huh, what did you say? The system updated, a robotic voice announcing. Painless blessing. Pain will vanish. Activation time adjusted from 40 to 50 seconds. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Giamma was stunned, heart pounding. 50 seconds. He cheered, unable to hide his joy. Forgot. I always check a swordsman's defense stats, but this is great news. With the next dungeon, 40 seconds wasn't enough. These extra 10 seconds are a ray of hope. He held the new weapon, checking its details, eyes focused. Muramasa, raindrop, sashimi type. Description, a sword that holds bone, reborn as a carbon steel cleaver, infused with a craftsman's secret. Small size, performance depends on the user. Stats, blade length 35 centimeters, width 6 centimeters, destructive power, C rank. Range, E rank. Durability, C rank, up for me. Growth potential, E rank. Score, D rank, up for me. Giamma remarked, voice mixed with surprise and satisfaction. Impressive stats, but with C rank materials, I didn't expect much. Durability up 2 ranks is great. In the future, if Muramasa gets blasted into an aura, it'd be tough if it couldn't hold up. Feel a bit bad for Wieland, a small shop pulling this off. The system announced, new feature, tap to unlock. Giamma muttered, curious. Tap it, and see what's new. A panel appeared, enhancement successful. Weapons growth potential unlocks 3 special abilities, activated only via magic stones, randomly. D-rank weapon, abilities 1, 2, 3, empty. Giamma froze, worry rising. Demon stones? Again. Scene shift, a glass shattered, the sharp sound cutting through the space. A familiar face emerged, Elder Claudy, his expression somber, leaning against the wall, eyes heavy with grief. He grabbed a bottle, guzzling it, then smashed it on the ground, the sound echoing like his broken heart. He growled, damn it, what do I do now? Staring at a photo, he sank into painful memories. Bimimhark's father, Wang Ho, one of the 7 holy heroes, celebrated worldwide. 40 years ago, he was ordered to fight the 6th Legion commander, Bamon. The public hailed him as a noble symbol. But Claudy gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with rage. I witnessed the assassination plot to seize the Bimimhark family after my father's death. I turned the plot to my advantage, killed Kin, established order. At 30, I became a senior member of Jokwon Academy. He continued, voice low, as if whispering to the darkness. But the darkness in me since childhood turned into inhumane thoughts. To lead foolish humanity, to maintain the chosen nation's regime, I needed a public enemy, the demon tribe. That legitimized my power. But then he sighed, voice heavy. Leon von Reinhardt, the hero chosen by heaven, with miraculous power to subdue the demon king, terrifies me. The power gap between humans and demons is vast, but Baylor Jokwon's precedent, sealing the Leaken demon, horrifies me. That cannot happen. Claudy contacted someone, voice cold. Help me deal with that warrior candidate brat. A voice replied, yes, Elder Claudy Bimimhark. He ordered, eyes glinting with cruelty. Call the Undertakers. Recalling an assistant instructor, the 5th Legion commander, Claudy gritted his teeth, voice trembling with fury. Her cold, fiery eyes are etched into my bones, as if exposing my nobility and baseness. Half human, half beast, a villain who signed a contract with a high commander, abandoning humanity for magic. Scene shift. The classroom began, filled with an air of focus. While everyone diligently took notes, Giamma sat there, his gaze dreamy, lost in thought. Propping his chin, he stared at the sketch before him. a detailed drawing of a short knife, the remade Muramasa. He muttered, voice heavy with lethargy. Magic stones. Why demon stones? His thoughts drifted back to when he first received Muramasa, his heart once racing with anticipation. I had high hopes for its potential. 3 equipable special abilities, an incredible perk. He smiled, recalling the fleeting joy of discovering the new feature, but quickly returned to his notes, his hand scribbling hurriedly on the paper. In the game, descriptions of magic stones were all cliches, lacking substance. He thought, his inner voice laced with sarcasm. They say even dog poop can be medicine, and the ancestors were never wrong. So why are magic stones the catalyst for special abilities? Magic stones, mystical minerals dropped only by defeating bosses in special dungeons. The problem was, these bosses were like walking or mines. Despite being called demons, they were A-rank, dangerous enough to make Giamma shudder. Suddenly, he glanced sideways, not at Chloe, but at Saki sitting beside him, with her familiar sleep mask and a grumpy expression. He thought, is it because her name has demon in it? Sounds absurd, but why do I feel the special abilities are leaning that way? Giamma sighed, his gaze lingering on Saki, who yawned widely. He wondered, his inner voice full of doubt. Did she go to a festival or stay up all night doing something? Ellipses floated in his mind. A week had passed since the Buffalo Dungeon trip and the noisy group party. The memory of Jigon, the giant beast nicknamed Great Monster, came vividly to mind. That demon had dropped a massive magic stone, the key to opening the dungeon's stone gate. Giamma frowned. Someone defeated Jigon and took the stone, but it's a high-tier demon. He recalled the battle with the four-armed golem Jigon, its colossal body shaking the area with a single step. Though powerful, it had a strangely cute charm, but demons that dropped magic stones were just disguised natural disasters. Beyond Jigon, there were Basilisk, the foul serpent, the ferocious manticore, and countless S-rank monsters. The player community called them the Wailing Wall for their terrifying difficulty, astounding even Giamma, a low-spending player. He looked at the ceiling, heart heavy. Is it worth risking my life for weapon special abilities? Leon's mission was to subdue these demons, but Giamma wasn't sure. Just then, Chloe appeared after days away, entering the class with a radiant smile. She approached, voice cheerful. Giamma, got a friend next to you? He turned, smiling lightly. Chloe, good morning. But both suddenly narrowed their eyes, noticing Saki occupying Chloe's spot. The air grew awkward. Giamma, helpless, changed the subject. The treatment conditions helped you recover, right? Chloe raised a finger, smiling brightly. Yep. That time was awful, just surrounded by green light. Giamma nodded, but his eyes flickered with sadness. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He looked down, memories of the battle without painless blessing flooding back, weighing on his heart. These days, I crave power more than ever, he thought, his inner voice resolute. The idea of peace and safety has been cast aside. My goal remains, but this world is rejecting me. Unexpected variables and hidden dangers lurked everywhere, as if fate was testing him. Weapons suddenly appeared behind, chatting lively with Chloe, pulling Giamma from his thoughts. He sighed. Academy life isn't easy. My personality's getting gloomier. A month had passed since enrollment, and the Second World War, set to erupt in 3 years, was slowly revealing its terrifying nature. To face it, enhancing strength and equipping special abilities for his weapon was no longer optional, it was mandatory. The group suddenly noticed Saki, dozing off beside Giamma. Weapon laughed loudly. She's out cold. Giamma shook his head, ellipses floating in his mind. Chloe giggled. You're always so brooding, Giamma. He sighed. Thinking about special abilities, if I find a powerful one, it'll be a huge advantage, not just a random choice. Suddenly, Weapon leaned close to Saki, surprising Chloe. Giamma remained lost in thought. I can't guarantee the outcome of the war in 3 years. Leon Van Reinhardt is the protagonist, but I don't fully trust him. Abruptly, Saki woke, landing a punch on Weapon's chin. Chloe burst into delighted laughter, while Giamma stared, bewildered. Weapon, clutching his cheek, teary. Giamma, she hit me. Giamma frowned. When did you get here? Saki removed her sleep mask, smirking mockingly. Exactly 10 years. Time flies. Weapon changed the topic, asking, how's the club registration? Giamma replied calmly. The dean confirmed it. but we're still one member short. Still, the club can operate, and we have a manager. Weapon nodded, then excitedly. Heard the news? Leon cleared dungeons right when I got there. Giamma bowed his head, heart heavy. He's truly the protagonist. Saki, stretching, suddenly spoke. Yesterday, I did an A-ranked dungeon and a small party. We also cleared a C-ranked dungeon. Weapon, surprised. You know more details than me. Are you going back to Leon's group? Still care about him. Saki, indifferent, her emerald eyes coldly glancing at Giamma, leaving him puzzled. She replied curtly, No, I'm not interested. Giamma sank into thought, Leon's image surfacing. He's growing, but I feel like a shield protecting the protagonist from evil. I don't want to just take his burdens. Chloe and Weapon's lively chatter continued, but Giamma remained pensive. Even if it's just a theory, Leon doesn't seem like he can stop all threats. But I won't stay silent. He clenched his fist, eyes blazing. To survive, I'll swing my blade without hesitation. If I cut, it'll be cut, no matter what. Saki glanced at him, a question mark hovering. You into that? Giamma, flustered, oh no. Saki smirked. Then what were you saying? Some game. Scene shift. The Bimimhark family mansion on Jew Island. Luxurious, but cold. A maid led a group down a red carpet. From the crowd, a spiky-haired guy spoke jokingly. Captain, we did it. Jokwin Academy's elders called us. Why not seize this chance to enter high society? The leader, a girl with sharp eyes, snapped. Barik, shut up, unless you want your tongue cut. The spiky-haired guy forced a laugh. Got it. Another, with hair like Chloe's, spoke low. You're new, so you don't know. The captain doesn't like superiors. The spiky-haired guy surprised. What? Then why take this job? The other explained. The money's too big to refuse. Everyone does it to survive. The spiky-haired guy nodded. 100 million deposit per person, double for the reward. The leading girl, her purple eyes glinting, ordered. Both of you, quiet. The group stopped before Claudie's office. The maid knocked, voice formal. Elder Claudie Bimimhark, I've brought them. A low voice replied. Come in. The group entered, information appearing. The Chloe-haired guy was Deputy Zhang TP, the spiky-haired one was Barik, and the leading girl was Captain Ran, Predator of the Undertaker Alliance. In the room, Claudie clasped his hands, his cold gaze sweeping over them. He spoke. You must have worked hard to get here. Ran didn't respond, only staring at him with a razor-sharp gaze. Claudie raised a glass of wine, voice low. Give it to the author. Ran took a file on Kong Giamma, scanning it. Kong Giamma, height 1.8 m, Jokwin Academy student, Lang class, weapon, kitchen knife, traits, cautious, minimal social interaction, exceptional class skills. Barik peeked over her shoulder, scoffing. What's this? Looks like a hairless kid. A parasite. Ran shot him a deadly glare. Claudie continued. Next week's survival training on a deserted island. You'll take care of him. Starting fee, 100 million each, plus separate rewards. Ran frowned. What about the aftermath? Claudie set down his glass, voice icy. Dispose of it. The island's surrounded by sea. He'll be fish or shark food. Scene shift. Exam day, Giamma sat in a corner, munching a sandwich, muttering. The hero revolution began in France 694 years ago. He propped his chin, studying in class, his inner voice ringing. Jokwin's academic style leans practical. I did well in the midterm, but I don't need to be too serious. Yet the pressure from the ranking board in the hallway stressed him. They say it motivates students to care about scores, but it's cruel to people like me. He chewed, thinking. Saki and Weapon took first and second last exam. This is about pride. I can't lose easily. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. A message at 7:58 from Ryoso. Written exam today. Eaten breakfast yet? Giamma replied. Yeah, a sandwich. Ryoso responded, full of energy. You need sugar before a test, or your brain lag. I eat oats daily, boosts metabolism, anti-aging, cleans blood, prevents cancer. Thoughts? Giamma chuckled, thinking, morning, and she's sending a thesis. He replied, in my country, there's candy you eat before tests. Ryoso, excited, really? What kind? Giamma teased, don't dare translate. Ryoso shot back, you messing with me? Funnier than I thought. Giamma smiled, regaining focus, all for the exam. Can't lose foolishly. Scene shift. After the test, Giamma sat in a corner, weary. Am I an idiot? Saki and Weapon argued nearby. Weapon asked, "What was the first question?" Saki replied, "The phrase 'God is dead' refers to whom?" Chloe turned to Jiyama, smiling. "Did you do well?" Jiyama, dazed, then said, "I got all 3 questions." Chloe beamed. "Really? How'd you do it?" Jiyama thought, "I solved them playing the game before, but why do I feel like an idiot now?" Chloe smiled brightly, while Weapon clutched his head in despair. Jiyama suddenly asked, "Chloe, any word from Nox?" He hasn't responded in a while. Chloe, flustered, scratched her cheek. "Oh, he called at 7 p.m. yesterday, but I went to bed early. Didn't pick up." Jiyama frowned, thinking, "You're a night owl. Did you dodge it?" He continued musing. The auditor family's number is secret. If Nox doesn't show up, only Chloe gets updates. They're siblings, but something feels off. Hope they sort it out. Suddenly, Weapon yelled, "Why?" "I stayed up nights studying." Saki raised a hand. Calm. "Accept it. It's just an intelligence gap." Weapon kept ranting, making Saki frown. Ugh, too loud. Jiyama looked at them, ellipses turning to question marks. Saki suddenly sat beside him, beaming. "What are you two talking about?" "Dating." Jiyama, flustered. "Not what you think." Chloe blushed, heart sparkling in her eyes, thinking, "Dating? With Jiyama?" To defuse, Jiyama said, "I've said it tons, it's not like that." Saki leaned closer, teasing. "Then why do you always ignore my texts?" Jiyama panicked. "Always? Just once." Suddenly, Chloe's voice cut through, laced with menace. "Jiyama, you two are texting?" He turned, seeing Chloe stand, her dangerous gaze locking onto Saki. The air grew tense, like a taut string, both girls staring, ready to erupt. Scene shift. The classroom air was taut as a bowstring as Chloe and Saki glared at each other, sparks flying from their eyes. Jiyama stood between them, a bad feeling surging. What's going on? They usually sit together without a word, and now this blows up over some texts. Seeing both erupt suddenly, Weapon, bewildered, muttered, "What's this?" Saki, flashing a sly smile, turned to Jiyama, teasing, "Huh? What's with Chloe? Is something wrong with her?" Jiyama frowned, irritated, "Back off a bit." But Saki kept her grin, eyes glinting. "What's that, Kong Jiyama? You know why she's mad, don't you?" Chloe, standing opposite, her gaze icy, voice trembling with anger. "Kong Jiyama, you didn't even give me your number." A murderous aura spread, her fists clenched as if to crush everything. Jiyama, sweating, tried to stay calm. "Chloe, it's because my number's top secret." But Chloe didn't listen, her voice turning obsessive, eyes flashing with Yandere intensity. "You promised you'd be my prince alone." Saki, grabbing Jiyama's arm, gasped, "What? What's wrong with her?" Jiyama turned, voice anxious. "Rio, you know what Yandere means, right?" But Saki, clueless, kept taunting. "Yandere? English? What's it mean? I'm not great with English." Weapon, sensing the situation, quickly pushed Saki away from Jiyama. "You still don't get it?" Saki, startled, clutched her forehead, shouting, "Hey, how dare you push me? I'll kill you." Weapon ignored her, staring ahead, muttering, "This is insane." At that moment, Chloe drew a paper knife, its blade gleaming. Dangerous black lightning energy spread, enveloping the classroom. She advanced, her crazed eyes locked on Jiyama. He panicked, thinking, "What now? I skipped those YouTube Yandere videos. I forgot how to handle this." As Jiyama scrambled, Chloe closed in, voice cold as ice. "From now on, you'll only look at me." Jiyama tried to speak, voice shaky. "Chloe, calm down, let's talk this out." But Chloe didn't stop. A slash tore through the air, the paper knife aimed at Jiyama. He reacted in time, dodging, but his heart pounded. Missing, Chloe unleashed a flurry of slashes, voice full of resentment. "You always make me sad. It's always other girls around you, not me." A sudden slash veered toward Saki. Jiyama, horrified, swung his arm hard, deflecting the knife and throwing Chloe off balance. Saki, watching, snorted disdainfully, "Humph, weak." Chloe, thwarted, her eyes blazed with fury. "I tried so hard for you." A new slash ripped through the air. Weapon stood stunned, while Saki, flustered, her eyes flashing with anger. In a split second, Jiyama locked Chloe's arms, pinning her to the floor. Though restrained, her anger still burned in her eyes. He shouted, "Chloe, calm down. Listen to me." Chloe struggled, yelling back, "You don't even contact me. What's there to talk about?" Giamma looked into her eyes, voice low but firm. I just wanted to meet in person, to talk face to face. Phone calls lack emotion, especially between us. Chloe froze, her gaze softening, her face flushing. She stammered, between us? Giamma nodded, leaning closer, voice sincere. Yes, between us. Chloe, flustered, her eyes sparkling with hearts. Thank you, you always think of me. Her face glowed red, a radiant smile with imaginary hearts swirling. Weapon, watching, covered his mouth, touched. But Saki remained indifferent, her gaze cold. Giamma continued, voice gentle. Since the Buffalo Dungeon, I've relied on you. Don't be sad, okay? Chloe smiled blissfully, the glass of water on the table tipping from the emotional tremor. Giamma turned, worriedly checking on Chloe, thinking, looks like I turned things around. Weapon asked quickly, you okay? Giamma nodded, I'm fine. Saki, her expression unreadable, glanced at him. Chloe, still floating, chirped, what do we talk about next? Giamma turned to Weapon. First, let's clean this up. Weapon nodded, while Saki silently walked to the door. Giamma watched, ellipses hovering. She's at it again. Scene shift. Sunset bathed Jokwin Academy's campus in vibrant orange. Weapon and Saki walked, hearts heavy. Saki tapped her phone, eyes pensive. Weapon recalled Chloe's killing intent, thinking, whenever it's about Giamma, Chloe explodes. Her feelings for him, twisted, but intense. He glanced at Giamma and Chloe, her beaming while Giamma tucked his hands in his pockets, gripping his sashimi knife. Weapon mused, Giamma's gentle demeanor hides a sharp blade. He knows how to use fear from violence to control, but that's a monarch's trait, not a villain's. Weapon looked at Saki, still engrossed in her phone, asking, hey, what's with you? Pouting all this time. Saki frowned. What's what? I didn't do anything. Weapon, curious, what are you doing on your phone? Saki replied, eyes glued to the screen, deleting videos. Viewers don't follow my content. Weapon, surprised, you do YouTube? Saki showed her screen, closing her eyes. Not professionally, just for fun. Learning to handle Yanderas to live in peace. Weapon gaped, seeing the video title, Practical Guide. What to do if a Yandera pulls a knife. 210,000 views. He exclaimed, such a waste, why delete it? Saki stared at the screen, coldly, don't need it anymore. Weapon teased, your channel's Saki-chan Japan? Teaching Japanese? Saki snapped, don't laugh, or I'll kill you. They bickered, but the mood was light under the sunset. Scene shift, Jokwin Academy's library, a silent sanctuary. A voice spoke, monologuing. Next Wednesday, a 3-day, 2-night survival training on Avalon Island begins. Though called survival, students can form groups of 1 to 4. Giamma stood before a bookshelf, fingers grazing the spines, thinking, found it. This is more like camping than survival. He pulled out Survival Methods by B. Galix, placed it on the table, muttering, this'll do. He propped his chin, eyes fixed on the book. Though it doesn't affect grades, the training tests independence. As a former player, this event's memorable. In the story, Leon gets Van Mung, Holy and Demon Sword, his main weapon. Memories of Leon and Aben surfaced, their budding feelings melting her icy walls. Giamma sighed. I was immersed in this event as a player, but now there's nothing to envy. He flipped through photos of events since enrolling, heart heavy. I'm constantly thrown into life or death situations, like walking a thread in a storm. Elders target me, a mysterious instructor, and I still need a club member. An image of Aben training at night flashed, but he dismissed it. Even if she's a beauty, now's not the time for feelings. Youth, maybe next life. As a swordsman, Giamma didn't hide his longing for Van Mung, the legendary holy demon sword. He thought, knowing its location and power, I want it badly. But Van Mung chooses its master, and I'm not the one. He recalled a game scene. O bearer of light, can you prove your worth? Leon, radiant with aura, wielded Van Mung, activating a miraculous blessing. Giamma sighed, a weapon for the protagonist. Meanwhile, I've got a sashimi knife from a shop. He flipped through the survival skills book, telling himself, don't dream of what's out of reach. Study for Avalon. The island has no monsters, hopefully, no incidents like the dungeon. He recalled the Sword Saint and Dean Media overseeing, with a high-ranking temporary instructor and the Sword Emperor. Giamma nodded. One of the strongest heroes leading first year's camping? Even if it deviates from the plot, I can safely complete the goal. He picked up Avalon History, opened it, eyes locked. Avalon, western deserted island, ever-changing terrain, with the goddess lake at its center, called Paradise. No longer inhabited. He muttered, all old info. Where's what I need? Suddenly, a voice spoke. You're here too? Giamma looked up, a question mark hovering. Leon appeared, patting his shoulder, smiling brightly. Long time no see. Kong Giamma. Scene shift. In the quiet library of Jokwin Academy, Leon shone with his captivating presence. His eyes scanned the room, catching a few female students near the bookshelves stealing glances and whispering. He's so handsome. But Leon paid no mind, focusing solely on Giamma, smiling. Long time no see. Giamma glanced at the book in Leon's hand. Introduction to Magic. A question mark hovering in his mind. Why's he reading this? Giamma looked at Leon, surprised, as old memories flooded back. The image of the game's protagonist holding a magic book wasn't exactly pleasant. He thought, maybe he's studying me through magic, using the midterm as a negative lesson. But the thought quickly turned to suspicion. Leon's got a mountain of tasks, yet he's here reading magic books? My faith in him is crumbling by the second. A heavy silence settled. Leon, still smiling brightly, placed a hand on the chair across from Giamma, voice friendly. What are you reading? Giamma replied calmly. Researching Avalon Island, where next week's training is. Leon nodded, saying no more. A question mark lingered in Giamma's mind. Suddenly, Leon spoke, voice teasing. Giamma, you're really diligent. Ellipses hovered, an image of Giamma exhausted amidst piles of documents flashing. He sighed. Yeah, can't deny it. I'm proud to live more diligently than anyone. Training daily, exploring dungeons, studying magic. But what can I do? A dark future looms, and I've only got 3 years to give my all. He looked at Leon, voice resolute. I have to secure my own future. Leon smiled, replying cryptically. You're different from me, and I'm different from you. The words stirred a memory. The first time they met, Leon had asked, Giamma, where are you from? His voice back then was warm, like meeting an old friend from home. But now, Giamma noticed a difference. Leon's radiant face carried a hint of melancholy, his eyes tinged with strange unease. He's not the game's Leon, Giamma thought. Still cheerful, but there's something deeper. He muttered, something different? I remember his words from our first meeting, full of meaning. Leon walked past, leaving a reminder. Keep studying, the library's closing soon. Giamma nodded. Oh, thanks. You too. Watching Leon's back fade, Giamma sank into thought. Leon's really different. Ominous shadows stretch long in the sunset, contrasting with everyone's admiring gazes. Light and darkness seemed to weigh on his shoulders. He shook his head, confused. Is that the burden of a warrior carrying humanity's fate? I need to find something before leaving. Time flew, and the survival training day arrived. Scene shift. The training ground buzzed with activity. Rachel appeared after a long absence, beaming. Hey, long time no see. It's tough catching you, Saki. Saki stood nearby, confidently eyeing everyone. Chloe looked puzzled at Rachel's arrival, while Saki kept her cool, speaking. Hey, Rachel, and Aben too. The air crackled as the 4 main characters faced off. Aben spoke first. Ready for the training? Saki replied casually. Just like always. You. Aben smiled, and Rachel cut in, eyes sparkling. Saki Ryoso took down the whole class without us noticing. School life fun. Saki shrugged. Smooth transition, no need to announce it. Rachel, with a mocking smile, turned to Aben. Is this the only way I'll see the black sword stolen? Aben, calm. Rachel, enough. But Rachel, fired up, raised her voice. Saki didn't just go to the Water Continent dungeon, but joined a club with Giamma. So I'll stick with him for these 3 training days. Saki interrupted, teasing. Oh, Giamma doesn't want to train alone. Chloe added. Yeah, Kong Giamma said he wants to act solo. Rachel, oddly excited, raised her voice. So for these 3 days and 2 nights, no one's planning to join Giamma? Saki frowned. What are you getting at? Aben asked. Rachel, what's on your mind? Rachel, eyes gleaming with hearts, grinned widely. Giamma said he's going alone, but he didn't forbid us from following. Saki baffled. What kind of logic is that? Rachel, hand on her chest, confident. Even if he doesn't say it, I know all four of us are thinking the same. So I propose a fair game. Giama hunt. All three froze. Saki asked, fair game. Aben muttered, Rachel's game? Rachel explained, voice excited. Avalon's terrain shifts constantly, and the subspace gate drops each person at a random spot. Forming familiar groups is impossible, so whoever finds Giama first wins. The other three lose. Saki was stunned. Aben blushed. Rachel continued, face flushed. When you find him, you can do anything. Hug, kiss, no one stops you. Deal. Chloe, confident, shouted. Deal? This time I'll win. Saki smirked. Fun. Should I send pics as proof? Rachel teased Chloe. Hey kid, let's see how grown up you are. Aben, blushing, thought. Find Giama first, eliminate him. Rachel turned to Aben. You okay, milady? Aben, cold. Sorry, I'm not free for this nonsense. She walked off, leaving the three behind. Rachel shrugged. Fine, just us three. Saki showed ellipses, Chloe beamed. Scene shift. Giama, yawning on the training ground, grumbled. So tired, stayed at the library late last night. He placed a hand near his pocket, confident. Everything's noted in my phone. A notification appeared. The dean requires bringing at least one temporary weapon. Sashimi knife, 24 packs, and a secret weapon. He pulled out his phone, seeing a flood of messages from media. Packed first aid yet? Clothes? At least 3 sets of underwear, black pants to hide dirt. Giama chuckled. She's like my mom. But he reconsidered. The dean's old. Should I call her grandma? He dismissed the thought, eyes on an instructor, muttering. Probably leaving soon. He recalled the gatekeeper's words about the secret realm. A female assistant instructor with purple hair, purple eyes, short hair, and mused. Is she watching me? This training, with Avalon's shifting terrain, is a perfect chance to deal with me. His hand touched his pocket, thinking, but I can use the terrain to counterattack. Stabbing someone feels wrong, but I can't die. He recalled Weapon's sketch, short hair, average build. Giama shook his head. Weapon's such a kid. How do you find someone like that? He looked skyward, just as the Sword Emperor's voice rang out. Kong Giama, no slacking today. Aben, blushing, trailed behind. Giama teased. Sword Emperor, catch a big fish. The man coughed, embarrassed. Oh, thanks. He continued, your efforts are doubling, but rest enough to endure training. Giama replied, thanks. I hope you catch a big fish too. Aben passed by, her gaze cold, silent. A question mark hovered. Giama, puzzled, smiled. You're about to get a boyfriend. Cheer up. Aben. Saki suddenly crept close, sneaky. By instinct, Giama raised his hand, flicking her forehead. Saki clutched it, yelling, hey, hitting people out of boredom. Giama grinned awkwardly. Haha, felt danger, didn't know it was you. Sorry, Saki frowned. My forehead's not a geography book. Do your best, I'll find you to talk. She walked off, Giama baffled. Saki Ryoso, her personality's hard to read. He recalled class moments. Saki always switching seats, observing him. She stopped dozing and wanders everywhere. If I don't react, she sulks and vanishes. She's a main heroine, but I don't want to get too close. The instructor's voice boomed. The subspace gate to Avalon is activating. Stay safe, enjoy your time. Giama eyed the opening gate, thinking, this time, I want to handle it quietly, no trouble. He muttered, may the icy blessings stay with me. The scene shifted, Avalon's mountains and forests appearing. Giama stepped forward, feeling, a year since I fell into this world, and now I'm truly setting foot in the sacred land of Avalon. Looking up, he saw the primal apple tree, muttering, J. Roll later. The competition began. Rachel, Saki, Aben, Chloe, Weapon, and Leon. Giama, brimming with confidence, whispered, the challenge has started. Focus. Scene shift. Giama pulled out his phone to check his location near Yggdrasil. A few inner thoughts emerged, reflections born anew. He had taken the map of Avalon Island from the library. His spawn point on Avalon was marked to help him recall, back when he was a chef playing the game, memories flooding in. In those gaming moments, the map's layout showed Gaha's location near the island's central lake. Lost in thought, Giama muttered, I remember it being near some rock. His eyes calmed, focus sharpening. That means I need to head toward the lake where the world tree is. I'll have to cross the forest and some rocky mountain area. The world tree, the protective forest, the outer rocky cliffs. Giamma continued, I still have 3 days. His analysis tightened once more. Besides just surviving on this island, they tasked us with finding orbs scattered across it. In short, it's a treasure hunt like we'd do on a field trip, the orb gem. The number of orbs would reflect in your score. I heard they can be used as enhancement materials, so I plan to search for them, Giamma thought. He reached into his bag, pulling something out, saying, First, as Bear Galex wrote, prepare some survival tools instead of just the sashimi knife. Giamma drew a slightly longer knife. Its details appeared alongside the secret weapon, a machete, a tool for chopping firewood and harvesting timber, bought at a mountaineering shop. This machete was the item he'd purchased to show his determination for this training. He held it up, inspecting it further. I need to get used to not relying on painless blessing for 50 seconds, so I'll conserve it. A green glint flashed in his eyes. Giamma performed a basic downward slash, then swung it sideways. He began evaluating it. Great grip, but it feels a bit awkward. His gaze suddenly shifted to the side. I'll only use it in emergencies. The sashimi knife and that moment of surprise led Giamma to spot a cute rabbit peeking at him from a bush. A sudden smile bloomed on his lips. Oh, I'll practice with this machete and hunt some food. But his expression quickly shifted as something blocked the light on one side of his face. My God, the head's a rabbit, but the body isn't. The creature, larger than Giamma, slowly emerged, staring at him unblinkingly. A giant question mark flashed in his mind. Yet, instead of fear, Giamma flashed a bright smile. He spoke to it. I actually found a rabbit. This really is a land of rabbits. Just what I wanted. With that, Giamma shifted his weight and lunged forward. Show the sword's protection. No need for the blessing. With his combat skills, Giamma drew the knife behind his back. A murderous glint in his eyes, he charged forward. The rabbit abruptly turned aside, staring sharply. In its eyes, Aben's silhouette suddenly appeared. The scene shifted to her, question marks and bewilderment spreading across Aben's face. She sat down, reaching toward the rabbit, smiling with a question. Geez, food or pet? This rabbit was ordinary, not the attacking one Giamma encountered. Aben's arm extended toward it, her thoughts surfacing. So cute, I can't hold back. She spoke next. Why are you alone here? Where's your mom? But then, unexpectedly, the rabbit bit her finger. Ouch! It turned and hopped away swiftly. Aben stood, slightly annoyed. Leaving like that? What goes around comes around. Aben immediately reached behind her back, drawing her sword toward the rabbit's path, shouting, Stop right there, this is tough. A smile lingered on her lips, her words continuing. On the contrary, this is a good result. It's a chance to test myself after special training. A rabbit. Just then, a surprise emerged. Aben saw the rabbit accelerate, humming musical notes from its mouth. A mischievous expression appeared on its face. Turning back to her, its odd behavior and her pursuit made her think. Aben grew anxious, realizing, is it getting faster? No way. It's hiding its true ability. From its body, a green energy surged, altering its natural state. No matter how fast it is, my sword. In an instant, Aben closed in on the rabbit with Nibelung, smiling. Got it. The rabbit didn't keep moving. It leaped in an erratic direction. Focused, Aben thought. I'm the Sword Emperor's granddaughter. That jump was within its calculations. Her expression turned bewildered, sensing something off. The speed and that leap. She couldn't adjust her direction in time. A lake or stream loomed where she was headed, confusion evident as she raised a hand, thinking fast. Suddenly, the terrain appeared, and splash, Aben fell into the water. The Sword Emperor's granddaughter, Aben von Nibelung, her golden eyes gleaming. What was that? She clearly saw the rabbit on the water's surface, and then Giamma's silhouette appeared. Giamma's body sank, transitioning elsewhere. Blackbirds flew in a precise direction, startled by the shockwave from Giamma's clash with the attacking rabbit. Giamma kept slashing, the rabbit kept dodging. After a while, Giamma panted heavily, saying, I trained so hard, but without the blessing, I'm useless. I can't believe this. Confident in his past life strength, he looked skyward, panting. His body slumped slightly. Haha. Oh God. The rabbit, moving its front paws, stopped and stared at Giamma. Seeing its cute expression, Giamma plopped onto the ground. Panting, he said, instead of wasting energy pointlessly, I'll sit here like an idiot and chat. Let's see. As Giamma sat, breathing heavily, the rabbit bared its distinctive teeth, its cute face turning mischievous and annoying. Giamma dropped the long knife with a clank, the sound of a swordsman. All right. Giamma drew his sashimi knife as his combat weapon, a cold edge on his face, the sword god blessing. The scene shifted elsewhere, sunlight illuminating the area. Rachel, holding a spear, leaped high, shouting, "Go!" Immense pressure radiated, her eyes heart-shaped, a confident smile. Rachel darted somewhere. From the air, she landed abruptly, staring ahead, speaking. Humph, fumbling around. I feel like I'm going in circles. A laugh escaped. Ha ha ha. Big trouble, her smile lingering. By the way, I said this is Rachel's real game. Rachel reached behind her head, laughing loudly. What should I do? This is tough. Now what? She noticed a bird flying overhead, associating it with Giamma. Black crow, black sword, demon sword, Giamma, wow. Coincidentally, Yggdrasil's massive silhouette was near, and she swung her spear, creating a gust. She told herself, they say crows like shiny things. If I follow it, I'll find Giamma. Her body sparked with golden lightning, stance lowered. Thinking's a waste of time. Move instead. Rachel leaped high again, heading in one direction, shouting, I'll meet you soon. The scene shifted to Saki. Her forehead still bore the bruise from Giamma's flick before entering the training area. She spoke. I think I just heard Rachel's voice, didn't I? Holding her familiar bow. Looking there, Saki added, All right, I'll check again. Got food, rice cakes, a blanket, a sweater, and some weapons, strong swordsman. A cat-like smile curved her lips. She pulled her green cloak forward. Not here. Her thoughts focused, carefully recalibrating. I decided to join this game, so I can't lose. My starting point is Avalon's beach. Her goal was set for a specific environment. Her eyes caught Yggdrasil, the island's only constant. But she was near the far-off beach, as noted earlier. She spoke again. If I want to do something alone, I'd have better chances at the island's center. But sadly, no help there. Her focused expression turned bewildered. What should I do? What now? I don't want to lose my head. Saki turned, heading another direction, smile intact. If we meet again, I'll repay you in kind. Just wait. The sky shifted to night, stars twinkling with purple light flashing somewhere, and wolves appeared. They howled, sensing something. Roaring, they were met with relentless sword slashes from Chloe's cold expression. Hunting was a specialty of the auditor-assassin family. Smiling, she spoke first. Giamma, wait for me. On this island. Her body didn't stop, charging forward. More than anyone, I'll find you first, so you'll only look at me. Her attention caught something ahead. Human presence, Giamma. A light appeared not far from where Chloe headed. Giamma, unaware of how his earlier fight with the attacking rabbit ended, had now lit a campfire, roasting a large piece of meat. He spoke, weaving a story. Furs removed, so no worries about food later. Just make jerky, and I'm set. But a noise startled him, drawing his attention. Ellipses and deep thought emerged. This isn't a beast sign. Could be a force targeting me. I can't let my guard down or stay still. Giamma reached into his bag, pulling out his sashimi knife, moving toward the sound. His thoughts persisted. It's coming, no sign of stopping. I've got food. My sashimi's in perfect condition. His eyes flashed with surprise. Here it comes. He raised the knife, entering a stance, when Chloe suddenly appeared, lunging with both hands. But, surprisingly, it was Rachel. She was startled to see Chloe. Oh, you naughty girl. Chloe, disappointed, said, Rachel. Both, irritated, shouted in unison, Why are you here? Giamma's knife was raised. A bigger surprise, the first to find him appeared, Aben. Recognizing her, Giamma halted his attack. Aben knelt on the ground, her face flushed red. Giamma, bewildered, stammered. Aben, like that. He looked puzzled. So, the meat's still roasting on the fire? Scene shift. By the flickering campfire, Giamma quietly stoked a vibrant blaze, its dancing light casting shadows on the sharp knife strapped to his back, where the fur of the defeated monster still carried the scent of battle. Hazy thoughts drifted through Aben's mind, like thin wisps of smoke against the night sky. The fur, soft and warm, seemed to whisper comfort, but her face was etched with melancholy. Before her, a pile of dried meat sat, yet none of it sparked the slightest interest in her. Glancing at the sizzling meat over the fire, Aben frowned slightly. Rabbit meat? Memories flashed, pulling her back to the awkward moment of chasing a rabbit through the forest, only to fail miserably and end up in an embarrassing situation. Now, sitting here with Giamma, she felt her inferiority in the face of his skill. Her body trembled, partly from the biting cold of the deep forest, partly from the flush creeping up her cheeks. So embarrassing, she thought, the chill gnawing at her. At that moment, Aben jolted, as if snapped out of a dream. Without a word, Giamma gently draped the massive, cleaned rabbit pelt over her trembling shoulders. His voice was low and warm. Use this to cover yourself. Aben froze, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She turned toward the fire, the pelt's warmth spreading, but her face flushed with shyness. Under the night sky glittering with countless stars, the crackling fire blended with the stirring thoughts in her heart. I'm going crazy, she scolded herself, her mind in turmoil. I should have left. This beast hide smells awful. Idiot. But she had to admit, the pelt was strangely warm. Giamma's care, though small, made her heart flutter. She mumbled a shy thank you, silently grateful for his kindness. But then, a sharp pain shattered the peaceful moment. It hurts, she cried, her eyes darting to her ankle, where the skin was red and swollen. Wait, is this from earlier? She asked, panic rising. But before she could collect herself, her cheeks burned again, her heart pounding. Hey, what are you doing? Her slender legs were now in Giamma's hands. He held them gently, his strong hands careful. Her already flushed face blazed like the fire. Giamma said, his voice calm but concerned. If you leave your ankle like this, it's dangerous. It could get infected. Aben reluctantly acquiesced, though her heart raced. Giamma carefully bandaged the wound, using his own cravat and some wood to stabilize her ankle. His meticulous, thoughtful actions left her dazed. When he looked up, he said a few more words, but Aben could only mumble, thank you. The air fell silent, save for the crackling fire and the savory aroma of roasting meat. Giamma returned to tending the large cut of meat over the flames, while Aben quickly turned away, hiding her still red cheeks. After a moment, Giamma broke the silence with a question, why do you keep wandering alone? Aben looked up, her eyes bewildered, as if pulled from a dream. She paused, her cheeks flushing again as Rachel's game flashed in her mind. Whoever finds Giamma first wins and can do anything. She covered her face, hiding her embarrassment, and explained, there are things I want to do, and I feel more comfortable alone. Giamma gave a small smile, adjusting the fire, and said, oh, really? I get it. You're like me. Those simple, sincere words turned the cold lady Aben into a shy girl. She looked at him, her mind swirling. I'm about to fall into a trap. I need to retreat. Acting quickly, she stealthily pulled out her phone, opened the camera, and snapped a photo with both of them in the frame. Undeniable proof. Her shy smile, under the firelight, was oddly charming. Giamma, behind her, was oblivious, as the phone screen showed. 1935. In Rachel and Saki's group chat, the game notification pinged. First to find Giamma. Aben's photo sent shockwaves. Saki texted instantly. What? You're actually first? What's this? Rachel, unable to contain herself, screamed through text. What the hell? Both opened their phones, eyes blazing. Didn't she say she wasn't playing? Rachel growled. That sneaky black cat. So hot. Meanwhile, Chloe, outside the group, stared blankly, clueless. Aben thought sending the photo would make her happy, but her heart sank with an inexplicable sadness. Then, Giamma suddenly offered a piece of roasted meat, his voice warm. Here, eat this. She quickly hid her phone, her face lighting up, eyes glinting with hunger. Ah, she exclaimed softly, but silence soon returned. Aben nibbled the meat, lost in thought, stealing glances at Giamma nearby. So embarrassing, so awkward. To break the tension, she blurted, how do you get so strong? Giamma looked up, puzzled. Memories flashed, a facing knock, asking for leniency, only to invite endless trouble. You could say, like living in hell, he sighed, then answered. Thanks to a great teacher. A master. Aben's curiosity sparked, her eyes bright. Giamma nodded. A master who taught me how to wield a sword. His words sent Aben into a reverie. 17 years, she dedicated her youth to swordsmanship under her grandfather, confident she surpassed anyone. I've never seen a swordsman like this, she thought. Returning to the present, she pressed. What did you learn? How? Giamma stared at the fire, his voice somber. I realized long ago, being strong doesn't mean always winning. Aben froze, a question mark in her eyes. He continued, his gaze deep. The one who never gives up until the very end is the true victor. The one who endures, persists, and survives is truly strong. Aben, stunned, covered her mouth, her heart pounding. You? No, more like an old man, he chuckled, making her burst into laughter, echoing through the night. Sorry, your words are so cheesy. I can't handle it, she laughed, while Giamma, baffled, said, Hey. Aben teased. You talk like my grandpa? 10 points for old soul vibes, but you're really 17. Then, she recalled, her voice brightening. It reminds me of our bench talk. This is our first real chat since then, right? Giamma offered another skewer. Eat more. Aben nodded, cheeks flushed. Oh, sure. The next morning, a strange sound woke Aben. She jolted, realizing she'd fallen asleep by the now extinguished fire. Giamma was gone, leaving only a few pieces of roasted meat. Her face shifted, her heart heavy. He left without a word, she thought, trying to stay calm. But the memory of Giamma bandaging her ankle, his cravat, and what's still there, overwhelmed her. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she panicked. Why am I crying? She wiped her tears, her mind swirling. Being cared for feels so special. But no matter what, I'll push through, with a smile alone. Thinking of the swords mounted high, she told herself, no matter how great the challenge, I'll overcome it. Sunlight filtered through the trees, and she looked ahead, heart heavy. Giamma, why do you do this to me? She'd envied those who were kind without reason, but now, her heart was a mess. Aben gripped her black sword, standing. 2 days left, she told herself, slipping on her shoes, clutching Giamma's cravat. Crying won't change anything. A confident smile returned, and she donned the fur cloak, stepping forward. Gotta return this, right? Let's go. Scene shift. In a mysterious forest, Giamma was alone again, venturing deep with his sharp knife at the ready. His expression turned serious, as if sensing something ahead. Last night, the forest's biting cold had cut like a blade, but now, the morning sun scorched, reminding Giamma of Aben. A fleeting thought. She's probably awake by now. She's really beautiful. He smiled, but his steps remained steady. Yet, a thought halted him. For some reason, Aben doesn't seem to like me much. Indeed, her noble, distant demeanor was an invisible wall. He sighed, pausing by a towering cliff, its shadowy depths swallowing all light. Recalling last night's unexpected encounter, Giamma frowned. He'd been kind to Aben, not out of affection, but because her fragile gaze made it impossible to look away. But being kind once doesn't change everything, he told himself. Gazing into the fleeting abyss below, he muttered, Looks like I'm out of the forest. Thoughts lingered, like clouds drifting past the cliff. The storyline, though slightly off, wasn't a major shift compared to past challenges. Leaning against the rock, Giamma slid down, dust coating his clothes. After a moment's thought, he pressed on, eyes scanning the surroundings. Today's the day Aben and Leon's feelings spark, right? He shielded his eyes from the harsh sun, muttering with unease. She wouldn't give Leon the blanket, would she? Giamma mumbled, a faint smile crossing his lips. Reality's messing everything up. He shook his head, dismissing the stray thought. Enough. I need to find the rebirth blessing before sunset. Information surfaced. Rebirth blessing, a spiritual tier blessing, one rank below transfer blessing, but its power was undeniable. Rebirth blessing rapidly regenerated the body, ideal for self-activating strength. Combined with transfer blessing, it broke limits, allowing him to use blessings on himself without constraints. Fully healed, Giamma whispered, a smug smile forming, as if uncovering a grand secret. Even a fragile blade can recover to an extent, he thought, eyes gleaming. It seems overpowered, but it can't regrow lost limbs, only heal wounds. In the game, Rebirth Blessing was a hidden piece, irrelevant to Leon's growth, but for Giamma, it was an unmissable edge. Anyway, Leon will become unmatched later, so I need to seize this, he told himself, his firm hand gripping the cliff, climbing with decisive moves. The scenery differed vastly from the game's graphics, no familiar rocks. He wandered until sunset, breathing heavily, but a victorious smile bloomed. Found it. Rebirth blessing. A radiant glow emanated from an ancient structure ahead, making Giamma pause, a question mark flashing. What's glowing like that? Blessings are supposed to be hidden. At the center, a massive stone orb shone brilliantly. A reward. His heart raced, brow furrowed. To get rebirth blessing and an orb? Unbelievable. Luck's finally smiling on me, Giamma whispered, brimming with excitement. The journey to this ruin wasn't easy, but he'd done it. First, grab the orb, then figure it out, he decided, eyes blazing. Hope I make it before sunset. But then, the giant roots around him shattered, as if torn by an invisible force. What the hell? Giamma exclaimed, a massive question mark in his mind. Footsteps echoed, and a cold voice rang out. Didn't expect someone to venture this deep. The voice continued, skeptical. Weren't you sightseeing at the World Tree? Came all this way just for this orb. Leon's sharp eyes glinted, appearing before Giamma, leaving him momentarily stunned. Facing that piercing gaze, Giamma growled. Leon, get to the point. Leon smirked, voice provocative. Or you're here for another purpose, right? Giamma took a deep breath, staying calm. I just saw the orb from afar and came to get it. But Leon cut in, his gaze sharp as a blade. You came for this orb. He repeated slowly. I see, I see. Then, there's no other choice, Leon declared, voice icy. Come and take it if you can. Leon, they say the day you were born, half the world laughed. That's a testament to a warrior. Leon stood like a knight, yet spoke like a dark overlord, a long streak of light slashing through the air. Both sides locked eyes, preparing for a new battle. Seeing Leon's serious expression, Giamma's thoughts quickly took shape. What's going on? Isn't he supposed to be with Aben right now? Today's a pivotal moment in the story. No way. The image of Aben flashed back to the night they met. I'll overcome this trial. He recalled nothing significant happened that night. Back to Leon before him, his thoughts grew sharper. Even if he knows about that, he surely wouldn't fight over it. A long slash from Leon carved a clean cut into the wall behind. A wave of shock hit Giamma. Seeing his opponent wield that sword, his thoughts persisted. He found it, Bamong. Giamma asked, you okay? His mind raced, though incomplete. A weapon with opposing attributes, both demon and holy, the Twilight Sword. Bamong's hilt gleamed with pure silver, dazzlingly bright. The blade was adorned with exquisite wave patterns, but its centerpiece was the green gem embedded in the hilt. Initially, it was a catalyst to neutralize Bamong, the world's most sinister sword, with the gem's divine power. Yet, since Bamong relied on magical energy, even neutralized by the gem, it was heavily influenced by its wielder's nature. Worry crept onto Giamma's face. In the game, depending on the player's choices, Bamong could become a magic or holy sword. No way, Leon. Then Leon spoke. All right, I think this is a perfect match. Giamma's thoughts couldn't stop. He still hasn't closed off his mind. This is crazy. He responded, you serious? Across from him, Leon's face was cold, his reply equally chilling. I'm not good at lying. Leon stepped forward. Giamma's mind flashed with ellipses. Seems he's trying to claim his place and use me as a stepping stone to grow. Sweat began to drip. Leon's actions seemed understandable, but it was just a guess. One thing was certain, the orb justified it. Seeing Giamma's silence, Leon broke the quiet. Sorry, I don't have much time. Let's get started. He charged forward with blazing speed. The air was sliced apart. The scene shifted to Saki, who began complaining about something. Weapon, walking beside her, jumped and shouted. Whoa, why are you yelling and making a fuss? Saki, with a disgusted look, retorted. Ugh, the person I'm looking for isn't here, yet I run into you. Weapon, seeing Saki's displeasure, lost his patience. Hey, you think I wanted to meet you? Saki cut in. So who's leading the way? Follow me and speak up. A rage mark appeared on Weapon. But weren't you the one looking for me? You're searching for Giamma, right? Saki didn't deny it. Yeah. Their steps halted, and Weapon asked, Huh? You're not saying you're thinking about Giamma, are you? Saki paused, then countered, Why would you think that? As they continued, Weapon launched into a speech. No, it's true. A month ago, you were just a kid hanging around the archery range, but now you're acting like this. Isn't it because of Giamma? You said hacking and stuff like that was annoying, so it's weird you're doing things unasked. Suddenly, Saki stopped, causing Weapon to crash into her. His nose reddened, and he complained, "Hey, why'd you stop like that?" But his expression turned bewildered as Saki, with a cold face, said, "Hey, Weapon." There's a strange silence between them. Saki slowly turned, her movements odd, asking with a slightly flushed, shy face, "Do I look that obvious?" A huge question mark appeared, but Weapon, disbelieving his ears, interrupted, "You're possessed by Giamma, aren't you? Or maybe hypnotized." A massive rage mark flared on Saki, followed by a punch straight to Weapon's handsome face. "Shut up." Caught off guard, he couldn't dodge. Ouch. But something shifted. Saki's eyes darted around, saying, "What? What's that sound?" Weapon, dazed from the punch, dismissed it. Was that an earthquake? Saki disagreed. "No, it's different. It's a focused gaze, the echo of a sword somewhere." A blade snapped in two. Giamma's machete, cleaved by Leon, fell behind him. Giamma's face showed clear shock, his eyes fixed ahead. "This is insane." After striking, Leon paused, his cold demeanor intact, asking, "Why didn't you fight back? Even knowing I'd strike, your eyes lack coldness, no respect." Giamma felt an odd sensation. His thoughts raced. "Honestly, I couldn't react. I thought he was about to throw a punch. I can't blindly dive into a situation I don't understand." I hesitated, thinking I could unleash the blessing and get cut. Across from him, Leon called out, "Why'd you do that?" Giamma's thoughts persisted. "If I act recklessly, I'll lose my self-respect." Leon, the protagonist of Miracle Protection M, exuded coldness. "Pick up your weapon. It'll happen someday anyway." With no other choice, Giamma drew his sashimi knife, bearer of the miraculous blessing. Facing Leon's advance, Giamma wavered. "It's absurd to handle this without other protections. Cast aside your arrogance." The blade left its sheath. They clashed. Miraculous blessing, sword god. A massive explosion sent shockwaves through the area. They closed in, each wielding their weapon. Giamma was pushed back. Leon pressed forward, following Giamma's retreat, gripping his sword tightly, slashing upward from the ground. A purple aura formed, and Giamma dodged to the side, parrying the basic strike with his knife. His sashimi blade was cleaved in two, his shock evident. Leon's counterattack followed an arcing path, similar to the first. Giamma rolled to avoid it. Leon's hands gripped Balmung tightly, his eyes locked on the target, a new strike forming. Giamma leaped away instantly. The attack missed, trailing him. He widened the distance, reaching into his bag of sashimi knives. Two were thrown at Leon. Focused, Leon slashed twice, deflecting them. After parrying, he charged, closing in on Giamma unexpectedly. Leon's strike was ready, while Giamma, stunned, couldn't prepare. Light flashed from Balmung, and Giamma stood frozen, watching the impending attack. Beams of light flickered across the pillars, swiftly cutting them in two with an invisible force. Dodging the assault, Giamma ducked, but his bag wasn't so lucky. Most of its knives were sliced apart with the pillars. Giamma coiled like a spring as the sun faded. He grabbed a knife and fled the area at top speed. While moving, he reassessed. He's on another level compared to the midterm. The protagonist's power limits. He's trained to level up. A red glow interrupted his thoughts, forcing him to look back. A massive sword aura merged with the air, closing in on him, a huge question mark appearing with thunderous momentum. The attack crashed, sweeping away part of the ancient structure's stone. A spatial rift spread, and Leon's blade lost its glow, his breathing heavy, face dotted with sweat. Haha. From afar, smoke rose, and Giamma advanced coldly with his sashimi knife. Leon narrowed his eyes, seeing Giamma reappear. Regaining composure, Giamma asked, "Leon, why are you doing this?" No reply yet. Leon's face was pensive, but he looked skyward. "The world. If it's you, I can make everyone in it happy." A smile formed. Haha. Balmung's blade flared with aura again, its power greater than before. "Now I get it." Leon raised the sword high. Facing Giamma's focused gaze, the sword's energy pierced the sky, radiating intense mana. Leon's words rang out. "Who's that someone?" Once more, Leon committed to his attack. Giamma charged forward. The prior balance shifted. Giamma's sashimi knife shattered the energy from Balmung's hilt. The real pressure scattered debris, exhaustion evident as Balmung's energy faded, part of its hilt breaking off. "I believe in that," Giamma said, sunlight adding vibrancy. Both held their stances, Leon's coldness fading. Raising his sword again, he looked up. It's too high, his gaze forward. As wished, the chosen one was Giamma. He sheathed his sashimi knife and stood by the central orb. A heavy silence quickly settled after the confrontation ended. Giamma's eyes narrowed as he sheathed his sashimi knife back into its scabbard. A faint glimmer of light appeared behind him. Just as the blade clicked into place, Leon's silhouette seemed to dissolve. Giamma glanced back immediately. A question mark hovered, along with a single white feather resting where Leon had stood. He asked himself, he's gone? What was that? His thoughts deepened. An unexpected duel. His gaze drifted to the distant sunlight, and he mused. That was the act of stepping up as a warrior and forging oneself. I bear no ill will toward anyone. Looking at the knives unexpectedly cleaved in two, Giamma's thoughts grew heavier. First, he was in such a rush to end the fight quickly. But it's a pity. If I hadn't reacted in time, I'd be dead. The scene of dodging Leon's lightning-fast attack replayed. I tried my hardest not to target Leon. Thanks to that, he'd scrambled around like a troublemaker. Easier said than done. His hand rested on the crystal orb. However, Leon's growth had reached a level worthy of the protagonist. Giamma touched his face, a hint of embarrassment surfacing. The image of a bewildered blacksmith flashed in his mind. By the way, I think I cut off a small piece of the weapon's integrity. The weapon's dual edges were its enhancements. I'll need to repair it if I gather enough materials later. No issue with its final form, right? Dismissing someone's stray thought, he added, All right, I didn't cut Leon here. This game's over, a special tutorial, indeed. Back to the matter at hand. Giamma's hand remained on the crystal orb, lazily adding, Okay, that's enough. Suddenly, the orb flared with light, bursting outward. A smile spread across his lips. Found it. It's here. Light glowed from his hand, and a massive information panel appeared above his head. Congratulations, you've obtained a new blessing. The rebirth blessing can rapidly regenerate and repair damaged cells. However, severed body parts cannot be restored. He questioned, Has it been applied yet? Without hesitation, Giamma grabbed a piece of metal and stabbed his hand to test it. Blood began to flow. As he pulled out the blade, the long wound on his hand formed a protective array. Green plus signs flashed repeatedly, and soon only a small scar remained. The bleeding stopped. Raising his arm to inspect it, joy flickered across Giamma's face. Whoa, this efficiency is legit. But sadness quickly replaced it. Yes, I'm thrilled to get what I wanted. It's the result of hard work. The sky shifted to night. Smoke rose from a campfire somewhere. Giamma sat alone by the fire, lost in thought. The melancholy from afternoon to evening lingered. But what could it be? Seriously, Aben. Is that why? Recalling Leon's cold demeanor and his weapon aimed at him, Giamma reflected further. A phrase echoed in his mind. It'll happen someday anyway. The situation was so urgent I couldn't ask anything. What does this mean? The blessing is always with you. He muttered to himself, words only he heard. Leon's identity, a person from another world. What is it? Even before that, being thrown into this world is already full of questions. Now, I can only do what I must. He adjusted the firewood in the flames. I had a fiery temper in my past life. A deeper realization followed. Though I suppress it a lot now, I don't turn a blind eye to injustice. I've had plenty of arguments with regular customers, a personality that doesn't shy away. Is this a sense of justice? The game shaped his thoughts. The plan is to avoid interfering with the storyline as much as possible. Before that, I need to prioritize my safety. If you become this player, that's your fate. Despite actions to gain favor without disrupting things, Giamma had nearly fought Leon today. Past worries resurfaced, along with the dungeon gatekeeper. Moreover, he now faced assassination risks. If my life is truly threatened, the image of himself fighting beyond his limits appeared. That's when I'll fight back with everything. That's human, not a demon. Silence enveloped his thoughts. Giamma looked skyward, murmuring, Am I okay? I need to handle things in moderation. Suddenly, Saki appeared, standing nearby, saying, There's a lot to say. Be yourself. An exclamation mark flashed, followed by question marks as he looked around, bewildered. But Saki wasn't there. It was merely a reflective illusion voicing his heart. Instinct prompted him to add, Was that a hallucination? So weird. If Ryoso was really here, She'd definitely say something like that to remind me. Ellipses lingered. I wonder what the others are doing. Elsewhere, Saki and Weapon sat by a campfire together. A fleeting message pinged. If you fall, you die. Saki stared at her phone, a tinge of sadness in her heart. In another place, Chloe was teased by Rachel, who slung an arm around her, singing. Chloe could only clench her fists, her eyes blank with frustration. Aben, elsewhere, had stripped and was soaking in a cave's clear pool. Her weapons lay to one side. She smiled. Hey, everyone, daytime's a bit ticklish. Smoke rose higher, distant light flickered, and the atmosphere here grew quiet. Giamma had fallen asleep sitting by the now extinguished fire. But then, nearby, footsteps softly tread on grass. 5 assassins emerged. Perik, the blonde one, signaled, and 2 gripped their weapons tightly. Team leader Ray Shun, behind them, closed her eyes, sensing a flash of light as 2 weapons shot forward. The attack surged toward Giamma. Sensing danger, his eyes snapped open, catching the first weapon grazing his arm. He dodged, but the second skimmed his leg. His gaze focused in one direction. The weapons halted, embedding into nearby trees. Someone's voice rang out. Wow. Captain, is that kid really a student? Perik's taunting tongue added. Awesome. Why don't we recruit him on the spot? Ray Shun cut him off. Shut up, Perik. Seeing the newcomers, Giamma refocused. The Undertaker Assassins. More information surfaced. Leader of the Undertaker Assassins, a half-human, half-horse creature Leon first encounters later. Born to a noble family, betrayed by her kin. A character born in harsh circumstances, choosing the life of an elite mercenary. Her resentment grew, turning her into a villain. An unfortunate figure defeated by Leon. Giamma's eyes locked on the approaching group. Still, I have no sympathy for these murderous mercenaries who've forsaken humanity. Having attacked him, Bark spoke mockingly. Hey kid, what are you? Even with my gentle strike, you didn't dodge easily. Are you a hidden mercenary? His tone grew more amused at Giamma's unusual calm. You're no ordinary kid, are you? How can a kid keep that face in this situation? Captain, what do you think about recruiting him? Ray Shun paused, then asked. Where do you belong? Giamma's cold gaze was clear, his thoughts adding. What's this guy talking about? Why are these assassins asking about my affiliations? Don't they see me as a student? Seeing Giamma's silence, Bark taunted further. Hey, kid, you're not dead, yet you think you're so great? This isn't the first time the captain's taken interest in a 2-star prey, right, Vice Captain? A fist and knuckle weapon appeared. Vice Captain Zhang Taepeng replied smugly. Definitely. Based on this kid's moves, he's no ordinary person. I think he's just a kid. Even if he's the top student this year, he's surely ready to jump into this work. A twisted smile followed his escape from the earlier attack. Perfect dodge. Even I'd stumble a few times. Giamma's body began to change. It felt like his consciousness and heartbeat froze. A paralyzing helplessness flooded him, overwhelming from his fingertips. He said, I see you coming. His eyes shifted, danger clinging to him. Given you're here, the order must have come from a high-ranking corpse disposal officer. Shock hit the group. Disbelieving, Perik spoke first. You bastard, where are you from? How dare you investigate us? But Ray Shun raised a hand to stop him. Stop. Zhang Taepeng took over. I guess you know something about us. Giamma added, that you're a bunch of filthy murderers for hire. His provocative, dry tone targeted everyone. Zhang Taepeng gritted his teeth. This crazy kid, the thing the captain hates most. Giamma stepped forward, closing in, his voice shifting. I bet you don't like being called a commoner, just because you came from a noble family, right? Unable to hold back, Zhang Taepeng swung a fist. You bastard. Giamma activated the sword God Blessing, smoothly stepping past his foe. Silence gripped the scene, but a red line appeared across Zhang Taepeng's neck. He said, dodging like a rat. But then he sensed something wrong with his body. Uh-huh. His body lost balance, his head falling gently. The razor-sharp sashimi knife left no blood. Seeing this, the group panicked. What's this? Vice Captain, you damn bastard. Giamma stood still. His thoughts took over. I killed someone. His gaze turned back. This isn't a subspace. Those guys just curse like that. Damn it. Something black flashed past his eyes. What are you doing? His eyes changed, black overtaking 1, a number appearing, 12. Real pressure surged, directed at Ray Shun. Don't bring it. The number shifted, Giamma's face distorting. The sword god blessing erupted. Someone's phone suddenly displayed the date, December 7th, 1207. Jiama, back when he was a chef, glanced at the information and muttered to himself. Time flies so fast, and another coincidence pops up. December 7th, 1207. He mumbled, I need to find it quick and clock out. A door swung open. Where did I put my humanity? In the fridge? Inside, neatly arranged drinks lined the shelves, ellipses hinting at something. The person standing here was the current Jiama. So who rearranged these? Those bastards, planning to stash it in here. He guessed. I'll probably have to take them all out. But Jiama's eyes caught something. A row of drinks was condensed into a single line in his view. A large question mark appeared. Did I not sleep enough? I think these letters have changed. Jiama closely inspected the juice boxes, and indeed, the characters had become strange. A sudden light shone on his surprised face. The light transformed into a stronger beam. Red squares appeared, stretching in a long line. The battle-ready gaze from before resurfaced, and Jiama gripped his sashimi knife. A strange stat appeared, 2.5. As his gaze shifted, the stat changed, 7.2. Moments later, it turned red, 12.7. His eyes gleamed with immense danger. If you cut, will it break or not? The recent events pulled Jiama back to the moment when Vice Captain Zhang Taepeng's head fell after his slash. Another voice rose, shouting as Jiama's smile lost its humanity. Vice Captain! The remaining group charged at Jiama together. You damn kid, grab him, damn it! But as they rushed forward, Jiama darted ahead. In an instant, he closed in, raising his knife. They couldn't react to the move, assuming he was just a kid. Before they could say more, 3 of them bore a horizontal cut, like the vice captains. With responsibility. With a decisive motion, all 3 were cleaved in half. A tangible aura of killing intent enveloped Jiama's body. Seeing their comrades fall, the others surged forward in rage. Die. 2 slashes came from them, but hit only air. With lightning speed, Jiama moved far off, landing on 1 foot. 2 basic slashes made him turn, delivering clean cuts to the 2. Blood sprayed, staining the area red. One of Jiama's eyes was shrouded in dark black, tinged with blood red. All attention turned to Captain Ray Shun. Hey, you idiot bastards, snap out of it. Your opponent's just a kid. Panic flashed on Ray Shun's face, sweat beading. Screams of agony echoed through the area. They charged, and Jiama dealt each 1 to 2 slashes. The assault didn't stop. Blood splattered on his face, and Ray Shun's expression shifted. Her thoughts raced. What is this? Is he a student? Another comrade's body was cleaved in 2. Perik shouted, disbelieving. Captain, is this real? Her thoughts continued. I thought he was just prey. Finishing the group ahead, Jiama suddenly closed in on Perik, radiating killing intent and fury. Perik's face paled. His voice faltered. Jiama didn't let him continue. A basic slash cut cleanly through Perik's neck, blood spraying as his body and head fell instantly before Ray Shun's horrified gaze. Her steps faltered backward. I thought it was an easy task to handle in a flash. She recalled Elder Claudi's words, 100 million per head, with extra rewards. Ray Shun drew 2 short swords, holding them reversed, anxiety enveloping her. That damn crazy old man. Jiama looked skyward. The attacking hunters were gone, blood staining the ground. He's not human. His eyes dazed, Jiama looked back, unsure if he was lucid or not. He concluded, disguised as a student, 1 target left. He charged forward, his speed surging. Half human, half demon. Ray Shun, stunned, gritted her teeth, facing the oncoming attack. You bastard. But something happened. Ray Shun's back hit a large rock wall, a question mark appearing. Rather, Jiama had pinned her to the ground. Focus restored his calm. Everything's settled. Pinned, Ray Shun was surprised but closed her eyes tightly. Everything's basically sorted. Jiama sheathed his sashimi knife. Only 9 seconds left. From Leon to the Undertakers, it took too long. His gaze grew calmer. It was just self-defense, but I hope I won't need to use it again. Recalling the exhausting fight with the Water Continent group, his eyes drifted, feeling strange. It's completely different from fighting those demons before. This time, the enemies were human. Facing the life-threatening group, Jiama thought. No reason to pity them, no regrets. His gaze fell on Ray Shun, hands tied to a tree. Now it's just me and Captain Ray Shun. He started the conversation, Tell me, who sent you here? Half glancing at Rei Shun, she replied. You think I'll talk? Jiama's pensive gaze deepened. This is my chance to uncover who's behind the assassination plot. It'll work better if I force her to talk through sheer fear. Killing her now would leave me clueless. I'd regret it. He added, Are you foolish or brave? Rei Shun gritted her teeth angrily. What? Jiama knelt beside her, saying, Your subordinates acted, and that's how it ended. Wouldn't it be better to talk nicely while I'm still being nice? Her anger flared. Rei Shun bit her lip, muttering, That damn dog Marin. Then a smile crept across her face. Yeah, I see why that old man wanted you dealt with. Looking at Jiama, her voice rose. All your information, family, parents, was wiped clean from the start. Her voice lost its calm. Hey, that old human, how dare he order us to take out a villain disguised as a student? If I'd known, I'd have killed that council old man first. Her harsh tone made Jiama think deeply. What's she saying? All my family and parent info erased. A hazy feeling surfaced, his parents' images blurred, an indescribable vortex appearing before his eyes. What did they look like? Jiama stood, looking at Rei Shun. What did you just say? Exhausted, she replied, Huh. But her face shifted as Jiama drew his sashimi knife. Danger clear. You said I have no family or parents? The blade slowly left its sheath. I planned to hear about the assassination order and let you go peacefully. Rei Shun flinched, fear spiking as Jiama continued. But I have a question. This isn't a negotiation, it's a threat. Sweat beaded on Rei Shun's face as the blade emerged. Even without limbs, you can still talk, right? Suddenly, immense pressure descended. Both struggled against the dangerous aura. Jiama thought, What's this? This pressure, this mana. Underfoot, blood stirred, the pressure dissipating. It's gone. Jiama sensed a major shift beneath his feet. The assassin's blood? The eerie blood formed tendrils, flowing toward Rei Shun, enveloping her. What? What's this? Stop! Don't come near me. Her screams echoed. Jiama sensed a dangerous life force about to erupt. What's happening? Meanwhile, someone's fishing rod moved. Sword Saint Zich Frit leisurely fished. Casting his line, he remarked, Not a bad feeling, being in charge. Except I've never caught a thing. The rod stayed still, and he muttered, Not worth the high price. But suddenly, the float bobbed, a large wave forming. Oh, it's here. No. The tremor from somewhere made Fish leap into the air before his calm demeanor. Unease took over. This is serious. Immense pressure, a monstrous silhouette appeared, like a commander. Back here, blood tendrils invaded Rei Shun's body, her screams relentless. She couldn't control the blood force. Her voice strained. I'll tell you everything, everything. Jiama watched closely, but an eerie sound emerged, her face twisting. I don't want to die. Green plus sign energies converged, and a massive energy pillar shot from Rei Shun into the sky. The pressure hurled everything away, piercing the sky across a vast distance. The 5th Legion commander, far off, sensed the disturbance. Huh. His gaze sharpened. Here, flames erupted, something falling. A massive flame vortex formed, engulfing everything. Jiama gripped his blade, sensing a new, greater danger. A black silhouette emerged from the smoke. Haha. Rei Shun's body transformed, her arms raised skyward, a sinister smile clear. Ha! Here it is, the human world after 700 years. Hearing this, Jiama started. 700 years? No way. Noting the transformation, he mused. This magical power. Even a mermaid strong enough to become a mighty creature seems small before this ancient mana. The opponent exhaled, dark flames transforming Rei Shun. Her hair blazed, and she addressed Jiama. Hello, kid. He recognized her. 5th Legion commander, lord of the succubus clans, Demon King's 5th Legion, Dream Demon, Fire Demon Aegir. A soft sound began, morphing into a mocking laugh. Phew, haha. The massive flames dissipated, leaving behind birds unable to withstand the pressure, falling to the ground. The laughter finally ceased, locking onto the only living target, him. Surprisingly, it raised a hand in a cheerful wave. Well, isn't this the proper way to greet? It's been 700 years since I left the demon realm, so I'm not quite familiar with human etiquette. The flame-embodied figure introduced itself, though he already knew. I am Aegir, commander of the Demon King's 5th Legion. Nice to meet you. Unexpectedly, the smile turned sinister. Kid, what's your name? Instead of answering, he stood silently, anxiety creeping in. The opponent continued. What? Not giving your name? So cold. It wasn't that he refused to answer. He was trying to dig through old memories. Come on, remember. The image of his fishmonger teacher surfaced, even seemingly useless fragments, sometimes serving as a mirror to the future. Then, a conversation with another sous chef flashed. That character's awesome. You still playing? The best thing about living in this world is playing with the miracle protection spell. Ager. After rummaging through the past, he gleaned some critical information. Fire demon. Ager, demon race. Female, traits. Among the Legion commanders, physical strength isn't prominent, but she excels in mental magic. I still remember Ager's basic traits from Kamuki when I quit the game, but I can't fathom why Ager descended after 700 years, possessing Raishan. There must be a purpose. Lost in thought, the opponent suddenly scanned the surroundings, laughing gleefully as if it were all an abstract art piece. Did you cause this? Her foot stepped on a bloodied corpse, surrounded by mangled bodies. Without waiting for a reply, Ager continued, as if reciting lines to her own shadow. Wow, impressive. No wonder you don't seem human. To stand so calmly before me. Her voice resonated, a hypnotic harmony that made his mind pause. He struggled to stay alert, but she giggled, as if finding a new toy. You look inexperienced, but there's potential. So, how about signing a contract with me? A shockwave of mental energy radiated from her eyes, dense mana melting the air. His mind reeled, and he blurted, What? Ager found nothing odd, a demon driven by instinct and desire, using dreams as bait. Her mocking smile grew. Phew. Consider it an honor, kid. I'll give you the special chance to be my slave. After all, you humans pretend to be noble, only to judge and divide each other. She stepped closer, killing for gain, causing pain to one another. Why not join me in a grander dream? Ager approached, lifting his chin. Her seductive tone wavered between reality and illusion, pulling him toward a daze, his eyes growing hazy. Thoughts echoed. She's right. Humans judge and categorize for their own gain. The strong exploit, the weak get nothing. Humans witness injustice, but let it pass, even sparking wars for their own goals. Honestly, to survive, accepting Ager's offer is the most logical. Joining the Demon King's Legion would make my ultimate goal, survival, far easier. As he sank into the dream, Ager assessed him further. Pretty, with a dark heart, primal desires seeping in. At that moment, a long slash flashed, but she was a demon, queen of the succubi, Ager. He shook off the excess thoughts, pushing her hand away. The pressure surged, radiating outward. Seeing him break free from her charm and fear, Ager was stunned. My goodness, how did you break it? That was high-level magic. She glared at her hand, displeased. Is it this pathetic body? After all that begging for a contract, he does this sloppy work? How can I function in this vessel, honestly? While Ager grumbled, he let out a soft laugh. Huh. She stared, pausing, then tilted her head with a question mark. Did you just laugh? His eyes closed. Yeah, your long-winded nonsense was just funny. Silence cloaked the scene like a heavy curtain. He drew his sashimi knife, shattering the quiet. That talk about me being your slave. Seeing him prepare, Ager's eyes blazed with fury. He gripped the knife tightly. No way. Instead of further anger, Ager mocked. So rude. The sashimi knife rang with a sharp metallic hum, a downward slash cutting through the flames, but Ager didn't care, her demeanor aloof. An arc with a fireball hurtled forward. He unleashed another slash. After cutting it, Ager conjured another, yawning tiredly. Both were at ease, but he was anything but. To end this quickly, his sashimi knife glowed with pale green energy. The small aura caught Ager's attention. Oh my! Thinking he could challenge her, his next attack was easily dodged, like slicing a phantom. They locked eyes, and Ager reassessed. I was half joking, but now I'm really interested. Her smile resurfaced. Hey kid. She stepped back firmly. Let's see how far you can go. Inferno. Pillars of fire erupted from the ground, wild aura unleashed, advanced pyromancy startling him. Flames swirled around Ager from earlier attacks. Come on, kid. 2 spinning fireballs shot toward him, the rising heat forcing him to act. His blade sliced swiftly, cleaving the energy orbs. Shock flickered briefly. Not stopping, he charged forward, his sword darting, leaving thin aura threads. With no choice, Ager darted aside, still unadapted, surpassing human limits. Meanwhile, how long had it been since her descent? Adaptation was slow. As she moved, sensing something close, Ager turned, seeing him with the sashimi knife near. A forced smile replaced her confidence. Oh, caught up already? A massive explosion erupted, their auras clashing. Smoke spread, and her hand blocked the slash. Gods, such a hasty personality. No time. I've got plenty. Having overused the painless blessing, he was losing calm. Don't stop. I've no time to waste. For rapid slashes cut through the air, attacks speeding up. He had to use the few seconds left for more strikes. Time passed, but Ager's excitement grew, blocking everything barehanded, faster each time. The attack speed peaked, flames relentlessly slashed away. The assault became chaotic. Light dwindled to mere specks, his slashes halting. Time ran out, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, the sword's remaining aura fading. Ager's arm, which blocked earlier, bore deep cuts. Flames surged, burning away the blood. If not for that clause 700 years ago, piranha fish blood wouldn't feel so foreign. Her arm turned to flame, licking the blood off her face, feeling human. From one fiery arm, it became two. Seeing him slump, pained, Ager mocked. Such a waste for a human, huh? A will like a self-burning flame, so captivating. A bit rude, but that fire makes me fond. At your age, you might outshine the vessel chosen for him. Her smile returned, arms spread wide. Phew. I've nearly fully adapted to this body. Kid, can you fulfill my wish? Her body floated, arms raised, flames erupting. One final test, survive this, and you pass. 10th flame Frama. A super fireball condensed in the air where her fiery hands rose. Utterly powerless, his body stiff from overexertion, he could only watch the attack approach. Kid, at least handle this. With the fireball, her sinister smile charged toward him, death inches away. At that moment, someone's footsteps rushed forward. Sensing the earlier shockwave, the Sword Emperor appeared, blocking him. His sword stopped the attack, his voice booming. Stay calm. Snap out of it. The mighty Sword King, Kong Jiama, was thrilled, but someone intervened. Ager was stunned. What? Who's this old man? Can you stay out of our business? But he refused. No. At the very least, this boy, his voice rose. This boy, absolutely. Before he could finish, Ager interrupted. Then protect him. The fireball, now empowered, surged forward. His eyes turned dark, her sinister smile distinct. Jiama's consciousness faded, slipping into a boundless white void. His eyes struggled to open. Am I dead? But something pulled him back. His eyes blazed, hearing another's voice. Cough. Ahead, an arm had vanished, consumed by flames. He clutched his body, gripping the knife, realizing who saved him. Lord Sword Emperor. With blazing speed, the peerless talent couldn't vanish in a place like this. Kong Jiama turned back, just as the Sword Emperor had arrived in time to block Ager's fireball attack when he was completely powerless. Both arms raised his sword. This boy must break the chains of evil. The fireball's trajectory veered away from him, but at the cost of one of the Sword Emperor's arms vanishing entirely. After missing its target, the fireball only stopped after causing a massive explosion behind them, carrying hopes for the future. Kong Jiama was unconscious, while the Sword Emperor felt a surge of deep worry. Then, the earlier scene flashed back. He opened his eyes and saw who had just saved him. Sensing he'd regained his senses, the Sword Emperor turned and spoke. Good. I guess you were out for a bit, huh? Rest and try to recover. But looking at the situation, that's not a great idea, is it? His eyes were sharp as his sashimi knife, concern lacing his words. Sword Emperor, your arm. No strange expression crossed the Sword Emperor's face, only an eerie calm. It's fine, not essential for wielding a sword with two hands. Don't worry about it. You need to focus on recovering. After their exchange, the Sword Emperor shifted his gaze forward, where Ager had possessed Rei Shun's body, her tone no different from their prior conversation. Hello, old man. Ager tilted her head, her curious eyes studying her raised hand, then continued. It's strange, isn't it? How could a mere human cut through my magic? Ager grew slightly irritated, but the Sword Emperor remained silent. The atmosphere turned dangerously still. Then, a thought struck the Sword Emperor. Ager, for a Demon Legion commander to appear, a blood-soaked rift between the demon and human worlds must have been created through flesh sacrifice. Possessing a human body acts as a catalyst. In exchange, Legion commanders can't unleash their full power. So, the unstoppable disaster remains unchanged. Aeger's expression and tone shifted. Oh, this is truly annoying. I guess I don't like this body much. Blood will soon stain this place. Struggling against a kid and a dying old man. Both frowned, or rather, tensed. As Aeger's steps slowly advanced, flames spread across one leg. I don't know what trick or scheme you used, old man. But this time, mid-sentence, Aeger surged forward, her fiery arms targeting the Sword Emperor first. A crack split the air, her voice booming. This time, it won't end with just losing an arm. Facing the immense danger, the Sword Emperor's eyes flashed gold, locking onto her wide-open gaze. He swung a single slash, and in a fleeting moment, everything changed. The blade's clash with the air rang out, and in an instant, one of Aeger's arms detached, bypassing all excess movement. Aeger screamed in indescribable pain, while the Sword Emperor remained unchanged. The fiery arm fell slowly to the ground. Suddenly, the situation balanced out. Stunned, Aeger's face twisted with rage, looking back. Impossible. Turning to his foe, the Sword Emperor spoke. Truly terrifying. As if provoked, Aeger snapped. What? Arrogant old man. You insignificant insect. Channeling all her energy, Aeger unleashed countless fire spears from the ground. Facing the grand spectacle, the Sword Emperor simply raised his sword, aura enveloping it. His voice was calm. I don't know exactly how you crossed from the demon world, but I see it. What's clear in your eyes is endless fear. The fire spears struck at him, the surrounding air reaching scorching temperatures. Holding his sword, he unleashed a basic air/forward. Some spears were blocked. Fear. Seeing her attack so easily countered, Aeger stood dazed, then focused her gaze on him, judging. What a pathetic insect struggling. You and I are lucky to both have lost an arm. As she smirked, a green aura suddenly flashed near her neck. In a split-second danger, Aeger dodged far back from the Sword Emperor's lightning-fast swing. Fury etched her face, her voice rising sharply. I don't know where you came from, old man, but to wield such immense aura. Then she noticed his expression. Old man, those eyes. Are you Aaron's descendant? The aura's true form, two horns wielding a sword, appeared behind him. Her thoughts locked onto Aeger. So unlucky. But even so, her body floated. He was just an aging human, past his prime. Instantly sensing Aeger's intent, shifting from spears to arrows, fiery arrows condensed above her. Humans are just humans. Aaron's descendant has grown old. Can you dodge this at your age? Seeing her prepare another strike, the Sword Emperor entered a state of intense focus. From the sky, countless glowing fire arrows formed and fell. Controlling them, Aeger roared. Die! Ha ha! Mocking his stunned doubt, she lowered her hand. What? Feeling overwhelmed. Unable to counter, the Sword Emperor relied on speed, weaving through and escaping Aeger's center, where the arrows triggered a massive explosion. He stood frozen, shouting. Sword Emperor. His body couldn't move, thoughts swirling. He wanted at least the blessing's shield, but now, all he could do was hold his mind steady. Letting go would mean losing it forever. His hand gripping the sashimi knife trembled, veins bulging. Abandoning the protection blessing now would be suicide. Arrows rained on the Sword Emperor, who suddenly spun and charged with blinding speed. A golden flash followed, a slash forming ahead. A crescent aura sliced through, cutting arrows in half. Seeing this, Aeger swung her hand sideways, her mocking smile returning. Truly spectacular. With that old body, you're no longer an insect. You're a rat. Relentless attacks poured down, but the Sword Emperor closed in, dodging everything. He spoke. Demons are stronger than humans, absurdly, hopelessly so. In my youth, I resented this, no matter how hard I tried. I couldn't surpass that wall. But now, at this age, I realize his speed increased. Annoyed by his words, Aeger interrupted. What nonsense are you spouting? A thought consumed her, but experience wasn't to be ignored. I'll find it soon. There's a weakness somewhere. He charged the dark silhouette. Then, a realization hit. The severed left arm was a weakness, but Aeger smirked sinisterly. Raising one arm, she shouted. Keep it up, old man. The sword saint leaped forward. Yes, foul monster. Aeger, you're just a substitute. His voice rose higher. Humans can grow and evolve in desperate situations. Stepping away from that spot is what you demons fear. Closing in, sword raised behind. And because you're trying to invade the human world. Ager, disbelieving the scene, feigned shock. A dangerous smile bloomed. A massive fire pillar appeared. No, two, locking one of his legs. Ager's speed shifted, charging him. Anxiety surged. Despite this, she pressed forward. Ha, I didn't hear a word you said exactly. Her hand touched his chest. As it withdrew, a fire spear pierced him from behind. Her missing arm reappeared, gripping tightly, as she yawned. Arrows pierced his leg and shoulder. Caught off guard, the Sword Emperor spat blood, his body riddled with wounds. He collapsed, coughing more blood. Not giving him a chance, Ager placed a foot on his head, her arrogance clear. You're all so cliché. Still the same after 700 years. But I must say, it suits the desires of insects who can't live past 100 years. The situation grew dire. Seeing his savior at death's door, Kong Jiama shouted, Sword Emperor. At that moment, Ager shifted her focus back to him. Oh, kid. No, Kong Jiama, right? Leaving the Sword Emperor, she approached. Oops, sorry, Kong Jiama, I got distracted. I need to tell you the test results. He was stunned by her movement. The Sword Emperor shouted. No, Kong Jiama, run. Ager raised a finger to her lips, her overlord haki erupting. The mental test shook Kong Jiama, his eyes growing hazy, consciousness fading. Her hand touched his face, smiling. Oh, your body will serve our race's desires. Don't worry, we'll meet again in hell. The attempt to protect him failed. The Sword Emperor roared louder, drawing her back. You're turning your back on me? That guy's just an ordinary student. But she didn't turn, her tongue extended with a mark above. What do you mean? After giving you a moment to breathe, I don't feel like playing with a dying man. Just stand there and watch. Her tongue neared his forehead, a self-activating seal, a special gift. His body knelt, unaware of what she'd done. The Sword Emperor shouted, You demon. Ager turned, leaving him, and replied, Oomph, are you complimenting me? A sinister purple energy spread from his forehead. Overwhelming noise from the seal flooded his body with data. The noise vanished, replaced by a unique purple data shroud enveloping him. Red alerts flashed. Warning, warning, unauthorized external intrusion detected. Unauthorized external intrusion. The stat 12. 7 appeared, replaced by a data grid. Error occurred. External intrusion detected. Unexpected error. Program cannot execute due to insufficient player level. Program cannot execute due to insufficient world level. Location, Jallo code, catalyst required for program synchronization, suppressing and adjusting world level. Player level temporarily elevated, 12.7, 19.5, 27.6, 39.7, 58.9, 88.2, 99.9. The number stopped, a massive stat panel appeared, rounded to 100. Unidentified conditions met. Back to the external conversation, Ager watched the struggling Sword Emperor advance, surprised, crossing her arms. Still, it's much slower, huh? Impressive, how'd you move? But as he neared, he collapsed. Ager mocked. Oh, can insects move after losing their heads? Phew. But then, a new shock. The Sword Emperor gripped his sword, a terrifying aura radiating, his eyes locking onto her. Even if I must sacrifice my life, I'll cut off both your legs. Ager sensed a familiar energy. Her disbelief grew. That aura color, the Sword Saint's aura. The one who threatened my life 700 years ago. This fake swordsman reached the aura before death. So annoying. She charged him. I'll kill him right here. Die coldly, Aaron's heir. At that moment, a massive lightning bolt struck where Ager charged. Furious, she looked back, shouting, Hey, what's this? Then, her shock grew. What's that? The kid's changing. This feeling impossible. Lightning rained like divine wrath, the sky blazing, dominating the air. A silhouette emerged, the unease mirroring 700 years ago. A massive info panel appeared. User's talent forcibly upgraded and materialized. 100.0. God tier pain resistance and God tier recovery talents simultaneously materialized. God tier transfer talent will use both to block pain and temporal rifts. Fury erupted from Ager. These damn insects, interrupting us again. Her rage peaked, and Kong Jiama's face transformed into a new state. A black seal on his chest spread, temporarily disabling his sword god talent. Let heaven and earth bow before me. Switching to Abel in another location, she was carrying her black sword, her face as cold as ever. Today was the final day, but her focus drew her gaze to some distant point. Meanwhile, in another place, Saki's phone screen updated with the time. 6:58, June 25th. Weapon trailed behind, looking dazed. Both were still together, and after meeting, he grumbled slightly. What the hell's going on? It's still bright noon, and you're already up? Saki, too, stared off in some direction, like Abel earlier. It's over, she mumbled something odd. Weapon rubbed his eyes, asking, Huh, what the heck are you talking about? Saki's eyes then lit up, her judgment and expression shifting. Awesome, it's dawn. Weapon, confused again, glanced at the dim surroundings. Wait, am I the only one still seeing a dark sky? Saki continued talking to herself. Is this still a suitable place for the test? Anyway, it's almost time to return to the academy. Over to Rachel and Chloe. Both were sleeping soundly, especially cozy together in one spot. Switching to other student groups, some had woken up, while others still slept. Among them, they exchanged words, and Saki's thoughts notably shifted. This place, let's head back to the starting point. The students probably gathered in droves yesterday. Saki, as always, gazed into the distance. Hurry up, Weapon, this isn't a good sign. Back to the battle somewhere, smoke rose thickly, as if someone had set a forest ablaze. His earlier presence had shifted the tide, shirtless, with both sides below locked in a skyward gaze. An invisible pressure weighed heavily on the area. Ager's eyes were now shrouded in a strange mist, her teeth grinding in fury. Joaquin, how absurd. Where did you crawl out from? Two talents shifted to a transmission talent, lightning bolts ceaselessly forming, denser where he stood. Light flashed, and he moved slowly in a strange state, advancing step by step. Ager sensed a rising threat, her eyes widening in shock with a question mark. Huh, kid, how? Countless thoughts flooded her mind. Well, I was a bit short-sighted. Though I felt that damned blessing protecting him, that bastard for the queen is human too. No way he's still alive. This is the worst. This is the same body, and my judgment's this bad. But before that, Kongjiyama, that name. She recalled the moment a massive lightning bolt struck her position. Her anger flared again, but nearby, the Sword Emperor exhaled, blood vessels visible in his mouth. He sensed a familiar aura from the light radiating off him. The Sword Emperor couldn't look away, as if witnessing a unique miracle. Soon, his body knelt, not on both knees, but on one, in reverence. A result materialized before him, bowing to his current state. At that moment, standing before him in the light, his eyes were blank white, silent. But then a strange sound and flash appeared on the Sword Emperor's face. He paused for a few seconds. In that moment, where his chest had been pierced and his arms severed, green light and a healing seal emerged. He felt it, quickly observing as the chest wound began to heal. Soon, his abdomen fully recovered. His hand reached to confirm. The abdominal wound was gone, but his arm remained missing. Surprised, he shifted his gaze to him. What the hell just happened? Kongjiyama suddenly closed his eyes, then opened them again. The light grew blinding, lightning forming and enveloping him. The surrounding aura dispersed, forming strange vortices that converged and merged at his feet. Soon, it turned a distinct blue, his speed indescribably fast. Ager suddenly sensed his movement, but couldn't keep up. From afar, the sound of slicing wind echoed relentlessly. Then, he appeared right behind her. A fleeting shock, a chill down her spine, and anger surged. Ager spun around. So strange, so strange, so strange. Something's wrong here. I can't sense his form or state. This special state, it's beyond a human body's endurance. She quickly dodged to another direction. Dangerous. That's not human, she exclaimed. Then, her hands interlocked and pressed to the ground. I'm truly sorry, Kongjiyama, for what I said earlier. Channeling all her mana into her hands, the ground began to rise. Cracks erupted with flames shooting outward, a vast fiery domain condensing at her crossed hands, far stronger than before. I think I have to abandon it. Ager entered a new state, her fury multiplied. Though it's a perfect body for him, I can't take it for him here. Flames erupted, scorching everything around. If he still exists, he'll surely be a major obstacle to our demon realm's future. The oppressive heat peaked. The Sword Emperor was gravely shocked by this shift. Breaking limits again, Aeger unleashed all her stored mana, smiling as a lava pool formed ahead. Fire chaos. A lava pillar stretched with her hand's movement. From that pillar, it transformed, expanding flames into a surrounding storm. At its center, a colossal fireball engulfed everything. The Sword Emperor was startled again, while he stood calmly, as if nothing had happened. Completing this, Aeger flashed a radiant smile. Though it's a bit regrettable, this brings me momentary joy. The flames on her hands lowered. See you in hell, Kangjiyama. The fireball hurtled from above, swallowing everything in its path, its speed increasing, unstoppable. The wind pressure grew, and the Sword Emperor couldn't contain his emotions. At that moment, he glanced at him nearby. A voice rang out, and blinding light flashed again. Standing before Stat 100, countless talents activated. Pain resistance activated, recovery activated, transfer activated. May the divine blessings be with you. Space displayed a data array, analyzing the incoming fireball. His voice spoke slowly. I'll cut it. Spatial laws froze, with only him in color, while everything else turned green, like the water continent battle long ago. This time, red thread-like slashes intertwined, splitting the fireball ahead. In an instant, the fireball shifted, analyzed, leaving red threads. It ended as a straight line soaring skyward. The red thread appeared before his face, reflecting warped space. He drew his sashimi knife instantly. The heavenly sword sounded, his swing following the red thread. The thread split the fireball in two, piercing through. Not stopping, the red thread appeared on Aeger's body. A sharp sound rang out, a divine slash, raw pressure hitting Aeger. The fireball shattered, causing a massive explosion. Her body split in two in that stunned moment. Her uncontrolled body hit the ground. Light flashed from somewhere, Aeger's gaze following. Students afar felt it, looking over. What's that? Rachel and Chloe, previously asleep, woke up. What's that? Abel, elsewhere, was stunned by the changing scene. Nothing different there, Weapon said. What's that? Saki, dazed, said, the sky. It's opening. Following his earlier slash, the dark sky was torn open, lights spilling down on the students below. Some classmates recorded the scene on their phones. So awesome. The dawn here is truly beautiful. While they rejoiced, the scene here was the opposite. Aeger couldn't move. Damn it. I can't unleash it. My mana's been severed. Her body lay in a heap. If this continues, I'll die here. Light appeared, and Aeger looked toward him, but he seemed like a swaying tree about to fall. Shocked, as he collapsed nearby, Aeger seized the chance, her half-body struggling to rise, raising a hand. I can't die in vain. That swordsman's existence is a disaster for our demon realm. The flam skill unleashed, channeling all her strength into fire magic. But a sudden twist occurred. A sword cloaked in dense aura, pierced from behind her head through her mouth. Shock overwhelmed her, and the Sword Emperor was the one who struck. He said, turning your back on an enemy. But just like your 6th Legion commander, bomb on. Pierced, Aeger still spoke. You damned bastard, Aaron's heir. Struggling, she continued. You're not bad, I'll give you that. You're tougher than Bomb-on. Her body cracked, Aeger straining her voice again. Aaron's successor, you knew lot. He cursed back. Go to hell, demon. Amid her anguished screams, her body finally dissolved into the air. Seeing her vanish completely, he stood with indescribable solemnity. As she faded, he spoke. I'm not Aaron's heir. I'm Siegfried von Nibelung. After clarifying, he looked at the unconscious Kangjiyama nearby. With one arm, he gently lifted his head, confirming safety. He assessed. Breathing's normal, blood flows a bit slow, but no fatal wounds, not life-threatening at all. Recalling his earlier abnormal state, he mused further. Kangjiyama, who are you? In that moment, an unconscious action arose, his gaze lifting skyward. Long ago, since ancient times, humans believed everything in the universe had an incomprehensible will. Phenomena like storms, floods, or lightning were seen as supernatural forces. Ironically, while instilling fear, these supernatural forces were worshipped and beseeched for blessings. His gaze fell on him, called a calamity or a god. A seal appeared on his chest. The surrounding space fell eerily silent, but soon after, a massive shockwave tore through, revealing a rift. The students gathered at the starting point felt a powerful jolt strike their bodies. As the shockwave passed, signs of worry emerged. With Saki at the center, a spatial shift appeared. In the distance ahead, Teacher Lai shouted to gather everyone, while the Sword Emperor and another person transported someone via ambulance. Zooming into view, all saw Kong Jiama lying on it, being escorted away. Saki's gaze locked forward at that moment, but she quickly glanced aside, witnessing Chloe charging forward in anger, only to be stopped by Rachel. The assistant tried to persuade her, but it seemed futile. Saki shifted her attention elsewhere, where Abel covered her mouth, as if unable to believe the scene before her. At the Sword Emperor's arm, her grandfather's, completely gone on one side, tears streamed endlessly from Abel's eyes. She knelt, stunned. A trip that brought many unacceptable truths. Saki approached her side. Abel sobbed harder, but Saki remained coldly focused ahead. Time passed, and a sound came from someone's phone screen. Humanity was in a truce with the demons, undeniably losing a great force due to the Sword Emperor's recent incident. With only 4 left, the world wondered who could fill the vacant spot among the 7-star heroes. News on the video: the Sword Emperor returned with one arm missing, details undisclosed. Real-time chat: no way the Sword Emperor ended up like this. The Academy hiding this is a serious matter. Losing an arm for no reason? Damn, I'm imagining the Sword Emperor cutting off his own arm. That's terrifying. Saki read the video and chat, her mood shifting. I was hoping but couldn't find any news about Kangjiyama. I guess he's slowly waking up now. A few boys a few tables away chatted loudly. Haven't seen that special student back in class lately, huh? Didn't you see? That special student was on a stretcher, leaving Avon Island, right? Really? Something like that happened at the Avalon training ground. I don't know much, but I heard he's between life and death. Yeah, if so, isn't he really going to die? Saki overheard these discussions, growing displeased. Hearing her call, the 2 boys eagerly responded. Huh? Saki, you called us? What's up? Saki turned, flashing a friendly smile. Sorry, could you guys take your talk elsewhere? I can't sleep, feeling drowsy. Her expression shifted quickly, leaving them stunned. Huh? Understanding, they left immediately. Yes, we'll move elsewhere, in the chat here. Let's go quick, of course. People like us should gather in that corner. Saki turned back, her gaze lowering, pensive. Kangjiyama's face surfaced in her mind. Don't make me laugh. Kangjiyama would never die. But then, she glanced at a nearby corner where Chloe was wiping tears endlessly. Her thoughts lingered on Chloe. Since the coma incident, Chloe cried daily. Sob. Kangjiyama, I'm sure I'll never see you again. Hearing this, Saki's sadness deepened. Though I say that, I'm still so worried. I haven't seen him for a whole week, too long. Old memories resurfaced. Not allowed to enter? Weapon asked nervously. We're Academy students visiting a friend in the hospital. But one of the 2 guards frowned, barking. No, this is a special order from the principal. Nobody's allowed in this area. Ignoring this, Chloe rushed forward, dodging. Seeing her expression and actions, Weapon tried to stop her. Chloe, stop. Chloe anxiously shouted Kangjiyama's name. Saki stayed calm to assess. If this is a special mission, could it involve Kangjiyama? She quickly pulled out her phone. Avon Island turned into a lava-filled wasteland. Intricate magic sensed repeatedly, and the missing arm of humanity's strongest. The only logical conclusion, she searched for simulation data. From what I gather, a demon invaded the island, and the Sword Emperor intervened. That's what happened. Her eyes narrowed. I've searched the server multiple times for related info, but found nothing. Dean Media said they'd investigate thoroughly and announce later. All external communications cut off, so I have no news from the press. With all this, I should ask him directly. The last message popped up. I want to try something, so I'll go alone. All right. Have a good day. The messages ended there. She typed, when you wake up, let's talk. But she quickly deleted the unsent message. Her narrowed eyes faced reality. So disappointing. Saki recalled being flicked on the forehead by Kangjiyama. Was that the last time? Her gaze lifted, a plan forming. When you return, I'll pay you back. Switching to the academy classroom, a voice spoke up. Abel, you okay? Rachel sat beside Abel, an unexpected silence enveloping them. Getting no reply, Rachel called again. Abel snapped to attention. Huh? Oh, Rachel. Her sad eyes revealed her mood. Sorry, I was thinking of something else. A few others were in the room, and their conversation continued. Hey, Abel, you still okay? Even your face shows hidden worry now. Oh, no. I can say I'll be fine. Thanks for worrying. Old memories consumed Abel. I'm sorry, Abel, you'll understand in time. Why I chose to be Kong Jiama's guardian. Recalling her grandfather's words, she couldn't help but waver. Kong Jiama? I'm not sure. Whenever Kong Jiama got into trouble, it was surely after helping her grandfather. She gripped her tie tightly, Rachel beside her looking listless. Switching elsewhere, Elder Claudy endlessly chugged a 1793 vintage bottle. He slammed the bottle on the table, his complaints clear. Everything's getting complicated again. Before him were reports of failure. All Undertaker members, the villainous Assassin Alliance, dead. Switching to the principal's office, muscles severed across the body, nerves torn apart. Dean Media squinted, displeased. It's in terrible condition. The Sword Emperor calmly sipped tea, offering a more optimistic result. He's recovered, discharged, even stronger than before. Hearing this, the dean smiled. We mobilized all medical staff and healers. Of course, because he threatened me to save him at all costs. She snapped instantly. Hey, you old geezer, is that what you meant earlier? I'm still here. Her temper flared, forcing the Sword Emperor to defuse. Don't get mad, old friend. You'll get more wrinkles. Reasonable, the dean calmed, looking at the ceiling. Fine, let's not talk about this. All right, think positively. She glanced at the Sword Emperor. Hey, are you okay, Zay? I bet you've lived long and seen a lot. Knowing what she meant, he raised his stump arm, saying, As you see, it's not inconvenient. She paused at his calm, old memories surfacing. I've met alcoholics for 30 years. This is the first time I've seen such a scene. Surprisingly, it's clean. So clean, even old, misaligned wounds are gone. The dean stood silent, listening as he continued. I can only call it a miracle. The dean's head ached. I really don't know what happened. The scene shifted to Kong Jiama's hospital bed, tended by the Sword Emperor. It's definitely Zay's fault for letting Kong Jiama return in such a battered state. Staying to care for him during his coma wasn't enough. He even rented that entire area for a fortune. I've never seen such actions. What happened between them? Back to reality. She crossed her legs and arms, saying dazedly, Even with the poet's blessing, I can't read what happened. They say it's beyond comprehension. Now that Kong Jiama's awake, can you tell me what happened? I couldn't sleep because of you. The media is staring at me. Pausing, the Sword Emperor set down his teacup. I need time to sort my thoughts. His eyes closed, a smile forming. It took a while to realize what happened on the island. Hearing his vagueness, the dean pressed. All right, now tell me what happened. He gripped his missing arm, a hint of sadness on his face. The 5th Legion commander appeared on Avon Island. A terrifying silence enveloped them. The dean took a moment, stammering. Wow, what? Ager. Ridiculous. His eyes half closed. That scene replays. Hard to believe, right? But it's true. He's the one who cut off my arm. Losing composure, the dean stood. Is that what happened to Kong Jiama? What happened to Ager? The teacup remained. He was killed. It's too early to announce to the world. I need to delay it. But I confirmed it with my own eyes, no dispute. Haha, you did that yourself? Is that reasonable? She sat back. Thoughts overwhelmed her. Zay lost his appetite. Even as Zay the Sword Emperor, he couldn't defeat Ager alone, even with help. How'd that change? But she jolted. You killed Zay? No way. He gave an odd smile, confirming. His hand reached for the teacup again. We'll talk about it when we meet again. Today, for a boy, doesn't he arrive before the adults? A friend saw his bright smile, and she had no choice, turning away. Oh, my phone. Looking up, it meant moving outside the campus. Now, pay attention, we can't keep going like this. I made a poster to recruit club members. Weapon showed it to everyone. We're recruiting for the travel club. We need members who share warm friendship, youthful romance, and conquer dungeons in small ways. Anyone wanting a free trip? Come gather because life at this academy feels free. Conditions and application process. How are Jokin Academy students? Feeling alive. Facing everyone's blank stares, Weapon added. We've always been controlled before. Seems we've never taken initiative. What do you think? Saki half glanced, saying, First time I'm surprised by something like this. Even if you told me to do it, I couldn't. Weapon still smiled. Saki, the poster needs vibrant colors like this. But then, Chloe's paper cutter suddenly stabbed the colorful poster. Saki's eyes widened. It was sliced cleanly. Weapon's voice carried a dazed look. To attract passers-by, Saki laughed. Weapon, pale, turned and shouted, Chloe, what are you doing? Sheathing the cutter, Chloe closed her eyes, replying, I can't let him see trash like that. Weapon was flustered. You tore up what I worked all night on. Chloe poured cold water. Lucky it's trash. It can still be burned. Saki reached for a candy bar beside her. The noisier it gets, the emptier I feel. The candy wasn't sweet. Her eyes tinged with sadness. Kangjiyama, when will you get here? A voice cut in. Huh? It's Kangjiyama. Saki thought, if you're here, hurry up. She noticed, looked over, stood, and saw Chloe and Weapon talking to him. You okay? We were kinda worried. He noticed, startled, his eyes narrowing. Then someone flicked his forehead. Saki did it coldly, her face slightly flushed. Payback. He froze for a moment, then smiled. I'm back. Weapon interjected. By the way, I made a poster to recruit for our club. Saki and Chloe cut in. Don't let Kangjiyama see that trash. Right, Weapon, it's garbage. This is Jiyama, standing in the Academy Square, but the scene didn't seem real. One particularly odd thing was that he was holding a sashimi knife in his hand. A loud sound rang out, and a pressure began to build. The specks of light shot straight upward, like a bouquet of shifting fireworks. However, they were all dangerous blades bearing a very familiar name, sashimi. Unease made Kangjiyama suddenly open his awareness and take hold of the sashimi knife. Because they were all aiming at him, and he already had a sashimi knife in hand. He unleashed familiar slashes, and everything seemed to be held back. But during that motion, Kangjiyama seriously watched the movement angles of the weapons. From a square, the entire space was overlaid with grids, the spatial rifts narrowing. He thought this space was too chaotic, and at that thought a large shadow was cast over his face. A giant sashimi knife, tearing open the space and plunging down. It was aimed straight at the spot where Kangjiyama stood. A vague message tried to convey serious calm. The short knife was held horizontally at eye level. Accepting the large blade colliding with the small one, a great light erupted everywhere. From the darkness a streak of light extended. The weapon was cleaved in two, but it was the big blade, not his own, that didn't make his face relax. He maintained his posture. The knife still fell in two silent pieces. He reconsidered the central position. The ground supported it, and the space became infinite. Seeing no result, Kangjiyama floated without support, and the large knife slipped from his hand. What was that? But everything felt like a dream, and his eyes suddenly opened wide. There was nothing strange when he found himself awake in his own room, his bewildered expression returning to normal. Sitting up from where he slept, he quickly rubbed his eyes. He complained that the dream had returned. Something near his pillow vibrated with the sound of his phone, but it wasn't an iPhone 17 Pro Max. He still took it out to show off and seriously wondered who would message him so early in the morning. Who else but Weapon would make trouble with a big poster cover? I was allowed to recruit members for the club, so I posted it right away. Luckily, I had prepared a poster in advance. Oh, it was hard to upload, so I could only post it now. See you, Captain. Judging by the picture he evaluated, I'm afraid I won't find any new members. Standing in front of the mirror in his long trousers, his health had improved a lot, even better than before. He inspected his academy uniform with no escape. It seemed he had rested well in the VIP infirmary. I also heard that after the battle with Agora, when I fainted, the Sword Saint took over the infirmary and cared for me. After spending a large sum, he had fallen into an indescribable situation. He paused that thought for a moment, and then he realized he was missing something. Oh, a tie? Thinking of the tie, Kangjiyama recalled old scenes on Avalon Isle. A chance meeting with Aben, fighting Leon for an item, teaming up with the Sword Saint to fight alongside the 5th Agora Legion. Anxiety had never truly left him. What the hell would happen in the future? Would I do better? Now that he thought about it, he had had the same problem some time ago, step by step across the Great Square. All right, now even if I complain, there's nothing more I can change. Let's go. Today is like yesterday. The Grand Academy is now in view. Here, a familiar cheap nut candy is held out. Here, a familiar cheap nut candy is held out. Saki smiled at him and held it out. Do you want to eat it? He followed her gaze to the candy. Oh, Rio. But his own dazed look was hard to shake. He ate a lot of it. Saki laughed loudly. You're so funny. Why aren't you even a little surprised? Second days. Oh, that's a surprise. Saki went along. Yes, thanks. After the teasing passed, Saki grew serious and spoke with him. By the way, can you tell me something now? Tell me what? Both resumed walking. Saki asked bluntly, what happened on Avalon? Why were you in the hospital so long? Kangjiyama organized his words. That happened. Saki didn't understand. Wait, what? And so 4 different expressions stared at him with no escape. What is it? What is it? Tell me. Huh? What is that? All of this left him embarrassed with sweat beading. What's wrong with you? Saki's cat-like mouth and his own cheeks were a little red. What's the matter? I'm a member of the travel club. Of course. That's something I should know, right? Saki said all that confidently. But Kong Jiama's denial went unnoticed and left Saki completely thrown. Hey, don't ignore that. And then what Kong Jiama did was send her a message and gesture to point it out. Saki stared in surprise at her phone lighting up. Huh? What did you just send me? Nothing but the photo's weapon used to advertise his poster. We're looking for members to join us on this journey. Saki screamed right there as she looked closely. What the hell is this idiot doing? I didn't permit him to post that garbage. You see, you made things worse for Saki, so he let out a light breath and waved his hand. Okay, everyone handle that. If we keep doing that, we'll never find new members for our club. Saki was flustered, then he disappeared. Poof. Hey Kanjiyama, where did you go? The scene returned to the glass panes of the director's office. Contrary to appearances, that driving skill was really impressive. Media said calmly, what's wrong with it? How is it wrong? The Sword Emperor could only smile wryly. Was that a compliment? A compliment? Media was extremely irritated. How are you praising that? At that moment, there was a knock at the door. He opened it after knocking and saying permission. The director's surprised gaze shifted to him. Oh, it's Kanjiyama? The phone was on the table, and he asked, did I come too early? The director hurriedly replied, no, you arrived at a perfect time. The Sword Emperor spoke as he raised his arm toward the teacup on the table. After living with both my arms for 70 years, and now I still feel awkward sometimes with only one. Media complained again. Keep some dignity for yourself. He sat solemnly in his own chair thinking. It was a bother. Although he wasn't pleased, the director still showed a special concern for him. The important matter also came time to be spoken. I heard from the Sword Emperor that you defeated the commander of the 5th Legion. Kanjiyama lowered his head and stammered, and then there was a silence for him to organize the images. My memory is still clear, though considering the circumstances, it's an undeniable fact. But my feelings at the time are unclear. To put it more accurately, vague. After investigating, Director Media quickly changed his tone. I'm sorry, Jiama. I was a bit hasty. I forgot you were just discharged, and it seems that confusion has been directed at Jiama. It's all right. The director understands your temperament. I still can't believe it. Of course, I know the old man and Zeke wouldn't lie. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor cut off the director. It's true. I was there at the end of Ager, essentially. It was Kong Jiyama's swordsman performance. Media, I'm sorry for revealing the Avalon Island incident so late. I had no choice but to wait. Even now, if things happen this instant, the demon faction would sense something very strange. He looked at you. No hero could stop a commander-class demon by strength alone. And I don't know how Ager could infiltrate that protected island, but clearly it had a definite purpose, as if they were trying to prevent something from happening from the start. The director immediately frowned, while the Sword Emperor lifted his teacup. But if we stay silent like this, the situation will only worsen. Demons are always impulsive and cunning. In my estimation, there will be confrontations with them within a few years. If we look back half a century, the situation would be exponentially worse. Those are things Kong Jiyama had realized long ago. With the truth of Agora's death revealed, the demons might use that as a pretext to declare war. At least they certainly couldn't respond much, because the Sword Emperor was cautious in his words. I could clearly see this Sword Emperor is someone deserving of humanity's respect. He cut off that thought of his again. And the reason we came here today is because we have something to say. The question mark was there. He lifted his missing arm. Now, I am in a state where I cannot go out to the front lines anymore. Media, displeased, stood and shouted at him. Hey, Zeke, why would you suddenly say that? Are you implying you're ordinary now because you've lost an arm? The Sword Emperor's gaze was iron cold as he replied, to usher in a better era, a true hero must be created. The director understood his meaning, but the reason held her back. This is our academy. Zeke bowed to Media. That's also why she is the director of the academy. With that said, the director left, and the eerie atmosphere gradually made Kong Jiyama feel indescribably vague. Once more the Sword Emperor raised his teacup. Have you long come to this decision? I will soon relinquish my position as the 7-star hero. Kong Jiyama sprang up in alarm. Sword Emperor, but he restrained that emotion with the following words. To be honest, Kong Jiyama, This isn't a sudden change, but a decision reached while I was in the hospital. And that doesn't mean I'm fully withdrawing from the front lines. It simply means from now on I will do what I can. Director Media fixed him with red-rimmed eyes. The world's media won't leave you alone. Then he returned while the Sword Emperor's composure remained. Anyway, I plan to do an interview soon. Wouldn't it be better to get it all done at once to save time? Then he returned while the Sword Emperor's composure remained. Anyway, I plan to do an interview soon. Wouldn't it be better to get it all done at once to save time? Seeing the two reconcile made Kong Jiama smile, a thought cutting through that argument. Up to now, we've been doing our utmost to prevent leadership from being distorted. I nearly broke a sweat when characters in the story behaved abnormally. But looking back, I was truly selfish and self-righteous. Their words and actions contained willpower. That shows they're not just game characters, but people living with their own selves. Now, whatever choices they make or circumstances they face, they humbly accept and overcome them. Unconsciously, the director struck his neck and the signs of fainting appeared. Closing his eyes and denying reality is no different from a child's tantrum. The dispute rang clearly in the room. I almost forgot the most important thing. I feel as if my lifespan will be shortened by what I heard today. So I will say it again. Cadet Kong Jiama, I will return the title of 7-star hero to you. The scent of danger is gradually driving your peaceful life away. Yes, still the Director Media's office, but now only a teacup and the familiar sound of sigh remain. Looking out the window as sunlight streamed in, Media spoke more familiar words. You fool. But there was nothing more to do than fall silent again, and the scene of their clash replayed in his mind. First, we must eliminate the demons and accept the press interviews. That is more important. The Sword Emperor smiled, keeping his intention. Of course, I'm not saying I'll do that immediately. It will take at least a year to prepare everything. After all, he should be allowed to enjoy school life during his time at the academy. Repression breeds vice. Media grabbed his collar and tapped his knuckles against his head. You shameless fool. Those things only made the Sword Emperor laugh out loud. He forced himself to recall those scenes, and then grew annoyed when no one was around, transferring the title of one of the 7-star heroes. But she had calmed down and thought more about him. It may be an enormous burden for a 17-year-old boy, but no one is more suitable to become a 7-star hero than Kong Jiama. We cannot publicize his feat, but if this news spreads, the whole world will be uproar. A terrifying genius. Jiama had a place in the legendary world like below Jor Queen. She unconsciously spoke the name of the first director and then hurriedly covered her mouth, unable to believe she had said it. Rightly so, Media was too familiar with these matters. Old memories flooded back. It's not that I don't understand him. The absence of one of the 7-star heroes could cause chaos, not only in the human world but in diplomacy. The demons might react violently, but as long as we appoint him ourselves, there should be no problem. However, we need the consent of the association and the other 7-star heroes. She left her chair and intended to do something. A photograph on the desk showed 7 people who might be the 7-star heroes, all in the same picture. It's time for a class reunion or something. Moving into the academy corridor, the Sword Emperor led and Kong Jiama followed behind. The clacking sound was only the footsteps of each person. Very quickly, Kong Jiama broke that silence. Sword Emperor, may I ask you something? At those words, the Sword Emperor ahead stopped, turned, and then looked at him immediately. Is it about the 7-star hero position? I apologize for not informing you sooner. Do you know why there are 4 vacant positions among the 7-star heroes? He hesitated, gathered his thoughts, and then spoke. Isn't that to honor the deceased members? The Sword Emperor looked seriously in one direction. Yes, you can understand it that way. It is precisely because of their heroic sacrifice that we can survive in this world. However, it wouldn't be reasonable to leave the 7-star hero positions vacant for that reason alone. To be honest, the matter is quite simple. We have never had anyone worthy a hero stronger than us. We have never had anyone worthy a hero stronger than us. You seem to have grasped this more than the Sword Emperor. The power of the demons has already been demonstrated in the game. Of course, clearly it just makes players spend money. But the reason Blessing of Miracle Mobile is such a difficult game is that those demons' base stats are terrifying. If the demons launched an all-out campaign, humanity, though far more numerous than demons, would be wiped out within 6 months. The Sword Emperor continued. You can only negotiate or bargain on equal terms if you truly have power. You ask, what does that have to do with leaving 3 seats vacant? He said to you without blinking, mediocrity is worse than nothing. You vaguely understood his meaning. I see. if a 7-star hero falls to an ordinary monster of humanity. The Sword Emperor cut off that thought with words. 7-star heroes are not just honorary positions, because our duty is to stop the demons and represent humanity's strength. They come with greater responsibilities. Although even that has now lost its meaning. They have begun using the name 7-star heroes as a form of political power. You lowered your face and fell in a deep thought. Governing a country in the name of the 7-star heroes? The Prime Minister, who has served 40 years, is basically a dictator. Japan's absolute power Prime Minister, Saki Kojima. He's a strange man. He's never appeared except being mentioned in the game. Ryoso has never spoken about his family here. Even Chloe only occasionally mentions hers. Her words were engraved on my mind. I hate the 7-star heroes. Once more you said to the Sword Emperor ahead, I understand your point, Sword Emperor, but that's not my question. Tell me why it is me. Again, silence enveloped you both, because the Sword Emperor seemed displeased with that question. Are you pretending to be stupid, or are you truly stupid? The reason I leave that position to you is because you are stronger than I am. Because of such a large gap, you began to doubt yourself after that statement. I was the one who pushed Agora to the brink of death, but was that really my personal power? You look back at the Sword Emperor, but this time there was absolute silence. The Sword Emperor looked through the sunlight on the window pane. I have had some questions about you for a long time, but I need answers now. He fixed his gaze on you. Your power seems to have a time limit. Kong Jiama couldn't believe the Sword Emperor had noticed that fatal point. A series of heartbeats thundered without stop. Countless questions I had asked myself gradually changed my character. I had never spoken of it. How could he know? Could it be that he... But the Sword Emperor patted your shoulder to reassure you, and the words followed. Calm down. It's only my speculation. I can understand that even a hero cannot use such overwhelming power without any limits. Back at the trials, and on Avalon Island itself, I predicted as much when I saw you fall after about minute. Immediately, Giamma interrupted the Sword Emperor. A big question awaited. The first thing I did was clench my palm. Seriousness is not easily replaced. I have a few things to tell you about my power. After a while, the dusk light spread across the Academy's entire architecture. He received your answer and immediately switched into analytical mode. So when you activate your blessing, you endure excruciating pain, and you neutralized it by using another blessing. Yes, that's exactly it. You fell into a bit of contemplation. I explained to him about my divine sword blessing and my painless Vothong blessing. Of course, I won't go into details. I trust the Sword Emperor, but that's different from revealing my weakness to someone. I'm asking him if he can offer deeper insight. Not because I want to understand. Sword Emperor is no different from you. But his words were completely candid. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. You use one blessing to pay the cost for another blessing. That's a revolutionary idea. It seems you're using that power in your own way. You have talent. However, you must agree it's not good to keep fighting with a time limit. The important thing is to use it properly. To do that, you need an experienced master. And I need a talented disciple. You have talent. He paid it no mind and turned his back to leave. I chose you as my successor, so it's my duty to pass on my knowledge. I'm about to retire, but I don't want to just lie around. All right, he held out a tie. So you can take it. Abel told me to give you this. You were surprised. Oh, this. I'll contact you once things are settled. Until then, enjoy Academy life. The Sword Emperor's footsteps slowly faded away, and this time you did not follow. The Sword Emperor being alone meant he naturally wanted a successor and a disciple. There's no way I'll convince him to give this up. Returning to the dorm room, it was already night outside. The familiar bed, and you sank into sleep once more. Sleep wasn't peaceful when a red light shone through your brow, bringing you back to the watery clock tower space, where sashimi knives hurled at high speed. This time, as before, slashing and slashing to block the entire assault. After blocking them, squares popped out. You complained, thinking it was that dream again. Something hazy and invisible was manifesting. With eyes that weren't nearsighted, you squinted to see more clearly. Again, where characters were appearing, a large spatial tear opened. And I must accept it again. The Sword Emperor's words rang in your ear just as you felt this hardship. Accept it. Acceptance was no longer like the previous dreams. The knife in your hand had completely vanished into streams of data. The spatial tear above was letting out even more new light. Kong Jiama below spread his arms. Fine, it's only a dream. A large knife slid out silently, and, of course, aimed for the spot where Kong Jiama stood and lunged. I won't die, will I? A question you asked with a laugh, not knowing the outcome as there was no defense left. The large knife plunged into you very easily, but its impact on the body seemed real. Blood poured from your mouth. The pain spread throughout your body. Your eyes squeezed shut, then opened abruptly. In that moment of change, your gaze turned completely black. The clothes on your body, somehow, had been torn away, revealing on your chest a very strange sigil. White replaced the surrounding black, and you were able to set your feet down. As the change grew, Kong Jiama looked at and felt his entire body. Aura spread around, soaking into my hands a little longer. This is Zwick-Zack. My vision gradually returned to normal. More aura poured out. It was like a person separating from the body, a concrete silhouette appearing behind me. Nice to see you again. Startled, I turned around. You are? The white shadow made a similar gesture. One answer that's always given when this thing appears is GM, Game Master, right? The white shadow waved at me. Oh, isn't this the place? The large kitchen space revealed itself. I recognized it as a familiar place. Yes, that's right. You looked up at the changes around you. When it finished, it continued speaking to you. It's my first time here, so I'm a bit awkward and I apologize. But you showed skepticism at that way of speaking. It scratched its head and added something else. I'm not the GM. You stood there and asked again. Not the GM? It raised both hands. In some respects, it's not that different, because I can be the GM and the GM can be me. To be precise, it's the other way around. You felt a bit annoyed. So what are you? Introduce yourself, since the other side still doesn't know. Your blank face shifted toward it, and it immediately clutched its stomach and burst into loud laughter. Before acting, Kong Jiama calmly asked again. How long do you intend to keep laughing? Knowing you were serious would be dangerous. The white shadow took out an object like an hourglass and said, I'm sorry, don't think about that anymore. Well, your curiosity about me is natural, but it would take a long time to explain who I am, and I don't have much time. So I'll explain briefly for you. So people call me many names. To some, I'm a natural or cosmic disaster and a god. You caught the crucial point. A god? A black hole, gaze revealed itself. But not any ordinary god. In more exact terms, the sword god. Aura released terribly, but it was only symbolic. Kong Jiama stood at attention, listening to the other speak further. Perhaps that being wasn't the god you were thinking of, but call it god or whatever. You ultimately have only me. That's all. I'd like to explain more, but it seems we don't have much time. You asked in a cold tone what you wanted to know. Why appear now? A finger pointed straight up. The divine sword's blessing has been temporarily disabled. Don't you remember? You were startled immediately. The altered image of yourself appeared in your mind. The sword's protection had been removed. It sighed lightly. You were right, but it hasn't been fully upgraded, so it appeared before you in an incomplete state. Even so, it's a miracle that I can convey words. Just as it finished speaking, the hourglass shattered along a predetermined spatial crack. It spread more and more, breaking apart the fragment of space just established. Is that right? The red square spaces reappeared in Kong Jiama's vision. What is it? The self fell into a space with no foothold. The white shadow cast a look back as a further reminder. Feel free to cut corners, but don't go overboard blindly with your information. The power you use is... even if I told you right now, you wouldn't understand. Damn, you just cursed loudly as you watch yourself fall out of that white shadow space. I have so many questions. The space contracted. It still fixed its gaze on you. Anyway, don't make that mistake of falling this time. Wait, I believe when the conversation ends, you suddenly snap back to reality, your movements no different from the dream. 5 fingers raised high, utterly bewildered. There was nothing left to do but sit up, unable to speak. Meanwhile, a system notification screen had updated. Synchronization rate had been adjusted from 17.9% to 21.3%. Mu Quang Trong couldn't look away. Assimilation rate 21.3%. To avoid forgetting quickly, your steps led you to the desk where a notebook and a pen sat. You opened it casually and jotted down a bit of information. The sword god, that memory had somehow vanished. You rubbed your head and pondered Okay. The important thing is I need to keep gathering clues. You looked out the nearby window. The rainy season had arrived. Although the natural assimilation rate spiking was annoying, at least so far no disadvantages from the increased rate had appeared. Just as you needed to think, the phone on the bed vibrated with a sound. You immediately went over and answered. It'll. But what greeted you was a loud stream of affectionate shouts. Club, we're here. Luckily you pulled the phone away. Is that lunatic this noisy so early in the morning? But when you calmed down and listened, you were startled. What? Head straight to the Academy Cafe, came the displeased voice. Is that reasonable? Saki said. How could anyone dare contact our club after seeing that poster? Chloe added more harshly. I have nothing to say except that it's trash. You in the middle felt the pressure increase, and even witnessed Weapon's head bloom like a flower. He seemed shocked. I saw it, Chloe asked. What kind of person would want to join us? Saki firmly put on her dangerous-looking glasses. Someone contacting me after seeing that made me suspicious. I'll make sure to interview them thoroughly. I'm the club's main interviewer. Chloe agreed. I also think that's suspicious enough. Rarely do the two agree, so they high-fived. Giamma, in the middle, was like a statue. There's nothing wrong with being suspicious. We're in a situation where we don't know what the female guide behind the dungeon guards and Lin are plotting. Those aims are probably targeting me, and this new member could very well be a spy sent by the forces behind them. Weapon, having heard enough complaints, recovered his mood and joined the conversation. How about the captain for tomorrow? Yeah, Chloe and Saki cheerfully chimed in. Right. Giamma, you must love fish, right? The place will reopen soon. Above all, we need to throw a party to celebrate the day you recover. However, Giamma voiced his preference. I'm a bit pickier about sushi than about fish. Saki was shocked. The thought of a ghost replacing me wasn't appealing. Meanwhile, Weapon stood up, adding a point of interest to entice everyone. This is the most famous restaurant in our academy, so reservations are tough. Saki scrolled through her phone. 3,000 reviews. Oh my, even the Japanese praise it. Chloe echoed that it looked delicious. Giamma had no choice but to give in. All right. It's a celebratory dinner. It's so special I can't bring myself to refuse. But just as they were considering that, someone unexpectedly began to move toward the entrance. It was a girl with short, pale green hair. Is this the travel club? Weapon, who happened to be standing, took the role of host. Oh yes, please have a seat. The girl slowly stepped forward. Meanwhile, Saki leaned in and whispered to you. She seems more normal than I thought. You had to ponder this. She is. But remembering the personalities of the other teammates, that indeed falls into an indescribable category. I guess it's all relative. On the other hand, you really should pay more attention to this newcomer. She's adjusting her glasses while you're brooding. She's not flipping you the bird, you know? Weapon broke the tension with a smile. Thanks for applying to join our club. However, Saki seemed a bit blunt in her phrasing. Could you start with a brief introduction? Hearing that, the other three teammates showed boredom and Saki grew prickly. And at Saki's insistence, she began to introduce herself. My name is Sanhana. Standard de 52. I'm from Busan. Surprised, Giamma asked with interest. Are you Korean? She adjusted her glasses with her middle finger. Yes. Analysis dug deeper. I've never heard of anyone named Sanhana. Guessing that Song of the Seori region isn't a real-world family name either. But you still knew how to make small talk in this situation. I ate a lot of gukbap with meat when I lived in Busan. Isn't that right? I really like gukbap. If you add spices and chives to the white broth, it's amazing. Sensing something off, Saki jabbed your arm with her elbow. Hey, calm down. You were helpless and left the rest to Saki. All right, I understand. Now tell us your motive and why you applied to join the travel club. Sanhana said solemnly. I saw on the poster that the club's main activities seem to be traveling and dungeon exploration. My grades this year aren't good, so I want to clear a few dungeons to improve them. Saki, who was wary, replied that our main focus is travel. Dungeon conquering is just an added feature. Many other clubs focus more on dungeons. Isn't that right? The other leaned on their shoulder, exhaled lightly, adjusted their glasses, and spoke the words they needed. I'm now a second-year student. No club wants to take a regular class student into theirs. I mean, I think being someone useless like me getting left behind is unavoidable. Saki realized she had been a bit harsh and adjusted her tone. You don't have to go that far. So what weapon do you use? Sanhana adjusted her elbow and answered, I don't really have a specialized weapon or anything, but if I had to pick one, it's definitely my fists. Doubts began to arise. Are you sure you can handle a dungeon? I thought you said dungeons weren't the club's focus. Weapon gradually noticed a problem. I've never seen Saki lose an argument. Both of them exuded an equally formidable presence. Saki lowered herself and smiled, continuing, Anyway, I get it. Hana also became more proactive. Yes, I really want to join this club. Not just to explore dungeons, but to make memories before graduation. Meanwhile, Kong Giamma showed an unusual expression. After interacting with many customers, I've learned to categorize people into groups based on small habits. Using the sword, God's blessing along with that. Saki and you stared at each other. After all, it's hard to find someone else. The decision was woven by your joined hands. Welcome to the travel club. Hana was a bit surprised. Oh, I passed. You replied bluntly. We're a year younger than you, so feel free to speak casually with us. She adjusted her glasses again. All right, Hannah was a bit surprised. Oh, I passed. You were blunt. We're a year younger than you, so feel free to speak casually with us. She adjusted her glasses again. All right, do you know what you should say? She's a senior, so having a good relationship with her would benefit us. Her high gaze locked onto you. Chloe's politeness is enough for me. Hannah knew everyone was cautious of her, so she should speak up a little. You can relax too. I don't want to be treated like an elder when I'm only a year older than you. Then we'll call you Hannah. A sheet of paper was handed over by Weapon. Okay then, Hannah, we need this submitted this week. Can you fill out this application? Hannah took it and kept staring at the lines of text on it. A major point caught her attention. The club sponsor is the principal. Weapon smiled brightly. Yes. When our club president asked, he agreed immediately. A dangerous smile appeared. I think I'll have a good time in this club. Her words left him stunned for a few seconds. The door's open. Call me next week. I have to go now. You remained with arms crossed, watching half interested. Who was that? Saki noticed the question you raised. What's wrong? Didn't Hannah remind you of someone? Is it just me who feels that? Saki gave a slight grin. Not exactly. Isn't it partly because she looks kind of generic with those glasses? Like this. She lifted her glasses. Giamma was exasperated. Don't copy her. Just as things were lighthearted, your phone rang on the table. Oh, whose message is that? Oh, it's the principal. Weapon widened his eyes. The principal? Did he hear about the new member already? You picked up and examined it. Of course not. He probably just replied to my inquiry. A red exclamation mark, a student profile with your photo on it, an unavoidable shock on your face. While everyone was puzzled, you began to speculate wildly. Immediately, Kong Giamma left the room. Sorry, I'll excuse myself first. Weapon asked suspiciously. Why are you acting like that all of a sudden? Chloe went straight to the point. Did the principal call you? Giamma didn't answer. He had fallen into deep thought. All my personal relationships and my parents have been erased. My parents are gone. Was this what Aben warned about? The phone rang in the gloomy sky. But then you realized one thing. The number you dialed does not exist. Alone in the square, the phone rang and no one answered. You knew this would happen and let the phone drop. Raindrops began to fall, and then your steps retraced exactly the path you had left by. An indescribable feeling made your footsteps accompany a bitter sigh. Not returning to the room or class, you chose a bench on the campus and sat down. The phone displayed a picture of 3 people, but only you remained intact. The photo would soon be deleted. It wasn't an illusion, nor a false memory. The influence of the sword god's blessing overturned all those hypotheses. You hung your head. Maybe they're only existing to help me adapt better. Giamma couldn't finish the sentence. No matter what he tried to think, his mind kept returning to the starting point. It was because of someone. A game had been predetermined. Sword god. He pulled the hidden knife from his clothes. One of them, or maybe both. Storm clouds gathered in the sky, converged, and struck down at the bench you were sitting on. Murasame was drawn out completely. That recent massive lightning, whether by chance or not, landed just a short distance from a bench. A heated gaze stared at the earlier words. One day, the sky was still rainy, but the scene was no longer beside you. Rachel, that's mine too. Get it back to me. Rachel walked confidently while the boys followed behind, then turned and flashed a bright smile at everyone. Sorry, no one here is skilled enough to be my rival. Annoyed, she returned to her seat. The noise outside was even more irritating than inside. It's thanks to you, you know. What? You're the one overreacting. Aben slowly stepped closer and said, What a tough morning. It's really tiring. Rachel didn't answer. She sank down quickly and sighed. Aben's eyes suddenly drifted to some spot. That's strange. Could it be the weather? While Aben hesitated, Rachel lifted her head slightly from her arm. Miss Aben, could you give me some advice about my worries? Aben blinked. Worries? After a moment's thought, Rachel propped her cheek with her hand and said helplessly, Lately my self-esteem has sunk to the bottom. Honestly, I don't think I'm bad at all, right? I'm confident in my strength, and my face is so beautiful that boys chase me obsessively. And above all, Rachel paused, glanced at Aben from the corner of her eye, her heart-shaped pupils fixed on one point. Aben realized what Rachel was looking at and hastily covered herself with both hands, her face flushing red. Rachel, confident, at least in her figure, unable to hold back, face reddening, voice rising slightly. Rachel, what are you planning to do? But Rachel didn't give her time to say more. Aben, did you know Giamma started a club? When Kong Giamma's name was mentioned, Aben's shoulder twitched. Giamma. Rachel called the name again. Miss Aben, did something shady happen on Avalon Island? Aben was startled by that vague question. No, what are you talking about? Nothing happened. Knowing Rachel would press her speak, Aben crossed her arms and tried to distance herself. That day, I twisted my ankle and he left at breakfast the next morning. Those expressions couldn't escape Rachel's notice. Haha, our girl can't lie. Maybe I'm just being sensitive. Sorry about that. But her face still didn't look settled. Well, I already told him. I don't care. Any little connection to Kong Jiama, even a speck under his fingernail, I'd find it strange. Remember that. Aben quickly protested. I didn't exaggerate that much. Rachel finally had her chance. She pressed her face close to Aben's. Huh. So Aben has taken notice of Kong Jiama, hasn't she? Taken aback, Aben froze. Ow, how could that happen? Rachel loved that expression, but then returned to calm. Well, people's feelings can change at any time. In love, there's nothing absolute, right? Oh, what did I just say? Jiama, you told me you started a club. Now Rachel remembered, adding a small note about Weapon. All right. I hurriedly told Weapon I wanted to join, but he flat out rejected me. Why is that? I'm not sure, but it seems Kong Jiama said he didn't want members from the elite class because it made him uncomfortable. Aben asked blankly in a small voice. But Rachel, how does that relate to your falling self-esteem? Rachel said indifferently. Yesterday ho-ho. Today I have to drink at least one creme coffee to feel classy. Or the outlet coffee and pace. That's what I always order to sip in the morning. All right, then choose the outlet coffee. After all, we must preserve the dignity of the Demora family. Bring me an iced Americano at the drink counter. Make it very cold, please. Her face was slightly flushed with a few beads of sweat. Yes, summer in Korea is much hotter than in Pace. It seems so, but her surprise uncovered something. Huh, it's Kong Jiama. The prey was found in the most unexpected place. Huh. She spotted a strange girl in that group. They were smiling and chatting with each other on both sides. Rachel saved that image. As she went back and told Aben right away. I guess he was in an interview. I couldn't forget Jiama's expression then. He smiled with his eyes closed. What would a bespectacled girl have that he'd like? Half-closed eyes gazed toward the gloom beside them. Maybe that's Kong Jiama's taste. As soon as she said that, Aben became more dangerous than ever. Huh, Aben, elsewhere. The scene shifted to the Korean sushi place. Kong Jiama stood calmly in front of it. In another world, this name was really because the place was that small, so I won't get occupationally ill, right? Oh, you're here, huh? 3 of the friends were also standing not far away. Captain Jiama, the 4 of them clustered together. Isn't Hannah coming? She can't eat raw food, so she can't attend today. Jiama glanced at Weapon. Is that so? A thought interrupted. She really is a bit unusual. Isn't she from Busan? No need to wait any longer. The 4 of them went inside. It looks delicious. Welcome. A bit of nostalgia surfaced for Jiama. It feels like I've come home. The staff announced they had a party of 4. But while you were happy, Chloe suddenly went pale, stepped back, and bumped into you. And you looked forward to see what it was. To your surprise, it was Chloe's brother, Nox Auditor. Saki followed and asked, what's wrong? Is something up? You asked seriously. What are you doing here? Nox was a little flustered. Oh, I'm working part-time. With a bewildered look, you analyzed it again. No. I mean, how did you end up like this? Aren't you a member of the wealthiest auditor family in the world? Are you taking on some job to hide your identity and operate covertly? Then the blonde manager pointed at Nox and ordered, Hey, new employee, why are you just standing there instead of serving customers? Come on. Weren't you pleading to work here a few days ago? Why aren't you working now? I'm sorry, boss. Saki stepped in front of you. Don't bother them. Let's go. The menu was opened. Saki was delighted. Oh my god, I love it. Weapon added, this menu is pretty good. You can see why so many people come. Tuna 50,000 Vietnamese dongs. Tuna belly 60,000 Vietnamese dongs. Salmon 40,000 Vietnamese dongs. Salmon belly 50,000 Vietnamese dongs. Everyone chose dishes. Meanwhile, Jiama noticed Chloe's sour mood. He said, Nox, he probably has his reasons. Since we're here, don't think about other things and just enjoy the meal. Yes, but still Chloe hadn't improved. The siblings' relationship had grown closer. It seemed she was the one who anticipated this gathering the most. Then someone suddenly sat next to you. Saki. She pointed at the menu and said, I heard the Korean sushi special set here is great. 11 pieces at that price is a good deal. You were stunned and asked, 400,000 Vietnamese dongs for one set, and you call that a good deal? When Jiama frowned and asked that, Saki tilted her head slightly. It's rare for the whole group to eat out together. Should I be the one to calculate costs? Or should we go somewhere else? You knew you lost the argument, so you changed your words. All right, fine, no more debate. Order whatever you want. You're the one paying anyway. With nothing left to stop her, Saki closed the menu and raised her hand to order. All right, we'll order now. You need to rethink your perception. Ryoso comes from a different social class. That status gap never surprises me, but it's hard to get used to. Very quickly, the food was brought out. Amazing, it's so good, right? It's rare to find a place like this even in Japan. This place does well. Yes, the ingredients look very fresh. Saki took out her phone. Why does your face look strange? Aren't you feeling well? Your outstretched hand stopped, eyes fixed on the dishes. I know saying this is a bit odd, coming from chef's perspective. The ingredients are good. I know saying this is a bit odd, coming from chef's perspective. The ingredients are good. Meanwhile, Knox over there frowned and thought. That kid dared to say the thing the boss hates most. And then what had to happen, happened. Excuse me, customers. Saki, astonished. The chef came out. What did you just say? You kept your eyes closed while the other three stared intently at the chef. After a moment, your eyes opened and words followed. You heard it too. I won't say your technique is bad, but it's not great either. The chef interrupted. All right, if you say that, can you show me your skill once? If you're confident in your knife skills, why not let us see you do it yourself? Show us. Right now, the chef is very angry at the previous comment. The three friends with you looked a bit uneasy, while other customers began to pay attention to the commotion. Although you didn't want at first, you've now put yourself in a situation that needs resolving. He really is perceptive. His Korean isn't great, but he understood everything perfectly. With no choice, he stood up. Saki glanced over and asked, What are you going to do, Jiyama? The chef saw you actually stand, veins at his temple taut, a teasing smile appearing. Joaquin Academy. Confident? I'm Manhwa, 12 years wielding a knife. If you're better than me, the meal's free deal. You replied seriously. A man never goes back on his word. The chef's smile remained bright. A bit of judgment is natural. After all, he's just a kid. In front of his friends, I suppose he wants to show off a little. Then I'll give him a halibut and a free lesson. Unable to wait any longer, the words were spoken. All right, then I'll have you try the halibut over there. However, you interrupted and refused. Do it with the sea bream. You pointed straight into the kitchen. It's currently sitting on the cutting board over there. A question mark suddenly appeared at that action. The chef, seeing you meant it, panicked. What? Wait a minute. But Knox knew very well how the person before him had once bested him with a knife. Without hesitation, he turned to the owner. Boss Manhwa, let's wait and see. But the chef couldn't calm down. Korean and English tangled together. Knox, are you crazy? It'll be a huge problem letting a stranger in the kitchen. That sea bream. Do you know how much it costs? You're insane. But Knox still insisted on his earlier decision. As a staff member, it's hard for me to say this, but you can probably trust him. Your steps continued steadily forward. The fish was closer to you than ever. A decisive movement. You took off your academy jacket immediately. Long time no see. Your hand reached for the specialized sashimi knife. The blessing of the divine sword activated. A faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. The knife raised before him. No visible process, only the result. The sashimi and the remaining portions were neatly arranged together. The chef collapsed to his knees before that perfection. I lose. I completely lost. He couldn't let his ordinary pride dominate in someone else's restaurant. He glanced at the customers there. The chef bowed his head. I've prepared this kind of fish for 12 years, but this is the first time I've seen such a miracle. Please, accept me as your apprentice. He stepped forward slowly and held out his hand. Please don't do that. Stand up quickly. The chef remained kneeling. No, I was indeed presumptuous, but I want to take you as my master. Please, accept me as your apprentice. To those words, he kept a serious tone and replied, Oh, I understand. Stand up. Calling me master is a bit much, so I'll give you a few pieces of advice. In an unexpected turn, the chef stood up, notebook and pen ready. All right, please continue. Jiyama couldn't react in time to that action, but he still delivered a few comments as said. It's not that you lack skill, but your knife handling is somewhat disappointing. Try using the sashimi knife with your left hand. The chef grasped the question. Left hand? Do you mean a knife made for left-handed people? He confirmed, yes. Judging by the cuts, you're applying too much force with your right hand and crushing the flesh. Switch hands, and you'll improve significantly. The rest will come after years of practice. I don't need to say more. The chef kept taking notes, a little awkward but compelled to speak. Truly a genuine master. May I call you master? At that remark, his expression tensed slightly. You haven't forgotten the hard work, right? Even if you don't pay for the meal. I gave you advice, so I should be the one asking you for a favor. The chef became solemn. Yes, master, whatever you say. He took up the knife again and raised it high. Turning to the other patrons, he shouted, I've asked the owner. He's allowed me to serve food to everyone today. Free. Is that true? We're in for a feast today. And so he set to work preparing the dishes. Everyone seemed completely captivated by him. Let's go over there too. It's really free. Seeing the crowd's enthusiastic response, Kongjiyama. Chloe saw that expression and murmured, so Kongjiyama can smile like that too? Saki Ryoso glanced at Chloe, then back at the counter, smiling faintly and nodding, indeed. At that moment, Weapon rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Should we help a little? Saki watched. Hey Weapon, where are you going? The smile remained. Our captain is excited. How can the rest of the team, especially me, just sit idly by? Holden, how could they not go? Saki hurriedly left her seat and turned to Chloe, adding, Oh my, I couldn't even say those words. Chloe, let's go too. Yes, but as Chloe was about to stand, a sudden chill passed over her. Nox's shadow was cast on the tile. A voice followed. Let me go instead. Chloe took a few seconds to regain her composure. Then her mood relaxed. Yes, thank you. Over on the other side, he had finished serving the sashimi. He folded his arms and looked up. Obviously at a party, he couldn't hold back. Even so, filleting 3 fish only took 50 seconds. That blessing was enough. He always cut through troublesome things like beast or human foes. Now cutting fish felt indescribably refreshing. After graduation, maybe I'll open a fish-related shop? Lost in thought, he still noticed someone approaching him. What's up? Thought you were busy. It's Nox. He cleared his throat and said, Thanks to you, all the dishes are out. The owner said he'll handle the finishing touches. Your friend is serving the table. I only came over because Chloe told me to come to you. However, you chose to ask the earlier question right away. But why did you suddenly take a part-time job? Nox startled and quickly turned to look at you. Didn't you say that working hard would earn you something? Don't you remember? Giama's smile dispelled the doubt. Of course I remember. Your action skills here are really top-notch. Praised, Nox blushed shyly and coughed. Giama, I'm not trying to admit you were right, but I did get a few things. I learned the value of hard work. More frankly, so I have a question. You glanced at Nox, who continued. What do you do when drunk harassers come around? Comfortable in conversation. They both talk from their own experience. After a while, a sigh echoed. Also, besides Nox, the more we talk, the harder it is to believe you're my age. Have you ever lied about your age? Giama pouted and smiled faintly. Saying you have lots of social experience won't kill anyone, will it? But then Nox's seriousness surfaced. Kong Giama, do you still want to ask anything else? Nox hesitated but decided to speak. Revealing clan matters outside is a grave offense, so I planned to message through Chloe, but you didn't pick up. Anyway, Adatol finished investigating you. Fortunately, there were no suspicious signs. We've canceled the Elders Commission. They even had the head of the family investigate the Elders in return. Adatol is a clan for order, not anybody's hunting dog. Perhaps an unprecedented, large-scale investigation team will be formed. The target is big, so they'll proceed thoroughly. I've decided to join that. In any case, I wanted to tell you this. You've gotten a result, meaning Adatol won't target you now. If Adatol's blade turns toward the Elders, big things will happen, but it probably won't involve you. You know what to do now. A hand reached out. Thank you. It must have been hard to say. A flash of danger from Nox appeared, but then he raised his hand to catch it. I won't do anything. On the contrary, it's me who should. Ahem, too long-winded. You smiled. Seems your relationship with Chloe has improved a bit, huh? However, this time the danger originated from Giama. All right, Nox, do you know Senior Hannah? Nox glanced. You mean San Hannah? You didn't hide it. Senior Hannah just joined our club. Since she's in the same class as you, I thought you'd know. Nox searched his memory. San Hannah is in the same class, so I know her. In class, she's an unremarkable girl who just quietly reads. But there's one special point. She's always the student who sits squarely in the middle of the class. There already is a middle level. So what does that mean? Nox adjusted his mask and looked up. Literally, whether theory or practice, she always stands right in the center. It's not easy to do that on purpose, and yet you care about others. That's strange. Giama's face went blank. What kind of image do you have of me? Nox was about to snap, but the remark was cut off when owner Mansua burst through the door and shouted, Nox, instead of cleaning up and closing, what are you doing here? What? Master is here too. He stepped lightly, smiled, holding some kind of knife. I learned a lot today. I'm a bit embarrassed to call it a gift, master, but please accept this. Having been waiting for Nox's result earlier, he now put on that same expression and looked at owner Manhwa and the cook. This knife is literally a life. Is it really okay to hand it to an outsider so easily, boss? Manhwa froze, scratched his head, and gave an awkward laugh. No offense intended. This knife doesn't suit me. I only trust knives, but now I see that a true master's skill matters more than the tool. The knife rested in Jiama's hand. Well, if that's the reason, I won't refuse it. Owner Manhwa bowed solemnly. It's an honor for me. Master, can't we not use that form of address? Once accepted, it was time to inspect it. Anyone could tell it was expensive. Looking closely at the craftsmanship, it resembled a weapon more than a kitchen tool. He recalled his first teacher, who always said true masters don't blame their gear, yet were obsessed with swords. A good knife is like family to its wielder. Naming it engraves determination. The name of this knife is Supreme Sashimi Machine. Owner Manhwa interrupted the thought. Hey, master, are you saying that knife isn't good? You're not satisfied? No, I'm just thinking of a name for it. Indeed, the master was truly different. He hummed. The name is the pride of the Tsong family. Our Suongjia. Gangde Mama Suongjia. A name was chosen. 10,000-year bone. With that change, the photo now showed only him there. Once again, night fell over the academy. A group of shadowy figures emerged from an alley and walked together. They all gathered around one person. Everyone must be busy. Thank you for coming to this difficult meeting. One annoyed man cracked his neck and said, Are you the professor who called us here? Darkness enveloped them. Yes, that's right. I'm the professor. Silence fell over them once more. Another man, unable to contain himself, spoke up. Enough already. Professor, you're so busy, and you suddenly call us out here for what? Do you know how busy someone like me is to dare call us out like this? The mysterious professor's tone turned cold. And he looked up at the sky. Oh, panic gathered on the man's face who had spoken. Laugh? Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly bursting into laughter like that? The mysterious professor paused for a beat. That's right. Those who just signed a contract are still intoxicated with excitement. How endearing, the transformed arm bellowed. What is this fellow talking about? The mysterious professor showed some interest. Oh, so you're the confidant of the 4th Legion commander. Lord Permush's Earth attribute magic is indeed rare. The opponent's steps shifted as well. What nonsense are you spouting? Fine, my hands are itching too. A giant body lunged straight at the mysterious professor. Another member tried to stop him. Hey, stop. Causing a commotion here. But the giant still aimed straight ahead. As if I care. Even if anyone sneaks up, wipe them all out. But the one who was slain was not the professor, but the giant himself. His body was torn apart by a huge gash. The giant's arm ripped off and slammed into the ground. Very quickly, the newcomers were completely panicked. The mysterious professor adjusted his cloak and said leisurely, By the way, let me prove my worth with a little demonstration. All right, the introductions are sufficient. Now on to the main matter. Does anyone have any opinions? Assistant Kim in the group made a tentative guess. This is the power of the 2nd Legion commander, Quarren. But then she flinched when the mysterious professor aimed directly at her. Come out here, student. Oh no, the education official has been holding a chalk for too long and fell into old habits of speech. This person will explain the situation in detail. Assistant Kim composed her expression and fixed her gaze on everyone. When she was ready, she said, I'll only state the main point. Contrary to the news out there, the Demon Legion was not destroyed by the Sword Emperor. She paused and looked at the mysterious person beside her. When not interrupted, she continued. Lord Agora was killed by a trainee named Leon von Runhard, the next generation hero. At the same time, at another location, Kong Jiama was pensively writing 4 distinctive marks on paper. The Council of Elders, the mysterious instructor, the Divine Sword, GM. The future is what matters. As for the Council of Elders, Adatol has already promised to investigate it themselves. The pinnacle of Noble's recruitment mentality, the Academy's council treated the Adatol Order's family as mere lackeys. Moreover, entrusting an assassination of a trainee without legitimate authority is no different from treating Adatol like a hunting dog. Thanks to the Council's misstep, we gained a solid ally in Adatol. I remember in the game, the reason the force suppressing Leon disappeared after the mid-phase was for the same reason. The Council plotted behind the scenes and got caught by Adatol. Thinking back, I'm in a similar situation. The bloodletting was handled by Adatol. That's the game company's favor toward Leon. Wait, No one favors me? I'm suffering like a dog here. Anyway, since Adatol stepped in, they'll soon find out who's behind it. The remaining one is the female mysterious instructor, and the additional information from Agora's note. Anyway, did I sign a contract for a winner because of their whining? Strong preying on weak, frightening to see. A person skilled in dealing with others, perhaps. Purple-colored. In the game, villains can change appearance at will, so take that as tentative. But color and gender can't be changed, so remember those. You remind yourself. Can you find her? Using the Blessing Sword God's tactile ability to assess opponents has its limits. The important thing is your knowledge of magic is still lacking in many ways. Should you wait or study magic? While musing idly, you notice something odd. On the paper are alternating filled and unfilled circles. I must have written something unconsciously. You raise the pen to your mouth and look up at the ceiling. Right and wrong. I'm not the type to sit biting a pen and think. Get more serious. Hit them where it hurts. Recklessness and courage are separated by a thin thread. Now is the time to use bravery. A smile spreads across your face. Sooner or later, I must go find Professor Damien and see. After much talk and thought, you realize everyone has arrived. Saki and Weapon are bickering. Stop blowing small things out of proportion. This trivial matter. Sakai, don't you know what day it is? Chloe and Hannah are following behind. You ask with concern, why is everyone acting strange? Saki sighs. No, it's not that. But Weapon brushed Saki aside. Listen, Guildmaster. Saki snapped. Hey, Weapon. Not letting her speak, Weapon continued. Isn't it almost the first of the month? You remember now. That day is a birthday. Kongjiyama. You say, Weapon, that day isn't necessary, too. But Weapon paid no attention to what you intended to say. It's the day Valor Joaquin sealed Lacan. You're shocked. Weapon notices. What's wrong, Guildmaster? It's nothing. Saki intervenes. Come on, I told you not to overdo it. But Weapon can't stop. I'm so annoyed. That day wasn't just that. The strongest assassin known as the mountain runner Aniadatol. The next head of the Iron King's family, Morong Ironfoot. The pride of America and a top candidate for the next 7 stars. They all attended the Joaquin Academy ceremony. On that occasion, we should also gather some achievements for the club. And while we're at it, save face for the dean. Saki gets the hint. You just want the festival, right? Don't make excuses. You fall silent, not saying a word, flustered like a grasshopper. But Chloe noticed and immediately asked, Giamma, do you have any plans for the ceremony? Well, nothing special. Your face begins to redden. So would you that day? But what she was about to say was cut off by Weapon. Decision made. We'll open a food stall to sample. The Guildmaster uses a carving knife like that. Use this to promote the club. Of all people to run into, it'd be those very dangerous ones. Assassins, with terrifying magic leaking from Chloe. Weapon's whole body trembles. Giamma senses something's wrong and quickly backs him up. Weapon's idea is fine. Both girls are stunned. What? Weapon, on the other hand, is moved to tears. Guildmaster, channeling his earlier anger, Saki aims at Giamma and says loudly, Kongjiyama, you're interested in these noble events too? Are you planning to use this chance to get the high ranks to know your name? Confusion surrounds him. Rio, aren't you supposed to be the one most tied to nobility here? You must dispel this trouble. I have no personal motive. During summer break, I've been dungeon hunting, so I haven't had the chance to attend events like this. Besides, days when you can enjoy festivals like this are few. Immediately, everyone is stunned when a displeased voice cuts in. What do you mean by that? Not many left, huh? Still Saki. It seems she won't let this go easily. Giamma looks into her eyes and knows he lost control. His subconscious drifts to the thought of the Second Great War 3 years from now. I've made this mistake again. Must be because I've gotten too comfortable with the members. He bows forward calm. Gio, Ma. Saki crosses her arms and, face to face, questions him. Are you the only one who knows the truth? Like last time, both sides were in danger, rarely letting demons corner themselves into an alley. Saki closes in and Chloe switches to worry mode, sweating. You plead by thought. It's dangerous, Weapon. Very quickly, Weapon senses the atmosphere. The Guildmaster is in danger. He turns the situation around in a flash. His face pale, he scribbles on the whiteboard and shouts. Okay, Guildmaster. I'll make a promotional poster. How's that? And luckily this works. Chloe is dazed. Saki stands firm. Hannah's lenses flip to white. Of course her trademark smile appears. Haha. I approve because I saw that poster and came here. With Hannah's words, Weapon's face ages by 10 years. His wrinkled face forces out his thought. Guildmaster, This debt is big this time. However, having meddled with someone more dangerous than poking a hornet's nest, a voice calls out his name. Weapon shifts his target from Jiyama to himself. Saki slowly approaches. From that silly poster to now, the constant disruption. I've thought it over. Now it must be made clear. The teacher's life is over. Weapon, bewildered. What the? This time no one can redirect Saki's emotions. This boat has too many captains and too many ghosts. We must sort out ranks in this travel club, so you won't be able to babble anymore. The Manhwa Architectural Campus in dawnlight. Both sides were ready to enter one of the most reasonable ways to settle things. The flute slung over Weapon's shoulder. Ah, that's exactly what I want. Don't regret it when that proud nose of yours gets broken, Saki. Across from him, Saki flexed her arm in response. Weapon, if you and I won't nag anymore, and I'll follow your idea for the festival without a single complaint. The other three stood outside, not daring to interfere, each with their own expression. This is fun. Suddenly like this? Sunlight intersected at the center point. The two prepared to compete. Weapon held his flute, hands on his hips, snorting a laugh. I'll show everyone clearly who can help the captain more. Saki faced him, hands on her hips as well, but clearly more serious. I won't let that remark slide easily. To gain that confidence, Weapon had thought a lot. Saki's weapon is a longbow. This isn't an archery range, so she can't use it properly. Just keep your distance and apply the debuff. To start properly, Senior Hannah stepped forward and signaled. Ready, begin. No sooner had those words left than Weapon quickly raised the flute to his mouth. At the same moment, Saki bent down and reached for her bow with one hand. Armed, Saki dashed sideways to increase the distance. This vague move spawned a new thought in Weapon's mind. She already picked up the bow. No matter how dangerous she is, she still won't be able to shoot with that. But then an irrational worry formed, and he stopped playing the flute. Nothing changes, just set the debuff correctly, and although the calculation seemed reasonable, that delay gave Saki the chance to close in and leap high. This time Weapon froze, unable to react in time. Sweat quickly formed on his face. An archer, and she still closed directly on me? Weapon spoke quickly. You idiot. At this distance, Saki's attack prediction is certain. No wonder his quick speech got cut off. His head tilted at an angle, which is understandable. Saki switched the bow from one-handed to two-handed, turning it into a sword. One swing struck his flank. Weapon couldn't block that kind of attack. Beyond that, Saki got serious and poured more force in. And when the bow was behind her back, Weapon was sent flying and actually smashed through a sliding screen door. A look of bewilderment covered the whole room from Jiyama and Chloe. And only Senior Hannah maintained absolute composure. After dealing with Weapon, Saki changed her focus to speak. Jiyama, have you finished your assessment? She returned the bow to the proper stance. Saki looked to him, waiting for the result. A bead of sweat fell into an indescribable daze. And outside that wall, Weapon lay in the bushes, having played the flute, not to apply a debuff to Saki but to heal himself. The sound was somewhat pathetic, and his life points recovered one by one with difficulty. After that moment, there were 4 days left until the festival. At the travel club, Jiyama stood alone, watching everyone busily preparing. They can do much better than I imagined. A happy heart-shaped face on Chloe. This heart is such a cute egg. Chloe Adatol, assistant cook. Senior Hannah adjusted her glasses with her middle finger and said, Jiyama, according to the records, I've ordered all the kimchi, thigh meat, and all the vegetables. The quantities are calculated with a 3-day surplus. Delivery is at 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Senior Hannah bought and managed the ingredients. A great unease rushed over Weapon. The stall rental procedure is done, but we still need to set up tables and chairs, install gas, and so on. When will we finish all this? Speed Weapon, in charge of overall operations. Hearing Weapon's tone made you annoyed. Saki sat a distance away, further annoyed, complaining. Shut up, Weapon, stop whining and get back to work. But I still felt flustered tapping the keyboard. I've never even touched it before, and it's a kimchi seller no less. But I'm not the only one who has to shoulder all of this. Saki Ryoso is in charge of administrative design promotions. Jiyama standing outside heard that. That's my judgment. Ryoso should lend me a hand. Saki's annoyance this time doubled and targeted him. Meanwhile, Jiyama looked up for a quick confirmation of the thought. If it's sushi, working together would be easier. But what if it turns into a one-person show? First of all, this festival will be very long. Honestly, I've never truly enjoyed a decent festival. Since I started working at 17, I haven't had the free time for something like that. Maybe that's why I have an inexplicable fondness for that generic mobile game, Miracle of Blessings. Perhaps I still quietly long for a peaceful, everyday life. But that leisure ended around my second year, when I became aware of raids by the demon tribe. The last festival I could have at the academy. San Hannah, sensing his melancholy, stepped closer. What are you thinking about looking so down? You look back at Senior Hannah, and she even nails that dark part of your heart. You look like you're thinking this is the last festival. Because of that, you immediately looked at things differently. Can this girl really read my thoughts? Knowing you won't answer, San Hannah changed the subject. Do you remember what I said when I joined the travel club? What did Senior say back then? Her lenses went white, and a faint, ambiguous smile appeared. If you don't remember, forget it. Giamma could only put on a question mark. With that shift, he turned to the other side. Hey, W. Oh, Ryoso. I'll be away for a bit. Seeing Weapon helpless, he quickly changed his addressee. Saki sat and glanced again, asking to confirm. Hey, where are you going? Of course, Giamma hid the location. I'll tell you later. Please look after and manage everyone. The door opened and closed with a decisive click. Saki had another problem with this sudden departure. He moved to Professor Damien's research room. Inside, the professor was pouring himself some kind of drink. Then a voice rang from outside. It's Kong Giamma. The professor paid attention. Come in, student Kong Giamma. A portion of the drink was pushed over. I just brewed some tea. You came at the right time. This is black tea, brought directly from Russia. It smells wonderful. You sit in the opposite chair. No, I'm allergic to black tea, so... The professor understood. I see. What a pity. Although he'd noticed from the start. Now you use that to steer the conversation. This is according to Giamma's vision, which you recognized. This is a specimen I happened to acquire recently. It looks like black stone, but inside a subtle flow of magic circulates. If you're interested, I can give some to student Kong Giamma, a specimen I happened to acquire recently. It looks like black stone, but inside a subtle flow of magic circulates. If you're interested, I can give some to student Kong Giamma. This time the professor took the initiative to speak. Anyway, I'm glad student Kong Giamma came to see me. If you have any questions, ask. Within my ability, I'll explain thoroughly. Giamma didn't expect the professor to get to the point faster than him. So he earnestly said, it's the continuation of the question I asked before about the phrase, may the blessings of the gods be with. Hearing that, the professor rose from his chair. That matter. Actually, I was puzzled by that too, so I did a bit of investigation myself. He had an old book in hand. I found it. Here it is. He turned back and opened the book toward him. Actually, I went all the way to Russia just for this book. Sunlight streamed through the window frame. Could it be because of you? The professor did not deny it. The clue did indeed come from student Kong Giamma. But I'm curious too. Scholars are like that. In any case, it's thanks to you. But the more important matter is something else. As I mentioned in my lecture, scholars divide blessings into 4 tiers. Hero, elemental, guardian deity, and personal. That classification depends on the entity bestowing the blessing. These spirits are transcendent, but they are inevitable existences. Student Kong Giamma, do you remember what I said at the end last time? There are no gods left in this world anymore. A compliment followed that remark. Student Kong Giamma truly has an excellent memory. So, would you like to be my teaching assistant? You blinked and replied. Thank you for the offer, but I'm not interested in academia. The professor looked disappointed again after offering tea earlier. Oh, is that so? What a pity. He took another sip of tea to regain his spirit. Anyway, the focus is that phrase. Now, let's travel back in time together to the age of myths. From ancient breaths of unclear origin, countless gods existed. That era is what we call the mythic age. The gods spoken of here were not spirits or superior entities. They had no emotions, reason, or bodies. Rather, they were almost conceptual beings. A concept, simply put, the levels were different. Even the spirits before a god were like fireflies under the sun. Those pseudo-absolutes had escaped the shell of the mundane. Yet even they could not avoid death. Although of the same kind, one god marked the end of that era, the divine sword. A white silhouette quickly flashed through his mind, and he startled, unable to control that emotion. Naturally, across from him, the professor closed the book and continued. The phrase, "May the blessings of the gods be with you," is what post-divine humanity used to revere him and beseech his power. He looked straight into his eyes. Is that enough to answer you? An absolute silence enveloped the room, and the discussion ended there as he walked down the long corridor away from Professor Damien's office. The calm exterior was a cover for the storm inside. It felt as if he had achieved something, yet at the same time achieved nothing at all. After all, with a casual remark of mine, he flew all the way to Russia. Maybe I only ever think about my own benefit, but still, that Russian black tea is indeed suspicious. At that moment, he absent-mindedly put his hand into his coat and realized, no wonder I felt something heavy all this time. It turned out my perception was limited because I wasn't carrying my sashimi knife. The safest feeling, he told himself, and kept walking. Without the sashimi knife nearby, it feels suffocating. Seems my personality really has changed. There are 4 days left until the festival. The busy preparations for the festival became more urgent. Saki was lost in a tangle of planning algorithms, while the other 3 gathered to watch Chloe paste labels. Quickly, time was down to 3 days. Everyone had to be busier to ensure the stall ran smoothly. Saki angrily shouted at Giamma and pointed to the work area. Another day passed. The costume draw cylinder was in Weapon's hand, and the others were chosen. Made outfits. Chloe loved it, while Saki was just grumpy and grumpier. Another day, the dishes were prepared carefully and looked very appetizing. All 4 gathered in one place, delighted. Only Saki stood awkwardly outside, peeking in, probably because she hadn't touched the food. And then the decisive day came. The festival officially began. In over 20 years of working as a knife-wielding chef, I saved countless eateries I worked at. I always refuse any material rewards and only go to restaurants that are always on the verge of closing. Not unusual. It's not that I'm charitable, like when I made Korean sushi. It's simply to satisfy myself. With just a sashimi knife, I spark a revival signal for those shops. It's a bit embarrassing, but I consider it my own little romance. I admit it frankly. I arrived late midway, probably due to the influence of my first master. Anyway, you hurry toward where everyone is. Weapon now looks like a mushroom head, while the other 3 still keep their maid outfits. 10 minutes until opening. I purposely looked each of them in the eye. Selling food for money isn't something to take lightly. This is the club's first official event since it was founded. But there's no need to be overly tense. Just do what we practiced. A smile pressed at the corner of my mouth. Maybe this will be our last festival. If we're doing it, let's enjoy it fully. Balloon globes lifted the canopy into the air. More people have now shown up at the venue. Among them, Rachel confidently snapped the first photo. Don't worry, oh my god, no one will recognize us like this. Everyone's busy watching the festival, so no one will pay attention. Although that sounded reasonable, Aben following behind was a bit embarrassed. And unsurprisingly, Lei Shan had added a fake beard. Rachel timed a very bright smile. Come on, smile. Action. Something was captured first, and the 2 continued to enjoy the atmosphere. Oh, it's so loud and lively. Going out to play was the right choice, huh? Yeah, Aben's small thought. Going out like this sometimes feels refreshing. Rachel, not noticing, confidently said, Hey, doesn't a festival like this have an appearance or greeting from the Sword Emperor or something? Aben stepped forward, looked back, and answered. He's retired, and besides, he's never been the type to like events like this. Rachel understood. Right, my cousin never comes to places like this either. That's why I feel relaxed. At that moment, she also discovered something on ground. It was a flyer. Enjoy kimchi. Taste the best kimchi courtesy of the travel club. Rachel couldn't hide her curiosity. Hey, look at this. Not understanding what was happening, they looked over in a daze and saw Rachel's slightly mischievous smile. Sitting there in a lump, the scene shifted. The host had drawn everyone's attention to the main stage. First, please welcome the 2 rookie heroes who attracted the most attention this year to the stage. The hero of India, the great dragon King Mancross. The 2 completely took the spotlight. The announcement continued. The Russian hero, the one who walks in flames, Vladimir. This year's festival is on a whole different level. From a nearby corner, the organizers were focusing on someone even more important. Hey, that's Unmute. Take a picture. Miss Unmute. How do you feel being mentioned as a self-made hero and still the star? One of the 3 mentioned figures was being ushered through the crowd by guards. Interview questions continued when there was a chance. A symbol of friendship between the 2 countries, right? Do you know point? Do you know kimchi? Among them, Weapon nervously clutched all his flyers. Wow, amazing. Oh, Unmute couldn't contain her emotions. Unmute is indeed calm and cool. The flyer promoting the main booth. That point alone made people admire. While they were enjoying themselves, unexpectedly a slender hand grabbed an ear and pulled. Weapon shrieked. The one doing it was none other than Saki. She added, I told you to hand out flyers. What the hell are you doing? You're supposedly busy, so why are you standing here? Weapon defended himself. Well, a world-class hero is here. It's natural my eyes would wander. Hearing that, Saki pulled harder, her voice gaining force. It's because you insisted on opening this booth that you have to do this. Aren't you going back? Got it, I'll go do it. During the pulling, Weapon suddenly caught someone's foot and tripped, and down he went, landing on his butt. Saki remained calm, as if recognizing a familiar silhouette. There were not one, but two surprises. Rachel and Aben had been circling to find everyone and happened to arrive right then. Oh la la. Back at the booth. A dish was ready. The kimchi you ordered is served. This dish really looks good. A few tables are being served by Senior Hannah inside, while Kong Jiama and Chloe bustled preparing requested dishes. Chloe, with cat ears, chopped onions quickly and with focus, which made Jiama beside her keep silently admiring. I only taught her a bit. Chloe is truly skilled with a knife. Since she can't use the knife directly, I assign prep work to Chloe. I have to do all the cooking. After all, kimchi jjigae is something only I can make. A senior outside heard footsteps. Welcome, customers. Oh, not newcomers, but Saki has returned. Jiama in the corner kept thinking. Customers keep coming. Where's Mike and Ha Lin that she still hasn't come back? As if reading his thoughts, Saki grabbed Weapon and returned him to the floor. I drag him back. A big question mark suddenly appeared, and that wasn't all. Saki was a little annoyed when Rachel acted on her own and headed straight to Jiama with arms outstretched. Jiama was lost in thought and forgot about this. But Rachel's steps were forced to stop because Chloe flashed out, sashimi knife in hand, blocking the way. Scared, realizing she'd been odd, Rachel quickly made up for it with a smile. Too small, I didn't even see you. At that moment, Aben was hiding behind Rachel. With a slightly flushed face, she shyly greeted everyone. Ashilo, Kanjuma. Bad luck made Jiama embarrassed by that display. Oh, welcome. Since you're here, take a seat. Rachel eagerly chose a spot, raising her hand quickly. One serving of kimchi stew, please. Aben solemnly tended the pot. Rachel added, one serving of kimchi jjigae, please. They chose the farthest corner. Senior Hannah asked about other guests. Jiama remained silent and idle, eyes downcast as if displeased. I promoted this loudly and didn't expect those two to come. We must serve quickly and send them off before it gets busier. Order here, please. Yes. Very quickly, both of their attentions turned to Senior Hannah. Hey, look, is that the new member I mentioned before? Yes. Thinking a bit too much, Rachel gave a sly smile and whispered, What's up? Pretending not to care? Aben's face flushed bright red. It's not like that. Shrinking back into a corner, Rachel still stared at her table mate. Come on. It's a festival after all. Shouldn't we do something fun? Aben refused to look at her friend. Finals are coming, and there's so much to prepare. Time to do these things is... Just as she was about to continue, a plate of ingredients was brought over. Saki heard everything and asked, things like these? Both were surprised by the suddenness. Saki's gaze sharpened, waiting for an answer, while Aben's face grew even redder. This hardly ever happens. Rachel whistled softly, expecting drama, and turned back into the prep area. Weapon, holding his face, slowly stepped in to speak with Jiama. Table leader of Table 9 called for 3 servings. Jiama worried. Are you okay? Holding his face, Weapon trembled with tears. La unmute, the hero of my country, a candidate for the 7 stars. But I've seen him with my own eyes. You really adore heroes. Of course. Ow, damn. There's a rock over there. Check the portion on top again. When Weapon left, he carried away with him an overwhelming weight of thought. It's unmute. Real name, Ket Elizabeth. She's an American hero, mentioned as the next contender. Even here, the U.S. is the top superpower on the national rankings, on par with Korea. With that influence, they have a distinct system in the hero world, notably calling heroes hero and treating it as a business. Heroes leave their names through death, while heroes live off their own names. Thus, the world venerates heroes and cheers for the heroes. Both heroes and heroes have strayed quite far from their ideals. Anyway, I'm still grateful I wasn't born American. That Sassyman Storm kid would never be believable even if he died. Also, unofficially Ket and I have both been eyed by the Sword Emperor as successors, so our paths could overlap. I intend to refuse that plan, but it's best to avoid her if possible. Basically, I just need to stay at the booth cooking kimchi jjigae for 3 days. Someone that prominent certainly wouldn't come here just to eat stew. Back to the 3 who had been talking earlier. Aben changed her expression. That's not what I meant. Saki, I've only seen you arrive early for class before. You always doze off during lessons. Suddenly dragged into talk about sleeping, Saki mirrored Aben's flushed expression. Can't you see those are two different things from club activities? Aben, I didn't expect you to be so one-sided, but it seemed Aben meant something else. Not about club activities. I just don't even want to mention this out. Saki was awkward and didn't know where to hide. Aben and Rachel laughed like they'd never laughed before. At that moment, a voice cut into the conversation. Oh, it smells sour. This must be the place. A group slowly drew the curtain aside and entered. Yes, definitely. That action quickly drew everyone's attention. Some students got excited and recognized who it was. Really? Didn't expect to see them here. Wow, it's unmute with two men, right? She strode straight to Giamma's spot. Is that you? You made my sibling end up like that. Giamma looked at the person about his height. It didn't take long for him to figure out who she was. She's the older sister of the cruel twins, the Mao Ironfoot brothers, Mao Ren. She smiled dangerously. Said he looked like a wild beast. Compared to what Run and Sun told me, he's even stranger. Well, I've never seen those two speak well of anyone. She raised two fingers in a signal to bring it out. A burly guard carried something out, grabbed an extra chair for himself to sit on, and placed that thing with a foot on it. Lend me this chair a moment, she said. From that odd action, Giamma realized a problem. An S-rank armament. Ram Gac Lang Kuok. Seeing her bring a weapon here, she must have come for revenge. Chloe, on alert, bristled and readied her knife. What are you doing here? But Giamma raised a hand to stop her. Chloe, don't. Speaking his mind, he also made it clear to everyone. Everyone, don't get involved. Saki and Senior Hannah accordingly just stood and watched. Mao Rang sat there and continued from before. Sorry, but it's not what you think. This happened months ago. What good does dredging it up now do? Giamma asked bluntly. So why did you come here? Given her status, she's hardly free to wander like unmute. Mao Rang laughed and replied. Don't compare people you just met. Whatever. Forget it. There's no special reason. I was just curious what kind of person you are. So I came. My siblings may be nasty, but they do have power to back it up. But whenever they mention your name, Kong Giamma, they went crazy. It was kind of entertaining. So I got curious. Kong Giamma put my siblings in that mess. What kind of person are you, really? Silence fell, leaving only Giamma's thought. Is everyone in that family like this? Mao Lan Jiu's words continued. To be honest, I'm a bit grateful to you. Because of Run and Sun, my family's reputation hit rock bottom. I tried to rein them in by any means. Those kids really were hopeless, weren't they? But after you gave them that sunny beating, those lunatics stopped causing trouble. From a family standpoint, we can finally relax. Truly, thank you. Giamma looked more skeptical. She probably meant thank you for clearing out the people blocking her future. Mao Rang is indeed aiming for the 7 stars position. Mao Rang's status and fame rival Elizabeth's. But on the 7 stars candidate list, she ranks lower. Her strength isn't on par with Unmute. On top of that, she's known as the sister of those trashy twins. Those siblings and the 7-star seat have nothing to do with me. No reason to accept favors, and I don't need them. He turned his back without changing expression. If you're done talking, please leave. We have business to run. Oh, is that so? Back in place, Giamma still couldn't continue. Talking was easier than dealing with the younger ones anyway. But you had to adjust your view after the other party's next remark. Right. There's one more thing I want to thank you for. You opened your stall using our Pao Kai. That's quite something, isn't it? Kong Giamma waved his hand in smugness. All right then. Good luck. The next action forced everyone to stop. Once again, Chloe sensed something amiss. Giamma stepped forward and spoke to block the other from moving on. Mao Long, don't call kimchi that. However, there was no change from Mao Rang. Bao Si. Giamma's fist tightened. This time I plan to let it go quietly, not draw needless attention. But if you follow me, Mao Rang, there are things you can't just let slide. I will cut you down. Giamma directly issued a challenge to Mao Rang. Very quickly, students caught wind of the situation and rushed to the main plaza. They say Mao Rang is fighting a one-on-one in the auxiliary space with some student. Mao Rang accepting a one-on-one? Who's the opponent? Leon, standing in a corner, overheard the chatter. Seems like a special student who once fought with Adatol. What? Really? I'm curious how Mao Rang will smash their opponent. As one who had witnessed similar fights and experiences, Leon's arm involuntarily trembled. Yet his face remained the unerring villain. He shoved both hands into his pockets. Leon left like that, paying no mind to the impending battle. Moving into the stands area, Students began to chant with only one name on their lips. Mao Hung, Mao Hung, Mao Hung, Mao Hung. In a corner of the stands, the seasoned Knox was also there. He still didn't know what Kong Jiama intended, acting almost the same way. Rachel and Aben had also arrived early in the stands. Rachel looked at the scene in awe. "Ah, that really takes me back, miss." Aben beside her eyes brightened as she said with a smile. "He's always at the center of every mess." Nearby, in a higher section, the central figure of the event suddenly appeared without warning. One of the promising 7 stars candidates. Unmute's face was cold, her mind unchanged. Down on the field, the focus of gossip revealed 2 figures. Mao Rang below happened to spot Unmute's figure up in the stands and casually remarked, "Feels like being back at the academy, doesn't it? But Giamma, are you okay? Showing off is fine, but you might end up like my siblings. You're good looking, but if your head's messed up, it'll be hard to find a wife later." Showing off the figure, showing off the figure. "Well, you could marry me later. I'm always open to young men." Although it sounded somewhat deep, and having been single for decades in a past life, Giamma replied coldly. "So this was your plan?" With a provocative smile added. "Me, the heir of the Iron King clan, defeated to gain fame and legitimacy for myself. That's why you came to me." Keeping her posture, Mao Rang added with satisfaction. "Huh, you're smarter than I thought, aren't you? But knowing that and still falling for this cheap provocation, really? Is that so?" Time for their banter ran short, and a system announcement sounded. "Begin deploying the auxiliary space barrier now. One uses a leg, the other a blade. Perfect fairness." As the night of space slowly closed in, Giamma slowly drew her familiar sashimi knife. "Mao Rang, you cannot become a 7-star hero." Mao Rang faced her and raised her leg. "Do people often tell you lack tact?" A familiar voice rang in the ear. "May the blessings of the gods be with you." Knife out of its sheath, Giamma lunged and replied. Occasionally, Mao Rang's 1911 speed shot aimed at him from across. "Then I should reconsider the young man matter, huh?" When they struck, successive sparks erupted into an invisible spreading pressure. In an instant, the whole arena filled with smoke and dust. Mao Rang thought in astonishment. It seems he's not just a talkative brat, hiding in the smoke. How adorable. Because it's a bit dark, visibility is indeed somewhat limited. Huh, something's wrong with Mao Rang's body. Her head seems gone. Ah, there it is. It's floating in the air. A perfect bewilderment balanced on her face. Oh, the scene shifted. Giamma went to fight, and the stall couldn't pause. Senior Hannah stopped for a beat and watched Chloe cutting onions at a slightly faster pace. Saki and Weapon calmly continued their work. Because of this, puzzled Senior Hannah immediately asked, "Isn't anyone worried about Kong Giamma?" Those two already left. Weapon is a bit distracting, but not because of Giamma. "Senior, what we need to worry about now isn't the captain, but the customers," Saki earnestly added without surprise. "He'll come back soon. We just need to do our jobs well." Senior Hannah listened attentively. Then a familiar smile of understanding appeared. "I see." Back at the stand's battlefield, confusion spread into everyone's sight. "What's this? Mao Hong est soudainly trembling." They didn't even do anything just now, though in the same stands area, for people realized something. The old man with the staff roll Aben. More importantly, the thought came from Unmute. Could it be there's a disparity in capability right beneath them? Giamma stood calm while Mao Rang, flustered, clutched her neck and panted. An incredulity slowly spread through minds. She still withstood the previous strike. Could it be a mental domain? Even 7-star level or Aditol's head like Auntie would find it hard to freely employ it. That's a martial realm only masters who reach a certain decision can touch. But exceptions exist if talent far surpasses experience. Even the young can put a hand on that threshold. Unmute. An impassable wall. Mao Rang frowned, feeling very annoyed. But why deploy a domain? This is an auxiliary space arena. How does it affect reality? Could it be trying to save face for herself? The depth of inner world is completely different. Occasionally, rumors spread among the elite. Stepping forward, a smile curled at the corner of the mouth. "Is that you?" The official successor appointed by the Sword Emperor. Mao Rang gritted her teeth. Feelings long suppressed and images of the past rose all at once. Envy, jealousy, fear, respect. As the heir of the Iron Wolf clan, Mao Rang has talent, but is not the best. She knew that herself, and now Unmute's image was projected exactly onto Kong Giamma's figure. By nature, order. Mao Rang was truly angry. Faced with overwhelming power, all excuses sounded like cheap tricks. "Don't act high and mighty. It wasn't easy for me to reach this position either. Mao Rang poured all her strength into her legs, activating every blessing passed down through generations of her clan. Thank you, Kong Jiama. Because of you my mind has cleared. Immediately Mao Rang's upper body tilted at an angle, a crack and a distinct footprint marking the ground. Mao Rang dashed like the wind. In an instant, the distance between them seemed to vanish. Jiama prepared seriously to meet the attack. Using her left leg for balance, Mao Rang executed a quick right leg kick, the violent storm kick. Reacting just as fast, Jiama fell back to evade, but a few short hairs were perfectly sliced off. Mao Rang's senses pivoted. The right toe attacked, then a sweeping arc launched with the left. Jiama, having already fallen back, had to fall even deeper to avoid it. Not just an ordinary strike. The force created affected spectators in the stands too. A large slash cut across the wall. Jiama held her pose, watching that unexpected effect. Jiama's S-rank weapon Lam kick activated. Mao Rang flashed her thigh and raised her leg high. This time she didn't plant her foot, but launched straight toward the falling Jiama. 3 frames for a single attack. The falling ruin strike. From the smug smile to the impact with the ground, a crack formed, then shattered, blasting everything away. And surprisingly, Jiama's outfit remained intact. Or rather, it hadn't been damaged. Mao Rang silently praised. That's right, at least to that level. No wonder my siblings went crazy. Kick. Whatever comes flying, kick it away. Next will be the 7-star Tremor Storm. A hail of projectiles. Those random rocks shot straight toward Jiama's position. The simple thing to do was slash, 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 cut whatever comes and send it elsewhere. After slashing for a while, Jiama realized something was wrong, because suddenly a red beam shone directly at her chest. A giant question mark flashed. Lam kicks violent strike. Mao Rang, like a bulldozer, drove her S-rank weapon straight into the red mark spot on Jiama. As with earlier results, the attack was nullified and bounced back. But in return, one thing happened. The sashimi knife cracked. Mao Rang looked in amazement. A flimsy blade like that could block it? Oomph. But that's just the limit. Very quickly the knife gained a plus sign and began to recover. What? It's restored again? Which meant Kong Jiama had transferred blessing energy of conveyance and rebirth onto Murasame. An instinctive surge. While Mao Rang retreated, blue sparks clung to Jiama. At the spot he had just stood, not even a shadow remained. Mao Rang's eyes searched frantically. So fast. Mao Rang found the swift leg swing, and behind it the confident smile emerged. No matter how fast, as long as you can predict the movement then. Thud! The arm separated from the body and flew into the air. Jiama stood coldly in place. Mao Rang, stunned, raised a leg and lost one hand. Pain rushed in quickly, making her scream wildly, but that sound soon stopped, replaced by an invisible pressure. Mao Rang had caught the exact moment Jiama's gaze locked on her. Not only that, she also recognized the silhouettes of the Sword Emperor and unmute in the motion. The opponent struck with hours of force like a demonic claw on a sharp iron blade. Yet the momentum was not bad. Mao Rang was called by name. Mao Lung. She ran up uncontrollably, one hand gripping a hand, the other holding Jiama's knife pointed straight ahead. Seeing the Nox move, an area instantly went purple. Aben watched calmly, without diverting his eyes. That stance was not only the two of them. Mao Rang also knew what it was. Tears came. I cannot lose. I will not lose. A thought crept in. Why did I come here? Going mad. Mao Rang violently unleashed all her innate power. I did not want to lose. A deep footprint sank into the arena again, but this time it was Jiama's. A gust of wind went ahead, affecting Mao Rang's vision. Instead, a bit of memory from the past surfaced. What truly is distance? A hand reached out toward unmute Eli. Jiama's movement halted. Mao Rang returned to reality. Once again, Mao Rang's head separated from her body. Jiama ended the virtual battle with a single strike. Was the gap really this vast? Silence. A silence that covered the entire field. Only Aben remained composed. Rachel was stunned. More dramatic. Unmute could not believe she had witnessed such a one-sided fight. Overhead, a cold mechanical voice announced. The winner of the auxiliary space match is Joaquin Academy student Kong Jiama. Auxiliary space ended. A harsh reality forced everyone to accept it. The continent's star Mao Rang had been defeated. A loud sound echoed from the arena. Saki flinched at it, but it seemed Saki already knew who would win. A smile appeared at the corner of the mouth. Then she clapped to draw attention. It's over, it's really over. Did everyone hear that? What did I say? Her cheeks were already flushed. I told you he'd come back quickly. After the match ended, Rachel and Aben resumed their stroll. Rachel casually put a hand behind her head and asked, "After all this, we still have to go without getting the stew. Or rather, the jiggy soup, right? Are you okay?" Aben replied casually, "I'm already full." Rachel caught the meaning in that sentence. "So, does that mean what's meant to happen has happened? Are you saying watching Giamma fight filled you up? What's wrong with you? If there's something, tell me." Exasperated with his friend, Aben had his hands behind his back. "Stop it." In another development, someone was leaning a hand on the arena wall. It was Mao Rang, and a guard hurried over behind her. "Lady Mao, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine. Since it was an auxiliary space, I didn't get a single real wound. But more than that, our international reputation has truly plummeted. Losing to a 17-year-old makes me feel guilty before the people." "Worry guard, Lady Mao." However, Mao Rang quickly regained her composure. "But don't worry, it's all still there. That Kong Giamma is truly a stock about to explode. Soon he'll surely rise even higher. By then, people's evaluation of me will naturally rise as well." Indeed, whatever Lady Mao says is right. Mao Rang recalled the face she disliked. Better to take a hit right now than later. Just wait and see. Everyone will kneel before me sooner or later. The guard interjected. "But honestly, no matter what, Lady Mao's kind of judgment is hard to understand." Mao Rang glanced outward, then did something odd, raising her hand in another direction. That was the light of Kong Giamma. She paused at the exact moment the match ended. I have seen those called geniuses. When they were students, it was Elizabeth. In the real world, it was the 7-star hero. But that young boy was walking in a realm effort couldn't reach. Her fist clenched tighter. She smiled slightly and concluded, "He's a monster." Quickly, the news was made into a video on social media. Rookie monster defeats continent star. Details: Joaquin Academy match. Defeated Mao Rang. Simulated battle. Joaquin Festival. The general report named Iron Boot Mao Rang, known as the continent star. During Joaquin Academy's auxiliary space, about an unexpected clash occurred. Iron Boot Mao Rang, top of the continent, versus a first-year Joaquin student. The result: in the blink of an eye, a single sashimi knife severed the 7-star candidate's neck. The continent star Iron Boot Mao Rang caused a stir again today. Now she's being called Sashimi, predicted to send shockwaves through the hero world. What do you all think? The students buzzed about the news. No matter how many times you replay it, it's legendary. Look at the views in just one day. Truly epic. So is this the place? The one who defeated Iron Boot Mao Rang, the Sword Saint Sashimi. With added fame, everything would exceed expectations. Students lined up and headed to the travel club booth. The chatter continued. Views surpassed 20 million. A student like that cooking here. Amazing. Since the job was just promoting, Weapon confidently herded them together. "We are handing out numbers. Please wait. Customer number 238. Please come in. Go inside." Chloe was still cutting onions into small pieces. Giamma stood by watching, and then someone made Saki step forward. "You're blocking business. Please move along." But the person insisted. "Just give me 30 seconds. "No. Isn't 15 seconds enough?" Giamma inside paid no mind. Saki hurriedly pushed the person aside. There was no prior agreement. "The owner doesn't even like it. Are you still going to continue?" "Oh, come on, I said just 15 seconds. Saki finally drove the person away, dusted her hands, and complained. "Hey, how many people have you been already?" Elsewhere, someone was panning a phone camera toward Kong Giamma. There were 2 female classmates visiting the booth. Both happily did it. Got the shot. I'll write an article about the kimchi festival like student life, right? You idiot. How can you forget the most important thing? Sword Saint Sashimi, right? Hearing his new nickname, Giamma was too shocked to react, and the kimchi tray was left uncarried. Recalling the chain of events he'd been part of, he felt damn embarrassing. After yesterday the articles poured out, that was inevitable, not surprising. But among the countless headlines was one line: Sword Saint Sashimi. Sword Saint is a title the system grants by its built-in mechanics. Officially, the Sword Emperor would later bestow it. But in this other world, the Sword Emperor has retired, so in essence the title should disappear. It should have been that way. His hands trembled. But why is it suddenly being hung over my head right now? After yesterday's cleanup, Ryoso was called in. A huge commotion. It was really just adding the word sashimi to the glorious Sword Saint title. It's really just adding the word sashimi to the glorious title Sword Saint. Yet its weight has become infinitely light. He came in from outside straight to Giamma. Weapon hurriedly asked, "Boss, Why is the J dish stuck? We still have to take customer number 250. Giamma calmly looked over and asked to confirm. Weapon, how many numbers are waiting now? The crowd behind was quite large. Weapon rattled off. The numbers have reached 674, but we're out of paper, so we'll have to buy more later. Counting those we haven't given numbers to, it's probably over 1,000. His face was tense. The trend looked bad. This is chaos. This is too much. Even in my previous life, business never stayed this busy. Chloe beside him was just as tense. But another incident occurred. Chloe seemed to have accidentally cut her hand. Giamma looked over worriedly. Chloe, are you okay? Chloe held her hand and answered a bit worriedly. Yes, it's just a scratch now. I'm fine. Giamma watched without looking away. At this rate, she might get hurt. We're short-staffed. I'll have to take the knife myself. But just as he moved, owner Manhwa and Knox suddenly appeared. Oh, master. In Jarapi, I've never seen a stall this busy. Knox said nothing coldly. Giamma replied coolly and directly. Owner, next time I'll come by myself, but today... Owner Manhwa smiled and quickly corrected himself. Haha, we're not here as customers. Master patted him lightly on the shoulder beside him. I saw the article yesterday, so today I'm a fan, and that's why I came to help. Knox was stunned by the pat. Knox do too, right? Giamma knew what the other wanted to say. It was just a brief meeting. If you say that, I won't be formal. Owner Manhwa hurriedly said. Of course it's natural as a disciple. No, I should be the one to be grateful. Master Knox, should we now call you Sir Sword Saint Sashimi? He was displeased. If you're joking, then go. At that moment, Knox said nothing and just stared intently at Chloe's actions. Seeing her injured, a mocking smile flashed. Saki, just setting up a new table, complained directly. Giamma doesn't have time to stand still. Heard the scolding and got embarrassed, huh? But when she looked over and saw owner Manhwa carrying a whole tray of kimchi, that was another matter. Although he had been smiling before, a sibling being hurt is taboo. Knox stepped in to help with both hands. The rhythm of running the booth returned to normal. Senior Hannah organized. Chloe carried the dishes. Weapon waved to invite customers. I don't know about other booths, but the most crowded spot was definitely the travel club. From morning to dusk, the work was basically well done. As the evening light slanted through the school roof, someone exhaled a light breath. Phew! Everyone except Giamma. He had changed clothes and was eating something. I probably won't be able to do this a second time. Still, it was fun. They hadn't had a chance to talk earlier. Knox cleared his throat and stepped forward. He had noticed that. So, Knox, finished cleaning up? Mostly done, but we'll be out of water by tomorrow night unless the owner brings more. He smiled. Thanks a lot. Knox a bit curt. Don't thank me. Thank the owner. He teased, pretending to be shy. But anyway, thanks to you, I have one less worry. Knox listened for a moment, then asked Giamma, will you have some free time later? He leaned back on his hands and said one word decisively. Knife. Knox adjusted his mask, put his hands in his pockets, and said coldly, the family head wants to see you, Kong Giamma. He paused to assess the situation more carefully, then formed an image in his mind. The man called the head of the Shadow Clan, also known as the top assassin, a figure operating in the shadows, focused on maintaining order in the hero world. The old mountain man, Andy Adito. If someone like that wants to meet me, it must be connected to the Academy's Council of Elders, the ones who hired assassins to kill me. Moreover, that old man witnessed the duel between Iron Boot, Mao Rang, and me, including my use of the mental domain. Those who can use domains recognize them, even from afar. Knox added, this is the first time since I joined the clan. The family head has newly shown interest in outsiders, and the head himself will appear in person. This is rarer than even for a 7-star candidate. Actually, the interest in you is just a rare formality. Of course, you also have many things you want to know about our family. He looked into the air. Not wrong to say. Besides, Manhwa and Knox helped out today, so he owed them this favor. Of course, that was only what he thought. The two of them, one standing and one sitting, said nothing more. After a moment, Knox frowned and broke the silence. Why aren't you saying anything? I'm eating candy, so I won't answer. After finishing, he refused again. I'm not going. Knox was stunned, turned and asked directly. What? Why exactly? Giamma slowly stood and replied. It's a hassle, and I'm tired. Thanks for the help today, but... Knox still tried to persuade. Go. The scene shifted. The window frame of the principal's office appeared. Media, sitting in his seat, heard the knock and said, come in. He opened the door and stepped in. The director recognized him. Oh, long time no see, huh? Long time, sir. The academy director appeared, rummaging through the past a bit. Weapon carried a slightly large cardboard box into the meeting room. I've finished choosing the outfits for the upcoming festival. Hearing Weapon prepare caused a stir. The four of them discussed in turn. What outfits go with selling kimchi? It seems Weapon brought the academy a new rival. The club activity evaluation even covers costumes. Impossible. The first outfit Weapon happily took out. Here are maid outfits. Pure sabion standard. Giamma noticed Chloe liked the maid outfit. So cute. Wearing that for the festival? But serious Saki, how could accept that? She complained. How can we wear that? Pick something normal. However, Weapon rummaged out something else. Huh, boss. Giamma stepped closer to peek. Weapon hung it up for everyone to see. This Santa set feels more summer than the maid outfit. It's a seasonal limited item. Only 5 sets. If not now, you can't borrow them. And there are 2 extra sets left. That meant Weapon looked up, and Aben and Rachel appeared inside. That made 5 people total sharing the Christmas costume. Giamma cut off that fantasy. Weapon, I think I just saw something off on your face. Right? Weapon didn't hide, and was even more showy. Yes, boss, you saw it too, right? I told you to be awesome. I'll pay quick and rent it. Saki's older sister hadn't even given permission yet, and he dared to rent it. So he fired a direct shot to the face. The other 3 stood frozen at that tack. Saki blushed and decided quickly. I'll wear the maid outfit. Back in the principal's office, Media rose from his chair and cheerfully approached Ellie to talk. This is the first time since graduation. Has it been 5 years already? Anyway, glad you're back. Ellie, are you enjoying the festival? They took off their gold-rimmed glasses and shared a special smile. Yes, understanding the important matter. The principal placed a hand on Ellie's shoulder and asked softly, Ellie, did you come here out of curiosity about Kong Giamma? Ellie squinted at that remark, a characteristic point locking her mind. Our Kong Giamma soon asked a more important question. Taking a step toward a chair, Media chuckled. Well, what did your father mean by that? Ellie's mood didn't change. Remembering the recent battle, didn't he show he could control the mental domain? Media sat in the chair, staring at Ellie, and lightly implied, isn't it true, Ellie, that you can instinctively control it too? If your Kong Giamma can control it, what's the problem? Ellie quickly noticed something odd and punched the wall behind her, voice raised. Principal, I'm not here to play word games with you. However, it was a bookshelf. Some books fell to the floor, adding to the principal's discomfort. Haven't seen each other for a while, Ellie. You've lost quite a bit of manners. A great pressure released. Green mana covered the whole school. Ellie realized she'd gone too far. In just a few seconds, the mental domain had been established. Ellie broke into a worried sweat. The pressure was terrifying. This is the principal's power, the kind even Thuong Tin, Tuet Kung, and the Council of Elders dare not casually challenge. The rumors I'd heard about her in the hero world, the other title before the epithet Sage, I thought those were just rumors. Tyrant Media recognized that her intent had been achieved. Media smiled and dispelled the domain, words bringing Ellie back to reality. How long do you plan to stand there? She stepped toward the opposite sofa. However, her instincts weren't fully restored yet. I'm sorry. Media matched her tone. Apologies. Lately I've been a bit sensitive because of a situation. Besides, I don't know what rumors you heard that made you curious about Kong Giamma. But in my position, I can't disclose student information. The principal must treat everyone fairly. And Ellie, when you were at the academy, what did I keep telling you? Ellie frowned once more, her inner mood shifting. Yes, the principal spoke the important thing herself. If you're curious about something, go find out for yourself. Remember that. Ellie slowly stood, instincts pulling her back. Thank you for your time, principal. The evening light streamed through the window. Media addressed his former student across from him. There's no need for formalities between us. How long do you plan to stay at the academy? Ellie replied. According to plan, I'll depart tomorrow at noon. Before leaving, why the rush to give instructions? It's the festival. Take it easy and enjoy it. Ellie walked straight to the door, then paused before leaving. Principal, does your admonition about treating everyone fairly also apply to that student? Stepping across the threshold, a teasing tone appeared. You're interesting. Kong Giamma, to me, is not just a student, but family. A tease. But Ellie hastily shut the door, keeping the principal's words in her heart. However, Ellie's hand hadn't yet left the door. A feeling of unease flooded her mind, along with great bewilderment. Kong Giamma, that kid, who exactly is he? The scene shifted. A new day passed. The final day of the festival. Weapon trudged along slowly like an old man, and greeted those inside. Hey everyone, I must have overslept from a cold. Sorry about that. Saki stood opposite, hands on her hips, mocking more than criticizing. What a weakling. Giamma ran his mental CPU to handle the situation. Finding it reasonable, he said sternly, "How about we only operate this morning, and everyone takes care of themselves this afternoon?" Weapon needed a few seconds to process. Oh, he spun a full 360 degrees, raised both fists to the sky, face bright. I am cured. No change in demeanor. Saki became even more annoyed. The one who insisted on opening the food stall is the most excited person. Senior Hannah unemotionally got to work. Ingredients seemed just about sufficient. But Chloe hurried from behind, rushing up to him. Hey, Giamma, do you have any plans for this afternoon? He glanced at Chloe's flushed face and answered, I don't really have any special plans. And he pondered further. Chloe had taken over most of the kitchen work, because I can only hold a knife for 50 seconds. In hindsight, she's the one who worked the hardest. Before the festival, she said something similar. She probably wanted to go with. Having thought that, he said directly, Chloe, if you're free, do you want to walk around the festival with me? A wave of surprise followed. Not only Chloe and Saki over there, but it was great joy for Chloe. She happily clenched her fist and a bit loudly said, Oh, really? For real. He glanced over and replied briefly, Sure. Chopping onions continuously. Chloe's arms were flushed. Of course, watching her without looking away, Giamma analyzed anew. Chloe's swordsmanship potential is excellent. After only 2.5 days, her knife skills reached this level. Thanks to that, the stall ran smoothly. Occasionally reciprocating like this is good. On the other hand, he noticed Saki's cold stare from behind. Staring like that made the atmosphere suddenly tense in a strange way. However, Saki didn't say a single word and just left, leaving Giamma confused, both angry and sulking with nowhere to vent. Fortunately, Weapon was beside her, so Saki poured it all onto him. What are you looking at? Aren't you preparing to welcome customers? Suddenly made the scapegoat. Weapon was stunned and hurriedly replied, Huh, yeah, he watched all this. But his mood wasn't different from Weapon's at all. What is it? Is it Weapon's fault? Before long more than half the day had passed, the sunset appeared in a corner of the school, long shadows stretching near the courtyard benches. As soon as opening hours ended, everyone dispersed excitedly, but only Ryoso looked unwell. Was it from dealing with reporters since yesterday? He sighed and sat on that bench. He must be exhausted. It's 30 minutes until my meeting with Chloe. I should rest a bit. Saying that, he still gazed off into the distance, pondering something. And indeed, a serious expression, earnest, deep in thought. Saying he'd rest, but it wasn't easy at all. Clack, clack, clack. A wooden cane tapped the pavement. The sound drew his attention. An old man, like a retired elder, approached him alone and spoke softly. May I sit here? Worried you might not hear clearly. He cleared his throat and quickly changed his approach. Ah, yes. Having achieved his aim, he sat beside him. At my age, this heat is real torture. He couldn't help but think of Aben training at night. Why does everyone skip decent benches and come here? After thinking that, he got to the point. Do you have something you want to say? The old man narrowed his eyes, gripping his cane. The thing I want to say is... He went straight and couldn't be more direct. Didn't you come here from far away? The head of the Aditole family, Lord Andy, although old, his teeth were very even and very white. He grinned and showed them. You have good sense? How did you recognize me? The sun slowly sank in the distance. He didn't answer, but looked at the old man's cane. He couldn't say he'd seen that cane in a past life. It was an S-rank item, the Syndicate hidden sorting cane, with an appearance worthy of a family head assassin's weapon. It was a highly sought-after piece of gear. He himself had once wanted it, but the old man interpreted it differently. It is entirely different from your thoughts. So you used my crow's protection to completely negate the aura instead? Young man, you're still young, but your insight is terrifying. But Giamma denied that, flatly rejecting it. No, I looked at the cane. Before you said anything, the old man continued himself. You can probably guess at least part of why I came to see you, right? How could Giamma not know? He replied quickly. Could it be about the Council of Elders hiring someone to assassinate me? The old man bowed his head, his face somber. Family matters are handled by the family, and once they're settled, there's no need to bring them up again. I came to you because of something more important. He fell silent and recalled some old events related to that. Something even more important than the council hiring an assassin. Could it be because I used mind space during the practice duel? No, he wouldn't show up in person over something that small. But then things veered a bit off, and the old man suddenly cut in, "Young man." The sound of his cane tapped lightly. The thought field amplified, like it was splitting the space in two. His voice abruptly changed for no clear reason. "What is your relationship with my granddaughter?" Giamma immediately went on guard. The knife in his coat flashed. "What are you doing all of a sudden?" "Mirasimi." He still kept that tone. "What is your relationship with my granddaughter?" His voice twisted back to normal. Giamma gave a small question mark in response, but the old man coughed in a strange manner. "Are the two of you dating?" The thought field dissipated and returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The old man leaned back in his chair, teasing. "Oh ho ho, is that so?" Giamma couldn't do the same. He said, "We're just friends, absolutely nothing more, nothing less." The old man nodded knowingly. I see. Ho ho ho. He glanced over with worry, a worry mixed with discomfort. In the game, the dialogue was always ellipses. He hadn't expected a perverted old man like this in real life. However, indeed, he was no ordinary person. The old man slowly stood up. "Anyway, my questions have been answered. I will take my leave. Please look after my granddaughter as a friend. As you know, the girl has always been very fragile in nature." Giamma pondered deeply for a long time. Before the old man left, he raised one more issue. "Do you truly believe Chloe must become an assassin?" The old man turned to look at him, offering a bit of analysis. "You must have seen another side of Chloe, haven't you?" He did not deny it, and recognized the dangerous state he saw when he first met Chloe. The old man added, "That is her nature, a feral instinct close to that of a predator. If it were you, would you dare let someone like her into the righteous world full of light?" He frowned and said, "Isn't that the result of the Aditole family's way of raising her?" The old man corrected his view. "This family is not as villainous as rumors say. I admit assassin training is different, but we were still a family before. And with Chloe, it was the opposite. The family worked hard to hide her true nature. Although her reason was trained for years, whenever emotions surged, she would instantly bare fangs and claws. I understand your concern for Chloe as a friend, but there is one thing. It feels odd to speak about my granddaughter this way, but Chloe inherently carries that feral nature. Once that nature shows, she can hurt anyone. If you stay close, I don't know when your head might be separated from your shoulders." He pondered, conflicted, and at a loss for words. His entire perception of Chloe changed after the family head's words. The old man hunched on his cane. "If you want to keep your life, stay away from Chloe." However, Giamma rose from his seat, and another side of him gradually formed. "The acting ends here. That's enough." At that moment, a crowd showed strange movement. The old man watched you stand and immediately asked, "Acting? What do you mean?" Mirasimi's sashimi knife was drawn, a white light slipping out. He said, "It's good to pretend to worry about me, but if you're going to weave lies into it, you should at least hide them better. May the blessings of the gods be with you." The old man was taken aback by that action. Very quickly, a bleak atmosphere revealed itself. Those who had appeared turned into assassins surrounding them. Each of the assassins displayed their characteristic feral savagery. Giamma was even more. One of his eyes gradually turned black. His bow-like knife posture signaled a large battle about to erupt. However, the old man raised a hand. Everyone fall back. All the assassins obeyed the family head and withdrew, their expressions unchanged, only the words altered. He asked, "Since when did you notice?" Giamma slowly sheathed the sashimi knife. "Didn't you just tell me I had a good sense?" "It's similar to that." Facing each other, the old man revised his view of him. "You truly exceed my expectations." He closed his eyes, "And you fall below mine." Time passed, or perhaps nothing had happened at all. Giamma sat in that chair with nothing unusual. The more analysis demanded more when he looked down. The relationship between Chloe and Knox had just begun to warm, yet Auntie mixed entangled lies to scramble the information. I don't know his purpose, but without bringing Mirasimi, I likely wouldn't have noticed. That disgusting old man. Just after that thought, Chloe appeared from afar and called out loudly. Giamma, wearing a cute short dress. Chloe asked softly, "Have you been waiting long?" He looked over with no odd expression, but something felt strange in his own thoughts. "Yeah, no matter what anyone says." Chloe added, "Did I come too late?" "I'm sorry." He stood and replied, "It's nothing." After talking with Kong Giamma for a long while, Annie had been strolling alone around the academy. Other students who didn't know who he was still stared at him. However, the old man's reasoning had locked in the moment Giamma stood up. An ability to see through, to spot assassins disguised as passersby. A courage so steady it doesn't waver even before me. And the judgment and instant adaptability when plunged into the field not only fascinates, but sends chills down the spine. Calling Kong Jiama merely a prodigy is an insult. No longer outside, the old man chose an alley to enter, stopped, and called a name, Knox. At his words, an ebony vortex in the darkness appeared immediately. In the next second, Knox took that place. Yes, my lord. Knox bowed his head to the ground, yet he could vaguely sense the lord. And now, the head of the family, famed for cold precision, smiled genuinely. Indeed, it was worth my journey from afar. Knox respectfully, your satisfaction puts me at ease. He tightened his grip on the cane. Auntie nodded slightly and continued. This is the first time? Excuse me, do you mean? The one who was confused let the question trail off. And he smiled faintly. It's the feeling of fear sensed from someone. Knox was stunned, unable to respond. His shoulders trembled as he tried to comprehend the words he had just heard. But Annie's words were not finished. So, this is that kind of fear. It's rather special. His hand was soaking wet, his face pale, and his body trembling. Knox thought he was hearing some tall tale. The family head had been intimidating Knox for a long time and didn't want to continue. Auntie began to walk back, giving a parting instruction to end the matter. All right, consider this visit settled. I'm also looking forward to meeting that kid again soon. Once things are done over there, I'll come over. The scene cuts back to here. He sat frozen, face blank as if he'd just learned something. This academy really is huge. Chloe sat beside him, eyes wide and shining with joy, her face radiant. Giamma, did something happen while you were waiting for me here? Truly assassin instincts. Giamma couldn't help but be surprised. But he hid what he wanted to say. Probably best not to tell her he just met the head of the Aditole family, right? Giamma thought it over and decided. It's nothing. He didn't want to spoil her good mood with unnecessary details. Okay, so what should we do next? Chloe asked with a beaming smile. The two of them walked on together. Giamma put his hands in his pockets and said, according to the schedule, there's a parade this evening, and when it's fully dark, there will be fireworks. There's still time before the parade, so let's stroll around and see. Wow, sounds great. Chloe nodded enthusiastically, her face bright with a smile. Seeing him walk slowly made her happy, so she decided to quicken her pace and move ahead. After a while, she returned with a small pair of rabbit ears matching her hair color. Wanted to show off how cute she looked, though he barely paid attention to Giamma. Chloe looked off into the distance and took in the view of the entire academy. After walking a bit, without finding anything to do, Giamma suggested, shall we sit and rest for a while? Chloe agreed at once. Okay, so the two of them sat on a bench in the campus grounds. Normally so serious, Giamma now found it hard to show emotion. I'm a bit tired indeed. Chloe adjusted her rabbit ears and kept watching his expression. After thinking for a moment, she rubbed her hands shyly and asked in a small voice, are you tired because of me? Giamma looked back, not wanting to upset Chloe. No, not at all, but it still happened. Chloe lowered her head and spoke the worry she held inside. I'm sorry. I should have helped you more. My knife skills are still too clumsy. However, Giamma didn't think so. Quite the opposite. I hardly get to use a knife. I'm stuck cooking and even have to dash out to the training field sometimes. Without Chloe, the food stall wouldn't run smoothly. After much hesitation, he decided to reach out a hand. He placed it on Chloe's head as a reward. You've worked hard, Chloe. Thank you. Suddenly being touched like that made Chloe's face flush uncontrollably, her heart pounding fast, emotions frozen. Giamma realized he might have done something slightly wrong. Long after, Chloe replied in an unsteady voice, thanks. He casually treated it as normal. It's nothing to thank me for. When there's an opportunity, you have to take it. Chloe drew in, hands folded shyly. By the way, Giamma, her cheeks flushed as she confessed. The matter was weather. Suddenly a voice called from afar, the club president. Unfortunately for Chloe, someone had cut through the romantic atmosphere. He saw several people heading their way. Weapon. No one but Weapon could do this. The words Chloe was about to say had to be swallowed back. No need to wait any longer. Weapon hurried over. Sorry. I gathered everyone to come along, so we're a bit late. Two others from the team had already arrived. Saki and Senior Hannah. Hi there. Not knowing what was going on, Giamma bluntly raised a big question. Coming together? Weren't you all planning to have some time alone? Ruined so blatantly. Chloe could only repeat one name over and over. Weapon. Weapon. But a more important matter needed resolving. Hearing something odd from Giamma, Weapon took out his phone and opened the chat as proof. The club president just sent a message saying to gather here at 5 o'clock. But a more important matter needed resolving. Hearing something odd from Giamma, Weapon took out his phone and opened the chat as proof. The club president just sent a message saying to gather here at 5 o'clock. At that moment, instead of continuing to focus on Weapon, Giamma gradually realized the truth and looked at the person standing right next to him. Could the only one who could do this be? Saki had noticed his gaze and then flashed a taunt, a brazen provocation. There was nothing left for Giamma to be vague about. It really was her. Conversation over. Everyone had enough, and it was time for the second walk. It was now evening. Chloe had cheered up and pointed toward the center. Giamma, it's the parade you mentioned earlier. Wow. Putting fun first, Weapon didn't hesitate to grab his hand and pull him along briskly. President, come closer and watch. You can't miss this. You could tell from his face Giamma didn't want to. If not me then. But Chloe didn't want to miss it. Let's go. Senior Hannah added fuel to the fire. The parade girls are about to pass by. Unable to lure Giamma, they tried Chloe. Weapon dashed off, huh? No, come on, let's go. Chloe agreed. And so everyone left, leaving him alone on the bench. Actually, Saki was still there, eating candy and staring at Giamma the whole time. When everyone had fully left, Giamma was truly alone. He looked to where Saki had been standing. She was no longer there. After wandering around, he chose a bench and sat down. He began to complain, crowds really aren't for me. Next time there's a festival, I'll just quietly skip it. In the end, while he sat there like a statue, the others plunged into the crowd, especially Weapon, who ran like an excited monkey. A sadness built up in his chest, his face showing none of it. Even though we were together, I felt a bit distant. Chloe looked like she was about to say something, but seeing how happy she was made me happy too. If that made her more cheerful, that was truly good. Just as my mind wandered, a stranger's voice cut in. Hold lightly, that hurts. A glance showed two classmates holding hands. Giamma scored free meals. Not just one box, many. Everyone around was paired up. And he realized one more thing. I picked the wrong seat. Squinting, he assessed the situation further. Right, this game is basically like this. Love? Do I even have that kind of feeling? Before I was reincarnated into this world. Throw it all away, I didn't even have time to think about such things. I simply liked the characters in this game. The first time, I seemed to be a little moved, but now I'm not even sure what that was. It's been 3 months since enrolling in the academy. Too many life-threatening incidents have happened, even. Not a single gap left to see through my own emotions. 24/7? I'm growing dim against the beauty around me. I face everything alone. Lately, it feels like I'm always taut as a string. Powerless, tired, full of thoughts. With many events converging at once. I'm so tired. Expressionless. He looked toward where the voice came from. It was the one who hadn't joined the others. Saki Ryoso now munched on her favorite candy while looking around. I hate crowded places the most. Why bother choosing a seat? Saki watched the bench and sat down where he was. Lucky. Found an empty spot. My body can relax now. Not knowing what to think, Giamma was given a new topic. The subject shifted quickly. This is a dungeon. The trial stage of 11.2. Choose a character to fight the snake. Pick one. Looking at Saki's curves, she's one of the heroines I once directly controlled. Still, putting the confusion aside, I trust Ryoso's brain. There must be a reason she hacked my phone number to message the members. You've looked enough, you probably know I've seen enough. Then, Saki quickly asked, Hey, why are you staring at me like that? Saki's face flushed, and a small question mark appeared on Giamma's face. He didn't answer. He kept thinking. This is the first time I've seen her make this expression. What's going on? So cold. He looked, and then deliberately looked away. Saki was still waiting for him to say something. Feeling ignored, she looked away and muttered, You're so heartless. But unexpectedly, Giamma heard. Heartless? What's going on? Saki was startled and spun back. Oh, you heard that. Before she could say more, Giamma lost his composure, grabbed Saki's shoulders tightly and shouted, What's going on? Are you the one who gathered the members using my number? Saki froze émotionnellement. Ashu? But he didn't give her time to think. His voice grew uncontrolled. Could this be connected to that education inspector? Saki stammered, embarrassed. Her pupils spun like whirlpools. Her reaction was completely unnatural. Ow! Because I spoke a bit loudly. When Saki repeated it, he couldn't hear. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Giamma's hand touched her skin. Saki turned and whispered, It hurts. And she shoved Giamma hard. I told you it hurts. An imbalance formed. Saki squinted, clenching her fist. You squeezed my shoulders so hard. How could it not hurt? You're heartless and oddly so sensitive-eared too, aren't you? And it's not what you think. This time Giamma was stunned, realized he was wrong, and said instead, "If it's not true, then fine. Why shove so hard?" Around them the noise returned while their heated exchange fell silent. Not wanting the silence to continue, Saki looked at him. "Hey, are you mad?" Giamma the wooden log replied with a look, studying every change in Saki's expression. "Did I grip too hard? What's been wrong with her until now? Saki isn't normally like this." Not daring to look at him more, Saki swallowed. What? Now Saki's favorite candy lay in a corner. The other corner was exactly where Giamma was sitting. After hesitating, a thought suddenly struck him, and he hurriedly said, "Hey, Ryoso, though, it's a bit abrupt, but you..." Saki quickly cut in. "I'll wait, not yet." But he blurted out, "Do you have someone you like?" Ryoso couldn't control his emotions. What? Back to the game for a moment. Accumulated points 987,654, diamonds 120, favorability 999. Saki Ryo success unlocked. "I've been waiting for you to say that." Chef Giamma froze when that character selection was triggered, but he continued the conversation, making slight changes to match the character's expressions. "Why Saki Ryo? If you bump into each other often, that's a bit." Saki Ryo's teasing is a sign of intimacy. "Oh, thanks for understanding me." Returning to the exact moment Giamma asked the question, now with a real person the feelings were truer. She stared without looking away. Giamma guessed the first name and asked quietly, "It's Leon, right?" The question mark was a bit too loud, but then it shrank and the grumpiness left with it. "Not that. You're silent. You're like a block of wood, right?" It must have been before the game's final match. My memory should be hazy, right? Has everything changed? He crossed his arms and refused to look at him. Saki was annoyed. "Huh. I'm so stupid for expecting anything." Meanwhile, Giamma recalled other chat snippets, and a new line of thought formed in his speech. "So it's weapon?" Frozen, completely frozen. Saki was officially at a loss for words with him. To recover her mood, Saki gave a slight smile. The remaining sound was Giamma. Damn. Giamma's system info panel. Protection of the sword deity / damage increases attack power from 12 to 14. The restraint of swordsmanship has been loosened. Mental attack 8 to 10. Words and actions carry an oppressive pressure. Weapon attack 5 to 6. When protection activates, pain is reduced by 2.5 levels. Assimilation rate 21.3% to 24.7%. Two unidentified deities merged into one, faintly perceiving the voice of the unidentified. When assimilation reaches 25%, the next unlock condition will be satisfied. Protection only activates if the sword's length is less than or equal to 39 centimeters and width less than 10 centimeters. Rubbing his head in boredom, he looked at the system with exaggerated astonishment. Who made an archer so heavy-handed? Only a red mark had appeared on his forehead, not a bruise. Giamma seriously stared at the system, pondering for a long time. Returning to his usual stern expression, he ran a deeper analysis. Weapon prowess increased to 6. This is likely influenced by the mental force and immune processing effects received from Manhwa. The assimilation rate that had risen when I dreamed before rose again after the battle with Maorang. I don't know if this assimilation rate is a blessing or a poison, but it's certainly closely tied to the sword deity's protection. Giamma closed the status window and looked around. The orange horizon had completely faded and the clamor of the parade was beginning to subside. Fireworks were launched in the distance. So the festival was about to end, even though monsters and magic run rampant in this world. Looking like this, it's not so different from Earth. I don't really remember my previous life well. The only human relationship I could call mine was my first master, although I was abandoned as soon as I learned a bit about holding a knife. I was very angry then because I didn't know why, but now I understand. More important than learning skills is the ability to adapt to unexpected situations. There is no training ground better than realistic combat. In terms of real combat experience, this academy and that old man are no different. While Giamma kept mumbling to himself on the bench, a terrifying presence suddenly appeared. Although it was still festival season with many strangers around, this feeling was different. It was a strange, unnatural sensation, half human and half not. There was a hint of magic hidden in the person concealing the blade. Giamma coldly drew it out. With the sensing ability of the sword deity's protection, I could perceive that something was off here, within a 30 m radius in my mind. Simply put, Giamma felt as if a three-dimensional map was being drawn directly in his head, using the ground as a conductor. Eyes slightly wide, Jiyama praised himself. More effective than expected. I didn't think it'd be this good. No time for more praise. Within his sensing range, Jiyama detected a silhouette moving inside. Target identified. Jiyama fully drew Murasame and dashed off at high speed. Over there in the night, someone with purple eyes suddenly started and worse, panicked and lunged forward. Jiyama appeared face to face and thrust at the opponent immediately. A surprise attack. The opponent spat a spray of purple blood, not the red of humans. Jiyama swept his blade across to clear the blood. The target clutched the wound and dropped to their knees. Cough hack. The blade flashed. Found you. And the person Jiyama had just stabbed was Assistant Lecturer Kim. She now raised her hands to the sky and screamed, "Oh my God, you killed me." Her ashen face slowly turned back to look. The wound she'd received was already healing itself. "I came here thinking we could talk." "What's this?" "I came to negotiate." Hearing her approach, Jiyama showed no friendly expression. This female lecturer was a villain who had targeted him. Ever since the Water Continent dungeon, the surrounding space returned to its usual silence. I don't know what other stories were told, but now Assistant Lecturer Kim was kneeling before him. Jiyama spoke. "Your name is Choi Seola, right? Then why have you been operating under the identity of Lecturer Kim? Hey, please spare me." Her voice trembled, but Jiyama remained the same. "The next question. How many demonic villains are hiding within the academy?" Choi Seola said. "Those inside the academy operate by constantly changing faces, so even I don't know the exact number." When her behavior didn't seem normal, Jiyama slowly discerned many things. Up until now, Choi Seola had revealed all the information she knew without him asking. Among it, the most shocking to me was that some demons knew I had killed Agora, although the Sword Emperor tried to hide that secret. He coldly asked, "Why is Agora's death being pinned on Leon?" Choi froze instantly, but had to answer Jiyama quickly. I don't know." Jiyama needed to be more pragmatic. His arm had once rested on Murasame and withdrawn it. Aware of its power, Choi immediately bowed and corrected herself. "I'm serious. Among the demons, there's even a professor. Almost everything stems from that bastard's head. A low-level person like me wouldn't know." A great pressure emanated, constricting him within every emotion. It turned out he was crazier than I thought. This is a gamble, but if I return to them, I'll surely die. He focused. She didn't seem to be lying. He closed in step by step until he stood right before her. Jiyama said, "Choi Seoa, do you want to live?" Jiyama asked a question that put Choi in an awkward position. "But who wants to die?" Choi bowed her head to him. Yes, of course. Just spare my life, and 2 conditions." He didn't give her a moment to breathe. "Oh, go on. First, who is that professor? Tell me everything you know." Choi hesitated. "That matter." The choice grew harder as the blade he held horizontally flashed. Within her throat, Choi had no choice. "He's not. I mean, that person is a subordinate of that devil. Beyond that, I really don't know anything. Please put the knife away." Having confirmed an identity, he sheathed Murasame and moved to a corner. Korn, commander of the 2nd Legion, a name above expectation. With lie concealed, he'd be the highest authority, supreme commander of the Demon King's army. A subordinate of that devil is inside the academy? Choi timidly stood back up. Even other demons didn't know the professor's identity. That's why his reputation was terrible. He only masqueraded as a professor. Glancing back at her, Choi immediately became solemn with no weaknesses. Not just looking, Jiyama had scanned her entire body. He assessed that this female teacher had once been a subordinate of Agora. After Agora's death, she seemed to have lost her standing even among demons. I sensed only a trace of residual magic, possibly artificially suppressed, and she no longer had strength. She was not a threat. It seemed she had truly come to negotiate. He added, "This choice is a gamble for you, but you've tried to kill me many times. I don't think you believe that's enough to keep your life, do you?" Choi was dazed. Choi collapsed. I didn't try to kill you. It's because of that damn devil." Blade at the throat. "Second condition, give that to me, and I'll let you live." Right behind Choi's neck, something purple flashed and made a faint sound. But Choi still didn't understand what he meant. "I'm sorry, what are you talking about?" With a single slash from Jiyama, the purple crystal at Choi's nape separated. A special cut. It didn't cause any wound on Choi. The detached crystal rolled away. A new analysis began. A pair of stones formed when a pact was made with a Demon Legion commander. A binding sigil of subservience. The Legion commander is the mana transmitter, while the villain is the mana recipient. This sigil became useless when Agora died, but I know this because I once used it. The sigil contains the villain's life, force, and functions as the most effective chain for them. A flirtatious glance. Her reaction confirmed it. Choi's face went pale when he acted so coldly. This would do. So then, Choi Seo a yes. From now on, continue being a villain. Yes, sorry. What? He left Choi with much to think about and walked off alone, thinking even more. Choi Seo, she was the kind who would do anything to survive. Wasn't bad as an information source. I'll milk her for information later. Just then, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Opening it, Saki had sent him a strange message. Where are you? Opening it, Saki had sent him a strange message. Where are you? We haven't finished talking yet. Can't you hold back? A worry. Then you hit him again? Hey, Giamma. What? Saki typed a few words on the keyboard, but suddenly stopped, paused a bit, then typed more. But only a few words remained. Saki didn't know what else to say to him. Then the fireworks ballooned again. Saki's spot was perfect for watching them. The other three members, Chloe, Weapon, and Senior Hannah, waited for this moment. So beautiful. Wow. In another corner, Rachel and Aben, as if having just finished training, also watched it. Dean Media, busy with work, Ellie and Mao Rang could all feel this moment. After so much confusion and trouble, Saki seemed to finally feel at ease. Then the messages returned to both of them. Did you see that just now? Fireworks. Idiot, huh? I can't see them from here. Unlocking Giamma's live function, when his location could also see those beautiful fireworks. Saki didn't want to ask about it further. Anyway, just come home quickly and buy me some ice cream on the way. No way, don't be like that. Maybe this is our last festival. The travel club's new meeting began. Saki dozed. Chloe watched something flying above her. Giamma listened intently as Weapon rubbed the back of his head and complained. The festival is still fun. Why are there still contests? Also, look at how wide the competition area is, right? What does the club president think? Red-eyed, Chloe targeted a tiny fly, which then flew into some plotted scheme. And now, irritated, Weapon slammed the book onto the table. This is no different from trampling on the students' rights. Woken abruptly from a good sleep, Saki shifted mood and fixed her gaze on Weapon. Come on, shut up already. Silently and quietly, Chloe left her spot with pink cat ears and tail. Even so, the argument between the two remained unchanged. This time Weapon stood up. Am I the only one taking the test? How am I supposed to memorize all of this? What? They both said the same word at once, but their mental states were completely opposite. One startled while the other sounded like, hey, what's up? His face flushed. Weapon could only suppress his anger into a single point. Saki, for this test, Just as he was about to say it, a fly suddenly landed on his cheek. And then, smack! A loud sound rang as flesh met palm. Chloe, in her cat state, slapped Weapon hard across the face. Coming out of that state, Chloe only then realized what she'd done and scrambled to explain. I am sorry. There was a fly on your cheek, so I overreacted. I am truly sorry. Hit so hard he nearly lost consciousness. Weapon helplessly held his cheek, thinking, Chloe, what are you doing? Meanwhile, Saki was delighted by Chloe's accurate action. Only Giamma still didn't dare act or say anything. Why does he keep getting hit so much lately? At that moment, 4 sounds went off simultaneously. Ting, ding dong, message received. Except for Weapon, who was bewildered, everyone else checked their phones. A message from Joaquin Academy. Announcement regarding the practical portion of the final exam for Semester 1, 2034. For unavoidable reasons, the practical final has been changed as follows. Change. The single-entry external dungeon run is replaced by team versus matches. Execution dates. Monday, July 13th, 2034 to Friday, July 17th, 2034. Location. Joaquin Academy Special Zone. Team requirements. 1 third-year student and 2 first-year students selected at random. Team lists will be sent via message 2 days before the exam. Detailed content will be announced on site on the exam day. Complaints in every direction. Changing the practical final. Really? Now, this is truly frustrating. Weapon rubbed his head and scolded. Who changes the exam 3 days before it? Given these developments, Giamma gradually formed hypothesis. The original test was the Goblin Dungeon raid in Gapi, which he'd been looking forward to for some materials. The plot was beginning to shift. Considering what has happened, this sequence is inevitable. Even though I foresaw it, am I sabotaging my biggest privilege? The lucky play experience of the miracle? At this rate, Giamma clung to his phone with a blank expression. Saki saw this, glanced over strangely, and said, What's up? Why are you suddenly so tense? This isn't like you. Giamma had forgotten he still had friends here. Without thinking much, he answered casually, as usual. Oh no, it's nothing. But Saki had him. Her hand was already on the notebook in front of him. HM, open it. She added a few of her own analyses to the discussion. Look, the change is a bit sudden for me too, but this handling isn't unreasonable. There were demons appearing in the last midterm, and during the survival training on Avalon Island, the Sword Emperor was injured. Every time we go out for training, something happens. So isn't the academy itself the safest place for students? What do you think? Saki cheerfully voiced all her opinions, which erased Giamma's bewilderment and his new question mark. It didn't take long for Giamma to recover. This time he praised her. Thinking it over, you're right. My mind feels clearer now. Thanks to you, I can sort things out. Thanks. Blatantly praised. Saki didn't know where to hide her face, so she pointed at him, stammering. Why are you looking at me like that? I am mortified. Anyway, Giamma, if you panic then, I'll get flustered too. He stared without blinking. Ryoso too, really? Why? Saki tapped her foot. Oh no, I mean both me and the travel club members. If the club president is clueless like that, the group's discipline will fall apart. When romantic Saki met pragmatic someone, both had their own thoughts. As expected, Ryoso is different. He really can't read faces. While thinking, he suddenly realized something. So the plan changed. Ryoso, I need a favor. The staff list you hacked before. Do you still have backup? Looking at him annoyingly, Saki paled. I deleted the backup to avoid traces, but I still have a printed copy. Hearing that indifference, he bowed his head and continued. Great. With that, things will be much easier. You mean, have Ryoso hack into the Academy network one more time? Huh. It sounded like a big request, but everyone quickly grasped his intent. You mean villains are disguising themselves as Academy staff? Chloe's eyes widened. Weren't those villains also at the Water Continent dungeon with Giamma? To that he could only answer simply. That's not certain. However, villains frequently change appearances for their operations. It's a real possibility. Saki, intently analyzing his intent. So you want a new list to compare directly with the old one, right? He addressed the group. Yes, you know this. This club was created to protect us. We need to know in advance who could become threats in the future. He addressed the group. Yes, you know this. This club was created to protect us. We need to know in advance who could become threats in the future. He clasped his hands and commented. Thanks, everyone. That should cover the explanation. But Saki wouldn't let it in there. Arms crossed and leaning back, she added. I don't really get all of it either, but the Academy staff info is automatically updated monthly. It seems they use both local space and cloud centers for something. This was beyond Weapon's understanding. How can it be so complicated? He fell silent, more and more stunned. People from this world like Ryoso naturally wouldn't understand. It's an optimization that cyclically purges sensory data to minimize storage. 67% is masked. In this world, it's operated like that. Thanks to that, we can use this method to trace things. Even though many things have changed, gaming experience clearly remains very useful. After thinking for a while, he turned to Saki and asked the important point. So when will Ryoso be done? Hearing him, Saki gave the most provisional acceptable answer. Well, helping isn't difficult, but don't you see that I'm the only one being exploited? Saki stared at him without looking away. He froze, said nothing, and only thought. That was too true. In the name of the club, I've asked him for so many favors that I feel guilty, but I have nothing to repay Ryo with. A man with no money, status, or fame. What can I do for the daughter of the Japanese Prime Minister? Instinct wouldn't let him hide it long. Straightening up, he asked, Do you want anything? Suddenly asked. She startled and ran circles around Saki. Huh? Want what? She didn't dare look at him, silently blushing and anxious. But Saki quickly found a solution. A smile bloomed on her face for him to see. All right, then later you should help me with something too. Help with what? Knowing you didn't understand, Saki rephrased. Don't worry, it's not material. I'll tell you when the time comes. With that, Giamma hid the questions he wanted to ask. The next day, a stack of paper documents was placed on the table. Everyone finished studying and came to this special base, including Senior Hannah. He pulled a chair close and opened with a new question. Already finished everything? Saki, sitting ready there, answered. Yeah, from staff personal info to suspicious travel schedules. I printed them all out. Now we just need to check. Hearing that, he felt uneasy knowing she'd done things properly. But the next thoughts belonged to Weapon, who sat beside him reviewing the documents. But is this club president really okay like this? How many times do these people need to go to the bathroom? Do they have no privacy? Even if the goal is to find villains, this is clearly a crime. Hearing Weapon, Saki went back to the stacks saying that hacking was already a crime from the start. What else is there to say? The second argument erupted. Weapon sent papers flying and shouted at Saki. Hey, there has to be standards for everything. This is too much. Saki didn't bother to look. Yeah, you're such a principled gentleman. Huh? Look, to rein in Weapon's hot temper. One hand he placed on Weapon's shoulder. Even the smallest bits of information are better the more we have. Argue with whoever you like, but Weapon can't do anything about him. If the club president says so, then fine. With no more issues, the group began checking every detail. He added from earlier, and once this is done, we'll drop it all, right? Ryo and Saki agreed with him. Of course. Who would dare argue? Weapon replied. Sigh. Fine. Pensive, Giamma formed his own direction. In truth, Chloe is an assassin, and Ryoso tends to use any means to achieve his ends. Both have rather ambiguous moral boundaries, although there are still people he doesn't fully understand. Thanks to members like Weapon, we can maintain a minimal limit. Taking a deep breath, he laid out a strategy for the group. Anyway, there's about a week left until summer break. Our travel club will act to hunt down the villains during the final exams. That's it. Any questions? Me. Suddenly one of the members spoke up instead. Senior Hannah. She continued. I heard about this before coming, but I want to know the source of that information. Weapon worriedly. Actually, I was going to ask about this yesterday, but Saki stopped everything. If someone always does whatever the club president says like you, what is their question? Anything else to add? Saki had made a fool of Giamma. He intended to dodge it, but she still saw through him. Now he couldn't reveal that he'd colluded with Choi COA or that they were targeting Leon. Doing so would only cause misunderstandings and exponentially increase things to explain. Moreover, if Chloe learned the truth, someone without magic like Choi COA would be. After a long pause, he calmly chose a reasonable response. I can't tell you that yet, Senior, but I can assure you that it's a reliable source. Senior Hannah flashed a dangerous smile. Giamma knew he hadn't been thorough, so he decided that when there was an opportunity later he would reveal the source, but not now. Senior Hannah did not press further and continued reviewing the information. All right, I understand. Saki sensed something odd and he had his own thoughts. He truly couldn't figure out what was going on in her mind anymore. Viewing the documents, she sometimes glanced at him. Senior Hannah's glasses hid her eyes, making her intentions increasingly inscrutable. Na hummed the familiar tune. Discomfort arose from the shared looks between Giamma and Saki. Ah, it's so familiar. Just like someone I can't quite recall. Changing the subject. Then the travel club's first meeting began. Time passed quickly. The prepared water bottle was empty. A tired sigh, stepping over to the sofa, Chloe had prepared a new bottle of water for him. Giamma, you must be tired. Here. He wiped his sweat and looked over. Ah, thanks. I was just thirsty. Watching him take the bottle and drink, Chloe felt a little sad inside. Ah, it's nothing. Since he arrived, Giamma had always paid attention to this point. Meanwhile, Weapon and Saki continued diligently working. This person who won earlier isn't on the staff list. Their travel schedule is also a bit suspicious. Give it here. Keep checking the rest. Looking back at Chloe, he said a few words to reassure her. Don't worry too much. Ryoso and Weapon actually like this kind of thing. And Chloe, you can do things they can't, like in the Water Continent dungeon or at the recent festival. Not sure who praised her, but receiving praise from him made her cheerful again. Really? He laughed a lot today. Of course, after a few coaxing words from him, a new bit of daydreaming formed. I wish I could be on the same team as Giamma for this exam. But he hadn't been paying attention to that. His phone had a new message. The list of members for Kong Giamma's Practical Exam Team 1, 2034, is as follows. Third-year students are exempt from this school-wide exam because they must prepare for graduation. Members: San Hannah, Mundane Class 52. Kaom, Lang Class First Year. Team Leader: Rachel Demura, Spirit Class First Year. An eager message from Rachel accompanied it. Giamma, we're on the same team again. Time flowed like a nearly empty water bottle, useless and doing nothing. Giamma sat there sighing without end. The four other members kept working. Chloe worried more about Giamma, but Weapon understood immediately. The club president must be tired again this time. Chloe balked. Yeah, it's him again. Wait, why is it that blonde kid? Weapon reassured her. Well, it's the same midterm team. It should be fine. Senior Hannah's on the team, too. Nothing's likely to happen, right? And worrying about the club president is the most pointless thing. Following Weapon's words, Hannah gave Chloe a bit of confidence. Don't worry, I'll supervise closely so he won't slack off. Chloe raised a fist. Yes, thank you, big sis. Forgetting one other important person there, Weapon quickly asked. Who are you teamed with? Still looking over the documents, Saki casually, second year, Lang class senior, kept the same tone. Who's the team leader? Is it you? Flipping through the paper, a familiar name was spoken. No, it's Leon, another acquaintance. Giamma let out a light, surprised chuckle, which shifted all four of their gazes. Saki, a bit prickly, turned to him and demanded, Giamma, what are you thinking about? The late afternoon light streamed through the window. He steered the conversation elsewhere. Nothing. So, shall we clean up now? Yeah. Good luck on the theory exam tomorrow, everyone. Yes, everyone, do your best. The opening of the door signaled something. It was still that meeting room, but the usual silence had returned. Not everyone left. 2 members remained in the room. Senior Hannah finished gathering the last documents. I'm heading back too, but Saki called out. Senior. Hannah paused for a beat. Is something the matter? 2 documents were still on the table, and Saki arranged them, preparing to speak. When a finger pointed to one spot, the problem began to emerge. San Hannah, why is your name listed among the faculty? Who exactly are you? The white lens glasses were on. The mystery still concealed today. A slant of light fell through the window as Saki continued. Calm in manner, words measured and not careless. In nothing did she add personal opinions. It had been strange from the start. Senior Hannah, shouldn't we address you by the title on the paperwork? San Hannah, Professor. Saki had reached that conclusion with great seriousness. But San Hannah instead gave a soft laugh, covering her mouth with a hand to show little expression. Being pressed to prove herself and receiving a smile in return naturally startled Saki a bit. Moreover, the difficulty stepped up a notch. What the hell is she? With a flick of her hand came an answer, delivered with a serious face. Saki, I know the meeting stressed you, but it seems you've been worrying too much. What? Anyway, it's a bit over the top. Confusing people with the same name isn't like your style at all. San Hannah's finger jabbed at the table where the paper that supported Saki's claim also served to prove her own point. Then Saki noticed a gap. On a business trip during the festival? Could I have missed that information? But Saki could perceive clearly. Impossible. Could the information have been manipulated? No. This was updated automatically by the virtual space system. Don't mention external tampering. Just accessing it isn't easy. Besides, access to the virtual space system is a privilege of the principal. Could it be related to principal media? Breaking the tense atmosphere, Senior Hannah closed the book she was holding and spoke. It's fine. Even you make mistakes sometimes. You're not a machine, are you? I don't know how it is in Japan where you're from, but at least in Korea, a lot of people share the same name. A reasonable point. Saki was carried along. Yes, it's not. San Hannah slowly stood up, expression unchanged. Maybe the crime response meeting just ended and she's still tense. Anyway, since it seems the misunderstanding is resolved, I'll be going. Saki took off her glasses and placed them on the table, feeling genuinely uneasy. Damn it, San Hannah had no reason to stay any longer. She walked slowly past Saki, then after a few steps Senior Hannah suddenly stopped. Just as the sun was nearing its end, looking back over things, she spoke to Saki as the senior who was leaving first. I have a piece of advice for you. For guys who can't read the room like Kong Giamma, if you don't express your feelings directly, he won't understand. Happiness peeked in from the doorway. Waving. Personally, I'm all for it, Saki. Well, I'm off, good luck. Click. The cold sound of the door closing rang out. Saki was left alone, but because the remark hit her soft spot, it broke her coldness into something cute. Haha. Leaving the meeting room, it was now the next morning. 5:40. Giamma's muscular arm and familiar bed appeared. Whether he slept through the night or not was unknown, but now his eyes were a bit dazed. He put both hands behind his head, stared at the ceiling, and analyzed the changed exam content. No big deal. But why is Rachel the team leader? Tasks were piled up like a mountain already, and now this added stress. And on top of that, being in the same group as the most troublesome person. As a player, I know Rachel's flirting isn't out of fondness, but to gather good breeding stock. Rachel Demura, instant ramen Netflix type, into everything and goes everywhere. The funny thing is the game developer even baked in a lonely mechanic from the egg to create a contrasting charm for her. Rachel Demura. Well, what? Don't come here. Why did you approach first? That's why she's the last character to be won over. Of course, Giamma's original target was Leon, but he hoped everything would go smoothly. Giamma realized that he was now the one who had taken that spot. However, another thing cut through his thoughts when a message came from Saki at 5:43 a.m. He raised a big question to himself. At this hour, he picked up the phone, sat up, and said first, "Oh, what's up?" On the other end, Saki replied urgently, "What? You're not asleep?" Silence. Absolute silence. Giamma calmly felt more puzzled by Saki's new way of contacting him, but he could understand it another way. "I woke earlier than expected. How about you?" Saki stammered. I usually have trouble sleeping at night." "Oh, but why call at this hour? Did you notice something unusual?" Talking to Giamma was the worst. Saki arranged her words. He waited and then answered. "Did you think I only contact you when I need something?" Giamma, the blockhead, sat still with no other thought. That was true, but important things are usually texted rather than said aloud. Saki wanted to hear him speak, but went silent, losing all her courage. Saki wanted to hear him speak, but went silent, losing all her courage. Anyway, I'm hanging up now." Giamma wasn't one to let things go unanswered. So before she hung up, he spoke. "Ryoso." Saki immediately grew nervous, her heart racing. Huh, what's up?" Taking a breath, he said 5 words. "You do well on your exam too." Saki's voice echoed across the whole area. They talked so much, but the call had only lasted 29 seconds. He was puzzled by Saki's current demeanor. Knowing she was about to say something, he put the phone to his ear to listen more closely, shy in her reply. Thanks." Click. Saki immediately hung up, leaving Giamma staring stubbornly at the screen, thoroughly single. At the same time, the sun had appeared over the far side of the campus. He already knew what he had to do. The sun's up. Time to get ready. A new day arrived, and a building he'd never seen before was chosen as the next important location. As he stepped inside, he paused in astonishment. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary building, but the atmosphere inside was oddly different. The special zone of Joaquin Academy. Surely inside here is a space recreated based on the founder Baylor Joaquin's 20 years of survival experience. A scaled-down model of a demon landscape, where every stone and blade of grass was transplanted to form an independent ecosystem. Fortunately, they didn't release demon beasts in here, but even though it's aimed at real combat, taking an exam in a place like this is different from game experience, so I'm still not used to it. As he walked on quietly, suddenly someone behind him ran very fast. It's Giamma. Rachel was ready to pounce on him, with no chance given. Preparedness breeds success. They were only a hair's breadth from an embrace. If Giamma's the best, I have to seize the chance to have fun. But Giamma openly disdained it. Sensing great danger, the knife at his waist was slowly drawn. A murderous aura appeared. Rachel immediately stepped back to keep her distance, waving her hands and forcing a laugh. Wait, calm down. There's a much stronger bad boy scent than before, isn't there? That's also part of Giamma's charm. Everyone craves it. Nia Hall. He had been on guard but still lost. To help Giamma, Sanhana had arrived. Is everyone gathered here? Since he already knew who the remaining teammate was, he wasn't that surprised. "Oh, senior." Sanhana smiled brightly. "Hello, Giamma." She was holding an unusual weapon. Earlier she'd said she had no weapon, yet a B-rank weapon, a crowbar. He focused and asked, "Is that your weapon, senior?" The weapon had many gleaming spots on it. Senior Hannah asked back, "Yeah, what do you think?" He answered by thinking. The exam paused, but Rachel cut in, crossing her arms in displeasure. Hey, Miss Hannah, you show up late already? You forgot there was still Giamma." Hannah shifted her attention. "You're Rachel? I think we met at the festival." One hand reached out. "Nice to meet you. Please take care of this final exam." Team leader sounded like she didn't understand the other's implication, but Rachel couldn't hold back. She grabbed the hand and laughed loudly without hiding it. Team leader, why such formality? In this, Giamma knows she's still got a long way to go. Her face looked like someone up late binge-watching shows. Look at how she interacts with people. But all conversation, including Giamma's group, had to stop. Attention! The professors, assistants, and instructors were present above, drawing everyone's focus. It seemed everyone had gathered. Now I will explain the exam format. This year's freshman final is specially held in the special zone, and the category is team combat. However, the notion of combat will be a bit different from what you expect. The method is simple. Enter the gate and reach the designated checkpoint within 1 hour. Teams that arrive within the time limit advance to the next round, failures are eliminated. The students seemed to think they'd misheard. Too easy, right? Rachel said aloud. Just run there as fast as you can, right? He frowned, not denying it. That's true, but if it were just a normal race to the finish, it wouldn't be called a final exam. Seeing the students flustered made it clear they hadn't grasped the implication. So the professor continued to explain. Once you enter, there will be no demon beasts, but this is a space reconstructed to resemble the Gehenna demonic landscape, commonly called artificial Gehenna. There will be no intervention or protection from the virtual space barrier there. So first-year students must be especially cautious. The students looked baffled, then argued and analyzed among themselves. They already said there are no demon beasts. What else should we be cautious about? Is even breathing going to be difficult? Hearing one correct point from a student, the professor cut in to restore the sense of danger. Really, I mean, if you immature kids handle weapons, you could cause fatal accidents. Therefore, weapons are banned in this final exam. But for Giamma, whose matters are simple, things would only get messy. The time constraints in artificial Gehenna are much fairer compared to the midterms. However, the virtual space and Gehenna are two different things. If the exam proceeds without virtual space intervention, how will evaluations be handled? As if reading his thoughts, the professor added indifferently to the rules. Each team will be assigned an examiner to accompany them to both score and guard against unexpected incidents. If you want to withdraw mid-run, tell the assigned examiner. That's all. The examiners stepped forward. At the professor's command, the remaining members began descending the steps. Their appearance served not only to lead the way, but also to collect weapons, preventing any untoward incidents. Nothing seemed strange yet. Rachel put her hand behind her head and complained. This final exam is so boring. Youth should be about punching and fighting. However, Sanhana really liked this assignment. It's already heavy duty. This is fine. Instantly, Giamma froze. A teammate is either trouble or danger and mystery at every moment. And now trouble followed. A familiar figure approached the three of them. All right, students, hand over your weapons. To everyone's surprise, Rachel's examiner was Choi Seo. I twitched. Her nerves returned to instability. Giamma. Just looking at him, you can tell something's up. Rachel quickly asked, What's up? Do you know him? There's kind of an unpleasant smell, isn't there? To dispel suspicion, Choi Seo smiled brightly and even gave a thumbs up for emphasis. Personally, I don't know, but there's not a single examiner who hasn't heard of Kong Giamma's virtual combat record. Anyway, I'm Examiner Kim, in charge of your team for this exam. Nice to meet you. They froze. 3 seconds were granted to think it over. That's enough. Crazy. Why was I assigned to that madman's team? His genetic mark was even revoked. But duty's duty. Dissipating the old tension, bringing a new one immediately. Hey, I know I'm a beauty, but staring like that makes me uncomfortable. That was enough to rile them. Rachel crossed her arms in rebuttal. Beauty my foot. You look like a sweet potato. So the two dove into their first fight. Being well endowed doesn't equal beauty. What's with that radish head? Radish head, huh? You want to fight? Face to face? No, give me the cold shoulder? Talking to an examiner as high and mighty as the sky with that tone? Sky Radish student, take a walk. You flat-chested, earth-flat head. You'd better tone it down. Radish head, I'm the examiner in charge of your team. Besides preventing accidents, don't forget, I'm also the one grading you. Too much talk wasn't good. From behind, he cut in to interrupt the scene. The examiner's starting. Let's hurry up and go. Hearing him, Choi Seo awkwardly went along. Okay, I wonder why Kong Giamma isn't the team leader? Rachel now had other aims besides focusing on Giamma. Couldn't stand it. Couldn't stand it. Entering the mysterious area, Giamma's face suddenly went pale. Stage 1. The artificial Naline Wilds, the Wasteland. Choi Seo cheerfully led everyone forward. Wow, this is top-notch. Meanwhile, Giamma, trailing at the back, struggled a bit. Huff. Damn it, go a bit slower. What kind of examiner doesn't supervise from behind, but runs off to lead the way? Being an examiner really gives you an edge in scheming over the students. Choi Seo turned back and chuckled. Out there you were so fierce. And now a little mana flows through and you can't keep your wits? The surroundings were more than a desert. Desolate and ravaged, leaving no trace. He reached out his hand to sense, and a chain of memories surfaced. This environment was certainly not ordinary. Following Choi Seo through the gate, before them was Stage 1. Following Choi Seo through the gate, before them was Stage 1. For some reason it felt normal to him, but Rachel seemed sensitive to mana, and was already exhausted. At this rate, the next stage might be too much for her. Whoa, Choi Seo had high mana adaptation, so the surge felt like being at home. He'd suspected a plot, but there didn't seem to be anything suspicious. Her genetic mark was in place too, so she wouldn't dare act up. Turning to the person beside him, who'd been silent since the exam began, he asked, "Senior, how are you feeling?" Outside was a bit off, but Senior Hannah was much better than Choi. Still tolerable, though tired. "Giamma, you seem totally unfazed?" He replied, "I'm also a bit mischievous." Sen Hannah smiled softly. "You just feel a little tingly?" Ah. He fell into deeper thought. It seems Senior Hannah didn't have any special mana adaptation either. Even as a club member, he still had some doubts about Senior Hannah. According to Choi Seo-A's information, the criminals had infiltrated deeper than we thought. Judging by the reaction, it didn't seem staged, but we don't have the sashimi knife now. So, just observe for a bit. Since he wasn't the leader now, he moved to the rear and asked the last person, "How long have we been in stage 1? Rachel felt like she was about to expire and got annoyed being asked. She tried to say, Giamma, time. How long have we been in?" Taking a breath, San Hannah checked her watch and answered for them. "About 25 minutes. He hesitated enough to rearrange his plan in his head. He didn't expect to have extra time, but only 35 minutes remained. Everyone's condition was poor, they couldn't find direction, and time kept slipping by. At this rate, we'll probably be eliminated. I don't want to be eliminated meaninglessly like that, not even knowing what the reward is. If we had a sashimi knife, we could amplify our senses to detect mana, but the common spatial pouch is with Choi Seo already." Suddenly, he realized something extremely important. Woof, woof, woof. A purple dog appeared instead. He held up a similar purple bead before it. A genetic mark item, pure mana 99%, 1 kilogram. For fun, he happily followed suit. Found it. A mana hunting hound. On this side, Rachel stomped her foot hard on the ground, then stomped again. 1. Take momentum from the ground. And repeat. 1 to 2, 1 to 2, 1 to 2. Seeing her strange action, he turned and asked, "Rachel, are you okay?" She replied, "Hey, Giamma, with this kind of mana, we just crush it with brute force." He thought to himself, "Good. It seems everyone is adapting." Rachel stepped forward confidently. "I'm a team leader, okay. So, she can move normally?" He praised. "Oh, you've adapted? Being in a comfortable environment makes a difference." Even San Hannah looked better than before. Seo had turned to ask him, "Giamma, you still look perfectly fine. Any secret?" He denied it. Who knows? Maybe because Examiner Kim has ties to the demons. She sneered. "Haha, your sense of humor is top-notch." Rachel kept up her method. 1 to 2, 1 to 2. Seo-A leaned close to him and whispered, "Giamma, I sense mana coming from the northwest. If we head that way for about 10 minutes, we'll reach the first checkpoint." Hearing the useful info, he turned back and praised. "Well done." She raised her hand, bashful. "Haha, thanks." He sized her up like a small pet. "Thanks to that, we're progressing very well. I wonder if the others are okay." Everyone followed Rachel's steps. Seo-A praised. "Good job." San Hannah at the side could only give an awkward smile. "Huh." Rachel snapped angrily. "Shut up. 1 to 2, 1 to 2. It's been 32 minutes since the test began. Currently leading is Leon's group." The group was charging forward. After a stretch, Leon stopped and turned to everyone. "It looks like we're almost at the first checkpoint. Let's hurry a bit more." The green-haired girl let out tired breaths and said, "Hey, leader, it seems there's still time. Can we rest a bit?" Saki beside her encouraged. "We're almost there. Hang on a little longer." Her face looked utterly exhausted. As she took another step, she immediately started coughing continuously, prompting everyone to worryingly ask Ario, "Are you okay?" Then she looked at Leon ahead and suggested, "Leon, stop. What the hell is he doing?" Ario said he was hard to keep up with, didn't he? Leon replied nonchalantly, "So what?" This made Saki furious. She clenched her fists and shouted, "What? Do you know how cruelly you're acting?" He didn't care. "I'm not ignoring him, but I have my own responsibilities as a leader." Saki sneered. "Responsibilities? You're just playing boss to everyone here." He continued, "Saki, interpret however you want, but I don't intend to carry members I can't trust or who can't keep up with me. I'm not familiar with the atmosphere of the travel club you're in." Those words enraged Saki. "What did you say?" He then slowly stepped forward and called her name. Ryojo Saki. He actually put his hand on her shoulder, then leaned in and warned, "Don't expect me to act like that friend of Giamma's." After saying that, he turned and walked away. She angrily blurted out, "What does this have to do with Giamma?" He replied, I just meant I'm not as considerate as that Giamma fellow. Nothing deeper. She cursed in anger. What a bastard. Ario beside her awkwardly said, Sorry, Saki. I accidentally became your burden. I'll try harder. The examiner nearby prepared some words. Arguing brings you closer. The leader's pressure is big too. Let's all try a bit harder. She bowed her head slightly, thinking, and murmured his name. Anze mama. Looking at the desolate scene ahead, he turned to the examiner and asked, We've been walking over 30 minutes. Why haven't we seen the other students? Rachel up front turned back excitedly and replied, Oh, that. The place you can't escape from unless you do XX. Come here quick. So this is the test? Yeah. Have they all escaped already? CO, A put a hand on her hip and said frankly, Look at your thoughts. Remember the survival training on the deserted island last time? This test is just like that. Only each group's starting point is different. Besides, the small space only affects the entrance. If what she said is correct, Giamma reasoned, then the checkpoint is the same place for everyone. If everyone heads to the same spot, we should have run into someone by now. COA glanced around and guessed. Maybe most people gave up halfway. Rachel added, I just want a test that lets me rush in and fight others. He looked at COA, thinking, definitely. We'd be eliminated if not for choice COA. Thinking that, he called out, COA. She startled and turned. Yes, Giamma? He asked. How can those who gave up halfway get back? She rummaged in her pocket space. Oh, wait a sec. Here it is. She explained. It's called a summoning beacon. If I press this button, our location is sent to the department office's screen instantly. Isn't that great? At the department office, they were currently watching the students closely on the screens. He wondered, and it works even with a pocket space can't intervene? How is that possible? She answered, You're curious like a cat, aren't you? I don't really understand it myself. I heard it's an educational device from the Earth Heroes Association lab. I read that it's made from the remnants of an artifact. Even his pocket space pouch comes from that association. Hearing that, he judged. That's a cool explanation. A mythical relic from an age when people couldn't distinguish things. An artifact is a power of unknown origin with immeasurable value. There are only 10 in the world. Their estimated value is comparable to national treasures. It would even be illegal for a country to monopolize one. So the Heroes Association directly manages them as tools to maintain balance between nations. But distributed in versions like this? That might not be very safe. After the spiel, she put it away. Oh, come on, don't think about that. If I lose it, I'll have to personally explain myself all the way there. He thought, why does that human-sounding line come out of Villain's mouth? Seeing his worried expression, she reassured him. Don't worry, Giamma. As long as I'm here, I'll never... Before she could finish, Rachel interrupted. Oh, Ujiyama, she pointed ahead and shouted. Found it. The checkpoint. Seeing that, COA turned and confidently said, We'll never get lost, see? The troop ahead praised. Hey, Egg Yolk, you're not so bad yourself. Now, she paused the timer with her hand. All right, Rachel's group's completion time. 148 minutes, 24 seconds. When Gate 2 starts, I'll time another hour. She asked. Gate 1? We've already passed it, right? Hannah replied. Probably. So this is... They all looked at the gate in front of them. Is this gate number 2? Looking at gate 2, someone remarked. Has even Dorman gone through here? Is this really okay? COA leaned close and whispered to him. Giamma, this is my first time at a place like this, so I'm a bit lost. But it seems this isn't a normal checkpoint. It's just a door, but the mana emanating from it is enough to warp space. He replied. Is it that impressive? Rachel stepped up and peered beyond the gate, assessing. There's nothing behind the door. Hey, flat screen, just open it and walk in, right? COA didn't explain. I told you it's right, Yoke. As soon as you step in, I'll start the timer. Rachel called back. Are you sure? Are you messing with me? COA replied firmly. I said I'm sure. Rachel looked back at everyone. Then I'll open it because I'm the team leader. Her voice trembled slightly. COA behind her was ready with the timer. Prepare yourselves. He also watched Rachel intently. She confidently shoved the door. All right, what bad could happen? Let's go. She confidently shoved the door. All right, what bad could happen? Let's go. By momentum, her whole body pitched forward, startling her. Thankfully, a hand shot out and grabbed her shirt, pulling her back. The one who pulled her was none other than Hannah. She asked, Are you okay? Rachel replied, Thanks, Hannah. Having just escaped death, Rachel spun around and angrily shouted, Hey, flat screen. I almost died. She explained, Actually, this is my first time here too, so I don't really know. But this is definitely gate 2, and I've already started the timer. Rachel startled. Are you kidding me? The scene inside was an artificial Gehenna. Gate 2, the chasm abyss. He judged inwardly. The mana permeating the artificial Gehenna originates from that murky stream. I think I understand why we didn't see anyone on the way here. Instructors were assigned to each group under the pretext of protecting and evaluating them. However, this very structure already makes students consider giving up from the start. This test is a setup where there's no option but to throw yourself into danger unless you know the correct answer. Leon's group had now stepped through Gate 2. Saki watched around anxiously for a while, then spoke up. He didn't even hesitate. Has he been here before? The examiner behind stared fixedly at everyone. He began to have thoughts in his mind. A hero who can sense mana. Cut to another scene. A red-haired youth panted, stammering. I am sorry, the blonde girl added. It's our fault. Abel calmly looked at them. Then she gazed at the gate before them with a bit of thought. I said I was fine, but I can't force others any further. Thinking that, she spoke. Team leader Abel von Nibelung. We request to withdraw from the final test. As soon as she finished speaking, the examiner beside her immediately stopped the timer. A loudspeaker announcement sounded. Another team has withdrawn midway. The team currently withdrawing at checkpoint 1. First year special class leader, Abel von Nibelung. Members, Dragon class, Roan Hardman, Farming class, Elia Loren. In another corner, a young man was muttering continuously. This was none other than the young man wept. He clenched his fists in anger. Oh no, I just puked up the whole pizza I ate this morning. Chloe ran over and called his name. Smoke. Seeing her, he replied. Chloe, your team withdrew? She nodded in confirmation. Yeah, we missed the checkpoint group's time. He offered encouragement. That's fine. My team got eliminated for just walking around in circles. They had lost a lap of observation. It seems Giamma and Saki still haven't come out. Hopefully nothing bad happened. Chloe replied. You know there's no need to worry about the leader. Weapon stroked his chin thoughtfully. I'm not worried about the leader. I'm worried about Saki. Saki's image flashed through his mind. No, Leon. A prodigy of the era suddenly appeared. Appearance, manners, everything was flawless. So perfect, it was like a blank sheet of paper. Bring it near ink, and it will be stained. Depending on the color of the ink, it will become good or bad. Then he turned to encourage her. They'll probably be fine. Let's go, Chloe. She asked, go where? He replied, to hunt criminals. I mean, we'll be eliminated early, but we should still help a bit. Chloe praised excitedly. Smoke, you're getting more and more like Giamma. Seeing his name constantly mistaken, he thought bitterly, oh my god, why does she keep getting my name wrong? Putting that aside, he urged, hurry up, Chloe. She nodded in agreement. Switch scene to Giamma's group. They're traversing a sheer cliff. He turned back to warn everyone, be careful. Rachel added, watch your footing. After walking a while, they reached a safe spot. He looked ahead, pondering a little. While walking, Rachel suddenly slipped. She lunged forward and hugged him from behind. Excited, the leap of faith. Perfect landing. But seeing he didn't react, she stepped back and explained, leap of faith, leap of faith. I was just kidding. He turned back and remarked, seems like you're used to that. Sanhana moved forward to observe and assessed. Looks like we've reached a checkpoint. We just need to cross it. Ahead of them stood a towering spire. He judged. This time it's obvious. The issue is anyone would hesitate to enter here. Without intervention from a subsidiary space, I'm also reluctant to go through. Visiting such a place for the first time excited CO. Oh, so the mana that's been emanating is from that lake. No wonder it fell off. He approached and called to the instructor, ma'am. She was startled, huh? What? What's wrong? He asked. Why don't you go first, instructor? His suggestion startled her. What did you say? He judged inwardly. Cheating. Anyway, no one saw. I used this trick on a hunting dog before. There's no reason not to use it again. He explained. The lecturer follows to prevent accidents. So I think it's reasonable for you to go first. She stammered in reply. But this is a test. If I intervene, then you. He interrupted. We'll take responsibility. Just agree among yourselves. Rachel nodded. Good idea. I agree with him. Sanhana had no objection either. Me too. With them in agreement. CO. A hesitated a bit. I. Then she broke down and knelt. I can't do it. I'm terrified of heights. He suddenly stepped in front of her. Words echoed in her head. Cross it. Tap it first. It's a stepping stone. If you go first, I'll give you anything you want. At this offer, she hesitated. Really? He added, accept that demon seal. Seeing it benefits her too, she immediately agreed. Promise me. Thinking that, she sprang up full of energy and confidently announced, all right. Follow me. I'll be responsible for your safety. Hearing that, COA clapped excitedly from behind. Wow. Wonderful. Applause. She stepped forward, voice full of confidence. Everyone, this bridge is solid. It seems safe. Cross quickly. Contrary to her words, her actions showed extreme fear. She crawled very slowly along the ground. After a long while, they had managed to get across the bridge. CO shouted helplessly. I can't go any farther. Seeing her like that for the first time, Rachel behind wondered. Is she really the instructor? She looks like a child. He added, but at least she got us across. He stepped forward to praise. Well done. Suddenly being praised surprised her a little. Seeing her bewilderment, he repeated, Didn't you hear? I said well done. Those words moved her deeply. Regaining her confidence, she sprang up and rushed forward. Giama's students, trust me. After a string of odd actions, Rachel asked him in confusion, Wait, did you buy that for her? Why did her attitude flip 180 degrees? He denied it. Where would I get the money? Rachel nodded. Fair enough. Then she stepped behind COA and warned, Don't go too fast. I'm the team leader here. COA replied confidently. The instructor should go first. Standing behind, calmly observing the two, Sanhana assessed. Those two are exactly the same. He nodded in agreement. Totally. She continued. And this new chaos is your fault, Giama. Saying that, she hurried off ahead, leaving him behind with a flood of questions in his head. Artificial Gehenna, Gate 3, Challenge Tower. Back with Leon's group. They were still rushing through the challenges. Walking behind observing him, Saki made some assessments inwardly. So far no other students had appeared. That basically secures first place. Why go so far out of the way? The purple-haired youth behind encouraged. We're almost there. Push a little more. Ario was nearly exhausted. She moaned, I can't go on anymore. Seeing that, Saki called up. Leon, don't you see the state of the people behind? Can you slow down a bit? Before she finished, he shot a cold look backward. Then he said, The problem is you can't keep up with me. The three were utterly helpless at his words. He sighed once and continued. Sorry, Saki. I'm probably tired too, so I'm a bit irritable. We're already on the 5th floor. We can rest a bit. The unexpected offer made Saki suspicious inwardly. What's this? Then he ordered them to move. In short, I'll go ahead to check each floor. You guys can come up slowly after. At that moment, Ario collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. She sobbed helplessly. Sigh. Teacher Paul, I can't go on. I really can't go on anymore. Paul bent down to encourage her. Ario, we're almost there. Just a little more. Saki immediately sat down and offered. Get on my back. If someone still has strength, they should carry the other. Get on quickly before I change my mind. She thought to herself, I'm not exactly well either. Maybe I've been influenced by him a lot. Who knew I'd one day sacrifice myself for someone else like this? Ario climbed onto her back, grateful. Thanks, Saki. At this moment, feeling like a weight on her back, Saki sighed. For someone who looks skin and bones, why are you so heavy? The two suddenly noticed something ahead, and both uttered a sound. In another corner, Giama also sensed something at that moment. He looked forward, thoughtful. Seeing him blank out, Rachel teased. What's wrong, Giama? Are you scared? They looked into the tower and replied, No, it's nothing. Back with Saki, there appeared a sword stained with blood. The two were walking normally when Saki suddenly collapsed to the ground. Blood streaks appeared on her arm, and she fell like a kite with a broken string, collapsing to the ground helplessly. She tried to call his name unconsciously. Giama's group continued moving inward. He kept his eyes scanning. Suddenly a strange feeling rose in him. It was an ill omen. Have my senses become sharper? Up front, COA reminded everyone. I'll lead as the guiding instructor. Sanhana, behind, cheered. Oh, go for it, teacher. Seeing him fall behind, Rachel looked down to ask, Giama, can you climb the stairs? He nodded in confirmation and thought, this structure seems like it was split off from the magic tower. That Joaquin really is unusual, Then his gaze fell on the steps, and he noticed footprints there. This prompted further thoughts. No one saw this during the exam, but it seems a group has passed through here. Ahead, Rachel still complained, I'm exhausted. Why are there stairs right at the end? Then his foot suddenly stepped on something sticky. He glanced down and discovered it was blood. Suddenly a piercing scream rang out from above, startling him. Everyone looked up. Rachel asked, What is that? Without hesitation, he dashed off like the wind, leaving the stunned group behind. COA called after him, Giama. Then she turned to the other two. You two stay here. A great anxiety surged in his mind. Countless varied images flooded his mind. Strange names gradually emerged. In another corner, Saki slowly opened her eyes. She looked at her blood-covered hands, wondering what happened. The more she looked, the more she trembled in pain. She stared at the sword point in her chest and gasped. It's poisoned. At this rate, when she turned her gaze forward, she saw Leon fighting someone. And the person Leon was fighting was the instructor Paul. She then realized he truly was a villain with a dagger stuck in him. The two sides fought fiercely. The aftershock of Leon's attack shattered the wall behind into pieces. Seeing that, Paul remarked, "No wonder you're a hero candidate." Then his eyes narrowed slightly as if he had noticed something. Just as the old man finished observing, Leon suddenly appeared right behind him. Suddenly, a hand thrust straight through Leon's abdomen. It was the frail Ario from before. She sneered, "Even if you're a hero candidate, you're still only human." Then she turned to Paul and reminded him, "All of you too. It seems many still aren't used to controlling Lord Permush's power." "Huh?" Paul replied, "I'm sorry, Ario." She then looked toward Leon. "Well, as long as you understand. But is this really a hero? He doesn't look fit at all to be a vessel for Lord Permush. Akori was defeated by someone like this? That damn professor wasn't lying." Paul began to analyze. In any case, he managed to hold out this far without equipment in a place like the Demon Realm. Maybe Akori wasn't compatible with the body she received. I heard the Sword Emperor was there too, so it's probably not a lie. Ario was a bit puzzled. Perhaps my expectations were too high, but there's no better vessel than this. If Lord Permush can adapt to possessing this body, things will be fine. Paul affirmed, "The new master will surely be satisfied." Hearing that, Ario felt somewhat reassured. "That's good. After Akori dies, he's the only one who accepted us." She then turned her gaze to Saki, trembling on the ground, and stepped closer to check. "Oh, you're awake, Ryojo Saki?" She was in terrible pain, thinking to herself, "I don't want to die like this. My life is nothing but emptiness, a monotonous cycle of days. A cold family. No joy, no interest. I didn't join the academy to become a hero. I just needed an excuse to die." But, Ario cut into her thoughts. "How was my performance? I was so worried about being discovered. But you caused the disturbance yourself, which made things easier for me." "Thanks, Saki." Saki's voice trembled. "Why would you do that?" She laughed excitedly and replied, "Really? Why would I do that?" "Okay, the reason is simple, Saki, because I'm disappointed in you. You may not understand, but I've long thought we're alike. Those weary eyes, an expression like you've experienced everything in life." She twisted the sword in Saki's chest, causing her to cry out miserably. She continued, "I thought you were one of my kind and planned to take you to meet Lord Permush after this job. But what was that just now? You wanted to carry me on your back. What is this? Did you suddenly develop love for humanity? In the end, you're still only human after all. I'm truly disappointed in you, Saki. And anyway, there's no time left to hear explanations. We've talked enough. You won't feel lonely when you die, right?" Saying that, she stood up, turned, and walked away. "All right then. Farewell, Saki." With ragged breaths, what Saki wanted most now was to live. She told herself, "I want to live. I want to live. It's just that now. Now I've finally found a reason to live. I know there are no gods in this world, but please, *." In her hazy mind, a pair of footsteps approached. She called his name unconsciously. "Giamma, Song Giamma." She reached out her hand in helplessness. "Help me." So it wasn't a dream. This was real life arriving now. Looking toward them, Ario was slightly startled. "What? Guests have arrived." From behind, A called out to stop him. "Giamma, wait." Then she looked at the scene ahead, a little surprised. Looking at the young man kneeling on the ground, she exclaimed, "Is that the hero candidate, Leon?" She then glanced at the other person and the student who usually accompanies the sword god. They're still breathing? What the hell is this? Seeing her, Ario cheerfully called out, "Hey, long time no see." She was startled and replied, "Really?" Ario continued, "Good to see you here. How have you been lately?" Looking at her blood-stained arm, she added, "I get it. Your husband also wants to use this chance to sign a contract with Lord Permush, right? We switched sides after Akori died. A traitor like you doesn't need a new master, does she? Your mana must be nearly depleted, isn't it?" Angrily thought to herself, "Traitor my ass. She's the one who turned on us the moment she had the chance." She looked back at him, sneering. "And you, swordsman Sashimi, you'd best sit still. It's impressive you broke that thief's leg." But in this situation, you should at least know your place. As she spoke, she drove Leon's head hard into the floor. She continued, even the hero candidate is in that state. What can an unarmed, ordinary man like you do? And she looked at COA and said, right, COA. For old time's sake, I'll give you a fair offer. Now, kill him with your own hands. I'll recommend you to Lord Permush immediately. You're carrying a weapon, aren't you? In that bag, hearing that sent a wave of fear through COA. Then a hand suddenly reached out in front of her, causing COA to look surprised. Ario also focused her attention on this person and exclaimed, what? COA remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Seeing this, Ario uttered a delighted "oh." COA was extremely anxious about the current situation. She looked down at the students lying collapsed on the ground. An intense internal struggle raged within her. Then she reached into her bag and drew out a weapon, the sashimi knife belonging to Giamma. She raised the blade high and shouted, Giamma! Seeing that, Ario was pleased. You're the same as ever. But then their expressions changed. COA stammered, Giamma, I will serve him as my new master. Seeing this, Ario's face showed some anger. You crazy bastard. As soon as he grasped the sword, he activated the sword god's protection. His entire body now radiated an intense, murderous aura. His gaze grew uncontrolled. In a cold voice he said, you will die on the other side. Paul thrust his hand forward and shouted, I'll deal with Giamma. Ario added, make sure you don't kill COA. Paul launched a conventional attack, sending dust and smoke flying. In the smoke, a clean slice suddenly appeared. Giamma's slash effortlessly cut through the dust cloud in an instant. Seeing that, Saki was thrilled. This blow won't even nick the skin, right, Giamma? Since you took down Iron Tread, I'll give my all to fight you. He put his hand to the ground and began to sense. He felt an abundant source of mana. Oh, this is it? This is the perfect environment to maximize magic. Countless stones began to float into the air, and they were instantly wrapped in blazing flames. Immediately after, at Paul's command, they flew straight toward him. He said confidently, I can't afford to lose. He laughed loudly, haha. Following Ario to make a pact with Lord Permush was such a wise choice. The stones continued to fly at Giamma and exploded, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. COA began to analyze. He can use 2 elements because of the new pact? That bastard Paul. Giamma can't possibly lose, right? Paul witnessing the power of both Lord Agora and Lord Permush at once. Are you terrified now? A small human like you should know which limits can't be crossed. If you don't know your place, then this is the end. But before he could finish, a clean slice cut across his flank. Then he looked ahead and couldn't see Giamma. He cursed under his breath. Where did he go? Where did he disappear to? Another slash came flying in. Damn it. He retreats like a rat. Where is he? Where is he? Where? Beside him, Ario warned, stay alert, Paul. But he couldn't keep calm anymore and shouted angrily. Where are you hiding, Giamma? Are you going to hide forever like this? As he spoke, he unleashed countless attacks, covering the entire area in a sea of fire. I won't stop casting until this tower is reduced to rubble. In an instant, Giamma closed in on him once more. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Giamma, he thought to himself, I'm going to die. Another cut aimed at his abdomen. He was a bit puzzled. Asterisk, he could clearly sever my neck. So why is he aiming for my ribs? Asterisk. Then he noticed Leon lying collapsed on the ground with wounds in the center of his chest. He thought to himself, the same spot he was wounded before? Recalling what he had said, I can't afford to lose. This is the consequence of not knowing your place. Asterisk. He frowned angrily. Could it be that he, realizing the truth, Paul shouted, so you've been toying with me this whole time? A puny human dares to. His whole body tensed and began to transform. He was now no different from a demon. Seeing this, COA and Ario were somewhat surprised. As for Giamma, even when facing such a monster, his attitude remained indifferent. Nothing seemed to affect him. Without hesitation, Paul swung his arm from above, preparing to deliver a powerful strike. He showed no fear and launched a downward cut straight from top to bottom. The surrounding space suddenly fell unnaturally silent. Then the scene revealed Paul slumped to the ground, his body cut in 2. The power was so great, it carved a cut into the tower itself. Outside, COA looked on and thought to herself, asterisk impossible. He even knows how to use sword key? Truly, the safest place in the world is beside him, In contrast to COA's attitude, Ario was furious, thinking, what a damn monster is that? Seeing Giamma's gaze fixed on her, Ario backed away in fear, stammering, don't come any closer. He did not stop and continued stepping toward her. Ario tried to stop him. I told you not to come any closer. His eyes had turned a blazing red. She sensed it too. You are no longer human. Demon. Looking at the blade emitting a blinding light, Ario's thoughts raced. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. If I offer his corpse to Lord Permush, as the ritual demands, that'll be enough. I have to find a way to survive first. Run? No, he's too fast. Then use magic to blind him. I'll use the mana around here. Mana. Where's the mana? I can't sense any mana here at all. Why is that? She suddenly realized something. It was the dagger in his hand. His weapon was repelling mana. Impossible, she threatened. If you dare take another step, I'll slit this girl's throat. Do you think I wouldn't dare? When she saw him continue to advance, she gritted her teeth and cursed. God damn it. Damn it. Fuck, I have to get out of here. But then she noticed the dagger on Saki's chest had vanished. Where did the dagger go? Then Saki's voice rang out, startling her. Let me go, it hurts. Saki turned and pointed the tip of the dagger straight at Ario. Without hesitation, she plunged it hard into the demon's chest. Ario gritted her teeth angrily. How could you do that? Saki smiled and replied. You think I couldn't act? Poison resistance is inherent in the divine Arrow clan. Seems carrying the blood of your beloved doesn't make you immune to poison, does it? I'm really disappointed in you, Ario. As the poison took hold, Ario's body went limp like a kite with a cut string, and she collapsed to the ground. She didn't understand what was happening, muttering, Damn it, Saki. Afterward, Saki herself could no longer remain standing. She staggered and fell. Immediately after, the dagger in Jima's hand also fell to the ground. He quickly ran over and caught her. The battle had just ended when Rachel and Sanhana arrived. As soon as they appeared, CEO signaled for them to be quiet. Saki's voice grew strained. I told you it hurt. If you keep slashing like that, why do you look so sad? She leaned against his body, her eyes beginning to dim. It's just, please stay by my side like this a little longer. With that, her eyes slowly closed. After dealing with the brawl, the team quickly returned to the academy. In the recovery room, the beeping from the machines kept whirring. On the hospital bed, Saki's finger twitched slightly, signaling she was waking up. She opened her eyes drowsily and slowly took in her surroundings. As soon as Saki came to, Weapon hurried over and called out loudly. Oh, you're awake? Saki looked back at him in a daze and asked. Huh. Weapon scolded anxiously. Do you know how many days you've been unconscious? Nearly 3 days. Hearing that, Saki couldn't hide her surprise and blurted. 3 days? Weapon continued. You usually sleep like a log, yet you manage to keep sleeping even now? Only then did she have time to sit and recall the events of the battle. Seeing her quiet reflection, he interjected. You owe the guild master your life. Rachel said it was Giamma who first aided you and Leon, who knew he had a healing talent. The doctor said the wounds were treated almost perfectly. At the name Giamma, Saki suddenly snapped awake. Giamma? She remembered that before she lost consciousness, she had quickly said, Please leave me like this for a little while. The moment left Saki stunned and ashamed. She trembled and was at a loss for words. Weapon stood there equally bewildered. Before he could speak, Saki suddenly screamed, the sound echoing across the room. Startled by the sudden outburst, Weapon asked confusedly, What's wrong with you? She was mortified and tense, her mind filled with images from that day. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over. How can I face him later? Seeing Saki's odd behavior, Weapon grew worried, thinking this is exactly the kind of dizziness after a traumatic shock. What on earth happened to her? Noticing his sympathetic gaze, Saki paused briefly, then snapped angrily. What? Why are you staring at my face like that? Is there something funny about my face? At this point, Weapon was certain of his suspicion. She normally seems a bit scatterbrained, but today is on another level. That's stressed, huh? Remembering she hadn't eaten for days, he held out a red bean cake and cooed. Here, take this and eat. Red bean cake, your favorite. Eat and calm down, okay? Good. At the sight of the red bean cake, the fiery look in Saki's eyes softened. But after a few seconds, her eyes narrowed in displeasure. Before he could react, she snatched the pillow beneath her and swung it straight into Weapon's face, sending him reeling backward as he angrily retorted, You cheeky monkey! Do you think waving a red bean cake will make me stop being mad? Get out right now. her kindness cruelly rejected. He held his face in pain and said, "Hey, speak properly. Why are you so hot-tempered?" With that, Weapon stomped off in anger. The door slammed shut, leaving her alone as she muttered to herself, "Why did I take my anger out on him like that? I should go apologize properly later. Oh, Leon, you're still alive. You haven't died yet, have you?" At that, tears suddenly welled up in the corner of Saki's eyes. All the suppressed emotions inside her burst forth, leaving her lying there sobbing uncontrollably. In her choking sobs, remembering her favorite snack, Saki lunged to grab the red bean cake beside her. Careless of her image, she shoved it into her mouth and ate hungrily. The smack of chewing mixed with stifled sobs echoed through the quiet room. After a long while, Saki finally stopped. As the negative emotions released, her fingers began to relax. She then gave a faint smile and, satisfied, said, "Delicious." A few minutes earlier, Kongjiyama had been trudging alone down the silent corridor. He walked on in a daze, his mind racing nonstop. 3 days after the semester exam, Leon and Saki were gravely injured. Both were in critical condition, half alive, half dead. But luckily his gamble to activate all his talents at once to fight had worked. Thanks to that, both of them had escaped the critical state in time. After some more wandering, he found himself standing unconsciously in front of their ward. The image of that admonition flooded back, weighing heavily on Kongjiyama's heart. From now on, it's not just about me anymore. Others are beginning to be dragged into this difficult whirl as well. Thinking that, his expression shifted suddenly, from brooding to one filled with determination. Strength alone may not be enough. We need a broader vision. Just as he hesitated, Kongjiyama caught sight of Weapon angrily shouting, "All that worrying about him for nothing." Surprised, he asked quietly, "What's wrong?" Noticing Kongjiyama, Weapon startled and replied, "Guild Master, isn't it my turn for the night watch? What is this?" "The Guild Master personally came. Are you afraid something might happen?" He answered calmly, "Not exactly." Remembering he hadn't yet reported that Saki had woken, Weapon quickly said, "Oh right, Saki is awake. Her body seems stabilized thanks to the Guildmaster's help, but her spirit appears to have some issues." Hearing that, Kongjiyama asked in puzzlement, "Issues?" He then awkwardly recounted the earlier scene. "Suspected post-traumatic symptoms." She suddenly screamed and threw a pillow at me. "She's always been difficult, but now her tongue seems sharper than before. She even refused the red bean cake." Hearing Weapon's account, he thought to himself dismissively, "She seemed fine then." Recalling something, Kongjiyama asked seriously, "Weapon, how's the screening of suspicious villains going?" "Here's the list. It contains a number of suspected villain infiltrators." Pondering, he wondered aloud, "No professor's name? There must be more, but if we expose these people, sooner or later we'll trace whoever's behind it." Pausing, Kongjiyama asked again, "Are you sure the information is accurate?" Without hesitation, Weapon replied confidently, "As sure as can be." Pleased, he added before leaving, "Weapon, tomorrow after class go with me to this place for a bit. Are you free?" Startled, and though he agreed, Weapon asked confusedly, Fine, but Saki just woke. Aren't we all supposed to go visit her tomorrow?" Kongjiyama hurriedly explained, "You've been friends for so long, and you still don't know her personality? Do you think Ryoso would be happy if we dragged the whole crowd to visit?" Hearing that, Weapon finally realized, all right, so where are we going tomorrow? By now the list in his hand had been clenched without him noticing. Kongjiyama replied vaguely, his eyes full of determination. "It's time we strike back at those bastards. It's time we strike back at those bastards." At the same time, in the Academy leadership's meeting room, Media exclaimed in shock, "You mean that old man, one of the elders named Clady, is the mastermind, right?" As soon as she finished, a hoarse voice quickly confirmed, "Yes, Senior, he's the one pulling the strings." The appearance of the demons during the midterm was his doing too. The Sword Saint leisurely sipped his tea and listened to the group's discussion. "What about this semester's exam?" The old man from the mountain then continued, "We've only been investigating for less than 2 days. Verification is still ongoing. But checking Clady's accounts suggests he even hired some demon sellers to do work for him." No sooner had he finished than Media strode forward boldly, her face etched with fury. Before anyone could respond, she immediately channeled magic to press the space, causing the ground beneath her feet to sink into a deep depression. Unable to contain her boiling rage, Media spat each word, her eyes flashing with killing intent. They sold demons and even used the services of those worthless assassins. Seeing her furious posture, the bald old man hastily reported, Intelligence says the last sighting of them was at the docks near Avalon Island. The more she heard, the hotter Media's blood boiled. She asked hoarsely again, all the way to Avalon Island? At this, the Sword Saint calmly said, Media, please calm down. Incensed, she snapped at him. Calm down? Do you expect me to sit and sip tea leisurely like you? I'm an educator. My duty is to protect every student in the academy. And yet people within the school are doing such despicable things. And they're members of the Elders' Council to boot. While I've prepared thoroughly to deal with external enemies, the rod is right here inside our academy. Setting her teacup back on the saucer, the Sword Saint slowly explained, You're not the only one furious. My granddaughter studies here too. And more. At that, everyone bowed their heads and fell silent, avoiding eye contact, which made Media narrow her eyes in bewilderment. The Sword Saint continued, his voice tinged with helplessness. The evidence we have is already convincing enough. The old man added, We've gathered information for 2 months and verified it thoroughly. The evidence is sufficient to launch a sweep immediately. When he finished, the surrounding space fell silent. This time, both turned their gazes to the Sword Saint, anxiously waiting. A few seconds later, the oppressive aura around him erupted. His eyes revealed a frightening, murderous intent as he growled. Is that so? The pressure crushed the room, causing the teacup on the table to shatter into pieces. This time the Sword Saint could no longer keep calm. Before the other two could speak, he impatiently signaled, Tonight we will. Just then, at the height of the moment, someone knocked loudly on the door. Jam's voice hurriedly rose. Sorry, I had an urgent matter which is why I'm coming at this hour. Headmaster, I'll handle it myself. As the large door opened, he and Weapon strode in boldly. The intimidating presence of the 3 leaders made him uneasy, but Kong Jiama remained as composed as ever. Media stammered as soon as she saw him. Kong Joma. A few minutes earlier, at the height of the moment, Jiama and Weapon swaggered into the headmaster's office. Their sudden appearance left the trio stunned, their faces still bearing the anger from before. Headmaster Media asked anxiously, Jiama, what the hell is going on? He answered seriously, It's all because of the incidents during the final assessment. I'm here because I have an important matter to report to you, Headmaster. As he spoke, Jiama pushed Weapon forward, causing him to stammer awkwardly. After a few seconds to collect himself, Weapon mustered his courage and explained, This concerns recent events and villains who sneaked into the academy. Hearing this, the relaxed expressions on the 3 saints' faces tightened. Media tilted her head, scrutinized him with a probing look, then asked with interest, Your Weapon, right? You're from the travel club? This is the first time I've met you in person. Facing her warm gaze, Weapon blushed and nodded shyly. Yes, ma'am. Pleased, she said, So you're saying it's likely that many on this list are those half-demon, half-spirit types? He immediately replied, confidently, Yes. Although we've checked multiple times, their subsequent movements remain extremely suspicious. After he spoke, a surge of powerful mana rose from Media. The surge of mana from Media rose immediately. Her eyes showed a vein of furious bloodlust. After a moment of probing, Headmaster Media frowned as if sensing something unusual. She withdrew her mana and shouted, I'm also using my blessing to verify this. Those bastards aren't even in the Academy's registry. Hearing this, Jiama finally dared to confirm his suspicion. If it was verified by the Sword Saint's blessing, it couldn't be wrong. The headmaster's confirmation left everyone astonished. Even the Sword Saint and the old mountain man gaped in shock. Holding the list in her hand, she remembered something odd and couldn't help but ask. But putting that aside, how did students like you manage to print out an internal list like this? Can you give me a satisfactory explanation? At that, Jiama froze, and Weapon beside him jumped, his face drained of color. Seeing both remain speechless, Media barked in a threatening tone. Answer me now. Frightened by her demeanor, Weapon fumbled glances at Jiama, silently pleading, What should we do now? Only to receive Jiama's tearful, averted face. After hesitating for a moment, Jiama stepped forward and replied, We illegally infiltrated the Academy's network. Her composed answer surprised Media, who quickly asked, You two hacked into the system? Jiama didn't flinch and nodded briskly, confirming lightly, Yes. As club leader, I gave the order and Weapon carried out the hack. Though he seems a bit naive, he's second in the entire class and extremely knowledgeable about computers. Hearing his name, Weapon flinched and hurriedly interjected, Wait, oh my. But he then solemnly cut in and continued to explain earnestly and apologetically. I admit our actions violated rules. I planned to report to you first, but there wasn't much time before departure, and I hoped the headmaster would be generous and understanding with us. Faced with their sincere attitude, Headmaster Media could only hold her head and give a wry smile. She sighed helplessly and then warned gently. Considering your intentions were good, I'll turn a blind eye this time, but you must never repeat this. Do you hear me, kids? Receiving the pardon, Weapon quickly replied, Thank you, Headmaster, for understanding us. Hearing that, Media explained, I trust you because of the contributions you've made over time. If it were any other students, they would have certainly faced disciplinary action or immediate expulsion. After hearing her absolution, Weapon finally exhaled. He clutched his chest and breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. I'm really alive. Seeing Weapon's fearful look, Giamma felt an odd sense of relief. It was a bit blunt, but he'd never mentioned the name Saki even once. The more he traveled with Weapon, the more he proved himself to be a dependable friend. Just then, the Sword Saint, who had been silent, finally spoke. But this has become a headache. If today we decide to declare war on those elders. No sooner had he spoken than everyone's gazes turned to him, waiting. Seeing the Sword Saint still hesitant, the old man cleared his throat and reminded him, Sword Emperor, since they are involved, don't they have the right to know the truth? He sighed softly and replied helplessly, That's true. I originally intended to go personally to Clady's residence today. Hearing this, Giamma flinched and asked hurriedly, Clady, that elder? Only then did the Sword Saint reveal the truth. Kong Giamma, the one plotting to assassinate you and your comrades, is the head elder, and the ringleader among them is a man named Clady. I'm preparing to apprehend them all along with the evidence gathered through the auditor. Of course, if I have the most appropriate plan. Seeing all plans stuck in a dead end, he couldn't help but worry. No matter how solid the evidence, a Sword Emperor who hasn't reached the current 7-star realm would find it very difficult to confront the head elder directly. Even with righteousness on our side, the head elder remains one of the immovable pillars of power. Lost in thought, he continued, If we strike the head elder head on, those villainous named demons will immediately scatter and flee the academy. Media, rechecking the list, confirmed grimly, That's absolutely right. If that happens, we may lose track of them forever. Still, we can't just stand by and let them run rampant. Thinking this over, Giamma sighed. Handling both objectives at once is quite a difficult problem. After a long pause, he suddenly spoke, cutting through the tense atmosphere of the room. We can gather them all in one place. Without waiting for a reaction, Giamma pulled out his phone and called someone. Once the line connected, he said in a stern voice, Choi CEO, Hearing the deep tone, Assistant Instructor Kim startled and gasped, then hurriedly replied, Yes. What's the matter? Without preamble, Giamma went straight to the point. You once said these villains didn't know each other, right? Though puzzled, she answered promptly, Not all of them, but most are like that. Hearing this, he ordered gravely, From now on, write down every name I read, because they're all villains. Assistant Kim widened her eyes and asked with difficulty, Yes, but how can I possibly do that? Giamma said calmly, Through an anonymously forwarded letter. That left her dumbfounded. An anonymous letter? Returning to the meeting, Giamma asked with suspicion, You mean the auditor, with the authority to purge nobles, will strike at Clady's manor, and Media and I will hit the location where the villains are gathering. Is that correct? He confidently nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's the plan. Assessing the plan's chances, the Sword Saint murmured in approval. This approach seems feasible. Media froze, then shouted in surprise. Hey, Giamma, how can you possibly gather all those villains in one place? Before she could press further, the Sword Saint lowered his voice to counsel. Media. He hadn't finished when Giamma cut in. Apologies, Headmaster, for the abruptness. But for now, act first. I'll explain in detail later. After a moment's consideration, the old man from the mountain clicked his tongue and said, Act first and explain later? Not surprising. You're quite the one with an interesting perspective. At the same time, the Sword Saint glanced at him and asked quietly, When you left Silly, how many people accompanied you? The old man from the mountain answered carefully. To ensure safety, I personally selected and brought along the remaining most outstanding individuals. Hearing that, he carefully recalculated the number of opposing forces. The head elder has night guards, and the auditor has 8 people. In response to the elder's concerns, Giamma clearly made a proposal that left everyone stunned. I'll go to Clades Manor with the auditor's people. I'm a victim in this matter, so I'll participate as well. In saying that, he tensely thought to himself, others are already intervening. Relying on sheer physical strength alone won't be enough to resolve everything. I need to reach a higher realm, a greater power. After careful reflection, Jiyama declared plainly, I'll be the next. Enter the 7-star ranks as the Sword Emperor's successor. The moment he finished, the meeting room fell silent. Everyone present turned in stunned disbelief to look at him. After a moment, to compose themselves, the Sword Saint laughed approvingly and said, It seems everyone has finally made up their minds. Before the crowd could respond, he replied coldly and decisively, In the meeting, all plans have been prepared accordingly. Standing silently by the window, both Jiyama and Weapon carried their own private anxieties. Unable to suppress a sense of fear, he hesitantly asked, Are you really going? Startled briefly, he turned to look at his friend with a gaze full of unspoken emotion. Before his friend could answer, Jiyama turned and left, not forgetting to warn, It's dangerous there, so you should stay here. I'll finish this mess and return soon. Weapon could only stand there motionless, watching him with eyes full of worry. He trembled as he said, Don't overdo it, Jom. At the same time, according to the plan, the anonymous letter Jiyama tasked Assistant Kim with sending had been delivered to the villains. Its contents left them baffled. Message sent from the professor. What the hell is this? Who does he think he is to send a message like this? Instead of anger, the henchman behind him replied confidently, But looking at the sender ID, it's clearly the professor. The villain shouted angrily, Are we just a bunch of sycophantic lackeys? This won't do. We must reassert the rank order this time. At that, the villain on his side couldn't help but mock. Look at your face, turning pale just from one message. Mocked so bluntly, he exploded and screamed, Who told you to call me a coward? I don't like that professor either, but what can we do? If he orders it, we have to follow. But why are there only a few of us here? Were we all supposed to gather at this location? At that moment, a shadowy figure stepped forward from the far entrance, causing the villains to all turn their eyes toward it. Hearing footsteps and assuming reinforcements were arriving, he smugly called back, There's one more person on the way, so why don't you hurry up a bit? If you dawdle, the professor will be furious. Contrary to his hurried tone, his comrade remained extremely wary, thinking, But why can't I sense any magical fluctuation from that person? Sensing something off, he shouted loudly, Hey, wait a moment! Before the warning finished, a terrified scream from the villain rang out from the darkness ahead, leaving the group stunned. In less than 3 seconds, someone ruthlessly severed the leader's arm. Fresh blood sprayed across the floor, the metallic stench cutting through the air. Immediately, the villains heightened their alert. Each man's gaze hardened with resentment. From the shadowed corner, a familiar, indistinct figure emerged. It was none other than Headmaster Media. She casually snapped off the leader's head and flung it contemptuously against the nearby wall. Unable to bear the humiliation, the villain screamed in rage. Bastard! Who's there? Media stepped forward slowly and said coldly, I suppose I was too negligent and allowed you to run rampant in the academy. Hello, you cockroaches. Hello, you cockroaches. Cut to nightfall. Jiyama's group began to move. The old man beside him turned and praised, Jiyama, you're a truly remarkable young man. The unexpected compliment left him a little surprised. He looked toward the man, who continued, I can't read you at all. What kind of person you are or what you're thinking. Not even I, someone seasoned in this line of work. Then he noticed Jiyama's eyes, ordinary at first glance, yet profoundly unusual. He went on to analyze. It's those eyes, black and glossy as if stripped of all emotion, distracting thoughts, and humanity, like a cold blade. Do you know the criterion that separates a human from a monster? Jiyama stood silent, offering no answer. He continued, Monsters always think of themselves as ordinary humans. Hearing this, Jiyama replied, How does that relate to our current situation? The old man looked up at the distant sky, his voice calm. Don't become a monster. No sooner had he finished speaking than countless figures they had been waiting for appeared before. Glancing at those beside him through tear-filled eyes, he recognized a familiar face. Could that be Nox? He thought to himself. Because of the old man's words, I previously mobilized 8 of my best here. He praised. Truly the pinnacle of shadow arts. He thought again. Because of the old man's words, I previously mobilized 8 of my best here. He praised. Truly the pinnacle of shadow arts. In the name of the Order family, punish the fallen. As soon as those words ended, The weapons they held appeared outside the head elder's man. Cut back to Headmaster Media. At this moment, a head was rolling on the ground. Seeing it, the blue-haired man cried out in terror, Shinji, and they realized who stood before them. The sage Media. She flashed a cold glance at them. There are a few cancerous cells, 5 in total. A battle-hardened elder hidden beneath the guise of an innocent 20-year-old. But among the 7-star ranks, she is unique. Immediately, the pink-haired man channeled strength into his palm and warned sharply, "Don't be fooled by her appearance. She's just an old woman who's been away from the front lines for over 40 years. He grinned with pleasure, looked at his arm, and felt, "This is the power granted by my master. As for that washed-up hag, get lost." At once he leaped straight at Media, preparing to attack. But the attack was easily dodged by Media. She nodded in confirmation. "That's right, that was the past." As she spoke, she raised her leg. In an instant, the pink-haired man's body was cleaved in two. She then reached out with her foot to touch his head, and immediately stomped down hard on the ground. The only figure among the 7 stars with an undefined status. She is also known by another epithet, Tyrant Media. At this moment, one of her eyes had transformed, flashing a terrifying light. Her voice rang out. Next. No sooner had she spoken than a fat man suddenly appeared from behind and lunged, shouting, "You crazy bitch!" But just as he was about to strike, a razor-sharp slash cut through the air. The Sword Saint's voice sounded. "Still don't know how to hold back, Media?" Turning to him, she sneered, "Humph, you're too late." Seeing the sword radiate overwhelming power, the blue-haired man cried out in shock, "Sword! The Sword Emperor!" The two now fought side by side. He looked over and asked, "You still haven't thrown that outfit away?" The outfit she wore was the same one she once wore fighting alongside the Sword Emperor on the battlefield. Her voice was calm. "I haven't forgotten it even once." Staring straight at the two of them, the blue-haired man shouted angrily, "You insane bastards! What are you standing there for? Release all your mana now." Media's eyes flashed as they slid over them. "So I have even less reason to show mercy." With those words, she lunged at the 3 men before her. Inside the manor, the blonde suddenly felt a violent tremor. He wondered, what is that? Why is it shaking like this all of a sudden? Then he looked up at the flickering lamp on the wall. Again? If you leave it on all night, it'll short out, of course. He stepped forward to turn on the lamp. Lord Clady clearly has so much money, but he's stingy even for this. Am I here as a guard or an electrician? The moment the lamp was switched on was the moment he met his end. An assassin struck with exquisite precision. The moment the lamp was switched on was the moment he met his end. An assassin struck with exquisite precision. His head rolled across the floor. Giamma calmly stepped over the bloodstain and moved inside. He was followed by other members. At that, a guard asked, "What is this?" His arm trembling, he pointed toward the darkness. "Hey, look." The old man's cold voice rang out. "The auditor. Make way for this person." No sooner had he spoken than 8 assassins suddenly appeared around Giamma. This terrified the guards. They shouted, "The auditor? The auditor has infiltrated inside. Arm yourselves now." At this, he continued forward, eyes half closed. 2 men, overestimating themselves, lunged to attack him. But in an instant they were finished off by a rushing assassin. As they advanced, countless bodies of the guards fell one after another. 2 more, also misjudging their strength, charged forward. But a second later, they had returned to dust. A slaughter occurred in the blink of an eye. Countless anguish cries rang out. "Run! Run! Help me!" His footsteps stopped just as all the guards here had been wiped out. The old man stepped forward to assess. Even if it's top secret, this area is far too large. Seeing his composed manner, he asked in puzzlement, "Master, aren't you at all worried? No matter how solid the evidence, killing an elder will surely bring great risk." He smiled and replied, "Haha, we're the Order family. If we have concrete proof and still do nothing, that would be the real problem. And besides, with a future 7-star like you accompanying us, what consequences could possibly occur?" At that moment, Knox suddenly appeared behind the 2 of them. He reported, "Master, everyone has infiltrated Clady's study." The man replied with satisfaction, "I see. Understood." They continued walking. They arrived at a very large door, light spilling from within. "Is this the place?" Knox beside him nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it is." The room inside made no sound, which made the old man slightly uneasy. "It's far too quiet." He winked at him, as if conveying his intent and understanding. He decisively stepped forward, placed his hand on the door. Then let's go in. Saying that, he pushed the door open into the blinding light within. The moment they stepped into the room, a silent space opened up before them, causing the group with Giamma to become highly alert. Nox scanned the area, looking around for anything unusual. Immediately, a young man burst out from inside, shouting, "Master!" Seeing him in a hurry, he reassured him, "Calm down. What's wrong?" His voice trembled as he stammered, "It's the others." As he spoke, his whole body began to contort and swell, looking utterly terrifying. Instantly, his body ballooned and then exploded like a burst bubble, spraying liquid all over the three of them. Only then were the lights in the room turned on. Only then were the lights in the room turned on. The horrific scene terrified Nox, who shouted, "What the hell is going on?" The master then tried to calm Nox. "Control your emotions." Though he said it outwardly, Giamma noticed his arm trembling with fear. From the darkness, a few people stepped out and applauded to welcome them. Well, even seeing this massacre, you tell them to hide their emotions? That's the bearing of the auditor ahead for you. A group appeared with very confident expressions. The pink-haired man continued clapping. "Hey, old man, or are you just completely emotionless?" Nox, losing his composure, clenched his fists and demanded, "You bastards dare do this to our men?" In response, a few arms were flung straight down onto the floor. "How dare you interrupt adults speaking, you animals? Take this. I was going to keep it as a memento, but it's going to stink horribly. Since you're family, clean it up and take proper care of him." The brazen actions of these people infuriated the master. His eyes blazed red as he yelled, "You damn dogs." This only excited the pink-haired man more. "Well, turns out you do have feelings, don't you, Lord Claudy?" From behind, Claudy stepped forward and replied, "Those are Lord Villain's words. How could I possibly object, especially seeing a lowly butcher insert himself among the elite and pretend to be powerful?" Seeing this familiar face, the master angrily shouted, "Claudy, you damn dog. No matter how corrupt you are, how could you side with that trash?" He retorted, "Shut up. You petty noble dare lecture me? Tonight, I will personally raise the Auditora family." The master continued to curse, "Those parasitic scum living off the demon clan. You should be ashamed before your father's spirit." This made Claudy even angrier. "What did you just say?" The man beside him, seeing the tension, turned to call the master's name to calm him. On the other side, Claudy was not to be outdone. "That filthy bastard! How dare he?" Seeing their argument was pointless, Villain interjected, "Enough, sir." Claudy's body trembled with rage. "But that despicable man dared to mention my father." Before he could finish speaking, a large hand was placed firmly on his shoulder. Villain's voice turned cold. "I told you to stop." Then the corner of his mouth lifted into an amused smile as he realized something. "It's that kid, an unprecedented phenomenon entering the academy. He's called the Golden Generation, who defeated them all with a single strike, and claimed the top spot among the candidates for the vessel position. The one I'm talking about is Giamma, and claimed the top spot among the candidates for the vessel position. The one I'm talking about is Giamma. Truly exceptional. No wonder the other Legion commanders covet him so much. I'll take him without breaking a sweat." His gaze dimmed slightly, as if pondering something. Then a heavy, murderous aura radiated from him, causing Villain across from him to startle. A chill ran down his spine. Why make him so surprised like this? Not recognizing the issue, Claudy shouted, "A lowly scholarship student dares look at me like that, and now you no longer have media's protection. Prepare to die right here." At these words, his expression remained unchanged, as if readying some plan. He thought to himself, "Old Claudy, always scheming to assassinate me, and those wicked men who've infiltrated that I haven't yet identified. There's no better opportunity than now to settle all grudges." Without hesitation, he drew his sashimi knife, ready to fight. "I'll let the two of you take their lives. As for the magic, I'll cut it off." Understanding his intention, the master and Nox both drew their weapons at once. The imbalance of forces excited Villain. "Ha ha, thought you were special, did you? Turns out you're just a madman. Magic my ass. Don't tell me you plan to slice me with that vegetable knife." He didn't answer him, but directly used the sword god's protection. He smiled in reply. "Of course." He smiled and replied, "Of course." The power of the blessing burst forth, shattering the room's door. Across from them, Villain showed no fear. He still laughed loudly. Enough. Stop the attack. With that lot, they're practically ascended already. He turned and ordered the man beside him. Finish them. The man smiled and replied, Haha, very well. Looking into the dust and smoke ahead, two vague figures could be seen. Without hesitation, he charged forward. I can clearly see you hiding back there. This is as easy as pie. But then, he didn't realize a clean, sweet cut had appeared on his body. In the blink of an eye, his body was split in two. It was the combined move of the master and Nox. Contrary to Villain's expectations, he ground his teeth in anger. What? Not a scratch. Magic failed. He immediately thrust his hand forward, ordering, You fools. He's still unharmed. Aim precisely according to plan. Attack again now. On his command, the others launched consecutive magical attacks at Giama's group. But by then Nox had changed position. He struck toward Villain, causing him to shout in fear. They're coming. From behind, a fat man immediately used magic, creating a giant rock that flew straight at Nox. Then from the darkness, a flash of light flickered, revealing half of his face. With a single, effortless cut, he easily sliced the incoming rock in two. This left the master and Villain utterly astonished. Could it be that he sliced through the magic itself? Seeing this, the blonde youth realized his fate. He could only gasp. Damn it, how am I supposed to? As he spoke, Nox sent him off a short distance. Faced with the overwhelming strength of Giama's people, the pink-haired man began to shirk responsibility. What the hell? What are you doing? Attack already! The fat man, finding himself used as a shield, spun around angrily and demanded. And what are you doing? Villain replied. I'm observing the situation. On this side, two mages continued to unleash successive attacks. Ha ha, I don't know when I'll get to release magic like this again. The girl beside them added, Die. D. Go D. They launched a barrage of attacks, but their spells accidentally collided, causing them to explode in midair. This made the pink-haired girl turn angrily. Hey, why didn't you shoot properly? They collided and evaporated. The purple-haired girl shot back. You idiot, do it properly. Why are you shooting along my trajectory? She warned. Don't be careless just because the boss is dead. As she spoke, the pink-haired girl next to her was cut down by the master's sword with a single slash. Her fate was the same shortly after. The master sneered. Useless lot. Fighting, and you take your eyes off the enemy. Only the fat man remained focused. He transformed his arm into a massive mace and swung it straight at the master. Is that what the distracted one meant? Just as the attack was about to land, Giama appeared out of nowhere and sliced off his arm. The master's voice rang out. The weak do not know silence. No sooner had he finished than Nox rushed in and cut off the man's legs. The man went limp like a kite with a broken string and collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, the master leapt down and delivered a finishing blow. That is why they must die. Everything happened so fast that Claudia was utterly shocked. I didn't see a thing. Indeed, maybe we should secure our sight first. Beside him, Villain agreed. Good idea, Elder. Then he began to muster his power. You pieces of trash. More important than securing vision is fighting properly. Do your job. His power erupted, causing the automatic sprinklers on the ceiling to spray water like rain. After a few seconds, the dust and smoke in the room dissipated. Looking at the scene before them, the two stood stunned. Impossible. This is fucked. Because all their underlings had been eliminated, none remained. Claudia trembled with fear. You bastards. His footsteps advanced slowly forward. On his side, Villain thought inwardly. Giama, that guy's the real problem. Sensing things were wrong, he grabbed Claudia by the throat. Back off. Don't come near me. I'll kill this old man. His action surprised the others. What the hell are you doing? But he seemed not to hear. He drew his weapon and continued advancing. Villain's voice was filled with terror. I'm serious. I'll kill him. He still didn't stop, which made Villain's complexion even more panicked. He kept coming, causing Villain to grow increasingly frantic. Then a thrilled smile spread across his lips. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred behind them, leaving everyone in stunned shock. A person slowly stepped in. A voice rang out. That thing shouldn't be used that way. Seeing someone arrive to support them, Villain cried out excitedly. Oh, so you're only here now? I've been waiting for you a long time, Professor. Stepping forward, the man said, Unexpectedly, except for one person, everyone else is dead. That was not in my plans. But for an educator, nothing is prouder than seeing one's students improve. The arrival of this person made Villain overjoyed. Claudia beside him cleared his throat a few times. He on this side looked toward him, thinking to himself, that guy. He on this side looked toward him, thinking to himself, that guy. He merely snorted coldly and replied, you are weak, and yet you blame me. How foolish, even more childish than those students. Feeling insulted, Villain snapped angrily. What? What did you just say? Do you know how many people have died because of you? You're late and still dare speak like that. He continued to taunt. Empty barrels make the most noise, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Villain stepped forward, grabbed the front of the mask. You bastard hiding behind that mask, shut your mouth. Wanna die? Shut your mouth. Wanna die? The mask was immediately thrown to the ground. A mysterious face was revealed to everyone. Turning to this side, before media's overwhelming power, the blue-haired man begged in fear. Please spare me. I'll tell everything, please. Media's voice grew cold. Really? He was a bit fearful, but tried to stay calm and answered, of course. Ask whatever you want. Before he could finish, Media threw a punch, crushing his head. In return, do you trust being human? The sword saint beside him added. It seems everything's been taken care of. She nodded. The sword saint pondered. But could those 6 really have been all of them? At that moment, the surrounding space suddenly trembled violently, startling the two. This tremor is a worry surfaced in Media's mind. Giamma, the two then turned and ran toward Claudia's mansion. Move. Back at Giamma's position, the stranger's voice rang out. Guide, sorry about that. You are making too much noise. With a single gesture, he easily took down Villain. This caused Giamma's people to be somewhat stunned. He slowly removed his hood. Claudia stepped forward. You came to save me, didn't you? After the hood was removed, a very familiar face was revealed. Long time no see, student Giamma. How have you been lately? This face was not unfamiliar to him. A name came to his mind. Damien, he continued. You're probably wondering how I got here. I'll tell you the reason, so don't be too angry. I placed a listening magic on Choi Seol. Someone habitually late and fiercely clinging to life like her would surely cling to student Kong Giamma when in danger. Behind them, the master now realized the matter. So, this guy is the one. He drew his weapon and replied. He's the one behind everything. What you said about the blessing earlier, Damien explained. No need to worry about that. A scholar's curiosity is real, and what I told you was the truth. He gritted his teeth and demanded, then why did you do this? He laughed and replied, dying without a last word? It's simple. A single, gentle word left his mouth. The vessel. But I miscalculated. There are still 2 impediments here. As he said this, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, making him flinch and cry out in fear. Nox. Immediately, a spatial vortex appeared in the air. It generated an intense suction, forcing Nox to lean back to avoid it. His voice continued. Don't resist any longer. I don't like pointless attrition battles. Then he snapped his fingers again, sending 2 more magical vortices straight at the master. The master snapped angrily. How can one predict where the attack will come from? He complimented. Yet you still dodge very well. Truly worthy of the auditory name. On this side, he refused to stand idly by. He tightened his grip on his weapon and lunged straight at Damien. But then a magical vortex suddenly appeared before him, startling him. What? His entire body was pressed down by the force, and one knee collapsed to the ground. He immediately regained his composure and fixed his gaze on Damien. He said with relish, even if you lose limbs, using you as a vessel won't be affected. But if possible, I'd prefer to take you intact, so you should know your limits. Saying that, he snapped his fingers and produced 2 enormous magical vortices. On this side, the master worried. Can't we cut through this magic? Approaching it isn't easy, he added. It's a magic that detonates the air at a set point. If you try to slash it, you'll be pulled into the explosion. He fretted. This magic is truly baffling. Hearing this, Damien grew excited. You figured it out? Indeed, you're not ordinary like the others. It's as if you can see everything. The barrage of attacks forced him to retreat to dodge. Damn it. He tightened his grip on his weapon, thinking, those hand motions trigger the detonations. But you can't know where they'll explode with only 15 seconds left. If we keep dodging, the master began analyzing. Read the movement of the air currents. Hearing that, Damien sneered. Ridiculous. Immediately, a magical vortex was summoned beneath the master's feet, but he leapt away to avoid it. Shortly after, another magic circle appeared under Nox's feet, and he too narrowly escaped. He observed and thought. They don't detonate simultaneously. At that moment, he redirected an attack straight at him. trajectory, he leapt into the air and dodged with ease. The farther away, the slower the detonation. They attacked simultaneously, but with time offsets. Could it be from behind? Claudia flattered. Wonderful. Keep killing them like that, Professor. No sooner had he finished speaking than an explosion occurred right beside him, terrifying. No sooner had he finished speaking than an explosion occurred right beside him, terrifying. He replied, Me? Why would I do that? Claudia explained, Isn't that why you gathered these villains here? This made Damien burst into laughter. Haha. What gain would I have in saving the elder? A man who goes whichever way the wind blows. Worth nothing like that? Insect, scum, trash. Calling him that still isn't enough. Your father would surely scream in hell. Insulted repeatedly, Claudia was furious. What did you say? He continued. You were only bait, meant to distract them. Even I couldn't face the Sword Emperor, the headmaster, and the Auditora family all at once. He continued. You were only bait, meant to distract them. Even I couldn't face the Sword Emperor, the headmaster, and the Auditora family all at once. But to bind you in place, to keep you from escaping. You've always been a cowardly piece of trash who runs when frightened. If they all get taken down, so be it. In any case, my objective is already achieved. Realizing he was only part of the plan, Claudia trembled with rage. You monstrous villain! Damien raised his arm, preparing to launch the next attack. What a pity. I didn't expect that to be your last words. Farewell, then. On this side, Giamma had also finished preparing his attack. He used a technique that made the entire space seem to freeze. Everyone felt that pressure. The mass of air was devouring Claudia, and it was linked to the kindling in Damien's hand. As soon as he found the weakness, he aimed his weapon and rushed forward. Found it. On this side, Damien still hadn't noticed his move. He spoke, farewell, but then something whizzed between the two of them, making him start. What was that? Claudia also didn't understand what was happening. Damien snapped his fingers repeatedly, but to no effect. How can this be? He snapped his fingers again. What the hell is going on? Then he looked toward the knife that had just flown past him. Could it be? He immediately reeled the knife back by its cord, stepped forward, and said, Claudia's life. That's mine. Damien was extremely surprised that his attack had been thwarted. Student Giamma. He tightened his grip on the knife and advanced. Damien, I will cut you down. Time is relative. While decoding his magic, it felt like less than a second passed, but everything slowed until it became clear. The link between him and the detonator. I will sever it. Seeing his attack nullified, Damien turned in bewilderment. How can this be? This can't be happening. It's just a coincidence. He reached out again, wanting to snap once more, but this time nothing happened, because he had used the Sword Saint's blessing resonance, awakening the blessing of teleportation. He had grasped the magic with mind's eye. Now the room space was almost entirely under his control. I can see clearly as long as the resonance holds. He immediately spotted the gap in his attack and delivered a slash, cutting the connecting thread. He immediately spotted the gap in his attack and delivered a slash, cutting the connecting thread. He snarled in anger. Again? You can really see it. Claudia was now terrified, muttering, damn. Then he glanced at the man beside him. Damien still couldn't believe his eyes. This is impossible. A human could actually see that. Fine, whether you can see it or not doesn't matter anymore. Detonate them all at once. Everything explode. I will slaughter every last one of you. Immediately, he created countless bombs floating in the air, but every link between him and the bombs was within his sight. He prepared to snap his fingers, shouting, Giamma, if you can really see this, let's see if you can block it. See if you can handle them all at once. I'll level this entire place. But with a very slight swing of his hand, he effortlessly produced countless slashes that struck the connecting threads. The attack continued to be nullified. Damien was almost helpless. What? Just one explosion? Try again. He tried again and again, but the result remained a failure. He stared at him for a long moment, then tried again. Explode. 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 I said explode. Opposite him, the other remained calm, unleashing consecutive slashes to counter the attack. The shadows that had stood behind him, all the enemies he'd faced before, one by one surfaced in his mind. On this side, Damien was nearly desperate. Just one explosion is enough. Looking at the opponent before him, he thought, the one who rallied everyone around him, the mastermind behind it all. Damien kept trying over and over. I told you to explode. Explode. At that moment, 2 bombs showed signs of link. In exchange, streaks of blood appeared on 2 of his fingers from snapping too many times. He was ecstatic. Yes, it's working. It's attached. Behind them, the master also realized the problem. It's over. Just as the bombs were about to detonate, he swung his hand and launched attacks that severed the linking threads. All the scattered bombs were disabled. Damien froze. How? When did he appear in front of me? Looking at how he controlled the knife in his hand, he realized he used it to gather them all. The small bombs began to converge, forming a gigantic bomb right before him. In an instant, a massive explosion ripped through the manor. After the dust settled, the master still stood there, eyes fixed on the center of the battle. The battle was over. Damien, under the blast's impact, was left maimed. He then decisively sheathed his weapon. Is that all there is? Then he turned his gaze toward Claude. He was about to run. There was nothing else he could do. But he didn't know Nox had been watching him. The moment Nox saw him attempt to flee, he pressed a sword to his throat. The moment Nox saw him attempt to flee, he pressed a sword to his throat. A spray of blood arced into the air, accompanied by a pitiful scream. A spray of blood arced into the air, accompanied by a pitiful scream. Not wanting him to speak further, the master stepped forward and covered his mouth. That's a bit too much talk for a traitor to humanity. He drew the knife again, holding it as he strode straight toward Claude. Seeing the glowing knife in Giamma's hand, Claude was terrified. You worthless piece of trash, filthy commoner. Without hesitation, a slash was unleashed. Another slash struck right into his old wound, making him howl in pain. But immediately after, Giamma used a blessing to heal his injuries. This left him bewildered. Healing, huh? What is this? After the healing finished, Giamma slashed him once more, then healed him again. Repeat. He was utterly terrified. You bastard, you plan to slash me and heal me over and over. Are you playing God to toy with me? Stop it right now. As he said that, Giamma granted his wish. A decisive slash ended him. Silence fell over the room. To break the atmosphere, the master said, Nox, you seem calmer than I expect. He replied, Not at all, master. I'm just used to this. The master asked, Used to it? What do you mean? Nox explained, You may have heard. I felt the weight of his blade myself. At that time, I provoked him out of foolish pride, even calling him a commoner, even hailed as a genius. I couldn't even scratch him. I can't even describe how powerless I felt then. But now I can understand. Chloe once said that Giamma alone was stronger than the entire Auditoria family. At the time, I thought that was nonsense. But now, I have no choice but to admit it. Giamma is the strongest person I've ever seen. Nothing compares to him, and he is wielding that power in an entirely righteous way. I think that's why Chloe was drawn to him. The master murmured. Nox, he continued, Master, you always told me to cherish the family's legacy. But if my beliefs are strong enough, I want to follow them. Without hesitation, he removed his hat. I've decided to become Kong Giamma's shadow. This time, the master respected his decision. You won't regret it? Looking at him, he asserted, No, master. From outside, the door opened, letting light spill into the room. Two people, Media and the Sword Saint, had arrived. Seeing what had unfolded, Media was completely stunned. The Sword Saint was no exception. He was still staring at Claudi's corpse, as if deep in thought. The Sword Saint approached the master and asked, What happened here? He replied, As you can see, the villains ran rampant. Even Claudi, we've taken them all down. Of course, we suffered losses as well. Headmaster Media asked, But does it make sense that Auditoria's elite were defeated? He replied, No. Before this, why the hell were villains even here? The ringleader and the infiltrators, it seems someone called a professor sent the entire force here. Hearing that, Media was furious. What? What are you saying? Seeing her getting agitated, the Sword Saint raised a hand to stop her. Listen to the details first. The manor gradually returned to its usual calm. Inside, the master had pieced things together. It seems it was all his doing. Hearing the story, Media couldn't help but exclaim, That's insane. Looking at the corpses strewn on the ground, the Sword Saint quietly reflected, A blade, neither righteous nor corrupt. Kong Giamma, who are you? The master affirmed. There's no doubt, he's an extraordinary talent, but a blade without direction sooner or later becomes a disaster. Therefore, the more talented someone is, the more they need guidance to be led rightly. Then he looked straight at the Sword Saint. Don't you think you should take on that role, see? Yes. Besides, the break is coming up. Why not take Giamma with you during that time? That boy will surely pursue the ancient aspiration, the goal the Nibelung family has carried for generations. Scene change. A few days later, in class, everyone was chatting animatedly. I'll spend the break with my family at a beach house in Hawaii. The girl next to her jealously said, So jealous. I want to go too. The blonde offered, Do you want to come along? Chloe approached him while he was lost in his own thoughts. I heard the Sword Emperor and the headmaster will handle the fallout, but because one of the elder council members died, it's a serious incident. It won't be easy to resolve. Still, there's a lot of evidence showing they colluded with the villains. But because one of the elder council members died, it's a serious incident. It won't be easy to resolve. Still, there's a lot of evidence showing they colluded with the villains. From behind, a voice rang out and caught his attention. It was Saki who appeared. Chloe asked, "Saki, are you okay?" She cheerfully replied, "You came early?" She privately thought, "I should have come earlier." Then she turned to Chloe. "Everything's fine now. Thanks." Chloe added, "Good. Don't skip on buying medicine." Saki then returned to her seat. He turned and asked, "What did the doctors say at the hospital?" She answered, "Oh, they said I need a few more outpatient treatments." He asked further, "So since it's break, you'll go back to Japan for treatment, right?" Hearing that, she was a bit surprised. "Huh? Break?" She awkwardly asked back. "What are you planning to do during the break?" He replied, "I don't have any plans. I'll probably stay at the academy." Hearing that, Saki was shocked. "What? You're staying here for a whole month?" Chloe was surprised too. "Really?" He explained, "I don't really have anywhere to go anyway." Saki thought for a moment, then said, "But Giamma, you seem a bit different. It looks like you're getting more gray hair. Or am I seeing things?" Hearing that, he thought to himself, "Looking closely now, it's true. With each passing day, my complexion has changed noticeably. Both my hands are covered in calluses. In my past life, I treated these calluses as proof of growing up, but now they're the result of taking countless lives. I have no regrets. They were all deserving of death. But this swelling feeling is so unsettling. I no longer hesitate when I swing the sword. I thought it was the blessing, but now it's my body that reacts first. It's not the control of the blessing anymore. It's this body. Kanjiama. What exactly is this body? Even my parents have disappeared without a trace, as if they never existed. In the end, who am I?" A voice snapped him back to the present. "Hey, are you going to answer?" "Hello, Sakigwa Bisaidim. Joe. Joe." He looked like a man lost in thought. Worried, she placed a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, Giamma, what's wrong all of a sudden?" "Are you okay?" He replied. "It's nothing." Chloe asked with concern. "Giamma, so you'll spend the whole break hunting in dungeons instead of going home?" Saki interjected. "Probably. If it's Giamma, then." She mimicked his weapon-drawing motion. "I'll chop them all up." He'll say that and go rampage through dungeons non-stop, right? He felt a bit embarrassed. "Don't act like that. Why bring that up?" Saki laughed. "Anyway, you're not exactly normal." "Yeah, the monster always thinks it's normal." He asked again. "Am I like that?" Saki exclaimed, "Huh? What?" He continued, "That thing my not normalness." The silly question made the two girls burst out laughing. "Yeah, totally. Right, Chloe?" Chloe smiled. "Indeed. I think everyone at school knows number one is extraordinary." He suddenly remembered the master's words. "Don't become a monster." Thinking that, he said, "This break, I'll probably rest for a few weeks." Saki immediately got excited. "What? You Giamma?" She changed her mind at once. "Then, I want to stay at the academy too." Giamma, during this break. Just then, the teacher entered with the Sword Saint. "Everyone sit down." The class quickly settled. "Order, order. You all seem unusually lively today. As of today, summer break has begun. I know you're eager, but you are students of Joaquin Academy. Maintain your conduct while outside the academy. The academy's reputation depends on how you behave." The class replied in unison. "Yes, sir." "Please," the teacher said. These students answer with so much energy. Then he yielded the floor to the Sword Saint. The students whispered, "Is he going to lecture for an hour?" "Probably." The Sword Saint stepped onto the podium, cleared his throat, and said, "Only outdated old men talk at length. I hope to see you stronger next term." Dismissed, the class erupted. As expected of the Sword Emperor, we knew he'd do that. Summer break is here. The lesson ended, and everyone began to part ways. Chloe looked a little sad. "Giamma, have a nice break." He smiled. "You too, Chloe." She softly replied. He glanced out the door. Knox was already waiting there. He said, "I'll wait to see you come back even stronger." Those words filled Chloe with determination. She clenched her fist. "Yeah." Then she cheerfully turned and left. "Bye, everyone. Have a great break." Saki beside them suddenly froze when she saw something, because the Sword Emperor was standing right in front of them. Sensing this was serious, he said, "You go ahead, Saki." She nodded, "All right." Even as she left, her eyes kept following him. "Giamma," the Sword Emperor spoke. "Do you have any plans for the break?" He replied, "I plan to train by myself at the academy." The Emperor didn't answer immediately, only saying, "You've already done everything you can on your own, haven't you?" Then he offered, "So, would you like to come with me?" He asked back, "Go where?" He didn't hesitate. The Nibelung family. The unexpected offer left him stunned for a few seconds. Cut to the next day. Saki was running tirelessly around the schoolyard. She glanced at her phone. Is it already 9:00? Then she returned to the classroom and searched everywhere. She went through all the familiar places where Giamma used to appear. After searching for a while, she sat on a stone bench in the schoolyard. He's not here, she thought to herself. Maybe I'll stay at the academy. I won't go home either. Looking at the unread message, she wondered, could he still be asleep? He hasn't even seen the message. Remembering how she was in his arms, she felt a little embarrassed. I still haven't properly thanked him. After that, she appeared in front of the boys' dormitory, standing at the door of room 307. Done with this, standing at his door, her whole body trembled. She didn't dare knock. But, not replying to messages, that's your fault. Her arms slowly rose to knock on the door, then withdrew. She turned away bashfully. Right? He must be really tired. Since the festival ended, he hasn't had a decent rest. Anyway, today is the first day of break. Sleeping in is normal. I can wait. I'm patient. At that time, outside the academy, a bus arrived as usual. On the bus, Giamma sat inside, his gaze fixed on the academy. Going abroad? Huh? Kind of exciting. He recalled the conversation with the Sword Saint. Now that you've decided to inherit my legacy, it's time I properly train you. Consider this a transfer of power trip. But there's an even more important reason. The Auditora family has cause to eliminate a traitor. But to the Elder Council, that's enough to suspect you as the culprit. This break is when attention is lowest, and it's the best time for them to act. No matter how much the Auditora family tries to cover it up, exposure is only a matter of time. Once you can't stop it from spreading, the best option is to leave to a place they can't reach. That place is the Nibelung family, a heroic line that has endured for 700 years. The birthplace of Aaron Nibelung. Sigurd Castle, he thought to himself. I've only glimpsed in the game, but that territory is almost a miniature country. There, the Sword Emperor's existence is law. No ordinary person dares violate it, unless they've completely lost their mind. As he said, it's best to leave. After a moment's hesitation, he decided, then I'll do that. Hearing his answer, the man turned and left. A wise decision. To avoid attention, we'll depart first. Tomorrow, you should take a different route. And until we reach the Nibelung family, do not use any communication devices. Not even your phone. Understood, he asked. But how will I know the way? The man reassured him. Don't worry. Someone will come to pick you up. On the bus, the two girls saw him and exclaimed, awesome. The purple-haired girl asked, what's going on? He thought to himself, this is really troublesome. The blonde realized, hey, that black-haired guy, isn't he the one from the festival? The purple-haired replied, that's him, the one who beat Iron Cuff. Totally. Sword Saint Sashimi. He looks even more handsome in person. He was silent. I heard all of that, you know. The two girls whispered. Should we go talk to him? Go ahead. Who knows? He might be your future husband. Just then, someone boarded the bus, letting out a cold snort. The two male students in front jumped. Seriously? The blonde was about to approach and say, hey, Sword Saint Sashimi. But before she could finish, a familiar figure slipped by. That person sat down right next to Giamma. It was Abel. His sudden appearance surprised him. Why are you here? She replied. Didn't he tell you? He recalled the Sword Saint's words. Don't worry. Someone will come to pick you up, a guy. Seeing him silent, she asked, what's wrong? Is something the matter? You're making me awkward. He nodded. Ah, he already told me. She smiled. That's the line I was supposed to say. Then I'll be counting on you, Giamma, he thought. Makes sense, that place is like her home. The bus began to roll. The two male students in front chatted. Look, man, surreal. That beauty. It's really something in person. But what are those two to each other? The brown-haired answered, better not to stare. Being scrutinized from head to toe, Abel felt a bit uncomfortable. She recalled the scene in the forest. Since that day, it's the first time it's just the two of us. The feeling is kind of strange, isn't it? He kept looking out the window. She thought, Chloe, Saki, Rachel, he's very sociable with everyone. But with me, he keeps his distance. The bus suddenly jolted hard over a speed bump. The driver called out, sorry about that. The impact made Abel feel nauseous. I feel so sick. Memories surged back. I don't want to go. I feel so nauseous. A gentle voice. Our Abel still needs Dad by his side. I don't want to take the bus. Her father handed her a patch. Here, try this, you'll be fine. A patch. This is an anti-nausea patch. Really? Absolutely. All right then, let's go. It's time to go home. Reality snapped back. 10 years have passed since that day. For me, that day was when I lost my parents and his grandfather, who had lost his son. That house. The man beside her noticed and handed her a patch. Abel, use this if you get motion sick. She took it. He said, it's an anti-nausea patch. The old image resurfaced. A single patch. Seeing her stare, he asked, don't know how to use it? She quickly stuck it on her neck. I don't know. Thanks. After a long trip, they arrived at the airport. Abel yawned, sorry. I overslept. He looked at her, thinking a model guide, put on the patch and immediately asleep. Better keep quiet about her drooling. She went into the restroom to change. When she returned, her appearance was completely different. Everything's ready. He was a little bewildered. A rebellious style, very much like Rachel. She said shyly, don't get me wrong. I'm not scared or anything, but we need to avoid attention. There are a lot of eyes at the airport. He asked, reporters? We're not famous. She replied, people always follow me. They might recognize me. The two proceeded to the check-in counter. But in the end, there they are. The reporters immediately recognized them. Abel stepped back. Questions poured in. Giamma, this is TVC America. How do you feel about being called Sword Saint Sashimi? You just defeated Mao Rang in China. What's your next plan? This is CCB. Can you share your upcoming targets? Why are you at the airport today? The whole hero world is watching you. Can you talk about your vacation plans? He remained silent. No matter how they found out, if you don't answer, they won't give you space. My whereabouts must be kept secret. I can't disclose them. Abel looked at him anxiously. After a moment's thought, he said, I'll go to the United States. After the showdown, they began fabricating the story that his next target was Almut, the American rising star. Worried, Abel moved closer, took his hand, and pulled. Let's go now. Minutes after the interview news went online, Sword Saint Sashimi is heading to the U.S. to take on China became headline fodder. America's rookie, Almut, was framed as his only worthy rival. Reading this infuriated Abel. She told herself, it's time to go home. Let's go home. A Swiss landscape billboard hanging right at the train station entrance. Kong Geometrima and Abel von Nibelung dragged their luggage onto the escalator. He secretly thought about how much easier it would have been if they had just taken a private jet. Abel was busy fixing her hair when she noticed Geometrima staring blankly at something and asked what he was looking at. It turned out to be a massive scoreboard congratulating her on achieving the rank of runner-up at the Joaquin Academy, which left Geometrima thoroughly impressed. Abel turned bright red with embarrassment seeing her own face plastered all over the train station. Sitting in economy class, Geometrima realized that despite being part of a world-renowned family, they lived incredibly modestly without any flashiness. The two of them pulled their suitcases out of the airport terminal. Before them stood the majestic, snow-covered Alps, and Abel cheered when she caught sight of her grandfather. The Sword Emperor Nibelung was already standing there waiting to pick up his granddaughter. He explained that he had arranged a connecting flight so he could pick them both up at the same time, and they thanked him for being so thoughtful. The Sword Emperor nodded, praising Geometrima for his solid performance during his first expedition, to which he modestly replied that everything had gone fine. Abel asked when Gaines was arriving, and the Sword Emperor affectionately called her sweetheart and told her he would be there soon. She grew embarrassed, shouting at him not to call her that in front of Geometrima, because she wasn't a little girl anymore. The Sword Emperor just laughed, saying she would always be his little granddaughter, while Abel just wanted to dig a hole and hide from the shame. A sleek, black car pulled up sharply at the curb. A squad of bodyguards in black sunglasses stepped out of the lead limousines, lining up with impressive dignity. The Sword Emperor maintained a calm expression, watching the car in silence. A refined-looking man stepped out of the vehicle and prepared to approach them. It was none other than Gain Sebastian, the president of Switzerland, appearing with the poise of a true statesman. Geometrima and Abel watched quietly as this special guest made his way toward them. The president walked along the crosswalk with an incredibly serious expression on his face. Gaines looked straight at the Sword Emperor, while the old man remained as unbothered as if nothing were happening. To everyone's surprise, the president bowed respectfully to both the Sword Emperor and Abel, leaving a stunned Geometrima standing there. Behind him, the entire squad of bodyguards simultaneously gave a military salute. The Sword Emperor laughed, telling Gaines he was always so dramatic and that he wasn't worthy of such a luxurious reception. But Gaines insisted it was the necessary respect due to a hero of humanity. Gaines was about to ask if Geometry Ma was the one, but the Sword Emperor immediately cut him off and told him to be quiet. He demanded that Gaines keep the boy's identity a secret until he provided an explanation later, and the president nodded in understanding. Gaines respectfully invited the Sword Emperor to get into the car so he could personally escort them back. Geometry Ma clearly saw the massive gap in status, but he was certain the man was no ordinary butler or subordinate. He leaned over and whispered to Abel, asking who the man bowing so submissively actually was. Abel casually replied that he was the incumbent president of Switzerland, which left Geometry Ma frozen for a few seconds. The luxury limousine glided along the quiet highway. Sitting in the car, Abel pointed out the window to show Geometry Ma that they were almost there. Geometry Ma looked in the direction she pointed, his eyes widening in pure amazement at the sight before him. It was Sigurd Castle, the headquarters of the Nibelung family, a magnificent, ancient fortress standing tall in the middle of the lush, green Alpine valley. The group arrived safely. The Sword Emperor thanked Gaines for the comfortable ride, and Gaines replied that he enjoyed the fresh air by joining. Geometry Ma stood next to his luggage, still feeling a bit dazed by such an unprecedented welcome. Gaines took the initiative to reach out his hand, apologizing for not having introduced himself properly early. They shook hands. Geometry Ma introduced himself, and Gaines revealed that he had watched the video of him at the Academy Festival very carefully. The president affirmed that it was an honor to meet him and expressed his hope that they would maintain a good relationship in the future. The Sword Emperor stepped in, telling Gaines not to overdo it since Geometry Ma was still young. But Gaines laughed and said geniuses always had a strange magnetism and that he had been captivated by Geometry Ma's talent himself. Afterward, the president gave one last bow, asking for permission to take his leave from the Sword Emperor. The line of luxury limousines gradually disappeared down the mountain trail. The Sword Emperor turned to ask Geometry Ma what his thoughts were on President Gaines, but the boy just remained silent and contemplative. Geometry Ma honestly remarked that the guy seemed quite relaxed for a head of state, which made the Sword Emperor burst into a hearty laugh. He revealed that the whole world was currently focused on who would inherit his position in the future, and he posed a hypothetical. What would Gaines think if he saw someone like him inviting a total stranger to his private estate? He explained that Gaines was the type of person who always put logic above emotion. So, as long as there was a benefit, he would certainly keep this secret. In this world, there was no shortage of people with high power and status, and the higher they climbed, the more of them there were. His advice to Geometry Ma was to always be suspicious, analytical, and even learn how to utilize them when necessary. Geometry Ma listened, feeling deep in thought, as this first lesson on power felt a bit heavy. That was the price and the weight of the 7-star hero seat the Sword Emperor occupied. Don't reject help too much, but don't get too deeply involved either, because if he didn't know how to draw a clear line, he would soon be looked down upon and his strength would wane. Politics really was complicated. Abel stood by, watching silently, saying nothing, but she seemed to be pondering her grandfather's teachings as well. The Sword Emperor told him he would get used to it, as that was part of the reason he brought him there, and suggested they go inside for dinner since he must be starving. However, Geometry Ma said he wanted to stand there and enjoy the mountain scenery for a little longer, as it had been a long time since he felt this peaceful. The Sword Emperor nodded in agreement. He and Abel took the luggage inside, leaving the boy to his own space. Geometry Ma stood alone on the trail, feeling small before the vastness of the Alps under the sunset. The last rays of daylight faded, giving way to the night covering Sigurd Castle. The castle gate closed, signaling a rare night of rest after a long journey. At 5 a.m. the next day, the digital clock flipped to the next number, starting a new day at Sigurd. Bang! The maid Shile stormed straight into the room, tossing the blankets and jolting Geometry Ma awake. Her glowing red eyes in the dark made him instantly alert. With a cold expression devoid of any emotion, Shile stood there waiting for him to get up. She looked more like an assassin than a maid. She briefly informed him that the Sword Emperor was waiting for him, and her list of duties was truly impressive, ranging from laundry to hunting and suppressing criminals. At exactly 6 a.m., breakfast took place in the magnificent Grand Hall The space completely silent save for the sound of silverware gently touching porcelain. Seeing Geometry Ma fumbling, Abel asked if he wasn't used to using a knife and fork, since he was trying to eat the steak in one giant piece, leaving him too embarrassed to answer. The butler, Sharon, standing right nearby, spoke up to remind them that the rule here was no talking during meals. This butler managed everything from food ledgers to castle repairs. Abel blushed and lowered her head to eat after being scolded, and Geometry Ma silently thought this was one incredibly strict family. By 7 a.m., Geometry Ma had been pushed out to the yard to chop wood, his axe strokes landing decisively in the morning sunlight. For days passed in a flash. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his breathing a bit rapid from the fatigue. He pulled out his phone to check. 7:04 a.m. on July 23rd. The signal in this remote place was so bad, he couldn't call anyone. Geometry Ma looked at the massive Sigurd castle and wondered how only 2 servants could handle all this work. And now he understood why Abel lived so frugally. He silently cursed the Sword Emperor for being a world-class cheapskate. He had the money, yet refused to hire more help, which was why an intern like him had to chop wood by hand, his axe splitting a log into 2 perfectly even pieces. On the bright side, the air here was incredibly fresh and the view was unbeatable. And as he stood in the meadow with the snowy peaks sparkling in the sun behind him, he had to admit he was quite satisfied with this life, even if just doing this was a waste of time. At 4 p.m., the Sword Emperor led him to the courtyard behind the castle to meditate, noting that the foundation of his blessing was already complete. However, because that power was too primal and intense, try to increase it further would be useless. So, the first step was to have a dialogue with himself, meditating to hone and sharpen the blessing. Geometry Ma understood the idea, but dragging himself all the way here just to sit still like this was frustrating. His legs began to go numb from sitting too long, and he groaned softly, sweat beginning to bead on his face. My legs, they're about to break. The Sword Emperor glanced at him, telling him not to fuss, as he was still young and needed to work on his patience. And Geometry Ma could only obediently agree. Spiritual training was never easy. Knock, knock. 2 sharp knocks broke the silence of the meditation session. Geometry Ma guessed that a 2-beat rhythm like that definitely had to be the butler Sharon. Sharon entered with a serious expression, bowing to ask permission to report urgent news to the Sword Emperor. Both the Sword Emperor and Geometry Ma opened their eyes simultaneously, wondering what could make this perpetually calm butler seem so flustered. What? That crazy bastard Richa? The Sword Emperor roared, his killing intent radiating so intensely that Sharon had to quickly remind him that Geometry Ma was still in the room. Geometry Ma looked confused. Richa, wasn't that the legendary star Genesis? Why did the Sword Emperor refer to him with such hateful titles as crazy bastard? Without another word of explanation, the Sword Emperor hurriedly grabbed his coat and left, telling Geometry Ma to eat dinner without him because he had important business to settle. Just like that, the training session ended earlier than expected, and Geometry Ma sat alone in the yard, his mind still spinning from the unexpected information. He let out a long sigh. He had expected that training with the strongest person in humanity would involve earth-shattering battles or supreme martial arts techniques. But who would have thought that the last few days would just be chopping wood and sitting until his legs went numb? It was so different from what he imagined about dungeon crawling. Sitting slumped on the sofa in the dim light, Geometry Ma laughed at himself, wondering if he had become so accustomed to danger that he was going crazy from this piece. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. There was an incredibly famous dungeon nearby in Switzerland. Looking at the sharp blade resting on the shelf, Geometry Ma's gaze suddenly sharpened, because if he remembered correctly, that dungeon held an incredibly valuable reward. But the main problem was that the dungeon required a minimum party of 3 to enter. Where was he supposed to find someone now? Knock, knock, knock. This time was 3 fast, decisive knocks, and he knew exactly whose style that was. The maid Shile is here to rush me to dinner again, Geometry Ma thought to himself as he got up and walked toward the door. He answered as he opened the door to step out, but the person standing in front of him made him freeze for a few seconds. It was Abel. She stood there with her face flushed red like a ripe tomato, both hands hidden behind her back with a look of extreme confusion and shyness. Geometry Ma asked in surprise, "Huh, Abel? Why is it you? Isn't Shile supposed to be calling me?" Abel hung her head low, not daring to look him in the eye. Her voice a mumble that was hard to make out. Can I come into your room?" Her unexpected proposal made the air suddenly feel stifled and full of hidden meanings. What was going to happen next? Abel sat dazed in front of her vanity in the flickering candlelight. 4 days had passed since Kong Geometrima stepped foot into Sigurd Castle, and she seemed to be carrying a heavy burden on her mind. Even though they crossed paths every day, her feelings remained as tangled as a ball of yarn. Down in the dining room, Kong Geometrima was struggling to use his knife and fork in an incredibly awkward way. Abel noticed and asked if he had gotten used to this aristocratic style of eating yet. But immediately, the butler Sharon reminded them that this family did not have the habit of talking while dining. Abel's grandfather, the Sword Emperor, just ate silently without saying a word. Even talking is forbidden. Abel thought to herself in frustration. She suddenly remembered her grandfather's old teachings, that she had to choose a man very carefully, someone who was at least stronger than he was. At that time, Abel was just a little girl, only knowing how to laugh happily and believe that her grandfather was the strongest man in the world whom no one could defeat. Back in the present, her eyes were filled with contemplation as she looked out the window. And as for Kong Geometrima, ever since the two of them started living under the same roof like this, there were things her grandfather had specifically warned her about. During a quiet afternoon tea, he said that for a man, strength wasn't everything. You still have to choose the man for your life wisely, he emphasized. He said she had to look at his character, because those willing to help without calculation were sometimes even scarier than those pointing swords at them. Especially to be extremely wary of people who did good deeds without a single ounce of self-interest. Abel just laughed it off then, thinking the old man was worrying too much. Afterward, he instructed Sharon and Shile to take good care of their guest and absolutely not let anyone disturb Kong Geometrima's train. Hearing that, Abel could only remain silent and contemplative. She knew perfectly well that what her grandfather said made total sense. But why did her heart feel so unusually restless? Just living in the same castle was enough to make her feel excited to the point of feeling childish herself. Abel blushed furiously, secretly wishing he weren't so kind to her. She kept circling around the thought of doing good without self-interest. Abel struggled internally, intending to return something to him, but then hesitated, not daring to face him right then and there. "Miss," a flat voice sounded behind her. The maid Shile appeared suddenly, making her jump. Shile reported that her grandfather was away on urgent business and would be back late tonight. The observant maid noticed that Abel seemed to be waiting for this news, which is why she took the initiative to tell her beforehand. Abel sat back in her chair, beginning to calculate something in her head. Suddenly, she stood up abruptly and ran to call Shile to stop for a moment. Looking at the lady's back, Shile just gave a smile full of hidden meaning. Running out to the hallway with a shirt in her hand, Abel began to hesitate again, wondering if she should just go back to her room. But it was rare for her grandfather to be away. This was the only opportunity she had to return his things. Just do it. Abel made up her mind and ran as fast as she could. As she rounded the corner, she almost crashed into the butler Sharon, who was standing tall right there. Sharon looked at her with an inquisitive gaze, immediately reminding Abel of her grandfather's order not to let anyone disturb Geometrima's training. She quickly gave a forced smile, making up a random excuse that she had been studying at the academy for so long that she had forgotten her way around her own home. Sharon silently gestured for her to go, but didn't forget to ask a question that hit home. "Is the young lady trying to run away again?" Abel stood stunned before the old butler's piercing words. Sharon adjusted his monocle and continued, saying that she always stopped right before the finish line and chose to run away from herself. He also reminded her of her late father Orion's wish for the day she would become someone who didn't know how to retreat. Mentioning her late father, Abel's eyes suddenly became sad and pensive. She gripped the hem of the shirt in her hand, as if making an extremely important decision. Abel's amber eyes blazed with determination, no longer showing the hesitation she usually had. Standing before Kong Geometrima's room, Abel took a deep breath to calm herself. She asked softly if she could enter, her pretty face already starting to blush. The door opened, revealing the space inside where Geometrima was. Abel stepped in, trying to force a smile to hide the nervousness rising in her heart. When she returned his shirt, Geometrima told her there was no need to go through all the trouble of bringing it here personally. but he still thanked her politely. Abel blushed furiously, her heart racing when standing in such a private space with him. Seeing Geometry Ma about to start a conversation, she quickly snatched the opportunity to speak first. Abel asked him point-blank if he was free tomorrow afternoon, which left Geometry Ma so surprised that he froze. When he asked her for the reason, she got annoyed, telling him to answer the question directly instead of questioning her back. He explained that since the Sword Emperor was busy tomorrow, he was also free, thinking it would be good to take a walk and stretch his legs. So, Geometry Ma took the initiative to invite her to lunch tomorrow for a change of pace after several stressful days of training. The unexpected invitation left Abel frozen on the spot, her face turning red like a ripe tomato. In her head, only one word echoed: a date. Is it? Abel hurriedly agreed and suggested a delicious sushi place in Geneva, even though she still claimed she was just curious about how it tasted. Geometry Ma found it a bit strange to go all the way to Switzerland just to eat sushi. He wanted to try something more locally characteristic. Seeing Abel ask if he didn't like sushi, he honestly said he had just gone out to eat with some members of the travel club. Abel froze immediately upon hearing the phrase, "just went out to eat with members. You mean that girl Saki?" Her gaze turned sharp with jealousy. Abel stepped closer, radiating intense pressure that made Geometry Ma go pale from fear. He was confused, not understanding how her mood could change so quickly. Abel's golden eyes flared with murderous intent, and she looked absolutely terrifying. Geometry Ma quickly explained that Chloe came along too because they both liked fish, so they just decided to grab a bite. But that explanation only added fuel to the fire, causing Abel's murderous aura to explode and fill the room. Geometry Ma could only stand there frozen, watching her go crazy out of irrational jealousy. "Whatever. Just make sure you're there on time tomorrow," Abel shouted before turning and running off. She stormed away, leaving Geometry Ma still not understanding what he had done wrong. He sighed helplessly, unable to understand the way a girl's mind worked at all. Outside, Abel leaned against the door, her heart pounding as if it wanted to jump out of her chest. She hugged herself tightly, trying to regain her composure after her outburst. Clearly, the original plan was just to invite him for a walk, and yet, it ended up turning into a real date. Abel was so embarrassed that she didn't dare look anyone in the eye. The scene shifted to another hallway where his secretary was running in a state of absolute panic. The Sword Emperor Nibelung walked majestically forward, demanding that his subordinates skip the formalities and report the emergency situation immediately. The secretary reported that Murat had suddenly appeared and was exerting immense pressure on the president to find information. Despite being threatened in the darkroom, the president remained determined to keep the secret about the person the Sword Emperor brought back. He even arrogantly challenged the president. "You're so afraid of the Nibelung family, but you don't know how to fear this Murat?" The Sword Emperor told his subordinate to step back, as he understood the situation and would handle this uninvited guest himself. In the conference room, the intruder sat with his arms draped over the chair, showing extreme arrogance and confidence. The Sword Emperor sighed softly. He didn't seem unfamiliar at all with the trouble this person brought. At the end of the long table, Murat sat triumphantly, surrounded by guards who had been knocked out. The guards lay sprawled across the floor, groaning from the painful wounds caused by Murat. A cigarba was tossed on the floor as Murat greeted him with biting sarcasm. "Long time no see, Nibelung." A close-up of the Sword Emperor's sharp eyes staring straight at his opponent without a hint of hesitation. Murat smirked menacingly, reminding him that it had been nearly 10 years since the two of them last met. The screen displayed a powerful introduction for the intruder: Spear Saint Richa de Murat. The Sword Emperor walked slowly to the conference table, his voice cold as he asked what he was trying to pull in this place again. Murat laughed, mocking that the Sword Emperor looked much more manly after losing an arm. The Sword Emperor retorted sharply, saying that perhaps old age had turned Richa into an old man as gossipy as a woman. Before the stinging attack from his old friend, Murat just laughed defiantly, with eyes blazing. Without wasting another word, the Sword Emperor began to draw his sword, and a deep blue aura burst forth with heavy pressure. He coldly declared he would use this opportunity to turn him into a real man in his own way. The Sword Emperor Nibelung radiated a bright blue killing intent, his eyes narrowing menacingly. Opposite him, Hada Murat looked equally diabolical, his red spiritual energy swirling like fire, and just as formidable. Two seven-star legends faced off directly in the office, causing the space around them to warp. Nibelung scolded Murat for being an idiot for daring to intrude into the nation where he lived. Faced with the terrifying pressure from both sides, President Gaines could only stand by helplessly. Murat sneered, saying that being near the kids had made Nibelung rejuvenated and naive as well. An angry shout echoed as the Spear Saint continued to provoke him. Nibelung did not yield, his back standing as solid as an ice mountain before his opponent. The room shook violently under the pressure of the world's most terrifying power. President Gaines turned pale, terrified at the prospect of these two entities actually fighting. He wondered if these two were even human, possessing such godlike power. Gaines saw the clear contrast. Nibelung was the peak of technique, while Murat was the embodiment of raw power. Power so pure that it didn't need any technique to crush everything. That was the Spear Saint. Murat withdrew his killing intent, closed his eyes, and exhaled as if to regain some composure. He went straight to the point, promising to leave in peace if he heard the truth from Nibelung's own lips. The shocking news was released. General Igor, one of the 5 great generals under his command, was dead. President Gaines was stunned, unable to believe that such a powerful general could have died so suddenly. Murat repeatedly asked questions about who was behind it, the reason, and the way Igor was killed. He mocked Switzerland for being too slow to grasp information due to its neutral policy. Murat affirmed that Nibelung was certainly involved in Igor's death in some way. Yet the Spear Saint still had one point he couldn't explain. According to common logic, Nibelung couldn't have defeated a general like that alone without leaving a trace. Nibelung stood silently listening to his opponent talk about so-called absolute truth with a cold expression. Nibelung's gaze sharpened as he demanded to know what Murat really meant by his insinuation. A name with significant weight was spoken. Kong Geometrima. He called the boy Sashimi Kid and assumed he was the one who did it. The moment that name was spoken, Nibelung drew his sword, and a dazzling blue light flooded the room. A chilling aura of killing intent enveloped Murat, surprising even a man as arrogant as he was. An immense, invisible pressure bore down on everything, leaving Murat momentarily shaken as he wondered what this was. He realized he had truly reached the Sword Emperor's limit. The space thickened under the pressure, and President Gaines nearly choked on Nibelung's killing intent. Despite being threatened, Murat remained firmly seated, staring back at his opponent with a defiant expression. He remarked that Nibelung had truly taken another step forward on the path of power. Nibelung threatened to cut Murat's tongue out if he dared to speak insolently or disturb his country again. He would rather destroy this Spear Saint right here than let anyone touch Kong Geometrima. Nibelung would not hold back, even if it meant becoming a target of the association. President Gaines shouted in desperation, begging the Sword Emperor not to cause a catastrophe. Nibelung took a step forward, decisive and murderous, ready to strike. Murat scoffed, saying that the older Nibelung got, the easier it was for him to lose his composure. He casually lit a cigar, ignoring the sword poised to strike him down. Murat looked straight into the Sword Emperor's eyes, mocking that such a hot temper didn't suit him at all. Both stood frozen in a terrifying silence, the room still simmering with the aftershocks of an impending storm. Murat remarked that Nibelung must really care about the kid Kong Geometrima to react so violent. He admitted that Geometrima was quite interesting, even mentioning that his own granddaughter, Rachel, seemed to have developed a crush on it. Murat pushed further, laughing that there must be some reason Nibelung was protecting him so closely. He even teased about the prospect of Geometrima marrying Rachel, wondering what Nibelung's face would look like then. Before leaving, the Spear Saint didn't forget to tell Nibelung to send his regards to Medea and her twin sister. Murat left the office with an arrogant laugh, leaving behind a terrifying silence. President Gaines anxiously asked about the Sword Emperor's condition after the intense confrontation. Nibelung apologized for the commotion, while Gaines took the opportunity to invite him to dinner to discuss the previous matter. Nibelung's eyes were heavy with thought, considering how clearly Murat had targeted Geometrima. He coldly declined the invitation, saying he wouldn't have time that day. Gaines was stunned, as he hadn't even specified the day before the Sword Emperor turned and walked away. Nibelung concluded that he was busy all next week, then disappeared behind the door. The scene shifts to Sigurd Castle, where Geometrima and Abel are preparing for their date in Geneva. While Abel was incredibly excited about getting ready, Geometrima was still drowsy and confused. Abel excitedly chose her favorite dress to make a good impression. On the other side, Geometrima pulled out a black t-shirt and decided to wear it to keep things simple. Abel groomed herself carefully in front of the mirror, her heart filled with joy. Geometrima put on his shoes, completely oblivious to the fashion disaster he was about to cause. Both stepped outside, ready to set off. The door opened, promising an evening full of surprises. Geometrima strolled out onto the castle balcony, enjoying the fresh Swiss air. He wondered if he was taking this relationship too far, but his main goal was still the expedition. Geometrima told himself that since they would be together for a few more weeks anyway, keeping a good relationship was necessary. He began to calculate plans for the undead dungeon located on those majestic Alps. Even though it was only a D-rank dungeon, it hid the extremely dangerous hidden boss, Lich King Drog. Geometrima recalled his master's words in the old game, regretting that he hadn't played longer back then to know its mechanics. Since he had never fought Draugr, he knew absolutely nothing about how this boss attacked. He planned to ask Abel to join him, so they would have the minimum party of 3 required. Besides, he couldn't clear dozens of undead by himself in under 50 seconds. Geometrima decided he would bring this up with Abel today. As soon as he saw Abel, she complimented him for not being late, but her smile suddenly faded. She gasped in shock when she looked at his bright pink, dancing all-night t-shirt. Abel asked bluntly, with an unbelievable expression, "Are you really planning to wear that out?" Geometrima casually replied that it was the only shirt he had to wear out at the moment. Abel held her head and sighed in frustration, but eventually accepted the harsh reality. As they were about to leave, Geometrima panicked and asked Abel if she had a driver's license when he saw her getting ready to take the wheel. Abel replied nonchalantly that she didn't, leaving Geometrima frozen for several seconds. Suddenly, a blue convertible rushed over with the sound of tires screeching. The maid Shile stepped out of the car with her usual polite demeanor. Abel thanked Shile for her timely help when she needed a driver. Shile smiled, saying that since Geometrima was coming along, she would drive a bit slower than usual. She assured them that it would only take 30 minutes to get to Geneva and advised them to feel free to take a nap. Kong Geometrima was momentarily suspicious when he heard Shile say it would only take 30 minutes to get to Geneva, whereas it had taken him 3 hours from the airport. But before he could wonder any further, the car began to shake violently as if it were about to take flight. Amidst the peaceful Swiss mountains, a small rabbit was leisurely enjoying breakfast on a grassy hill. Suddenly, it froze as it sensed an immense pressure tearing through the air from afar. The blue convertible shot past like a silver arrow, creating a small whirlwind that swept everything away in its path. The poor rabbit was blown away from its spot, panicked by the appearance of the speed monster. The car flew over the bumpy mountain slopes, ignoring all laws of gravity. While Shao focused on controlling this crazy machine, Abel was incredibly excited, her mouth not stopping from singing. Geometrima was completely helpless, his face blank as his body endured the overwhelming pressure from the incredible speed. The tires screeched against the road, leaving long black marks on the pavement as it took impossible turns. Shile turned the steering wheel decisively, ignoring the 2 passengers in the back who were being thrown to either side with every curve. Geometrima glanced at the speedometer and nearly fainted when he saw the needle pass the 200 kilometers per hour mark. He couldn't believe he was sitting in a car, traveling at such a wind-tearing speed on this dangerous mountain road. One single conclusion appeared in his mind. This maid Shile is truly crazy. Despite the danger, Abel stood up on the car seat and shouted in pure bliss. Geometrima tried to ask Abel if she wasn't the one who used to get motion sickness so badly when riding the bus. Abel replied nonchalantly that she only got sick when the car crawled, and the faster it went, the more refreshed she felt. Shile announced they were almost there, and Geometrima silently thanked the heavens for still being alive. The city of Geneva appeared before their eyes under the bright sun, welcoming them after a stormy journey. Back at Sigurd Castle, the Sword Emperor Nibelung had just set foot back home after a long night of handling work. The morning sun bathed the castle's ancient architecture, signaling the start of a new day. However, That peace was quickly broken when the Sword Emperor heard that Abel had gone out alone with Kong Geometry Ma. Sword Emperor Nibelung had just returned to the library and breathed a sigh of relief, not forgetting to grumble about that pig-headed Marat. Butler Sharon quickly poured tea for his master. The old Sword Emperor complained that living a long life means seeing everything, but if that Spear Saint dares to speak nonsense again, he won't let it slide. Dark scenarios began to appear in his mind. If Kong Geometry Ma fell into the hands of Morat's family, just thinking about that made it impossible for him to sit still. Sharon stood by and gently comforted him, saying he had worked hard. The Sword Emperor changed the subject to Geometry Ma, hearing that the boy was still training hard even when he was away. Sharon confirmed that the boy was very self-disciplined and didn't need anyone to supervise him at all. Seeing Geometry Ma's effort, the Sword Emperor nodded with satisfaction, secretly calculating that if this continued, in just 1 month, he would be strong enough to participate in that challenge. While enjoying his tea, he suddenly remembered and asked where the kids were. Hearing Sharon report that the two had taken each other to Geneva since early morning, the old Sword Emperor was so shocked that he dropped his teacup on the table. His hands trembled, his face pale as he heard this bombshell news. Then he started screaming in a panic, unable to believe that the two of them would go off by themselves like that. Meanwhile, in the beautiful city of Geneva, the stylish blue convertible came to a stop. Lady Abel stretched refreshed after the long trip, while Geometry Ma walked behind, face pale, holding his stomach due to motion sickness. Maychild said goodbye and promised to return to pick the two of them up at 5 p.m. Abel also happily thanked her. The car sped away, leaving Geometry Ma standing dazed with an indescribable, familiar feeling. Seeing him standing there like a statue, Abel turned back and asked if he was dreaming. She excitedly pulled his arm, urging him to hurry because it was almost time for their date. Abel led the way happily in front, warning Geometry Ma to stick close to her. Abel's radiant appearance attracted every gaze on the street. Everyone passing by had to admire her. Geometry Ma found it a bit bothersome, so he suggested they stand a little further apart. Abel immediately blushed and made an excuse that the streets here were complicated, and if he got lost, he'd be done for. She was just helping him. She also said people were staring because her hair color was unusual and to just ignore them. Geometry Ma thought to himself, no matter how striking the hair color, it was nothing compared to the blessing radiating from her. He observed that everyone who passed Abel was dazed, as if they were enchanted. A status window appeared explaining Abel's blessing of the snowflower skill, a type of aura that suppressed an opponent's spirit upon meeting. Geometry Ma realized this was truly a broken crowd control skill. Having this in real life was truly a game breaker. He suddenly remembered something he had forgotten about Abel for a long time. She was the very reason he hadn't hesitated to spend money to recharge in this game. But the strange thing was why he didn't feel affected by her aura at all. He wondered if he had started to develop a resistance to the effect. He was deep in thought when Abel cheered, announcing they had arrived. Looking at the luxury building in front of him, Geometry Ma asked if this was a sushi place. Abel smiled mysteriously, telling him to just go inside and he would find out soon enough. As soon as they entered, Abel sat down and ordered the usual, extremely professionally. Seeing her so familiar with it, Geometry Ma guessed she was a regular here. Abel felt a bit embarrassed when she heard that. She told him that she had been taken here to eat by her parents since she was small, so she was familiar with it. Meanwhile, Geometry Ma began to open the menu to take a look. Mentioning old memories, the young lady's eyes suddenly became gentle and nostalgic. Geometry Ma looked at the menu with an extremely serious expression, as if he were studying a martial arts manual. Finally, he had to confess that he had never heard of this raclette before, not knowing what kind of dish it was. Abel excitedly explained it was melted cheese poured directly over meat or sausage. She remembered Geometry Ma wanted to eat local food, so she specially brought him here. However, Geometry Ma's mind was filled with nothing but kimchi. Abel seemed to read his thoughts, glared at him, and asked directly, making the boy jump because of her perceptiveness. A while later, the server brought the food out and didn't forget to wish the two of them a pleasant dinner. Looking at the huge piece of meat and the sharp knife, Geometry Ma felt an ominous sign again, silently cursing because this situation was too familiar. Abel didn't notice, as she was busy using her phone to take continuous photos of the food. Geometry Ma looked at her, thinking to himself that at moments like these, she just looked like an ordinary girl like anyone else. Seeing she had gone a bit overboard, Abel shyly apologized because it had been a long time since she had been back, so she got a bit carried away. Geometry Ma said it was okay, then asked if she liked taking photos that much. She boasted that she had just set up an Instagram account recently. Geometry Ma only replied with a dull, "I understand." Abel toyed with the phone in her hand, seemingly struggling with intense internal conflict about what she was about to say. Gathering all her courage, she blushed and asked softly if he wanted her account handle to be friends. But life is not a dream. Geometry Ma immediately doused her with cold water by saying skip it, because he never used social media. His blunt reply left the young lady stunned in her seat. Abel suddenly fell silent, her eyes filled with sadness as she looked at Geometry Ma. He looked back blankly, while Abel only gave a faint, forced smile. She suddenly asked him to help her cut her food. Geometry Ma looked at the piece of meat on the plate with a suspicious expression. It was truly hard to please a lady. This action reminded Abel of a memory from the past. Letting others prepare food for you carried a very special meaning. In her recollection, little Abel used to shout, demanding to use a knife to cut her own food. But her father only laughed, saying she was still too young, and the Nibelung family did not allow children under 7 to handle knives. Abel pouted, reminding her father of her grandfather's words that he had known how to handle a knife since he was 1 year old. Her father could only look away with a confused expression. The little girl also proudly said that her father was a genius who would be recorded in Nibelung history. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor in reality was sipping his tea. The sad eyes of Abel's parents back then seemed to contain something difficult to say. Her father cleared his throat to break the awkward atmosphere. Her mother, standing beside him, smiled gently. He said her grandfather must have remembered wrong, then told Abel to bring the plate here for him to cut for her. Abel at that time was still grumbling that she was grown up, yet her father always treated her like a child. Her mother suddenly smiled and asked, "Don't you really know, Abel?" The little girl was dazed, not understanding what her mother meant. Her mother explained that giving your food to someone else means you completely trust and love them. Her father doing that was only because he wanted to receive her love. Abel was stunned when she heard her mother's words, a lesson about trust that she would never forget. Her mother signaled her to keep it a secret, saying just let her father do that today. Little Abel happily agreed with her mother, a radiant smile of a loved child. Back in the present, Abel thought to herself that now she understood the meaning of it. It was a father's deep concern, worried that his daughter would hurt herself. Her eyes began to blur with tears. Geometry Ma saw that she was unusually silent, so he also felt it was a bit strange. He wondered why she suddenly had that look, as if she were about to cry. Geometry Ma wondered if he had said anything wrong, or was it the request to cut the meat earlier? He only intended to ask her because he thought of the sword god's blessing. Abel wiped her tears and said she had just remembered something old. She told him to bring the plate here. She would cut it for him right away. She held the knife and cut the meat decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Geometry Ma only watched in silence. The pieces of meat were divided perfectly evenly, truly the meticulous style of a young lady of the Nibelung house. After cutting, she began to dine in silence. Geometry Ma also didn't know what else to say. Both ate, but the atmosphere between them suddenly became unusually distant. Only the sound of knives and forks clattering on porcelain remained. Every cut on the plate of meat seemed to be cutting into the young girl's heart. Seeing Geometry Ma so indifferent, she felt miserable. She silently scolded herself, wondering why he could be so heartless. Even when seeing her sad, he still didn't say a word. Abel suddenly looked up and asked him if he wasn't curious to know why she was crying. Geometry Ma was still calmly chewing his piece of meat. Her question was like a reproach, but Geometry Ma remained silent. The atmosphere grew even heavier. He thought he didn't know what had happened to her, and didn't want to force her to say it if she wasn't ready. Abel bowed her head, her hands gripping the knife and fork tightly. Why was he nice to everyone else, but so cold to her? She asked directly, "Are you only like this with me?" Geometry Ma was stunned by the sudden question. Geometry Ma only calmly replied that he already knew. Abel's eyes flashed with surprise. He remarked that she used to be the top student, so she must be very smart. Geometry Ma began to analyze in his own way. Abel could only smile bitterly. She realized this guy truly didn't understand a maiden's heart at all. She asked one final question, You really don't have the slightest interest in me, do you? The question was like the final knife cut, ending the romantic date. Geometry Ma looked in another direction, offering no clear answer. Abel realized in disappointment that her efforts were completely useless. In another turn of events, a melody played about starting to pursue someone. A hand holding a phone showed news about Geometry Ma. In Japan, in a dark room full of surveillance equipment, Saki Ryaju was observing every movement of Geometry Ma on the screen. A terrifying obsession began to reveal itself. Saki Ryaju sat alone in the dark room, eyes glued to the phone screen with rapid breathing. She recalled the times she silently observed Geometry Ma from afar in the classroom, a concern beyond the ordinary. Even when working late at the computer, his silhouette always occupied her mind. In the pouring rain, Saki knelt on the martial arts practice floor, her soul seemingly lost somewhere. She began an archery practice session with high concentration, her hands pulling the bowstring powerfully. Her sharp eyes aimed straight at the target ahead. Without a single distraction, the arrow tore through the air with a terrifying force, carrying all her pent-up emotions. All the arrows hit the bullseye, proof of the female archer's skilled technique. The empty practice yard only had the sound of falling rain and arrows stuck in the targets. A sense of loneliness enveloped her. The plane took off into the deep blue sky, carrying a promising new journey. Saki Ryaju appeared radiant at the airport with a wide-brimmed hat, her expression full of excitement. "I can't wait any longer." In her hand was a Japanese passport and a plane ticket. She was ready for the trip to pursue her goal. Her eyes flashed with a determined light along with a mysterious smile. "Wait for me." Saki Ryaju's journey officially began.